The amazing skills and magical weapons that others dream of, in my place they are like trash thrown in the corner. Only because when I crossed over, I was hit in the forehead by a dead piece of wood, and then my soul sea formed an independent space by itself. The time flow speed in this space is equal to 365 times the outside world, and the deadwood also comes with a lottery system of 3 big prize pools. But even so, I am still the waste in other people's eyes who has not awakened the 5 veins. It turns out the original owner, to please his goddess, actually gave all his resources to her, but what he got in return was her becoming more confident to throw herself into someone else's arms. This day, Guya walked to my side as usual. Since you cannot awaken the 5 veins, you were destined not to be the same kind of person as me, and you know, Jiang which one is my true love. For him, I will not accept you. She kept talking endlessly, with a trace of superiority on her face. By the way, why didn't you come practice punching with me today? I stopped what I was doing, my voice ice cold. Bitch, get the hell away from me. She thought I would be like the original owner, letting her use me as a human punching bag. Gu Yao's expression trembled. Lin Jing, what are you saying? How can you talk to me like this? Looking at her fake pitiful act, I felt even more disgusted. What are you pretending for? You awakened the golden 5 veins and were chosen for the elite martial class. In this, besides my contribution of the 5 vein awakening potion, who knows how many other people you cheated? Gu Yao felt guilty hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about? What, you don't remember a year ago, I sold my ancestral home to buy you battle armor? 3 months ago, I gave you my only 5 vein activation potion, and last month you said you needed startup money. I even sold 2,000 cubic centimeters of my blood essence for you. Today, I want everyone to know what kind of bitch you Gu Yao really are. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone started talking. My god, I never thought Goddess Gu was actually this kind of scheming bitch. Indeed, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Good thing I was smart enough, almost got seduced by her beauty before. Gu Yao heard the discussions around her face became extremely ugly, a small flame lit up in her palm. Lin Jing, you dare curse me in public, are you tired of living? I suddenly grabbed her wrist with force, that newly lit flame was crushed out by my strength. You think you're some high and mighty goddess? No, in my eyes you're just a fart, and a stinking fart that any man can have. Gu Yao was shocked and pale. She never thought she would be suppressed by a waste who hadn't awakened the 5 veins. Clearly a month ago, she could beat 10 such wastes with one hand, but when she heard any man can have, fire almost shot from her eyes. How could others know about her crawling at Jiang Yuechuan's feet? Just as Gu Yao was about to make a move, Guo Xiangfei in the distance suddenly pointed his long spear at me. You waste, if you have the guts, come on stage and fight me for 2 moves. What kind of skill is bullying a girl off stage? Hearing the challenge, I raised my eyebrow. Isn't this Guo Xiangfei, the gatekeeper of the elite martial class? Also one of Gu Yao's bootlickers. He's just blocking my path to the elite martial class. Because of the last place elimination system, elite martial class students in each promotion match will strike hard to show their power. Guo Xiangfei saw I didn't respond, thinking I was scared, and said even more arrogantly, if you don't dare come on stage, kneel down and kowtow to Gu Yao to apologize right now. Maybe if I'm in a good mood I'll let you off. I laughed coldly, grabbed a long stick from the weapon rack and jumped onto the fighting stage. Wanting to use me as a stepping stone to get close to Gu Yao, I'm afraid his wishful thinking is wrong. Guo Xiangfei, the goddess in your eyes is just a female dog that others can ravage at will. You're looking for death. Guo Xiangfei heard someone humiliate his goddess like this. The long spear in his hand could no longer hold back. His whole body turned into a black shadow, bringing a violent momentum attacking me. I jumped high up, the long stick in my hand drew a perfect arc in the air, smashing down from above. This one stick of mine, 30 years of power, can you block it? Wei Xiangfei's pupils suddenly contracted, pouring all his strength into the long spear, trying to resist my attack. Boom! Wei Xiangfei's spear shaft cracked, my long stick ruthlessly smashed on his shoulder, the sound of burned flesh and bone was crisp and clear, his whole body crawled on the fighting stage, making pig-like screams. The whole playground was dead silent, everyone was stunned. An elite martial class genius was killed in one move by a waste from the ordinary class. This was a bit against the natural order. I slowly walked to Guo Xiangfei's front, stepped on his head with one foot. With this little strength, you still want to show off for your goddess? Being humiliated like this in front of his goddess, anger instantly swallowed his reason. He could no longer care about anything. Invisible black energy surged out from his body. My eyes turned cold, quickly retreating. This time he was actually polluted by black jade evil energy. Once humans are polluted by evil energy, their strength greatly increases in a short time, but in the end they all become neither human nor ghost black jade puppets. Guo Xiangfei was surrounded by black mist, his pupils turned into blood-red vertical pupils, making inhuman roars from his throat. Lin Jing, you actually dare humiliate me like this? My back instantly tensed, trying to resist this black jade evil energy, but was finally swallowed by the spreading evil energy. The strong suffocating feeling almost made me faint on the spot. Just at this critical moment, the deadwood in my soul sea suddenly shook violently, an invisible force instantly spread around the long stick, the surrounding black jade evil energy fled wildly like meeting its nemesis. Wei Xiangfei after the evil energy was revealed was full of shock and doubt. This is impossible. Bang! A blood mist suddenly exploded on his face, then his body heavily fell to the ground. The black jade evil energy that invaded my body was completely absorbed by the deadwood. Then, a scene flashed in my soul sea, current soul power value 1, can be increased by absorbing evil energy. At this moment, I finally had some clues about how this deadwood evolves. Just don't know what reward there will be after gathering 100 soul power. Guyao stood under the stage, tightly clenching her fists. She couldn't accept the reality before her eyes. A month ago, I was only at blood-breaking 2nd level, yet could defeat blood-breaking 6th level Guo Xiangfei. When did he become so strong? What exactly happened in this 1 month? And the teachers standing in the viewing seats at the back of the playground had different expressions. Especially Lei Ping, the homeroom teacher of the elite martial class, his face couldn't hold up. Guo Xiangfei, this kid was actually killed in one move by an ordinary class student. Really giving our martial arts class leader some face. Lei Shuweiping's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. This probably isn't about giving face, right? Old Lei, didn't you see the black aura of death around Guo Xiangfei? Principal Liang Ji's voice was cold. Lei Shuweiping immediately tensed. The black domain forces entering the school was no small matter. Principal Liang, don't worry, it was my oversight. I will investigate this thoroughly and will never allow the Great Wilderness cult to infiltrate our school. Teachers, recently, the black domain has been moving frequently, and the Great Wilderness cult has become active in our Great Xia. We must be 100 times more alert, and not give these evil forces any chance to infiltrate. Liang Ji said earnestly. Understood. Principal Liang, how should we deal with Guo Xiangfei? Leave it to the people from Black Dragon Mountain, it's their responsibility. But, this competition did give me a bit of a surprise. This Lin Jin is indeed a good seed. Liang Ji smiles faintly. Upon hearing this, Class 8's head teacher, Li Ming, showed a proud expression. He looked at Lin Jin's retreating back and felt overjoyed. Lin Jin's defeat of Guo Xiangfei really gave him a lot of face. For this, Li Ming immediately praised him. I've always seen Lin Jin as a good seed, and he certainly didn't disappoint me. My devoted teaching was not in vain. Principal Liang Ji smiled and asked, is that so? Teacher Li? Since you think so highly of him, why have I never heard you mention him before? This. Li Ming was speechless. Before, Lin Jin was so ordinary that if he was thrown into a crowd, no one would notice him. What do you think, old Lei? Lei Shuweiping lightly said, at such a young age, he has already mastered the basic martial technique, the burning wood stick technique, to perfection. His persistence and strength truly make him one of the best among his peers. It's just a pity. A pity about what? If he can't activate his martial pulse, it will all be in vain, and his martial arts journey will end here. The martial pulse not only determines the speed of a martial artist's cultivation but also decides whether a person can become a martial artist. The higher the quality of the martial pulse, the faster the cultivation speed. Without a martial pulse, the body struggles to absorb the elemental energy of the world, making it impossible to become a martial artist. This was the main reason why Lei Shuweiping felt regretful. Bronze martial pulses are quite common, while gold martial pulses are rare, 1 in 1,000, often accompanied by the awakening of special martial talent, such as Guyao's flame talent. In the entire Jin City High School, only a few gold martial pulse owners are born each year. As for extreme Dao martial pulses and legendary martial pulses, they are extremely rare and only encountered by exceptional geniuses. Especially those with legendary martial pulses, not just in Jiangbei province, but across the entire Great Xia, they are few and far between. At the very least, they are awakened from ancient god bloodlines. Is that so? Liang Ji tapped the iron railing in front of the observation stand lightly with his fingers, saying non-committally, what if his martial technique has already reached the peak and he has cultivated true power? Principal Liang, are you saying Lin Jin has already cultivated true power in his martial technique? Li Ming was stunned, unable to believe it. You must know that every martial technique in the world contains true power, the strongest force it holds. But fully mastering a martial technique requires endless effort and time, something ordinary people would never have the willpower to do. Especially with low-level martial techniques, no one wants to spend too much time on them. The time cost and rewards are not proportional. Yes, I just carefully observed Lin Jin's moves. In his stick technique, there was a faint green flame. This is the unique true power of the burning wood stick technique. Moreover, his strength must have reached the 8th level of Blood Soul, right? 8th level? If that's the case, I must have misjudged him. Lei Shuweiping gave Lin Jin a deep look. Li Ming's eyes were full of anticipation. Could it be that our Great Xia is about to produce another martial sage? Without a martial pulse, one can still become an unparalleled powerhouse, but this path has only been walked by one person. The martial sage. That is the eternal legend of Great Xia. After a while, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect came to our school for a sparring exchange. Aren't you complaining that, apart from Jiang Yuetuan and Su Wanqing, the strength of the Jingwu class is lacking? Well, here's an immediate combat force ready to go. Don't worry, Principal Liang, I will notify Lin Jin to report to the Jingwu class as soon as possible. Lei Shuweiping could feel Liang Ji's appreciation for Lin Jin. As a senior teacher, he naturally knew what to do. After the sparring ended, in a stunned silence, Lin Jin left with a handsome back, walking out of the school gate. On the bus. On the trunk, the words Jianmu glowed with endless twilight, as if burying the history of ancient and modern times. Lin Jin raised his eyes to look up. Was this the Jianmu recorded in myths? Why could it absorb the Black Domain's evil energy? Could it be related to the Black Domain world? As Lin Jin's consciousness neared the Jianmu, ripples began to spread across the tree surface, pulling Lin Jin's consciousness into another space. Here, the flow of time was 365 times faster than in the outside world. Suddenly, the bus shook violently, forcing Lin Jin to open his eyes. What's happening? Chapter 4, The Beauty of Black Dragon Mountain. When Lin Jin was thrown up from his seat, he saw the bus driver, whose body emitted a terrifying evil aura. The accelerator was almost completely pressed to the floor. A Black Domain puppet? Damn! What's going on? Lin Jin didn't have time to think. The bus was already charging forward like a dragon soaring in the sky, slamming into the black SUV ahead. A vivid black dragon emblem was clearly visible. Who the hell dares to mess with Black Dragon Mountain in broad daylight? This is the national team of Great Xia. Lin Jin complained. In the instant the two cars collided, amidst the screams of the crowd, all the bus windows shattered into pieces. Lin Jin and the others rolled out of the bus due to the inertia. And then, a slender, cold and proud young woman in silver combat clothes, with short hair, stood on top of the black SUV, single-handedly holding up the bus. An invisible frost aura instantly froze the entire bus into a giant block of ice. Su Wanqing shouted coldly, Black Dragon Mountain is here, which demon dares to be impudent? The beauty of Black Dragon Mountain. Truly fierce. Truly cool. A disheveled Lin Jin couldn't help but let out a heartfelt admiration. Su Wanqing rarely went to school. Therefore, Lin Jin didn't recognize the beauty before him as the famous genius school goddess of Jinsheng High School. The first goddess. The bus driver, obviously unwilling to sit still, his head, which was balding more than the Mediterranean, kept banging against the frozen ice outside the car. Then, an eerie smile appeared on his twisted face, and his entire darkened body began to rapidly expand. What's this? Before Lin Jin could think any further. Boom! Lin Jin didn't have time to react and was blasted away by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground far away. And then, he was hit again. Looking up, it was the silver-clad beauty from Black Dragon Mountain. Her full chest was pressing against his vital area. Such damage, he wouldn't mind if it happened a few more times. Lin Jin didn't know how the silver-clad beauty felt, but the tips of her ears had already turned pink. Just as Lin Jin was lost in thought, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. Black Domain puppets, covered in black energy and looking like zombies, were crawling out of the sewer. Suddenly, they sprang up, pouncing towards Lin Jin and the girl. Damn! What bad luck! Of all the times to seek death. Lin Jin quickly grabbed Su Wanqing, who appeared to be suffering from a concussion, and ran. Damn! Why are you running? Su Wanqing shook off Lin Jin's hand and broke free. As a Black Dragon Mountain disciple, running away in the face of the Black Domain monsters is unacceptable. When facing the people, how can one stand by and watch without saving them? A long spear appeared in Su Wanqing's hand, and Su Wanqing resolutely turned around and charged towards the Black Domain puppet. Su Wanqing's spear was like a swimming dragon, and with the help of her freezing true energy, she made the Black Domain puppet tumble, throwing its rider off. Is this the true power of a martial artist? It is enough to rival the invincible martial artist from her previous life, Dongfang Bubi. With Lin Jin's current blood essence of level 8, he still had the strength to fight 2 or 3 Black Domain puppets, but facing a group, the best choice would be to run. However, give me time, and I will become invincible. Lin Jin pumped himself up, when suddenly an ill-fated Black Domain puppet charged toward him. What is this? You want to sneak attack me from behind? Die! Lin Jin picked up a steel plate thrown by a bus explosion and concentrated all his strength, smashing it down on the puppet's head. The Black Domain puppet was instantly blown apart by Lin Jin's strike. In his sea of consciousness, the Jianmu panel popped up again. Current soul power, 2, 98 more soul power needed for reward. Can I increase my soul power? Lin Jin's mind stirred, and his eyes immediately filled with fighting desire. So many Black Domain puppets? This should be enough to raise my soul power to 100, right? Lin Jin was instantly full of energy, holding the steel plate and slaughtering the puppets in the group. The soul power in his sea of consciousness continuously jumped up. 3, 7, 18, 35, 65. Seeing Lin Jin suddenly so fierce, Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask, Jincheng High School, do you have someone as strong as this? Suddenly, a miserable baby's cry pierced the sky. A giant eagle, radiating intense killing aura, tore through the dark clouds above Jincheng and revealed a terrifying face. Its bloodshot eyes, razor-sharp beak, a 3-foot-long single horn on its head, wings covered in black tumors, were utterly terrifying. Goo Eagle? Is this the ferocious beast from the Great Wasteland legends? Today, I actually saw it alive. Lin Jin had already understood that most of the monsters appearing in the black domain of this world came from myths and legends, but close contact still shocked him incredibly. What's going on? Why would a second-tier black domain beast suddenly appear in Linjiang City? Black Dragon Mountain didn't give any warning at all? Su Wanqing's face changed drastically. A first-tier black domain beast's strength is equivalent to a martial artist at the martial vein realm, and a second-tier beast's strength can rival a martial artist at the river realm, definitely something she cannot contend with. Hand over Gui Xiangfei, and I will grant you honor in death. A strange voice descended from the sky, full of seductive power. Lin Jin looked up and saw a person in a red cloak sitting on the giant Goo Eagle, their body covered in black killing energy, making their face invisible. Dream on. Su Wanqing said firmly, Great Wasteland Demon Cultist, any who step into my Great Xiao will be executed on the spot. This is the iron law of the Black Dragon Mountain disciples, and also their resolve. Keep an eye on him. Su Wanqing threw a white jade pendant to Lin Jin. Soul-sealing jade, a spatial tool, with its own inner space, used by Black Dragon Mountain to transport dangerous criminals. Inside the soul-sealing jade was none other than Gui Xiangfei. Through the jade, Lin Jin could see Gui Xiangfei's miserable state after being beaten by him. What Lin Jin found confusing was, what kind of background does Gui Xiangfei have? Why would the Great Wasteland cultists cause such a commotion just to save him? Su Wanqing's cold true energy surged, and she grasped her long spear, rising into the air. The sky of my Great Xiao will not allow filth. Get down here. Su Wanqing shouted coldly from midair. Her icy long spear instantly expanded, smashing down towards the Great Wasteland cultist's head. She knew she couldn't win, but she would still fight, even if it meant shattering her bones. At this moment, Lin Jin's heart shook. In his previous life, he also deeply loved his home, his country. Seeking death. The Great Wasteland cultist sneered at Su Wanqing's attack. The Goo Eagle under him suddenly raised its head, and its huge wings, covered in black tumors, swept through the air. An unmatched gust of wind swept through. Su Wanqing was thrown backward, crashing into a distant high-rise building. The gap in strength between them was simply too huge. They were not even in the same league. Overestimating yourself. The Great Wasteland cultist snorted coldly. He turned his gaze to Lin Jin. At that moment, the invisible pressure caused Lin Jin to spit out blood and nearly kneel to the ground. Is this the suppression of realms? She said, the sky of the Great Xia does not tolerate filth. Since you've come, stay forever. As the powerful voice echoed from the distance, getting closer, Lin Jin suddenly felt the pressure lighten. Damn it, the strong ones from Jin City have finally arrived. If they hadn't come, I would have to go back to my hometown. Who could it be? Chapter 5, Beautiful Lady, I just want to save you. In the distant sky, a fire cloud appeared. The entire sky above Lin Jin's head was turned red, and a massive flame blade ripped through the air. How dare you appear in Jin City? How dare you ignore my Great Xia's Black Dragon Mountain? Great Wilderness Demon, how many strikes of my Zhong Muxian's 9-layer Fire Sun Blade can you block? The 9-layer Fire Sun Blade was created by the Great Xia's 10 Extreme Blade Emperor, and its power was unparalleled. Many learned it, and Zhong Muxian was one of them. As one of the top experts in Jin City, Zhong Muxian's first move alone completely suppressed the Great Wilderness cultists in terms of momentum. Zhong Muxian stepped through the void, leaving a blazing fireball with every step he took. But his cartoonish t-shirt with a beautiful lady in big shorts was a bit out of place with his imposing presence. My blade never shows mercy. Obey and die. Zhong Muxian swung his first blade, and the Goo Eagle cried out, flapping its wings to resist with all its might, stirring the winds and clouds. The Goo Eagle's iron-like, tumor-like wings were cleaved open, revealing black flesh and blood. The stinking black blood poured down in torrents. His second strike came down, and endless waves of flame surged, causing the Goo Eagle's chest to explode along with the Great Wilderness cultist's cloak. Beneath the cloak, there was a strangely handsome young man, with a Great Wilderness totem tattooed on his chest. On it, it read the Eternal Sacred Sect. For gilded words. The Eternal Sacred Sect? Eternal my ass. Zhong Muxian's third blade directly flattened the abandoned skyscraper above the Goo Eagle. In an instant, the burning rubble and broken walls rained down on the Goo Eagle like a meteor shower. The Goo Eagle let out a heart-wrenching cry, carrying the great wilderness cultist into the raging river. Facing Zhong Muxian's power, the Goo Eagle had no way to fight back. Want to run? Can you escape? Zhong Muxian squinted his eyes and chased after it. The demons must be completely eradicated. Lin Jin felt his blood boiling with excitement. This is how the high martial world should look like. As expected of an expert from the Jianghe realm. Flying through the sky, moving mountains and splitting rivers. As the great wilderness cultists fled, the Black Domain puppets were also cleared by the disciples of Black Dragon Mountain who arrived. What about the silver-clad girl? Lin Jin suddenly remembered the girl who had been knocked away by the Goo Eagle. Lin Jin worked hard, and in a pile of ruins, he dug out Su Wanqing, who was severely injured and infected with the Black Domain's death energy. If you're not strong enough, don't pretend to be. Lin Jin grumbled. What are you doing? Su Wanqing had just woken up when she felt a pair of large hands moving over her body. Beast. Su Wanqing was both ashamed and furious, about to curse, but then she noticed that the Black Domain's corrosive energy was rapidly disappearing. He can actually suppress the Black Domain's death energy? Is he saving me? Su Wanqing's emotions calmed down a bit, her anger diminished, replaced by more embarrassment. Of course. Lin Jin was very pure. He was simply absorbing the death energy from Su Wanqing's body. The Black Domain's death energy left behind by the second-level ferocious beast, the Goo Eagle, was dozens of times stronger than the usual Black Domain puppets. It could provide much more soul power. After the entire amount was absorbed by the Tree of Life, Lin Jin's soul power finally broke through the threshold. Tree of Life growth stage, awakening stage. Current soul power, 110, can be enhanced by absorbing death energy, reward pool opened. Martial pulse awakening progress, 10%. Time flow rate, 365 times. Damn it, this little demon, not great at fighting, but damn good at escaping, he actually got away from my hands. Zhong Muxian didn't catch up to the great wilderness cultist and felt a bit frustrated. But when he returned to the scene, his eyes instantly widened. He saw Lin Jin's hand was resting on Su Wanqing's backside. Yo, seems like the young man is playing wild? Do you want your uncle to teach you about the 9 heavens? Or perhaps, in the wilderness, double positions and mutual combat? What the hell are you talking about? Lin Jin threw out the jade pendant, interrupting Zhou Muxuan's lecherous smile. Guo Xiangfei will give it back to you. The moment Zhou Muxuan took the jade pendant, his mind had already understood. I see now. I was wondering why the Great Wasteland cult suddenly attacked Jin City. What do you mean? Zhong Muxuan pointed at the jade pendant. This kid has had a black core planted in him by the Great Wasteland cult. Ha? Black core? Lin Jin was confused. The black core is the solidified primordial force of the Black Domain, a thing of pure evil and death. The Great Wasteland cult has a secret method that uses the black core as the heart and human souls as ingredients. It can summon powerful beasts from the Black Domain across time and space. Of course, the more black cores there are, the more people die, and the stronger the Black Domain monsters they summon. So far, the most powerful Black Domain beast summoned by the Great Wasteland cult is called Tao Tai. A city with over 1 million people was destroyed because of it. Zhong Muxuan's heart was still full of fear. Could it be that they want to summon a Black Domain beast in Jin City? So, besides Guo Xiangfei, are there other people with black cores planted inside them? Lin Jin had a bad premonition. Classmate, this is not something you need to worry about. Lin Jin. You're a student of Jin City High, right? Zhong Muxuan changed the subject. Isn't it obvious? Lin Jin tugged at his school uniform. Ha, what's your name? Lin Jin. You did great today, helping the people, killing the Black Domain puppets, teasing the school beauty. I'll report this to your principal, you'll definitely get a reward. But, you little guy, your life probably won't be so easy from now on. Zhong Muxuan spoke with a deep, mysterious tone. What do you mean? Zhong Muxuan did not answer, instead looking at Su Wanqing with a slightly meaningful smile. Back in the humble rental apartment, Su Jing was extremely angry. If it weren't for the previous body being a dog and buying even the family heirloom house to give to Gu Yao, would I be stuck in this slum apartment? Lin Jin silently cursed his past self and Gu Yao. Then, his mind impatiently sank into his consciousness. Current soul power, 110, can be increased by absorbing evil power. Reward pool has been opened. Reward pool? Where? How come I can't see it? While Lin Jin was puzzled, the Jianmu space burst with waves of green light, and 3 ancient bronze doors simultaneously appeared. It was an extremely spectacular sight. The Jianmu panel then popped up. Current reward pool level, low martial era. Each draw grants access to 3,000 basic martial arts, basic equipment, and basic pills from the low martial world. Each draw requires 100 soul power points. The appearance of the lottery mechanism initially excited Lin Jin, but when he saw that 100 soul power could only get him one draw, Lin Jin couldn't help but complain. What the hell? I just risked my life, and this is all I get? What good things can I get from one draw? Each draw has a high chance of getting basic rewards from the pool, and a very low chance of getting advanced rewards. After 100 draws, you are guaranteed an advanced reward. There's even a safety net? Fine. I'll take a gamble. Let's see if I can turn this bicycle into a motorcycle. Of the 3 reward pools, Lin Jin chose the martial arts pool first. What he liked most now were cultivation techniques. Heavenly spirits, all gods and Buddhas, quickly show your power. The bronze doors rippled, then exploded with a burst of intense golden light. Holy crap! Is this the beginner's protection period? Is it gold? Did it really work? Has it truly shown its magic? Did I just hit the jackpot? Lin Jin could hardly believe it, that the unlucky him from his past life could actually turn his luck around. He was enjoying a taste of being a lucky bastard. P.S. Guess what supreme martial art Lin Jin will draw? Already obtained. Chapter 6, in this world, it's not about being a flirt. Qiankuan Great Shift. Looking at the manual in his hands, Lin Jin couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. What the hell? Is this low martial world a martial arts world? Before crossing over, as an old bookworm who had been immersed in novels for over 20 years, I naturally knew how powerful this manual was. It was definitely a tool for showing off. But what shocked Lin Jin even more was how insanely powerful his golden finger function was. In the low martial era, could there be a peerless divine skill that could be drawn to traverse the martial world? In the high martial era, what kind of earth-shattering divine technique could be drawn? And what about the mythical era? Defy the heavens. Defy the heavens. Defy the heavens. What martial veins, what martial talent? In front of my golden finger, they're all trash. Lin Jin eagerly opened the Great Shifting Secret Manual. The next day. The sun was still shining, just like Lin Jin's mood, bright and clear. As soon as Lin Jin stepped into Jin City High School, he was immediately surrounded by a group of students, their eyes filled with envy, flattery, and jealousy. Is this the feeling of being the center of attention? Not bad. Jin bro, you're finally here, we've been waiting for you. A short student said flatteringly. Yeah, Jin bro, now you're the hero of our school. Another student chimed in, also flattering. Jin bro, I'll follow you in the future. Lin Jin smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with disdain. These people, when you were down, they would step on you. Now that you're strong, they rush to lick your boots. Fence sitters. If you're just here to flatter me, I'd advise you to stop. I don't fall for this. The students froze for a moment, and then one of them muttered under his breath, TCH, not recognizing good intentions. Still not understanding people. Do they really think just entering the elite martial class makes them untouchable? They still can't even awaken their martial veins. What are they bragging about? Lin Jin sneered. What? Not letting you lick my boots, and you're not happy about it? Not happy? Then come try. The crowd immediately exchanged glances, unable to say a word as Lin Jin had them at a loss for words. They never expected the flattery to backfire, and could only walk away in frustration. At that moment, a student wearing the elite martial class uniform approached. He looked fairly honest, average in build, with a few pimples on his face, clearly someone who had not been well nourished. Hello, Lin Jin, my name is Fanihao. Teacher Lei asked me to bring you to report to the elite martial class. Oh? Lin Jin was a bit surprised. Although he had defeated Gui Xiangfei and earned the qualification to enter the elite martial class, there should still be a transition period for paperwork. Was he an exception? Special treatment? Fanihao noticed Lin Jin's hesitation and added, Don't worry, your transfer paperwork has already been taken care of by the teachers. Really? The school leaders actually had some foresight. Lin Jin's vanity was greatly satisfied. It should be because your performance yesterday was outstanding, and the school values you. Fanihao smiled and said, Come with me. Jin City High School wasn't very big, and although Lin Jin hadn't qualified to go to the Elite Martial Tower before, he had always remembered the path to the Elite Martial Tower in his heart. But now, the path Fanihao was leading him on clearly wasn't the one to the Elite Martial Tower. It was leading to an abandoned teaching building. Lin Jin stopped, his eyes cold. Where are you taking me? Fanihao turned around, his eyes growing cold, sneering. Teacher Lei asked me to bring you for your report, but that doesn't stop me from teaching you a lesson first. Oh? Teach me a lesson? Are you even worthy? Lin Jin squinted. Who is this little clown coming out now? At that moment, a familiar and annoying voice rang out, "Oh, isn't this Lin Jin? What's this, a useless guy without a martial vein, really thinking he could join the elite martial class?" Lin Jin turned his head to the side and saw Gu Yao walking out of the abandoned teaching building in an exquisite training outfit, a mocking smile on her face. She was followed by a few students from the elite martial class, each showing a look of schadenfreude. As one of the most famous beauties at Jin City High School, Gu Yao prided herself on both beauty and intelligence. But being slapped in the face by a waste like Lin Jin in public? How could she swallow this humiliation? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she didn't even sleep last night. To make matters worse, she had specifically gathered a group of people today, luring Lin Jin to the abandoned teaching building, with the sole purpose of publicly humiliating him. She wanted Lin Jin to become a joke. Even if he made it to the elite martial class, he would never be able to lift his head again. Of course, just to build up some courage. "Gu Yao, is this the trash you were talking about? You called all of us over for this? Are you making a fuss over nothing? Don't underestimate him. Somehow this guy beat Guo Xiangfei yesterday, and Teacher Lei rushed to notify him to join the elite martial class. I must let him know he's not worthy." Lin Jin stood in place, hands in his pockets, with a faint mocking smile on his face. "It's you again, dumbass? Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough? You want another big slap?" Gu Yao's face turned ashen instantly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Jin, don't be too arrogant. Today I will definitely humiliate you." As she spoke, Gu Yao suddenly swung her hand, her palm burning with flames, striking straight toward Lin Jin's face. Flaming palm. This was the martial technique Gu Yao focused on after awakening her flame mastery talent. In Gu Yao's mind, Lin Jin absolutely couldn't withstand her full-powered strike at Blood Soul level 7. With this strike, even if Lin Jin didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Is that all? Lin Jin's eyes turned cold. Gu Yao's attack, in his eyes, wasn't worth looking at. Especially after cultivating the great shift of heaven and earth technique, Lin Jin's speed and power had greatly increased. Even though he only trained for one night. In the Jianmu world, with 365 times time acceleration, it was equal to 6 months of training for others. The first level of Lin Jin's great shift of heaven and earth technique was just barely mastered, but it had already raised his strength to Blood Soul level 8, great perfection. Lin Jin's figure disappeared instantly from the spot. The next second, Gu Yao felt a huge force slam against her cheek. Her whole body was violently flung away and heavily smashed to the ground. "Ah!" Gu Yao screamed, in so much pain she could barely speak. The students of the elite martial class were instantly stunned. They couldn't believe Gu Yao had been easily defeated by Lin Jin. How is this possible? Gu Yao struggled to get up from the ground, clutching her cheek, her eyes full of fear and anger. "Bitch, now you know who's the trash, right? People like you should reflect on yourselves. Don't think you can rise just by relying on men. I despise people like you the most. Remember, this world listens to fists. Not pussies." Gu Yao was scolded so badly she looked like a drowned rat, but she didn't dare to fight back. But Lin Jin clearly had no intention of letting Gu Yao off. "If people don't mess with me, I don't mess with them. If they do, I'll beat them like a dead dog." Lin Jin punched Gu Yao in the face. Gu Yao screamed, her face completely disfigured. Without mercy, Lin Jin kicked her in the stomach again, making her curl up into a ball. "Lin Jin, you'll regret this." Gu Yao cried with her face in her hands, tears streaming down. Lin Jin sneered, crouched down, and whispered in her ear, "Regret? Gu Yao, remember, from now on, don't ever appear in front of me again. Or else, you won't just regret, you'll wish you were dead. What are you all staring at? Go kill him for me." Gu Yao had lost her mind, screaming at the crowd. The people present could ignore Gu Yao, but they couldn't ignore Jiang Yuechuan. After all, Gu Yao was Jiang Yuechuan's woman. As one of the only 2 geniuses in Golden City High School, Jiang Yuechuan had great prestige and connections. As class president, Jiang Yuechuan was absolutely the leader of the elite martial class. Not someone to be messed with. Chapter 7, He's Too Arrogant. Golden City High School. Teaching office, elite martial building. Lei Shuweiping's eyes kept glancing at the old-fashioned mechanical watch on his wrist. The hands pointed exactly to 9 o'clock. Lei Shuweiping's brows furrowed like a river character, his eyes filled with impatience. Why hasn't Lin Jin come to report yet? He had already sent Fang Yihao to wait at the school gate at 8. By now, even a snail should have crawled here. Could this brat be late? Lei Shuweiping cursed in his heart. He was known for being strict and was especially harsh on rule-breaking students. The discipline of the elite martial class allowed no one to challenge it. At that moment, Lei Shuweiping's gaze landed on Luo Xiaoshan at the doorway. Luo Xiaoshan stood shyly at the door, both hands hanging awkwardly, a hint of hesitation on his face, as though he had something to say. "Xiaoshan, is something wrong?" Lei Shuiping asked in a deep voice. Teacher Lei, there's something I still want to tell you. I'm worried something might happen. What is it? During the morning training, I overheard that Gu Yao seemed to be rallying people, saying she wants to teach Lin Jin a lesson. Luo Shashan looked up, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. It's been so long, and Gu Yao and the others haven't returned. Lin Jin might be in serious trouble. Lei Shuiping's expression darkened instantly. He raised his head sharply, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. What? Is this true? Does Gu Yao still have any respect for school rules? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Luo Shashan awkwardly said, at first, I didn't think much of it. I thought Gu Yao was just saying it casually, after all, there are school rules. The rules of Jincheng High School were extremely strict. Except for public duels on the arena, no one was allowed to fight in private, anywhere or by any means. For serious cases, the punishment was immediate expulsion. This was an ironclad rule, no one dared to break it. Did Gu Yao say where it would happen? Lei Shuiping's voice carried a hint of sternness. It seems like it's at the abandoned teaching building. Alright, let's go check it out quickly. We really can't let anything happen. If they go too far and seriously injure Lin Jin, we won't be able to explain it to Principal Liang. Luo Xiaoshan sighed. By the time we get there, it might already be too late. With Gu Yao's temper, Lin Jin won't die, but he'll be severely hurt. Lei Shuiping, his thin body suddenly standing up, slammed his hand on the table, his voice tinged with anger. This is outrageous. Let's go, quickly to the abandoned teaching building. On the way, Lei Shuiping's face was as dark as a thundercloud. Although Lin Jin performed excellently yesterday, he couldn't withstand the large number of people Gu Yao had on her side. I hope we're still in time. Lei Shuiping silently prayed in his heart. In front of the abandoned teaching building, Gu Yao's accomplices heard her angry roar and immediately surrounded Lin Jin. Lin Jin, you brat are too arrogant. Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. You need to understand, there are some people in this world you can offend, but there are others you simply cannot. Why bother talking to him? Just beat him up. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The students from the elite martial arts class unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lin Jin, fists, kicks, long spears, broadswords, all kinds of attacks fell on him like a heavy rain. Lin Jin stood still, his hands in his pockets, a hint of disdain on his face. Gu Yao's strength was at the 7th layer of Blood Soul, and among the others, 4 were at the 7th layer of Blood Soul, and 5 were at the 6th layer. Without the Qiankuan Grand Shift, Lin Jin, facing 10 opponents, would have no advantage. But now, he had learned the Qiankuan Grand Shift, and everything was different. Lin Jin slightly closed his eyes, letting the attacks fall upon him. Gu Yao, watching this scene, flashed a trace of resentment and triumph in her eyes. Lin Jin, aren't you very strong? Have you given up now? However, as soon as Gu Yao's thoughts settled, Lin Jin suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp, intense light burst out from his gaze. A wave of invisible energy rippled out from Lin Jin's body, and in the next moment, all the attacks that had landed on him were instantly rebounded back towards the attackers. Before the students from the elite martial arts class could react, they were struck hard by their own attacks. Ah! 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 Screams echoed one after another. The attackers were heavily injured by their own blows, falling to the ground, groaning in pain. Lin Jin coldly looked at them, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You think I'm easy to bully just because I didn't strike? Is this the elite martial arts class garbage? Or is it just you people who are garbage? Lin Jin mocked. This is insane. Even if Jiang Yuechuan stepped in, he couldn't defeat them all with a single move, right? Gu Yao, watching this scene, was completely despairing. She couldn't believe it, so many people, and yet they couldn't defeat Lin Jin? What made her even more despairing was that Lin Jin's performance today had completely shattered her perception. The gap in strength between her and Lin Jin was now worlds apart. And 1 month ago. Everything is the opposite. Why is this happening? Gu Yao couldn't understand. Outside the abandoned teaching building, Lei Shuiping and Luo Xiaoshan could already hear the noises coming from inside. Screams, roars, and Gu Yao's shrill cry mixed together, sending chills down their spines. Lei Shuiping's face instantly turned pale, and he stormed in, shouting, "Stop! What are you doing?" However, in the next moment, Lei Shuiping froze, because the scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. It wasn't Gu Yao and her group beating up Lin Jin, but instead, Lin Jin was beating up Gu Yao and her group alone. What the hell is going on? Teacher Lei, is the elite martial arts class full of trash that ignores discipline and lacks strength? If that's the case, then I won't go to this elite martial arts class. As a well-known teacher in Jin City, Lei Shuiping's face instantly turned purple upon hearing Lin Jin's mocking words. The problem was, the truth was right in front of him, and Lei Shuiping couldn't refute it. After being the head teacher of the elite martial arts class for so many years, Lei Shuweiping had never felt so embarrassed. At this moment, he would rather see Lin Jin alone lying on the ground than the 10 or so students of his elite martial arts class. There are 10 people in the elite martial arts class, and they can't beat just one person from an ordinary class? And this person hasn't even awakened his martial vein yet? If this gets out, as the head teacher of the elite martial arts class, where would Lei Shuweiping hide his face? Embarrassing. So embarrassing. At this moment, Lei Shuweiping's face was so hot it could cook an egg. Fanny Hao, what the hell is going on? Lei Shuweiping shouted. Teacher Lei. Fanny Hao, lying on the ground, looked ashen. Enough, don't say another word. Lei Shuweiping's cold gaze turned to Gu Yao. Gu Yao, do you still have any respect for the school rules? Don't think that just because Jiang Yuetuan is backing you up, you can do whatever you want. Gu Yao's face immediately turned pale when she heard Lei Shuweiping's voice. She never expected Lei Shuweiping to suddenly appear, and she certainly didn't expect things to develop this way. Teacher Lei, I just wanted to teach Lin Jin a lesson, he's too arrogant. Gu Yao's voice trembled slightly. Lei Shuweiping stared at her coldly, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. You disappoint me too much. Gu Yao lowered her head, not daring to speak again. She knew that Lei Shuweiping was truly angry this time. Lin Jin, today, I will give you a fair explanation. Oh? How will you explain? Lei Shuweiping looked coldly at the miserable state of the people on the ground and said, today, you fought privately, violating the school's rules. You should have been expelled, but since it's your first offense, as punishment, your monthly rewards will be suspended and given entirely to Lin Jin. The students of the elite martial arts class receive not only various strengthening potions and training privileges, but also a reward of 50,000 daxia coins every month. Giving all 10 people's rewards to Lin Jin is no small amount. Lin Jin, what do you think? It's fine, but it's still not enough. What else do you want? Lin Jin pointed at Gu Yao's face and slowly said, this kind of bitch is like maggots in the toilet, disgusting to look at. Tell her to get lost, so she doesn't ruin my mood. Lei Shuweiping was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and said, alright, Gu Yao, acting recklessly, bullying the new students, ignoring discipline, fighting privately, and causing serious harm to the image of the elite martial arts class. From now on, she is deprived of her spot in the elite martial arts class. He actually agreed? Lin Jin's eyes lit up. The world of martial arts really is one where the fist speaks. Little did he know, Lei Shuweiping did this entirely for the upcoming Tianshan sword sect, as he needed Lin Jin's combat strength. If Lin Jin's violent beating of Gui Xiangfei on the martial arts stage made Lei Shuweiping think that Lin Jin was a talent with potential, then now seeing Lin Jin easily crush Gu Yao and 10 other elite martial arts students, Lei Shuweiping saw endless potential in Lin Jin. What's the big deal about a mere golden martial vein? But when Gu Yao heard Lei Shuweiping's decision, she instantly turned as if her soul had been taken. Her face instantly turned ashen. She couldn't believe Lei Shuweiping would make such a decision. Teacher Lei, you can't do this. You don't have the power to do this. Chapter 8, Only the Strong Deserve Better Resources. Kicking Gu Yao out, Lin Jin felt secretly pleased in his heart. At this moment, even the air heading towards the Jingwu building felt much fresher. Joining the Jingwu class, the benefits are not something the regular classes can compare to. Lei Shuweiping said as he walked. The injured Jingwu class students supported each other, following behind Lei Shuweiping, not daring to make a sound. Oh? A monthly bonus of 50,000 daxia coins, and the most important thing is. Lei Shuweiping's voice paused slightly, his eyes flashing with a gleam, every meal, you can eat beast meat. Lin Jin's eyes lit up. To cultivate the blood-soul realm and strengthen the body, the most important thing is to acquire a lot of energy, continuously triggering one's potential. And this energy acquisition, before activating the martial veins, can only be obtained through food. Even after activating the martial veins, though you can absorb the world's essence, eating high-level beast blood can still provide a lot of help. But there is one problem, the beasts are tainted with demonic energy, so humans wanting to eat beast meat must not only enter the black domain to hunt the beasts, but also go through specialized institutions to purify the demonic energy. The process is complicated, which is why beast meat is very expensive and costly. Ordinary students can't afford it at all. 1 pound of first-tier beast blood meat costs over 1,000 daxia coins, eating it once a day for a month would cost tens of thousands of daxia coins, making it unaffordable for ordinary families. High-level beast meat is even more expensive. Moreover, this is just one of the places where money is spent on martial arts training. Buying martial tools, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills all cost money, they are bottomless pits. In his memories, Lin Jin's previous self could only eat beast meat once a month, and the portion was very small. But in the Jingwu class, beast meat is plentiful. This is the difference, the different allocation of resources, combined with innate talent, only causes the gap between regular class students and Jingwu class students to grow wider. The class divide was thus born. This is also the reason why Lin Jin's fight against Gu Shangfei caused such a stir in the school. Unless you suddenly awaken a powerful martial vein, regular class students can't keep up with the cultivation progress of Jingwu class students. How could they talk about winning? This is impossible. Lei Shuiping continued, of course, there are other benefits, like better teaching resources, private practice rooms, and higher-level reading room privileges. These conditions will make your cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Lei Shuiping kept introducing the advantages of joining the Jingwu class to Lin Jin, but Lin Jin's mind was completely elsewhere. He was thinking about how to get some beast meat. His Jianmu can devour demonic energy. If he has beast meat tainted with demonic energy, wouldn't he be able to make better use of it? Not only could he gain soul power, could he even make a big profit? Is this such a good thing? Thinking of this, Lin Jin couldn't wait to go get some beast meat to experiment. A single draw from the Jianmu panel costs hundreds of soul power, and he was truly worried about how to get more soul power. After all, directly facing the black domain puppets and beasts still carries a certain degree of danger. This kid has a good temperament. I've offered so many benefits, and he can still remain indifferent. But I don't believe you won't be moved? Lei Shuiping looked at the thoughtful Lin Jin, as if saying it casually, by the way, next month, the Tianshan Sword Sect will send people to our school for exchange and sparring. At that time, you knew Jingwu class students might have the chance to spar with the geniuses from Tianshan. Tianshan has produced a peerless genius who awakened an extreme talent, the innate swordbone. And Principal Liang said, if our students perform well, there will be generous rewards. Tens of millions of daxia coins and high-level cultivation techniques to choose from. As for the rewards, because of the Jianmu lottery pool, they didn't attract Lin Jin much. But the chance to spar with the Tianshan Sword Sect's geniuses did make Lin Jin feel a bit of interest. After all, the Heavenly Sword Sect is well known in the 5 provinces of the Northwest, a famous martial arts sect. To become a true powerhouse, one must step on the strong ones who block the way, relentlessly, crushing them underfoot. Completely conquer them. Is that so? I hope they're not too weak, or it won't be fun. Lin Jin didn't say this because he was arrogant or ignorant. After all, with the world of Jianmu and the Qiankuan Great Transposition Heart Technique, who knows how strong Lin Jin could become in a month? You brat, your ambition is quite high. Lei Shuiping was slightly stunned at first, then laughed heartily, but, I like your personality. If you want to become a martial artist, you must have the unshakable confidence of a martial artist. Leaving Lei Shuiping's office, Lin Jin felt a bit of regret, regretting that he had kicked Gu Yao out too soon. Otherwise, if Gu Yao came back to cause more trouble, wouldn't that mean he could get rich overnight? Ah! I made a wrong move. Lin Jin muttered to himself, gazing at the black card in his hand in a daze. This card held a total of 550,000 great xia coins. Aside from the 500,000 compensated by Gu Yao and others, there was also a reward of 50,000 for Lin Jin joining the elite martial class this month. I have to say, Lei Shuiping's efficiency is really high, just a few calls, and everything was solved. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Jin also got a martial vein activation elixir. The martial vein activation elixir is extremely rare, with the cheapest on the market costing tens of thousands, very expensive. For those who have not activated their martial veins, it can improve the probability of awakening them, and for those who have already activated their veins, it can enhance the veins and accelerate cultivation speed. Most importantly, it could even trigger a second spring of awakening for the martial vein. This is why many true martial artists still use the martial vein awakening elixir. The martial vein awakening elixir is distributed by the country, with each student generally receiving only one. However, because of their exceptional talent, students of the elite martial class at Jincheng High School receive an additional one funded by the school. That's the benefit of attending a prestigious school like Jincheng High School. That morning, Lin Jin became rich thanks to Gu Yao's revenge. So, is Gu Yao here to pay off the debt to the previous life? Lin Jin, would you like to visit the library first, or go to the training room? Luo Xiaoshan's voice was gentle, sounding very shy. His task was to help Lin Jin get familiar with the elite martial building, which was assigned by Lei Shuiping. Lin Jin looked at the tall and muscular Luo Xiaoshan, who spoke in a delicate voice like a woman, marveling at the wonders of creation, then said without hesitation, let's go to the training room. Right now, the most important thing is to improve his strength as soon as possible. The Qiankuan Great Transposition cultivation has just begun, he can't afford to waste any time. Otherwise, how will he face the soon-to-appear geniuses? As for the library, he'll go when he has time. Lin Jin entered the training room password, and the dark-colored metal door opened with a hiss, a metallic feel immediately overwhelming him. The training room was large, equipped with instruments for strength, speed, and endurance training, and all kinds of weapons from knives, swords, spears to halberds were available. Damn it! This is such discrimination. Thinking back to the cramped training room with dozens of people in the regular class, and now seeing this one, the difference is like heaven and earth. In any world, only the strong deserve more resources. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an unchanging truth of the universe. Lin Jin clenched his fist, took a step back for a run-up, and delivered a powerful punch to the punch force testing machine. Buzz! The punch force testing machine suddenly tilted 45 degrees backward, and the screen displayed the number 8,888. What? 8,888 kilograms of punch force? Luo Xiaoshan's eyes widened in shock. With the Blood Soul 8th Full Circle Realm, a martial artist's natural talent adds power, and the maximum explosive force should be around 8,000 kilograms, right? Doesn't Lin Jin have an unawakened martial vein? Why is he so strong? What exactly is his background? Chapter 9, Blood Soul 9th Realm, Smashing the Punch Force Testing Machine. Not bad. Lin Jin thought as he looked at the over 8,000 kilograms of punch force he had just unleashed. Lin Jin was very satisfied. According to common logic, in the first stage of blood essence, a human's maximum punching force can reach 200 kilograms, in the second stage 400 kilograms, in the third stage 600 kilograms, in the fourth stage 800 kilograms, and in the fifth stage 1000 kilograms. After the fifth stage, it grows exponentially. At the sixth stage, the punching force is 2000 kilograms, at the seventh stage 4000 kilograms, at the eighth stage the maximum is 8000 kilograms, and at the ninth stage, the peak can reach 16,000 kilograms. But this is just a theory, and very few people can actually approach it. As for higher stages like the river boundary and sea condensation boundary, strength is no longer measured simply by force. It's more about control over the forces of the world's primal energy and even the power of the universe's order. At this moment, Lin Jin, with the help of the high-level technique Qiankuan Great Shift, can concentrate his power and explode it instantly, so both his punching power and speed surpass the limits of a human in the 8th stage of blood essence. Do you have anything else? Oh, no. Hearing Lin Jin's reminder, Luo Xiaoshan finally snapped out of his shock. I'll leave now, Lin Jin. Close the door for me. After Luo Xiaoshan left, Lin Jin took out the Martial Vein Awakening Potion. Twisting open the bottle cap, a unique fragrance rushed into Lin Jin's nose, and he drank it all in one go. With the help of the World Tree Space, Lin Jin's strength had skyrocketed, but without awakening his martial vein, he couldn't enter the martial vein realm and become a true martial artist. So, Lin Jin's most urgent task was to figure out how to awaken his martial vein. Earlier, the World Tree panel showed, Martial Vein Awakening Progress, 10%. This meant that he was not unable to awaken his martial vein, but the conditions were not yet sufficient. After taking the potion, a pain that couldn't be described in words instantly spread throughout Lin Jin's limbs and bones. It felt like thousands of ants were biting him. It was also like being sliced by thousands of knives. Lin Jin couldn't help but bend over as beads of sweat as big as beans fell like rain. Damn it! Is this fake medicine? Lin Jin cursed through the pain, but deep down he knew that this was the Martial Vein Awakening Potion starting to take effect, activating the martial vein hidden within him. In his sea of consciousness, the World Tree panel appeared again. World Tree Growth Stage, Awakening Stage. Current Soul Power, 10, can be increased by absorbing Killing Power. Reward Pool has been opened. Current Reward Pool Level, Low Martial Era. Each time drawn, you will obtain all basic martial arts techniques, basic equipment, and basic elixirs from the entire low martial world. Martial Vein Awakening Progress, 20%. Time Flow Speed, 365x. The Martial Vein Awakening Progress went from 10% to 20%. It was really effective. It seems that all I need to do is get more Martial Vein Awakening Potions to awaken my martial vein? Do I really have to go through this pain many more times? Lin Jin frowned. This really hurts. Doesn't childbirth hurt less than this? But, as the ancients said, when great responsibility is placed upon a person, they must first be tortured in mind and body. Facing the harsh reality, Lin Jin could only use mental consolation to cheer himself up a bit. After the endless pain ended, Lin Jin's consciousness sank into the World Tree world and began cultivating the Qiankuan Great Shift technique. With a time acceleration of 365 times, 1 year in the World Tree world was only 1 day in the real world. First year of cultivation, Lin Jin's Qiankuan Great Shift reached the first layer's great perfection. At this time, Lin Jin's true energy moved through his meridians like a mountain torrent. Cold air or heat waves surged between his fingers, and his bones made crisp popping sounds. Third year of cultivation, Qiankuan Great Shift reached the second layer's great perfection. At this point, Lin Jin could control his true energy with more precision, shifting his body and positioning, completely mastering the ability to move. 10th year of cultivation, Lin Jin's Qiankuan Great Shift reached the initial stage of the 5th layer. At this time, during cultivation, he needed to visualize the grand concept, able to lift mountains, break rivers, merge the power of the heavens into his meridians, and do as he pleased, even perfectly imitating other people's techniques. 15th year of cultivation, Qiankuan Great Shift's heart method finally approached perfection. Damn it, compared to Great Master Zhang, my talent is far from enough. Lin Jin silently complained in his sea of consciousness. Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze was sharp, filled with an indescribable brilliance. After 15 years of hard training, Lin Jin's cultivation had successfully broken through to the peak of the 9th stage of blood essence. If it weren't for the unawakened martial vein, Lin Jin would be confident in stepping into the martial vein realm, becoming a true warrior. But reality? It's only been 15 days. A life on cheat mode is fucking amazing. Always on cheat mode, always amazing. Lin Jin's fist was gathering strength, diving forward, so fast that his body left an afterimage in the air. The next second, Lin Jin's fist slammed hard onto the power testing machine. Woo woo. The power testing machine swayed back and forth, emitting sharp, high-pitched whistling sounds. The values on the display started to jump violently, 3,000, 5,000, 13,000, 16,000. Until the machine finally stopped, a white mist began to appear on the screen. Bang! How is this possible? Outside the window, Luo Xiaoshan shuddered. His phone, which was taking pictures, suddenly dropped to the ground. Since Lin Jin had closed himself off for cultivation, Lei Shuiping had told Luo Xiaoshan to pay more attention to Lin Jin whenever he had the chance. For the past 15 days, Lin Jin had been in seclusion, motionless, and Luo Xiaoshan would always timely send the pictures of Lin Jin's cultivation state to Lei Shuiping. But this time, Lin Jin's performance completely overturned Luo Xiaoshan's understanding. Why did the power testing machine emit white smoke? That's because the power displayed on the machine had surpassed the threshold it could read. In other words, Lin Jin's punch had exceeded 20,000 kilograms, breaking the power testing machine. A punch of 20,000 kilograms, what kind of concept is that? Comparable to a martial vein realm warrior. In just half a month, his punch power skyrocketed by more than one whole realm? Is Lin Jin even human? Such a fast cultivation speed is too abnormal. How did he do it? Shocked. 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 Since Luo Xiaoshan awakened his golden martial vein, he had thought he was talented, but compared to Lin Jin, he felt a sense of shame. Luo Xiaoshan, absolutely must never offend Lin Jin in the future. Lei Shuiping was in his office, reviewing the students' cultivation progress materials from the elite martial class when he suddenly saw a message from Luo Xiaoshan. This kid, he can't even send a proper picture, what's this? Lei Shuiping instinctively adjusted the phone photo, then his eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open. After a moment, Lei Shuiping suddenly slapped his thigh and jumped up. I found a treasure. His strength has improved so fast? It's truly unbelievable. No, I have to report this to Principal Liang quickly. As he spoke, Lei Shuiping dialed Liang Ji's number. Are you sure about this? On the other end of the phone, Liang Ji's voice was also a bit excited. Absolutely true, Lin Jin is still in the training room. If you don't believe me, you can come ask him yourself. Alright. Liang Ji hesitated for a moment, then suppressed his impulse and said, let's not disturb his cultivation, we can't let him become arrogant. True. Principal Liang, you have an eye for talent. You saw Lin Jin's difference at a glance during the competition. Liang Ji smiled slightly. Old Lei, Lin Jin really is a good seed, you should nurture him well. If you need anything, just ask me. Understood, Principal Liang, don't worry. By the way, how is the investigation into the Black Domain going? There's some progress. I've also communicated with Captain Zhong from the Black Dragon Mountain in Jincheng. Results should come soon. That's good. After hanging up, the smile on Lei Shuiping's face remained, not fading for a long time. Su Wanqing, Zhang Yuechuan, and Lin Jin, with these three, does Jincheng High School have even a 10% chance against the Shushan Sword Sect? Sigh, maybe I'm being too optimistic. The innate sword bone, that's a supreme martial vein talent. Lei Shuiping shook his head, and the smile on his face faded with it. Chapter 10, You Shameless Person. Who is it? Lin Jin asked when he heard an unusual sound outside the room. Lin Jin, it's me. Luo Xiaoshan, what are you doing here? Do you need something? Lin Jin opened the door to the training room and saw the gentle giant Luo Xiaoshan standing outside, looking awkward. There's indeed something, Lin Jin, Luo Xiaoshan continued. Teacher Lei asked me to tell you, if you're done with cultivation, go to his office. I think it's related to Black Dragon Mountain. Oh? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. Got it. I'll go find Teacher Lei right now. Just as Lin Jin was about to walk out of the training room, the door of the room next door opened with a sound. A stunningly beautiful girl in a silver training uniform, with a tall and curvy figure, appeared in Lin Jin's sight. Is it her? She also goes to Jincheng High School? How come I've never seen her before? And now she's my neighbor? The reason Lin Jin hadn't seen Su Wanqing before was because she had joined Black Dragon Mountain long ago and rarely came to school. Lin Jin looked at the silver-clothed girl in front of him, a little lost. That day on the bus, they had fought for 300 rounds. Good afternoon, Wanqing. Luo Xiaoshan, like an innocent boy, greeted the silver-clothed girl shyly. Wanqing? So she's Su Wanqing? The real school beauty of Jincheng High School, the true #1 genius? Only at this moment did Lin Jin connect the name Su Wanqing with the person in front of him. What kind of taste did my past self have? If you want to suck up, at least suck up to someone like Su Wanqing. Gu Yao. What kind of low tier is that? Su Wanqing ignored Luo Xiaoshan and stared at Lin Jin with sharp, blade-like eyes. Heh, so you're hiding here. I've been looking for you for so long and couldn't find you. Turns out you've become a coward. Su Wanqing clearly remembered how Lin Jin had touched her all over that day. She swore to teach him a lesson. After returning to school, she even heard Lin Jin beat up the whole Jingwu class alone, shaming them greatly. As the #1 in the Jingwu class, under the instigation of others, Su Wanqing began to think of teaching Lin Jin a lesson. As long as she, Su Wanqing, was here, the Jingwu class of Jincheng High School would never allow Lin Jin to do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, she hadn't run into Lin Jin in these past few days. Lin Jin originally had a good impression of this girl. After all, she risked her life to fight a second-ranked Black Yu beast, showing great courage. But after hearing Su Wanqing's mocking words, Lin Jin's mouth curled up with a cold smile. This is that damn arrogance of a genius again? That self-important goddess attitude? TCH. Screw that emperor crap. Since that's how it is, I'll let you see what reality really is. What the fuck is reality? Can you fucking speak properly? If not, I suggest you go back to the womb and be remade, and grow a damn better mouth in your next life. Lin Jin's counterattack was like a bomb dropped into a lake, stirring up endless waves, leaving Su Wanqing utterly stunned. You. Su Wanqing had never in her life heard such vulgar words. Clang. Hearing these words, Luo Xiaoshan's phone fell to the ground again. He looked at Lin Jin with eyes full of admiration. To say something so authentic? Only Lin Jin could do that. Lin Jin stared straight at Su Wanqing, his gaze icy cold. In this world, whoever pisses me off, I'll make their whole family suffer. I don't care if you're a goddess or a school beauty, in my eyes, it's all worthless. Lin Jin, you're simply trash. Someone like you, worthy of joining the Jingwu class? Worthy of being my neighbor? Su Wanqing's chest rose and fell violently, and her whole body surged with icy true energy. The temperature in the hallway dropped rapidly. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaoshan naturally took a step back. Just as expected, a woman, always running her damn mouth. Whether I join the Jingwu class or not, it's not your fucking call. Su Wanqing was nearly enraged to the point of coughing blood. She knew she could never out-insult Lin Jin, so she stopped talking and chose to attack. Clang! With a loud sound, the spear in Su Wanqing's hand twisted and suddenly stabbed toward Lin Jin's chest. Facing the sudden attack, Lin Jin instantly retreated into the training room and grabbed a heavy iron staff from the weapon rack. Spear and staff clashed, making a loud metallic crash that echoed painfully. Even though Lin Jin had the upper hand in words, in the real fight, Su Wanqing completely suppressed him. After all, Su Wanqing had already stepped into the martial vein realm and was a true martial artist. However, Su Wanqing still held back the power of the martial vein. Does it really require all my strength to teach Lin Jin a lesson? In the training room, the space is limited, gun shadows and stick winds are twisting and fighting within a narrow space. Su Wanqing's ice snow silver gun scraped across the stone bricks of the training room, sparking intensely. The gun's cold brilliance made people tremble. Facing Su Wanqing's relentless pressure, even if Lin Jinyan used his burning wooden stick technique, he couldn't defuse Su Wanqing's icy gun skills. The attacks were sharp as ice blades. Is this all your strength? Daring to shout in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Su Wanqing looked pleased. The ice snow silver gun in her control moved like a snake, with each strike wrapped in endless cold air. Of course, it's Liang Jingru, Lin Jinyan said casually. He. Su Wanqing snorted coldly, her golden talent Absolute Zero instantly erupted. The temperature in the entire training room suddenly dropped, as if time had been frozen. Everything seemed to have been pressed on pause, and Lin Jinyan began to be encased in ice. It's over. Su Wanqing barked, swinging her long gun fiercely toward Lin Jinyan's waist. Under Absolute Zero, Lin Jinyan couldn't possibly dodge her spear, so Su Wanqing avoided hitting Lin Jinyan's vital spots. She just wanted to teach Lin Jinyan a lesson, not take his life. Unbeknownst to her, her good intentions did not save Lin Jinyan but saved Su Wanqing herself. As the long spear struck Lin Jinyan's body, Su Wanqing felt a great force rushing back from her spear, instantly striking her body. Su Wanqing let out a muffled groan, blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Clearly, the victory was in her grasp. What kind of technique is this? Or did you awaken a special martial talent? The ice on Lin Jinyan gradually cracked, revealing his proud expression. What's it to you what technique I cultivated? Just tell me, with my strength, do I not qualify to enter the elite martial class? Do I not deserve to be the neighbor of the school belle? This time, hearing Lin Jinyan's mockery, Su Wanqing calmed down greatly. She admitted, indeed, Lin Jinyan's strength was very strong. If she hadn't entered the martial vein realm and become a real martial artist, she might not truly be Lin Jinyan's opponent. But now, Su Wanqing's icy face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, her voice colder. You are indeed very strong, but you are still not my match. The next move will determine the winner. Su Wanqing shouted sweetly, and the ice snow silver gun in her hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, endless cold air condensed on the long spear. Su Wanqing, gripping the silver gun, transformed into an ice dragon, charging towards Lin Jinyan. It was the ultimate skill of ice snow gun technique, ice dragon trampling heaven. Lin Jinyan's eyes flashed. The yin-yang transference could only transfer limited force attacks, while Su Wanqing's full strike was overwhelmingly powerful. But Lin Jinyan was not panicking. The moment ice dragons kept appearing in his mind, traces of true energy flowing within Su Wanqing's body came into sight. Then Lin Jinyan himself transformed into a fire dragon charging towards Su Wanqing. Mimicking any technique is the core ability of the fifth layer of the yin-yang transference. Ice and fire dragons collided violently in the training room, producing a deafening roar that shook the entire room. In the moment of the explosion, both Lin Jinyan and Su Wanqing were thrown away and fell hard to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Jinyan instantly surged forward, pinning Su Wanqing down tightly. In long-distance combat, Lin Jinyan lacked the various methods Su Wanqing had. To win, he could only fight up close. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned red. She originally intended to teach Lin Jinyan a lesson but didn't expect such close contact. To this, Lin Jinyan was completely unbothered, continuing to mock. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? How come you're the one being pinned down now? Lin Jinyan, you shameless person. Lin Jinyan patted Su Wanqing's cheek, coldly laughing. Shameless? Su, the beautiful lady, I just hope you realize the reality. The world doesn't always revolve around you. Remember, there's always someone better outside the clouds. After saying this, Lin Jinyan clapped his hands, intending to stand up. After insulting me, you think you can just leave? Is there such a good thing in the world? I won't agree to it. Su Wanqing's whole body exuded a chilling cold light. Lin Jin, you stay right here. Chapter 11, doing such a filthy thing? Hey, where are you? Brother Chuan, I was about to head home. Is there something you need? Just as Li Gang, the vice squad leader of the elite martial arts class, walked out of the school gate, he stopped and answered Jiang Yuechuan's call. Don't go home yet. I just got news that Lin Jin has finished his training. Go and teach him a good lesson right now. If he dies, it's on me. The best would be if he voluntarily leaves the elite martial arts class. He's asking for death. In all of Golden City High, no one dares to touch my woman. Got it, Brother Chuan, I'm on my way. Li Gang smiled broadly and turned back into the school. Jiang Yuechuan had been planning this for a long time, but unfortunately, Lin Jin had locked himself in a training session the moment he arrived in the elite martial arts class. Li Gang hadn't found an opportunity to act yet. The turtle finally comes out? Lin Jin, why did you provoke someone, and of all people, you provoked Brother Chuan's woman? From now on, you probably won't survive in Golden City High. Li Gang, you have to vent my anger for me. I want Lin Jin, that bastard, to wish he were dead. Hearing Gu Yao's vicious words on the phone, Li Gang's eyes turned cold as he gently hung up the phone. Damn it! Who do you think you are, Gu Yao? A shameless woman, and you dare to give orders to me? If you hadn't climbed into Brother Chuan's bed, who would care whether you live or die? You deserve it. Li Gang grumbled as he waddled towards the elite martial arts building with his chubby legs. Lin Jin's training room was 306, and Li Gang had known this information for a long time. Sure enough, it's still here. Seeing that Lin Jin's training room door was wide open, Li Gang's heart leaped with joy as he loosened his fists and casually walked over. According to the previous information, Lin Jin's strength should be at the 8th level of Blood Soul Realm. As for himself, he was at the peak of the 9th level of Blood Soul Realm, plus his golden martial arts talent. Dealing with a Lin Jin was a piece of cake. Lin Jin, do you know who I am? Jiang Yuechuan is my brother. You offended Brother Chuan, which means you offended me. Today, you either leave the elite martial arts class on your own, or you get dragged out of the martial arts building. Ha! The scene seems a bit off, kind of glaring to the eyes. Li Gang said a lot, intending to overpower Lin Jin with his momentum and take the initiative. However, when he turned around and saw the scene inside Lin Jin's training room, he was dumbfounded. Lin Jin was actually lying on top of Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's clothes were torn in many places, exposing her smooth, snowy skin. Su Wanqing still had a shy expression on her face? Was she enjoying it? Li Gang felt his fragile heart shatter. Who is Su Wanqing? She is the real school beauty of Golden City No. 1 High. She is the dream lover in the hearts of countless people. And yet, she was defiled by a pig? Li Gang felt a surge of anger rise in his chest, shooting straight up to his head. Shameless. A pair of dog men and women. In broad daylight, to do such filthy things, I must report this to Teacher Lei. Su Wanqing, who had already been provoked by Lin Jin, was suddenly shocked by Li Gang's filthy words at the door, almost fainting from anger. From Su Wanqing's body, a martial vein that was as crystal clear as thousand-year-old ice emerged, followed by a second one. On each martial vein, endless icy energy surged. The blood-soul realm cultivates the true qi inside the body, which is limited in energy. But martial artists cultivate the world's energy, which is incredibly powerful. The moment Su Wanqing's martial veins appeared, the entire room's energy began to rush into her body, and the temperature in the training room instantly dropped to freezing point. With a powerful shake, the Lin Jin, who was frozen into an ice block on top of Su Wanqing, was sent flying straight to the ceiling. The ceiling of the training room instantly cracked into a spider web pattern. For the first time, Lin Jin was shocked in his heart. Is this the true power of a martial artist? Once entering the martial vein realm, absorbing the world's energy and tempering the body, a martial artist's physical condition will undergo a qualitative change. This is something the blood-soul realm can never compare to. Just now, Su Wanqing didn't use all her strength. The power that Su Wanqing unleashed now is more than 3 times what she showed earlier. If she had used her true strength from the start? How long can I hold on? After crossing over, Lin Jin felt a crisis for the first time. My ability to cheat is still far from enough. Is this how it's going to be? How can I trample all the talented individuals beneath my feet? How can I make my goals a reality? I must awaken my martial veins as soon as possible. Su Wanqing stood up, gripping her ice and snow spear, taking one step at a time towards Li Gang. The coldness in Su Wanqing's eyes made Li Gang's body tremble involuntarily. You pig! Who are you calling filthy? Who are you calling scum? Li Gang, I'm talking about that bastard Lin Jin, not. Before Li Gang could finish his sentence, he didn't have time to react before Su Wanqing struck him with her spear. Li Gang flew into the air, a sharp pain surged in his abdomen, as if his organs were shattered, and his body slammed hard against the wall of the training room. The wall was deeply dented in. You pig! Can't you speak like a human? Su Wanqing raised her ice and snow spear again. Lin Jin felt a bit sorry. This fat guy Li Gang really came at the right time, successfully redirecting all of Su Wanqing's anger away from him. Li Gang? Good man, I wish you all the best. Lin Jin closed his eyes, and he saw Su Wanqing hit Li Gang with her spear again, causing Li Gang to scream in agony. Wanqing, stop! Lin Jin looked at Lei Shuiping, who had rushed in, and felt relieved. If this continues, Li Gang might lose his life. It doesn't matter whether his brother or father is Jiang Yuechuan. Teacher Lei, you're here. Please save me, Su Wanqing is trying to kill me. Li Gang coughed up blood, his face full of despair. Seeing Lei Shuiping was like finding a savior. What's going on here? Don't you have any respect for school rules? Don't you see me as your teacher? If it weren't for Xiaoshan reporting in time, this would have turned deadly. Hearing Lei Shuiping's reprimand, Su Wanqing retracted her martial veins, pointing at Lin Jin on the ceiling, glaring fiercely, and coldly said, You ask him. Su Wanqing strode out of Lin Jin's training room. Lin Jin, who are you? Do you dare to teach me a lesson? You're lucky this time. Su Wanqing slammed the door of her training room shut, her anger still not fully dissipated. This school beauty has quite a temper, huh? Next time we fight, I must dampen your fiery spirit. Lin Jin circulated his true energy, slowly melting the icy cold from his body, and successfully returned to the ground. Lin Jin, you really know how to cause trouble? Don't you know that Su Wanqing is already at the 2nd level of martial veins? Why provoke her? Teacher Lei, clearly she provoked me first. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Are you going to let someone like her run wild? Lin Jin complained. Manage? How to manage? Looking at Lin Jin, Lei Shuiping felt a headache coming on. The 2 biggest geniuses of Jin Shanghai, Jiang Yuechuan and Su Wanqing, not only have outstanding talent but also deep backgrounds, so Lei Shuiping has always adopted a hands-off approach towards them. Even Principal Liang Ji rarely gets involved in their matters. Although Lei Shuiping is strict, he can't really manage it. Who told their families to be so powerful? Outstanding talent. Teacher Lei, I might die here. Can you stop chatting and save me first? Li Gang, crouched in the crack of the wall, looked utterly wronged. Xiaoshan, quickly, take him to the infirmary for treatment. Come on, Lin Jin, you have to come with me to my office first. But, Teacher Lei, my training room. Lin Jin glanced at his hurt training room, wanting to say something but stopping himself. This is easy to handle, I'll call the logistics department later to repair it. Back in the office, Lei Shuiping slowly took out a bank card from his drawer and handed it to Lin Jin. Teacher Lei, what's this? Lin Jin was puzzled. Lei Shuiping explained, a few days ago, Captain Zhong Mushuan from Black Dragon Mountain came and specifically mentioned your brave performance against the Black Domain puppets that day. I didn't expect you, so young, to face the black domain puppets for the first time, not only without fear but also killing them like a hero. You truly bring glory to our Jincheng High School. If only all our students were as brave and driven as you, why would I worry about our Jincheng High Schools ranking among the 5 provinces in the Northwest? Principal Liang is very satisfied with your performance and has specially taken money from his own pocket to reward you. He hopes you can work even harder and carry on our school's excellent traditions. Of course. Taking money from his own pocket? Lin Jin smiled silently. Besides, if it weren't for the rewards from killing the black domain puppets, who would risk their lives for no reason? Lin Jin, if you have any difficulties with your training, feel free to tell me. Lei Shu Weiping's tone was gentle, and his eyes showed concern. The school has abundant resources, as long as you have potential, we won't be stingy. Lin Jin nodded. I do have one question. Teacher Lei, do you know where I can get a lot of beast meat? Preferably freshly killed. Chapter 12, Underground Black Market. Gotzi, where have you been? You didn't respond to any messages. Jiang Yuechuan's voice on the phone was like ice shards, cold and hard. Brother Jiang, I'm in the school infirmary. Li Gang lay on the hospital bed, gritting his teeth in pain. What the hell are you doing? Lin Jin is living a worthless life. If he dies, so be it. Why do you care? Hearing Jiang Yuechuan's dissatisfaction, Li Gang's voice cracked. Brother Chuan, I'm the one in the infirmary, not Lin Jin. What did you say? You let Lin Jin get hit? Brother Chuan, I didn't let Lin Jin get hit, but I let Su Wanqing hit him. Jiang Yuechuan was even more confused. How did Su Wanqing get involved? That kid Lin Jin doesn't know what trick he used, but he actually conquered Goddess Su. When I went, I ran into them. What were they doing? Tell me. Jiang Yuechuan's voice was urgent on the other end of the line. Li Gang steeled himself, in the training room, doing things that shouldn't be seen. He was filled with anger just thinking about that scene. What did you say? Brother Chuan, Goddess Su was, well, you know. Li Gang's expression was exaggerated, gritting his teeth in hatred. Li Gang did not hear Jiang Yuechuan's reply. The other end of the phone fell into a long silence. In Jincheng, in a core area, Jiang Yuechuan, wearing loose pajamas and with a stern face, looked at the flowing river, frowning tightly. Veins bulged on Jiang Yuechuan's hands, and with a crisp sound, his phone was completely twisted and deformed, turning into a piece of junk, while the screen still showed a candid photo of Su Wanqing. Lin Jin, how dare you act recklessly in my territory? You're looking for death. You don't know that Su Wanqing is my woman? How dare you touch her? Jiang Yuechuan's brows were filled with killing intent. In all of Jincheng High School, or even the entire Jincheng, as long as Jiang Yuechuan wanted a woman, he could have her. But Su Wanqing was the exception. What one cannot have always stirs up desire. Jiang Yuechuan wanted Su Wanqing more than anyone. He wanted to completely conquer her and make her proud head bow down at his feet. Thus, in Jiang Yuechuan's heart, Su Wanqing was his forbidden treasure, not allowing anyone to touch her. But now, she was actually sullied by Lin Jin? It was like someone had taken a dump on his head. As the pride of Jincheng, how could Jiang Yuechuan swallow this anger? Brother Chuan, that useless Lin Jin, he simply doesn't take you seriously. The whole Jincheng High School knows that Su Wanqing is your beloved, and he still dares to. Gu Yao, in tight black silk, with a curvy figure, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yuechuan from behind, her voice charming. Her long legs in black silk gently swayed in the reflection of the floor-to-ceiling windows, making her appear exceptionally sexy. Brother Chuan, even if you don't do it for me, you should do it for yourself. Otherwise, the classmates will think that the leader of Jincheng High School has changed? Gu Yao continued to fan the flames. First, he insults me, then he takes what I love, and I don't know what he'll do next. Enough. Jiang Yuechuan snapped coldly. Feeling like grass is about to grow on top of my head. Lin Jin, this is your choice to seek death, don't blame me. Gu Yao grinned smugly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Lin Jin, since you have already died for me once, why are you still alive? Jiang Yuechuan picked up another new phone from the table and quickly dialed an unknown number. Young Master Jiang, what's the matter? Came a somewhat childish yet gloomy voice from the other end. I've done so much for you, even helped you evade the Black Dragon Mountain's pursuit, now I need your help. Jiang Yuechuan got straight to the point. What is it? Get rid of someone for me. Who? Lin Jin, Jiang Yuechuan added, a student from Jincheng High School. I will send you a photo. Okay. When Lin Jin left school, it was already evening. The setting sun was blood red. Lin Jin did not return to his rented room, but took a taxi heading toward the north of the city. According to Lei Shu Weiping, there is the only underground black market in the north of the city, where cheap beast meat can be bought. Most of it carries residual devil energy. Devil energy? This is exactly what Lin Jin needs, the more, the better. 650,000 dasha coins, how much meat can that buy? Lin Jin was filled with anticipation. This concerns his future. And also his financial prospects. In the north of the city, underground black market. From the outside, it looked like ruins, but inside, there were shops everywhere, brightly lit, crowded with people, bustling with life. The sounds of clamor, shouting, and arguing, various noises mixed together, coming at him like a wave. Each stall was closely connected, filled with all kinds of strange items. Everything one could imagine, dazzling to the eye. This is a paradise for adventurers, and also a playground for fugitives. Moreover, it is a den where money and desire intertwine. Lin Jin's gaze scanned the crowd, as all sorts of people gathered here. There were warriors dressed in tattered battle gear, their faces scarred. There were mysterious merchants wearing masks to hide their identities. And there were women dressed provocatively, heavy makeup, using their eyes to tease passing customers. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, some greedy, some vigilant, some excited, and some numb. Lin Jin, in his school uniform, stood out particularly. Immediately someone noticed him. "Hey kid, this is no place for you, you should head back," a kind-hearted middle-aged man advised quietly. Lin Jin just smiled slightly, not saying much. "Hey, kid, want something thrilling?" A stall owner, with a face full of flesh and a thick gold chain around his neck, blocked Lin Jin's path with a malicious grin. "I have good stuff here, guaranteed to satisfy you." The stall owner's voice carried a hint of temptation. Lin Jin didn't even look at him, bypassing him and continuing forward. His goal was clear, to find the stall selling beast meat. In the black market, beast meat is hard currency, but also the most dangerous commodity. Unpurified beast meat carries rampant devil energy, which ordinary people cannot withstand. If mishandled, they could be corroded by the devil energy, turning into monsters that are neither human nor beast. Fresh beast meat, selling cheap. Just brought from the edge of the black domain, absolutely potent. A shout came from a corner. Lin Jin turned his gaze that way, spotting a small figure standing behind a shabby stall. The person was bundled up tightly, revealing only a pair of shrewd eyes. And two gold-capped front teeth. Very eye-catching. On the stall, several bloody chunks of meat lay, still carrying faint black energy, emitting a nauseating smell of blood. Lin Jin walked over. The stall owner looked up, paused for a moment upon seeing Lin Jin, then revealed a sly smile, his gold teeth gleaming under the light. "Linin. With a sinister aura. Eating it can quickly improve strength, but one must be careful not to be rebounded by that sinister aura." The stall owner spoke with a hint of pride. Lin Jin scoffed coldly in his heart, rebound by sinister aura? What a joke. Only I will devour the sinister aura. How much is this meat? Lin Jin asked directly, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. The stall owner's eyes lit up, here was a big customer. "Little brother, you found the right person. The meat here is from the first-tier ferocious beast, the black-horned rhinoceros, it's definitely high quality. Stop the nonsense, just tell me the price." Lin Jin was somewhat impatient. "One price, 5,000 per pound. There are exactly 50 pounds here, a total of 250,000. 5,000? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Lin Jin sneered. "This meat is only worth 2,000 per pound at most, are you selling or not? First-tier ferocious beast meat is bought for just over 1,000 at the Starfire Trading Company." This stall owner clearly thought he could cheat him because he was young. The stall owner's face instantly turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. "Little brother, this is the black market. I set the prices, if you don't buy, there are plenty who will. 2,000, I'll take all of it. This meat will rot if left too long, and then it'll be worth nothing. You should weigh it carefully." The stall owner was stunned. He didn't expect this young man in a school uniform to be so sharp. Moreover, the quantity Lin Jin wanted was indeed large, 50 pounds was not a small amount for him. The stall owner hesitated, his eyes darting around. In the end, he chose to compromise. All right, 2,000 it is. Consider it a deal with a little brother, next time you need anything, just come find me." The stall owner clenched his teeth and said, forcing out an ugly smile. Lin Jin completed the payment and collected all 50 pounds of the ferocious beast meat. He casually asked, "Are there any bigger stores in the black market? From what you're saying, is 50 pounds not enough?" The stall owner looked at Lin Jin in surprise. Lin Jin did not answer, but his eyes had already conveyed everything. The stall owner understood, this young man before him was probably not an ordinary student. "Little brother, people who buy unrefined ferocious beast meat in such large quantities aren't common. So, the ferocious beast meat circulating in the black market is also limited. However, if you really want more, I can introduce you to a few suppliers. They are hunters who frequently enter the black domain and have the freshest sources." "Oh? Hunters?" Chapter 13, Devouring Sinister Aura. Becoming stronger. After buying the black horned rhinoceros meat, Lin Jin found a quiet corner. Here, few people came. Lin Jin took the ferocious beast meat from his bag and began to absorb the remaining sinister aura from the meat. The black sinister aura trembled faintly in the air, as if searching for gaps to invade. Lin Jin closed his eyes and started to operate the Jianmu system in his consciousness sea. As the Jianmu trembled continuously, an invisible force surged from within his body. In an instant, the black domain sinister aura gathered towards Lin Jin's body like iron filings attracted by a magnet, while the Jianmu space absorbed the sinister aura quickly like an endless hole. The soul power value in the Jianmu panel of the consciousness sea kept jumping. Current soul power value, 20, can be increased by absorbing sinister power, reward pool activated. Soul power value plus 10. Soul power value plus 10. Soul power value plus 10. Current soul power value, 520, can be increased by absorbing sinister power, reward pool activated. Current reward pool level, low martial era. Each draw guarantees 3,000 fundamental techniques, basic equipment, and basic items from the low martial world. Martial vein awakening progress, 20%. Time flow rate, 365 times. After about half a quarter of an hour, Lin Jin opened his eyes. At this moment, the black aura on the black horned rhinoceros meat had completely disappeared, leaving only pure meat. Lin Jin roughly understood that 1 pound of first-tier ferocious beast meat could provide a soul power value of 10. A soul power value of 520 is still far from enough. But now, this meat is worth much more. Lin Jin muttered to himself, a bright spark flashing in his eyes. To become stronger, one needs more money. The Jianmu can help him achieve that. Through the crowded hustle, Lin Jin walked straight to the stall where he had bought the beast meat before. The stall owner was busy bargaining with other customers and, seeing Lin Jin return, showed a hint of surprise. "Little brother, you're back so soon?" The stall owner stopped the trade in his hands and looked at Lin Jin with curiosity. Lin Jin smiled slightly, took out a piece of purified black rhinoceros meat, and placed it in front of the stall owner. "Boss, will you take this piece of meat?" The stall owner was stunned for a moment, then showed a greedy smile, picking up the meat to examine it carefully. The purified beast meat emitted a faint gleam, with no trace of evil energy. This quality of meat was extremely rare in the market. Is this completely purified black rhinoceros meat? The quality of this purification even exceeds that of the Starfire Trading Company. The stall owner, unable to believe his eyes, asked, "Little brother, where did you get this? Or how did you manage to purify the beast meat so quickly?" "Boss, don't ask things you shouldn't ask," Lin Jin replied coldly. "Just answer me, will you take this meat or not?" "Sorry, I spoke too much." The stall owner smiled awkwardly. In this world, aside from relying on technology, there were other ways to purify beast meat, like mysterious weapons or magical martial arts talents. But these were secrets of others that a small stall owner shouldn't pry into, or it could lead to deadly consequences. The Starfire Trading Company sells purified first-order beast meat at 4,000 per unit. Your black rhinoceros meat is of better quality. I'll give you 5,000, how about that? Deal. Lin Jin smiled slightly, in a great mood. Spending 10,000 on unpurified beast meat, moments later profiting 15,000. His balance had changed from 550,000 to 700,000. Is the speed of earning money too fast? It's almost faster than a money printer. The stall owner carefully stored the meat and showed a satisfied smile. "Little brother, you've made a good deal. However, I must remind you, purifying beast meat isn't an easy task, be careful." "Don't worry, I can handle this little bit of evil energy." Truly, a hero comes in the young. The stall owner gave Lin Jin a thumbs up. "Boss, you should still have unpurified rhinoceros meat, right?" "What? Do you want more?" Lin Jin nodded. "I don't have any here, but I can find a way for you. However, I have one condition." "You say? If you can purify again, will you sell the purified rhinoceros meat to me?" The stall owner's small eyes sparkled with excitement. He informed Lin Jin that the selling price for the first-order beast meat from the Starfire Trading Company was indeed 4,000, but the quality was somewhat less, still retaining a bit of evil energy that affected its taste. Yet the fully purified beast meat in Lin Jin's hand could sell for at least 6,000 at the Starfire Trading Company. Buying it back for 5,000 per pound, the boss could still make a profit of 1,000. However, Lin Jin didn't mind, making money together was good. He eats meat, others drink soup, that's fine. Moreover, Lin Jin also needed to rely on the stall owner's connections, so he almost immediately agreed to the stall owner's condition. "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back." Half an hour later, the stall owner returned with a face full of smiles, bouncing back and taking out a beast from the soul sealing jade. A nearly complete young black rhinoceros, but without horns and skin. This? Lin Jin looked at the rhinoceros before him, surrounded by endless evil energy, and fell into deep thought. How heavy could this be? 1,000 pounds? How much would this cost? Adding the 70,000 he just earned, the balance was seriously insufficient. The stall owner seemed to see through Lin Jin's embarrassment and smiled. This young rhinoceros meat looks heavy with evil energy, but as long as it can be purified, it can definitely sell for a good price. To ensure we can cooperate long-term, I'll give you a preferential price, 1 million. How about that? Lin Jin secretly calculated, this young black rhinoceros weighed about 1,000 pounds. Based on the previous price of 5,000 per pound after purification, that would be 5 million in income. Pure profit of 4 million. Absolutely a great deal. However, Lin Jin pretended to be in trouble. Purifying evil energy requires a lot of cost, and it takes a lot of time. 1 million is too expensive, I can only offer 600,000. If you agree, I'll do this business, but if you don't. Upon hearing this, the vendor immediately put on a smile. 600,000 it is. The hunting team also wants to befriend you. Warriors with the ability to purify evil energy are extremely rare, each one is a treasure, and various forces are vying for them. So, the vendor, Old Jean, would rather lose money than miss the chance to befriend Lin Jin. Seeing how readily the vendor agreed, Lin Jin felt a bit regretful about his high bargaining. Little did he know, at that moment, in Old Jin's eyes, Lin Jin was a living money tree. As long as he clung to Lin Jin, he would surely make a fortune. In fact, as long as there was enough time, opening a shop might one day rival the Starfire Merchant Group. Black Market. In a hidden corner. Over 1,000 pounds of Black Rhino's evil energy surged rapidly into Lin Jin's body. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Tree of Life panel finally displayed. Tree of Life Growth Stage, Awakening Stage. Current soul power value, 10630, can be increased by absorbing evil energy. Reward pool has been opened. Current reward pool level, Low Martial Era. Each draw can obtain 3,000 basic martial arts, basic equipment, and basic auxiliary items from the low martial world. Martial Pulse Awakening Progress, 20%. Time flow rate, 365 times. A full 10,000 soul power value, over 100 draws, enough for me to guarantee one. I wonder if it can help me condense my martial pulse. Chapter 14, Medicine Makes Me Undefeatable. In Lin Jin's Sea of Consciousness. 3 majestic bronze giant doors stood upright, countless inscriptions carved on them, like growth rings, recording the changes of civilization, ancient and weathered. Lin Jin pressed his palm against one of the bronze doors, infusing soul power, and the bronze door responded by opening. This time, Lin Jin chose the elixir pool. Behind the bronze door was a space shimmering with colorful light, and these lights came from various precious medicines and spirit materials. Wow! Even though he was already prepared, seeing the dazzling array of pills inside the bronze door still left Lin Jin stunned. No awakening of martial pulse? Then I'll just take medicine, take enough medicine to awaken the martial pulse. Is the realm too low? Is my strength too weak? Medicine will make me invincible. Start the draw. Lin Jin smiled brightly, his thoughts moving, as soul power transformed into streams of light, weaving through the bronze door. The time for drawing seemed to stretch, with every flash of light causing Lin Jin's heart to race. Strength Pill Effect, enhances physical strength, increases power for a short time, lasting for 1 hour. Grade, Beginner. Side effect, the user will experience hair loss. Not bad. But what's with this side effect? Hair loss? Lin Jin shook his head and continued to the next draw. For the second draw, after the light flashed, a vitality pill appeared in Lin Jin's item bar. Vitality Pill Effect, supplements vitality, speeds up wound healing. Grade, Beginner. For the third draw, Wound Healing Ointment. Effect, quickly stops bleeding when applied externally and promotes wound healing. Grade, Beginner. Why are they all beginner level? Lin Jin complained inwardly. For the fourth draw, Purple Gold Ganoderma. Effect, enhances cultivation speed, strengthens physique. Grade, Beginner. What bad luck. Lin Jin felt a bit helpless. For the seventh draw, Strength Pill. Another strength pill? Lin Jin felt a bit irritated. For the eighth draw, Vitality Pill. Duplicate. Lin Jin sighed. For the ninth draw, Wound Healing Ointment. Is this draw pool making fun of me? Lin Jin cursed inwardly. Until the 10th draw, a beam of light pierced through the bronze door, revealing a glowing purification pill in the item bar. Purification Pill Effect, helps the practitioner purify the martial pulse, increasing martial pulse awakening by 10%. Grade, Intermediate. Intermediate reward. And it's a special reward that increases martial pulse awakening. At this moment, all of Lin Jin's worries scattered like clouds. I told you. With so many elixirs in the reward pool, how could there not be one for awakening the martial pulse? Continue. Maybe I could be lucky and draw gold on the first try, or even draw double gold. But the upcoming lottery did not bring any stroke of good luck. Every 10 draws yielded one intermediate elixir, while the rest were all basic pills like strength pills and healing ointments. On the 20th draw, the Vitality Elixir effect gently refines the meridians with medicinal power, increases the absorption speed of the world's essential energy. On the 30th draw, Centennial Ginseng effect extends life and restores lost energy and blood, a life-saving remedy. On the 40th draw, Clarity Pill effect enhances the user's understanding. Until the 99th draw, a brilliant golden light swept across the bronze door. On the 100th draw, Millennium Tianshan Snow Lotus effect greatly stimulates the user's martial arts talent, precisely repairs broken meridians. Grade, high. Guaranteed gold drop. Lin Jin felt both joy and resentment. He was happy that he received gold, but resentful that it was a guaranteed drop. A whopping 10,000 soul strength points had been spent. Looking at the floating various pills in the space of Jianmu, the most numerous were strength pills, healing ointments, and chi blood pills, each with 2 to 3 dozen pieces. Among them, there were 3 types related to the meridians, 3 wash marrow pills, 2 vitality elixirs, and 1 Tianshan Snow Lotus. However, the effect of the vitality elixir is to increase the absorption speed of essential energy, which can only be consumed after Lin Jin awakens his meridians. Would 3 wash marrow pills and 1 Millennium Tianshan Snow Lotus be enough for me to condense my meridians? Who cares? Let's just try it. Lin Jin took out a wash marrow pill and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a blazing heat rose from his lower abdomen, spreading quickly throughout his entire body. Lin Jin felt like a million ants were gnawing at his heart, endless pain made his whole body tremble. At the same time, the Jianmu panel emerged, Meridian Awakening Progress, 20% plus 10%, Current Progress, 30%. It's really effective. Lin Jin gritted his teeth and endured the pain of washing the marrow and refining the meridians. He took out the second wash marrow pill and swallowed it again. Pain intensified, but Lin Jin's will remain strong, and he would not retreat. In the wind and rain, what is this bit of pain? Meridian Awakening Progress, 30% plus 10%, Current Progress, 40%. Just a little more. Lin Jin took out the last wash marrow pill and swallowed it without hesitation. This time, the pain reached its peak, as if all the meridians in his body were being reforged. Sweat soaked Lin Jin's school uniform. Meridian Awakening Progress, 40% plus 10%, Current Progress, 50%. Not enough. Lin Jin gritted his teeth and took out the Millennium Tianshan Snow Lotus, placing it in his palm. The Snow Lotus emitted a faint chill, as if containing endless spiritual energy. After consuming the Snow Lotus, a cool breath surged into Lin Jin, swiftly repairing the vaguely damaged meridians inside him. How could my meridians be damaged? Could it be because Gu Yao used me as a punching bag before? Aside from this reason, Lin Jin could not recall anything in his past life that would have led to the damage of his meridians and the inability to awaken. Damn it, Gu Yao! In an instant, Lin Jin felt a powerful force erupting within him, the hidden potential within his meridians beginning to awaken. One of the meridians trembled ceaselessly, as if something was awakening. Meridian Awakening Progress, 50% plus 60%, Current Progress, 110%. Meridian Awakening successful. Bronze Meridian Condensation complete. Realm Breakthrough to Meridian Level 1. I did it! Lin Jin opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise passing through. He clearly felt that he had condensing a bronze-colored meridian within him. The meridian is the bridge for the body to absorb and communicate with the world's essential energy. Although it is only the lowest level of meridian, it still made Lin Jin ecstatic. With the awakening of the meridian, Lin Jin became a true martial artist. From now on, the vast world is mine to roam. Lin Jin clenched his fist. The breakthrough of his realm caused his core abilities like strength and speed to multiply. With a gentle punch, unmatched power instantly created a sonic boom in the space around him. This strength must weigh around 50,000 kilograms, right? Isn't the level of a second meridian martial artist about this? If I face Su Wanqing now, I should have the strength to fight back, right? But it's still not enough. Next time we meet, I not only want to defeat her, but I want to crush her. I want to show this top genius of Jinsheng High School. Truly understanding what it means that there are always more talented people out there. And it's not just empty talk. However, the bronze martial vein cannot possess martial talent, which made Lin Jin feel a bit regretful. But when the Jianmu panel appeared again, the regret in Lin Jin's heart was replaced by overwhelming joy. Jianmu Growth Stage, Awakening Stage. Current Soul Power Value, 630, can be improved by absorbing evil energy, reward pool unlocked. Martial Vein Awakening Progress, Bronze Martial Vein Awakened, can continuously evolve, current evolution progress 10%. Time flow rate, 365 times. The martial vein can continuously evolve? In other words, my bronze martial vein can evolve into a golden martial vein, possessing martial talent? Even, one day, it can evolve into an extreme martial vein or a legendary martial vein? Chapter 15, Perfecting the Great Transfer of Heaven and Earth. Strike while the iron is hot. Taking medicine should be satisfying. Lin Jin swallowed the purple gold spiritual mushroom whole, and soon after, the medicinal power took effect, causing a rush of heat in his body, as if a fire was burning inside. Lin Jin immediately adjusted his posture and began to practice the Great Transfer of Heaven and Earth heart method. In the first year of cultivation, you gained a preliminary understanding of the sixth layer of the Great Transfer of Heaven and Earth heart method, starting to comprehend the transformation principle of true energy. True energy flows like a rushing river, endlessly circulating. In the second year of cultivation, with the aid of the purple gold spiritual mushroom, Lin Jin attempted to transform the true energy in his body into yin-yang attributes, but the medicinal power was insufficient to complete the breakthrough. At this time, true energy began to show different fluctuations of yin and yang, but the transformation was unstable, often interrupted. Not enough medicinal power? Lin Jin immediately swallowed all the purple gold spiritual mushrooms, blood-boosting pills, gas-inviting pills, 100-year ginseng, and transparent pills he had. Damn it! This should be enough, right? Lin Jin gritted his teeth, his body trembling from the immense impact of the medicinal power, but his eyes revealed an indomitable light. In the third year of cultivation, under the influence of multiple medicinal powers, Lin Jin's cultivation speed significantly improved. The circulation of true energy in his body became smoother, and the transformation of yin and yang gradually stabilized, with the meridians becoming more resilient. In the fifth year of cultivation, with the aid of the gas-inviting pill, the true energy in Lin Jin's body circulated like the yin-yang fish, chasing and transforming each other. In the sixth year of cultivation, Lin Jin perfected the sixth layer of the Great Transfer of Heaven and Earth. Mastered the power of star shift. At this moment, true energy enveloped Lin Jin like yin-yang twin dragons, frost in his left palm and flames in his right, resonating with the aura of heaven and earth with every breath. In the 10th year of cultivation, with the aid of the transparent pill, Lin Jin finally perfected the 7th layer of the Great Transfer of Heaven and Earth. Mastered the realm of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Jin seemed to glimpse the ultimate truth of martial arts. Before the enemy's strength even arrived, he could predict its direction. All things of heaven and earth could be transformed for his use. With the breakthrough in martial arts heart method and countless medicinal aids, Lin Jin's cultivation also broke through from the first level of the martial vein to the second level. Exiting the Jianmu world, there were twinkling stars in Lin Jin's eyes, reflecting the universe. 10 years in the Jianmu world is just 10 days in the human world. Morning. In the black market, people were bustling about, very lively, but no one noticed Lin Jin hiding in a remote corner. Boss, the spiritual beast meat has been purified. The thin stall owner, with a big gold tooth, lit up with excitement when he saw Lin Jin walk over. Little brother, you finally came. Lin Jin took out a juvenile rhino from the Jianmu world. Boss, please check the goods. The stall owner approached the juvenile rhino's corpse, reaching out to feel and check for any residual evil energy flow. Not bad, not bad. Such clean beast meat, this is the first time I've seen it in so many years. Little brother, you really surprised me. You managed to get this done in just 10 days. Efficient. The stall owner instinctively gave a thumbs up, nodding in approval. 10 days? 10 days were for cultivation. Consuming the evil energy took merely a moment. A smile crept on Lin Jin's lips. With the boss verifying the goods, he quickly transferred 5 million great xia coins into Lin Jin's bank card. 5.1 million. Looking at the 7-digit balance displayed on the card, Lin Jin felt a bit emotional. In the last life, he had never possessed so much money. But in this world, this amount of money is not much, because martial arts training is essentially a money pit, an endless hole. No matter how much money there is, it will never be enough. After all, in this world, if it wasn't for Lin Jin having Jian Mu's assistance, wanting to buy a high-level mine method comparable to Jian Coin de Nuoi would probably cost tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of de xia coins. After exchanging contact information with the stall owner, Lin Jin left the black market of Jin City. Lin Jin's phone was almost about to explode. Among them were several calls from strangers. If he didn't go to school soon, Jin City High School might list him as a missing person. Not long after Lin Jin walked out of the night market, he sensed a dangerous aura following him. Is someone following me? Lin Jin frowned. After breaking through his realm, his 5 senses had greatly improved. This kind of aura? This is a wave of killing intent. On the rooftop of a tall building behind Lin Jin, a strange boy in a red cloak, with a cold expression, was watching Lin Jin's every move below. On his chest, there was a large tribal totem and the 4 big characters Holy Church Immortal, gleaming in the rising sun. He was indeed the De Huang cultist Xing Luo, who had escaped from under Zhong Muxian of Black Dragon Mountain. Kid, I thought you were going to live in the black market. Now, accept the judgment of my god. The god will grant you death and give you rebirth. Xing Luo slowly placed his pale finger, as delicate as a girl's, beside his bright red lips. Lin Jin vaguely heard a sharp whistling sound. In the next second, several hideous black domain puppets, with their skin stretched over their bones and covered in black tumors, lunged out from the abandoned buildings on either side of Lin Jin. 6 low-level black domain puppets? Lin Jin smirked. Low-level black domain puppets were only as strong as Blood Soul Realm humans. For the current Lin Jin, they were simply not enough to be taken seriously. Lin Jin maintained his forward stance, allowing the 6 puppets' sharp, steel-like claws to stab towards his body. Moments later, the attacks of the 6 puppets suddenly shifted, stabbing towards each other. The power of Qian Kuan de Nuai can shift any attack in force. At the same time, Lin Jin stepped forward, his speed so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. The 6 black domain puppets fell to the ground in an instant, their killing intent completely absorbed by Jian Mu. Current soul power, 636, can be increased by absorbing killing intent. Reward pool opened. TCH, only increased by 6 soul power. Is this too weak? Using this trash to deal with me, is this looking down on me? Lin Jin looked up and said, "Aren't you going to make your move? If you don't make a move, I might just leave." "Oh? Did you find my location? Since you know I am here, and still not running away, how foolish." A faint smile appeared on Xing Luo's strange face. "I will personally send you on your way." After saying this, Xing Luo leaped down from the tall building, his dark red cloak fluttering in the wind. "It's him." Lin Jin recognized Xing Luo. He was the De Huang cultist who had controlled the second-tier ferocious beast, Gu Diao, that day. "Why does he want to kill me? Where did Gu Diao go? Hasn't Black Dragon Mountain been searching for his whereabouts all along?" A series of questions flashed through Lin Jin's mind, but he had no time to think carefully. Because the bone knife in Xing Luo's hand, glowing with a deadly black light, was already stabbing towards his chest. Lin Jin still did not dodge, allowing the bone knife to come within 3 feet of his body. Within 3 feet, the direction of the bone knife suddenly changed, passing beneath Lin Jin's armpit. Qian Kuan Domain. The ultimate essence of Qian Kuan de Nui. Within a 3-foot range, a domain is formed where enemies entering the area become trapped as if in quicksand, unable to extricate themselves, and the trajectories of all weapons shift by 3 inches on their own. Lin Jin spoke out to provoke Xing Luo hiding in the shadows, just to test how strong the Qian Kuan domain he had just comprehended was. Ugh! Xing Luo let out a muffled grunt as Lin Jin's knee punched hard into his chest, and he was limited by his body, unable to dodge at all. "How did you do that?" Xing Luo flew backward, a trace of black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lin Jin, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. Lin Jin was clearly weaker than him, yet he was able to injure him. Xing Luo found it hard to accept and attacked Lin Jin again, but the result was the same. He couldn't break through the 3 feet around Lin Jin. This time, Lin Jin directly grabbed Xing Luo's arm, starting to absorb the dark domain evil energy within him. "What? You can actually absorb evil energy? Is this your martial arts talent? What on earth are you?" In that moment, Xing Luo was utterly astonished. Normally, martial artists tainted by evil energy would be polluted, but this person before him not only was fine but could also devour his source of evil energy. Someone once said, "The sky of Disya cannot contain dirty things." Lin Jin said this sentence, purely thinking it sounded very cool. "I will cleanse you of this dirt." The wooden structure in Lin Jin's body trembled, and Xing Luo instantly turned pale. Xing Luo's bone knife struck down, directly severing the arm that Lin Jin was holding, and he flew away like a startled bird. "Kid, if it weren't for my brother Diao not being here, you would surely die today. Today's grudge over the lost arm will surely be repaid in the future." Lin Jin coldly laughed. "Revenge? Next time we meet, I will definitely take you down." And in the distance, Zhang Muxian, wearing oversized shorts, quietly appeared. He looked at Lin Jin from afar, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 16, The Lower Half of an Animal. Do not pursue a cornered enemy. Xing Luo's failure was entirely due to being restrained by Lin Jin's Qiankuan realm and ability to absorb evil energy. In a real life and death fight, Lin Jin might not defeat Xing Luo. Why fight desperately? The people of the Great Wilderness sect naturally had their own men from Black Dragon Mountain to deal with it. Just as he thought of this, Lin Jin saw Zhang Muxian, dressed in a wealthy short-sleeved shirt and flowered shorts, with a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth, waving to him from the pedestrian bridge ahead. Lin Jin smiled and nodded, crossing the road at the crosswalk. This kid. Zhang Muxian's expression was a bit awkward. Did he not realize I was specifically waiting for him? Lin Jin looked at the time, quickened his pace. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the first bus to school. In his subconscious, Lin Jin was a good student who obeyed school rules. Of course, skipping class for 10 days was purely an accident. Jincheng High School was strict in managing ordinary students, but for the elites of the Jingwu class, freedom of teaching was actually promoted. So, Su Wangqing and Jiang Yuechuan were rarely seen at school. After all, their families were large and prosperous, not lacking in this little bit of school resources. Classmate, should we find a place to chat? Lin Jin felt an arm drape over his shoulder, and a choking smell of smoke wafted in. Chat about what? Let's chat about the school flower of Su University. How's your progress going? By the way, you must know who the school flower is now, right? Zhang Muxian grinned mischievously. No? He had fought 300 rounds. Glancing at the arrogant captain of Black Dragon Mountain, Lin Jin moved his arm away, in a hurry, not interested. Then how about chatting about the Great Wilderness Sect? Oh? Don't you want to know why the Great Wilderness Sect wants to kill you? Lin Jin stopped, this question evidently piqued his curiosity. Do you know? Of course. Why? No rush, let's find a place, brother, to chat over food. Zhang Muxian's arm draped over Lin Jin's shoulder again. Brother? How did this become brother? Lin Jin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. By the Jin River, at a steamed bun shop. Lin Jin ordered a bowl of porridge and a steamer of buns, then asked, Captain Zhong, since you saw the Great Wilderness Sect, why let him go? What do you think? Guess? What do I guess? Lin Jin felt unhappy in his heart. Say it if you want. Zhang Muxian laughed heartily, not caring about Lin Jin's indifference, and ordered a breakfast for himself as well. The Great Wilderness Sect uses the Dark Domain as a stronghold, intending to destroy and control the entire Blue Star, reviving the ancient Heavenly Court. They have always acted secretly but have become increasingly reckless in recent years, continuously creating conflicts everywhere and even inciting powerful martial artists and major sect families. Jincheng has always adopted a zero-tolerance attitude towards the Great Wilderness Sect. This time, the cult of the Great Wilderness was able to cross our Black Dragon Mountain defenses without us noticing, suddenly appearing in the Golden City. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? Is there a spy from the Great Wilderness cult in the Golden City? Indeed, that's also why I let the Great Wilderness followers leave just now. Are you trying to fish them out? You're quite clever. Zhong Muxuan bit into a bun, without bait, how can one catch fish? But how is this related to his ambush against me? Lin Jin asked. Of course, it's related. Zhong Muxuan reminded, think about whether you've touched someone else's cake recently? Gu Yao. She doesn't have that much power yet. Then there's only one answer, Jiang Yuechuan. For a woman? Sending the Great Wilderness cult to kill me? Jiang Yuechuan, claiming to be one of the two great geniuses of Golden City High, seems to be rather lacking. Not afraid of exposure. Ha! Just a brainless lower body animal. Lin Jin, since you found out about the Jiang family, why not just destroy them directly? Zhong Muxuan spread his hands, destroy them? How? We don't even have direct evidence. Jiang Jinbei, as one of the directors of Black Dragon Mountain in Golden City, is very powerful. Without evidence, Black Dragon Mountain can't act without reason. But this time Jiang Yuechuan sent the Great Wilderness followers to kill you, which gives us a great opportunity to uproot the Jiang family. Zhong Muxuan's eyes turned cold. How so? Using Jiang Yuechuan as a breakthrough point, we can take them down one by one, exposing the entire Jiang family. Then, we at Black Dragon Mountain will strike with thunderous force, completely sweeping away the Great Wilderness cult's influence in Golden City. We'll return Golden City to its clear skies. What do you think? Little brother, are you interested in joining our great plan? Zhong Muxuan's voice was filled with passion. What are the benefits? Lin Jin replied blandly. Benefits? Isn't it an obligation for us warriors to contribute to our country? Zhong Muxuan stood proudly with righteousness. What are the benefits? Lin Jin remained unmoved. Do you think shouting a few slogans can fool me? I'm not a 3-year-old. Since Jiang Yuechuan dares to come and kill me, he must bear the consequences of attempting to kill me. Backed by Black Dragon Mountain, how powerful can the Jiang family be? Once solid evidence is in hand, can they still stir up waves? Even though I'm determined, I still need to fight for the benefits. In a world of great conflict, how can one not strive? Zhong Muxuan looked at Lin Jin's determined eyes, pretending to be disappointed. Alright, what benefits do you want? That depends on what benefits you can provide. How about the Black Dragon Order? Holding this order is equivalent to being a captain of the Black Dragon team, allowing you to call upon 100 people's strength to assist in combat anywhere in Great Xia. That's just average. What other benefits do you have? Lin Jin replied indifferently. Zhong Muxuan glared at Lin Jin, you have quite a big appetite, don't you? After all, cooperating with you is quite dangerous, and I might even have to risk my life. Lin Jin laughed, the more I demand, the stronger I become, making your plans more secure, right? Fine, I saw your fighting today. Your defense is sufficient, but your attack is indeed lacking. I'll pass on the Ninefold Fire Sun Blade to you, but I only have 5 styles. Ninefold Fire Sun Blade? Heavenly grade technique? Each style sold at the market prices for hundreds of millions of great xia coins. Lin Jin trembled with excitement. This is the legendary technique created by the Supreme Blade Sovereign of Great Xia. Zhong Muxuan actually willing to pass it on to me? The shocking image of Zhong Muxuan slicing down a second-tier beast with 3 blades still fresh in my mind. Deal. Lin Jin took a deep breath. Zhong Muxuan broke into a smile, extending his hand to shake Lin Jin's hand. Brother! To celebrate this great moment, I know a health spa that just opened nearby. How about I take you to try it out? Lin Jin retracted his arm and got up to leave. You go by yourself. I still have school. It's early in the morning, you still want to be healthy? Be careful not to strain your back. Watching Lin Jin leave, Zhong Muxuan murmured, this kid hasn't been gone for a few days, and his strength has actually broken through to the second level of the martial vein. Such talent is truly monstrous, a bit ridiculous. A Black Dragon Order, trading a peerless genius for Black Dragon Mountain, my ability to empty-handedly wolf the white is still not bad. Zhong Muxuan said proudly. I hope the 9 heavy fire yang saber can lend him a helping hand on his future path. Zhong Muxuan taught Lin Jin the 9 heavy fire yang saber purely because he valued talent. Chapter 17, How did I become the school-wide enemy? When a person is happy, their spirit is bright. Lin Jin walked into Jincheng High School, the morning sun shining on him, making him look exceptionally spirited. However, Lin Jin quickly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Students around were looking at him with strange eyes filled with envy, jealousy, but mostly obvious hostility. What's going on? Lin Jin wondered to himself, why do these people's eyes look like I forced them? Is there a bit of resentment? Lin Jin listened closely and heard people whispering. Is that Lin Jin? I heard he slept with Goddess Su. I don't know if it's true. Don't listen to those rumors, Su Wonking has cleared it up a long time ago. It's not like that, besides Lin Jin isn't worthy, another boy rebutted, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. That's not certain, I heard someone saw it with their own eyes, and Jiang Yuchuan has looked for Lin Jin several times these days, looks like revenge is coming. I think, this matter is almost certain. Ah, what a pity, even Goddess Su's reputation has collapsed. Lin Jin frowned, constantly hearing similar discussions along the way. It turned out that these days, a rumor was running rampant in the school, he not only slept with Goddess Su Wonking but also shirked responsibility, disappearing like a ghost. Although Su Wonking has come out to explain, more people would rather believe she was shy and wanted to keep their private affair underground. Thus, Lin Jin unknowingly became the public enemy of all the boys in the school. There were all kinds of insults, some said Lin Jin was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Some complained that Lin Jin was a pig who ruined a great cabbage. In short, it was all Lin Jin's fault. Anyway, Lin Jin just isn't worthy of Su Wonking. Ah, interesting. If one person says I have a problem, then it must be their problem. If a group of people say I have a problem, then it must also be their problem. What does it have to do with me? Lin Jin casually walked toward the Jingwu building, just in time to run into Luo Xiaoshan walking towards him. Seeing Lin Jin, Luo Xiaoshan immediately called out, Lin Jin, you finally came, Teacher Lei has been looking for you every day these past days. Yeah, I know. Most of the missed calls were from Lei Shu Weiping. Are you going back to the training room? Isn't that obvious? Why don't you not go back first? These days, classmate Su Wonking has been waiting for you. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes flickered. Waiting for me? You two's business, the school rumors are flying everywhere, don't you know? I just found out. It's really unpleasant, sometimes I can't even bear to listen, it's all Li Gang's nonsense. Since it's Li Gang saying it, why would Su Wonking look for him? Why wait for me? Li Gang, I heard he was beaten up by classmate Wonking in the school hospital, and he can't get out of bed for a while. Lin Jin, why don't you hide a bit longer? Luo Xiaoshan wanted to persuade Lin Jin, he didn't want to see Lin Jin ending up like Li Gang. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Jin chuckled, striding into the Jingwu building. It should still be time to go to the infirmary now. Luo Xiaoshan sighed. Bang! Lin Jin closed the door of the training room, saying he would let them say what they wanted, I am like the clear wind blowing over the mountain. Hearing the door close, Su Wonking, who was meditating next door, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Jin, you finally came back? These days, Su Wonking has been staying at school just to wait for Lin Jin to return. You cowardly turtle? If you had joined me to debunk the rumors, could they have spread like this? What do you mean I slept with you? My Su Wonking's innocence has been ruined by you, you bastard. You've been hiding for so long? You must have done it on purpose, right? Do you think this will make me have any kind of relationship with you? Nonsense. Su Wanqing grew more and more angry as she thought, picking up the ice and snow spear beside her and walking out the door. Lin Jin, today I will settle the score with you. Just as Lin Jin was about to sit down, he heard a rapid knocking sound from outside the training room. Who is it? Is it a death warrant? Lin Jin frowned and opened the door. You? Seeing Su Wanqing's pale face, Lin Jin was somewhat stunned. Trouble had found him just after arriving at school. What's wrong, Su Campus Beauty? Looking for me for something? Su Wanqing glared at him, her tone tinged with a hint of coldness. Did you do it on purpose? Do what on purpose? Lin Jin had an innocent look, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Stop pretending. Su Wanqing yelled furiously, if you had appeared earlier to clarify the misunderstanding, could rumors have spread this far? This is all because of you. Because of me? Does it have anything to do with me? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. I was slandered, and I haven't even received mental damages. Su Goddess, don't take yourself too seriously. Previously, it was you who caused me trouble, and now it's still you who is causing me trouble. From start to finish, have I ever provoked you? I've been quite tolerant. If I had met someone like you when I was younger, I might just have to slap your proud head twice. So you know how to write the word pain. Hearing Lin Jin's sharp words, Su Wanqing laughed out of anger. This person is indeed a reckless man, a complete scumbag. Why am I arguing with him verbally? Doesn't that make me seem unsophisticated? Give him a good beating? Wouldn't that just solve the problem? With this thought, Su Wanqing shook her spear, an invisible chill instantly spreading out. She no longer suppressed her martial vein. For stubborn people, my usual method is to beat them up first until they can't say a word. Lin Jin retorted, the last person who was so arrogant in front of me has already rolled out of the elite martial class. You wouldn't happen to be the second, would you? Su Wanqing was at the second level of the martial vein. Lin Jin was also at the second level of the martial vein. With the same level, relying on the Qian Koan Great Shift, Lin Jin believed he was invincible. Even those stronger than him, like the Shanghai disciples, had to sever an arm. Let alone Su Wanqing? Facing Su Wanqing again, Lin Jin felt much more relaxed. Watching the spear sweep towards him, he teased, Su Goddess, isn't this a bit unmotivated? How about we add some stakes? Stakes? Su Wanqing sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Lin Jin, do you think your victory counts? Afraid? What is there to be afraid of? Very well, I admire Su Goddess's indomitable spirit. Lin Jin dodged Su Wanqing's spear and said, if I lose, I will accept your punishment, even if you make me run naked in school. Get lost. Who would care for you running naked? A hint of blush appeared on Su Wanqing's icy face. But if I win, you have to kneel and call me daddy. I'll call your mother. This remark almost broke Su Wanqing's defense. She had already grown extremely cold, and the temperature in the entire training room dropped to freezing point. The air began to freeze little by little. Lin Jin could hardly move, even his thoughts were sluggish. This is Su Wanqing's innate power, absolute zero. Cultivated to the extreme, she could even freeze a soul. During their last encounter, Su Wanqing had held back. This time, she would not hold back. In 3 seconds, you will lose consciousness, you will certainly lose. Having experience from the last encounter, Su Wanqing knew that Lin Jin had a strange ability to teleport attacks. This time she prepared to use her innate power to forcibly make Lin Jin lose his ability to act. Since you can counterattack? Then I won't attack, right? Su Wanqing approached Lin Jin step by step like a goddess of ice and snow. Lin Jin's entire body was completely frozen, but within his dantian, 2 streams of true energy continuously circulated, completely dissolving the extreme cold power of absolute zero. 2 bronze martial veins appeared on Lin Jin's body. True energy completely transformed into the power of ultimate yang. With the shift of hot and cold, the ice on Lin Jin's body began to evaporate little by little. Seeing this scene, Su Wanqing exclaimed in shock, Lin Jin, weren't you supposed to have no awakened martial vein? Since when did you break through to the second level of martial vein? Have you been hiding your strength all alone? I have many hidden things, Goddess Su, are you curious? If you want to know, you must spend more time with your brother. Lin Jin broke free from the ice, fully operating the Qian Kuan Great Shift Heart method, completely transforming the extreme cold air into the power of ultimate yang. Flames of ultimate yang ignited on Lin Jin's feet, fists, hair, and even his eyebrows. Lin Jin charged forward, throwing a punch at Su Wanqing. Since you won't strike, I'll force you to act. Chapter 18, Su Wanqing, call me. Clang. Lin Jin's speed was too fast, Su Wanqing only had time to raise her gun to block. A wave of ultimate yang true essence surged along the gun barrel, instantly flooding into Su Wanqing's body. Su Wanqing's delicate body shook violently, staggering back 3 steps, spitting out bright red, her expression bewildered. So strong? 3 days apart, and one must look anew, that's what they mean by the person in front of me, right? However, having been a prodigy since childhood, how could she easily bow her head or admit defeat? Lin Jin, do you think this can win against me? Let me show you my true strength. This is the power your bronze martial vein could never hope to attain. I will make you lose with a willingness to concede. Absolute zero ice freezes 3 feet. As Su Wanqing spoke, the entire training room began to freeze, a thickness of 3 feet. Lin Jin was completely turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move an inch. The large training room was enveloped in ice color, only Su Wanqing's silver training outfit sparkled with a bright silver light, extremely eye-catching. But Su Wanqing's attack was obviously not over. Snowstorms filled the sky. With a sharp cry, as she wielded her ice and snow spear like a dragon, countless ice shards solidified into spears, instantly raining down on Lin Jin, nearly covering the entire training room. Once struck, Lin Jin would become a porcupine. This was her ice and snow spear technique, another ultimate skill. Lin Jin, you lost. Su Wanqing said calmly, in her eyes, the outcome was already decided. 3 feet of freezing plus snowstorms fill the sky. This was her sure kill technique. Even a martial artist of the 3rd level of martial vein would find it hard to resist. Let alone Lin Jin of the 2nd level of martial vein. I lost? What the hell, I lost? When did I not know? Are all you women this self-conceited? With the Qianquan Great Shift Heart method running at full speed, the ice on Lin Jin's body began to evaporate, appearing in cracks. Lin Jin stepped out, invisible energy waves rippling, shattering all the ice, as the Qianquan field unfolded. The ice spears flying through the air all deviated in direction 3 feet in front of Lin Jin. Lin Jin walked step by step towards Su Wanqing. Lin Jin walked easily, but Su Wanqing watched in shock. This was her sure kill technique. Snowstorms fill the sky. How did it all lose its aim? Does Lin Jin know magic? Su Wanqing was shocked inside, unable to describe it in words. Is this all you can do? How can you be so arrogant? Su Wanqing, what makes you so proud and confident? Is it your abundant martial talent that's everywhere, or the flashiness of your spear techniques? Every word from Lin Jin was like a whip, whipping Su Wanqing's face pale. Don't get too ahead of yourself. With a burst of golden light from her martial vein, endless ice spears once again bombarded Lin Jin. Goddess Su, your attack is useless against me. Lin Jin's face was cold and expressionless, a hint of mockery in his voice. You might as well admit defeat. Loser accepts defeat. You call me daddy. I will teach you 2 sets of real spear techniques, so you know what a killing move is. You're full of crap, I'm not lost yet. Su Wanqing's face turned iron blue. Her momentum had been completely suppressed by Lin Jin, but how could she admit defeat? Su Wanqing took a deep breath, and the light of her martial vein exploded, as if to illuminate the entire training room. Ice Dragon suppresses the sky. With an angry shout, the ice and snow spear in her hand instantly transformed into a giant ice dragon. With endless coldness and pressure, it came rushing towards Lin Jin. This ice dragon seemed like a divine beast born from the world of ice and snow, each scale radiating a bone-piercing chill, each inch of its body containing destructive power. Indeed, this move is much stronger than last time. The last time the two fought, Su Wanqing suppressed the power of her martial vein, but this time, with the 2nd level of her martial vein, she unleashed Ice Dragon suppressing heaven, and its might is not to be compared. But, to defeat me, that is impossible. Su, the campus flower, you couldn't do it last time, and you can't do it this time either, just accept your fate. In the same realm, I am invincible. Saying this, Lin Jin did not exaggerate. In the same realm, with the aid of the great transfer of heaven and earth, Lin Jin could either completely mimic or transfer his opponent's martial skills, always standing undefeated. Of course, to Su Wanqing, Lin Jin's words were not only lethal but also struck at her heart. There was not a trace of panic in Lin Jin's eyes, but rather a calm and unhurried confidence. The great transfer of heaven and earth technique instantly operated to its peak, and the air around began to distort, eventually evolving into a yin-yang fish in front of Lin Jin's chest. Come on. How it came, I will return it in full. Lin Jin shouted, and the moment the ice dragon touched Lin Jin's body, the power of Star Shift instantly completely reversed the strength of the ice dragon. What? Su Wanqing frowned, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. Can it be this way too? Last time it was mimicry? This time, he's not bothering to pretend? Turning my attack into his own? How am I supposed to fight now? Su Wanqing only felt a flash before her eyes as the gigantic ice dragon suddenly appeared right in front of her. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The cold and violent force instantly hurled Su Wanqing away, crashing her against the wall of the training room. Her body was fiercely impacted by the power of the ice dragon, blood spurted from her mouth, and her delicate body softly slid down to the ground. I actually lost. Su Wanqing lay on the ground, looking at Lin Jin with eyes full of disbelief and humiliation. She had never experienced such a defeat in her life, nor had she ever been so easily beaten by anyone. Su Wanqing's heart was filled with disappointment and resentment. That sense of superiority she had held was completely shattered at this moment. Yes, you lost, Su, the goddess. Lin Jin said indifferently. According to our agreement, you must call me Dad. Lin Jin walked toward Su Wanqing, his tone filled with teasing. Still proud? Let's see how proud you can be. What first genius of Jincheng number 1 high school, isn't she just my defeated enemy? Still thinking you're above everyone else? I just want to crush the pride of you so-called geniuses under my feet. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned pale, her heart filled with extreme humiliation. She bit her lip, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. Make her call him Dad? How could she possibly utter such a title? That is harder than death. But losing is losing, willing to bet means willing to lose. A warrior's pride does not allow her to play dirty. Su Wanqing's heart was filled with struggle and pain. At a critical moment, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open, and Luo Xiaoshan rushed in with a doctor and a stretcher. Su Wanqing immediately pretended to faint. Luo Xiaoshan originally came to carry Lin Jin, but unexpectedly found Su Wanqing lying on the ground, while Lin Jin stood by unscathed. What happened? Has Lin Jin really become this powerful? Luo Xiaoshan looked at Lin Jin with newfound respect in his eyes, filled with admiration. Is Su Wanqing not even his opponent anymore? Lin Jin, who are you? Why are you so strong? Doctors and nurses quickly lifted Su Wanqing onto a stretcher and took her to the infirmary. Su Wanqing lay on the stretcher, eyes closed, her heart full of humiliation and loss. A trace of tears shimmered at the corner of her eye, but she gritted her teeth, refusing to let the tears flow. Chapter 19, Whose Cause? Whose retribution? Pretending to faint? The school flower actually resorted to this trick? Lin Jin watched Su Wanqing being carried away, feeling somewhat unexpected. However, he just teased Su Wanqing and never really made her call him Dad. After all, he wasn't ready to be a dad yet. I've said it before, there's always someone better out there, but you just don't believe it. Defeating Su Wanqing made Lin Jin feel confident. With his current strength, participating in the warrior assessment would be more than enough. If he could get into a good martial arts university, there would be more resources, more opportunities, and he might even explore the depths of the black domain. This would greatly benefit his training. Before the martial arts assessment, wasn't there an exchange competition coming up? Is the time approaching? Lin Jin suddenly remembered, when he joined the elite martial class, Lei Shu Weiping mentioned the Tianshan sword sect. During these days of busy training, Lin Jin almost forgot about it. Xiaoshan, when is the Tianshan sword sect coming? The tall and reserved Luo Xiaoshan replied without hesitation, it's in 5 days. Teacher Lei has been looking for you these days to discuss how to deal with the Tianshan sword sect's Yi Shuai. Yi Shuai. This was the first time Lin Jin had heard that name. Luo Xiaoshan explained, he is the peerless genius from the Tianshan sword sect with innate sword bones. So it's him. That name sounds a bit weak. Lin Jin said calmly. What kind of strength does he have? He seems to be at the 4th level of the martial vein. Luo Xiaoshan added, but it said that Yi Shuai's most terrifying aspect is his extreme talent, innate sword bones, allowing him to control countless swords and take down enemies from 1,000 miles away. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes were filled with envy like little stars. So amazing? Controlling countless swords, killing enemies from 1,000 miles away? This guy Yi Shuai, though his name isn't impressive, has some serious talent. Lin Jin felt a hint of urgency in his heart. Of course, it was just a tiny bit. After all, with his cheat, give me time, who's better than me? But now, the revolution has not yet succeeded, we still need to work hard. Lin Jin prepared to start practicing the 9-layer fire sun sword technique. Once he learned this top-tier technique, he could walk with more peace of mind. In case he met Yi Shuai, he might even turn him into a real weakling. So, Lin Jin politely asked, Xiaoshan, do you have anything else? If not. Yes, there's still. Luo Xiaoshan seemed a bit shy, but he really had something to ask Lin Jin. Then go ahead. Lin Jin looked at the sincere and shy boy in front of him with interest. Luo Xiaoshan bowed deeply to Lin Jin and said seriously, Lin Jin, I want to ask you how to quickly improve my strength. Luo Xiaoshan joined the elite martial class earlier than Lin Jin and has a golden martial vein, so his training speed was not slow. Despite his hard work, he had just entered the 8th level of blood essence. He originally thought his training speed was fast enough. But after not seeing Lin Jin for about 10 days, the other party not only awakened his martial vein but also broke through to the 2nd level of the martial vein. Such a training speed made Luo Xiaoshan deeply self-doubtful. Am I not working hard enough? Or is my talent too poor? Or is it that my training method is wrong? So Luo Xiaoshan gathered his courage to ask Lin Jin. Lin Jin looked at Luo Xiaoshan, who had a sincere expression, feeling troubled. He couldn't just tell him he had a cheat, right? After thinking for a moment, Lin Jin said earnestly, Xiaoshan, your talent is already good. The reason I'm training so fast is actually because I've been taking drugs. Taking drugs? Luo Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. What drugs? Can I take them? This. Looking at the innocent Luo Xiaoshan, Lin Jin really couldn't bear to refuse. If you really want to take them, it's not impossible, but you have to pay a price. What price? Lin Jin, you say it. As long as I can do it, I will give my all. Lin Jin waved his hand and said, it's not that you have to pay some price, it's just that the pills have side effects and are not good for the body. Not good for the body? Luo Xiaoshan looked at Lin Jin carefully and saw that he didn't seem to be missing an arm or leg or suffering from any illness. It seems that the side effects aren't very serious. With this thought, Luo Xiaoshan immediately patted his chest and promised, don't worry, classmate Lin Jin, I'm in great health. Alright then, since you insist so much, I'll give you some medicine to try. Okay, classmate Lin Jin. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Jin took out some powerful pills and a blood-boosting elixir from the Jianmu space and handed them to Luo Xiaoshan. The reason Lin Jin gave pills to Luo Xiaoshan was partly because Luo Xiaoshan was a decent person. On the other hand, he wanted to see if the items drawn from the Jianmu space could be used by others, not just himself. This was very important. Lin Jin could foresee that as his lottery draws increased, there would be more items that he couldn't use himself. He couldn't just throw them away like garbage in the Jianmu space, could he? Wouldn't that be a waste? On the playground of Jincheng No. 1 Middle School, medical staff hurriedly carried a stretcher as if on a military march. Lying on their stretcher was the famous genius school beauty Su Wanqing. No one dared to be careless. Upon arriving at the infirmary, the best school doctor hurriedly ran over. Su Wanqing. I never expected you to end up like this. This is truly karma, it's not that there is no retribution, just that the time has not yet come. On the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages on his face and body, Li Gang was scrolling on his phone, watching the graceful dance of a pure and lovely girl. Seeing Su Wanqing appear, Li Gang's eyes first widened in shock, then filled with joy. He had ended up here twice, both times beaten by Su Wanqing. What karma? That's also the consequence of you getting beaten. Su Wanqing sprang up, looking as if she wasn't injured at all. Seeing Li Gang still daring to boast in front of her, Su Wanqing stepped before Li Gang's hospital bed and gave him 2 punches. In an instant, the remaining 2 eyes on Li Gang's face also became 2 black circles. Looking at Su Wanqing's proud expression, Li Gang mournfully asked, Sister, weren't you injured? Why are you still hitting me? Who is your sister? Su Wanqing gave Li Gang a few more punches, feeling that she had vented her frustration enough. Only then did Su Wanqing turn and leave. At the Jiang family house. In Jiang Yuechuan's luxury apartment. Jiang Yuechuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He had originally sent Xing Luo to kill Lin Jin. Instead, Xing Luo came back heavily injured without accomplishing the task. What happened? Xing Luo replied, that kid has a special talent that can absorb evil energy, which greatly restrains me. Useless. Jiang Yuechuan shouted angrily. A hint of coldness flashed across Xing Luo's strange face as he said faintly, now that Black Dragon Mountain is strictly patrolled, if we want to act again, it would be easy to expose ourselves, unless... Jiang Yuechuan asked, unless what? Lead him here and start the sacrifice ceremony early. Chapter 20, Jiang Yuechuan's difficulties. Inside the Jianmu space. Lin Jin immersed his mind completely in the 9-layered fire yang sword technique. This is the unparalleled martial skill developed by the 10 extreme sword emperor of Great Xia over his lifetime. The mental method is obscure and difficult to understand. The sword momentum is complex and hard to learn. Due to its immense power, each move has very high physical and realm requirements for the learner. The first move is called Fire Yang Slash. It requires one to become a martial artist and to condense the martial pulse before practicing. Otherwise, practitioners are likely to be unable to bear the fiery energy entering the body, leading to an explosive death. In the first year of practice, Lin Jin finally began to understand the core essence of training the 9-layered Fire Yang sword, using sword momentum to draw on the earth's primal energy, training the sword with fiery energy, and using fiery energy to temper the body. In the second year of training, Lin Jin, due to his poor talent and comprehension, still could not display a complete Fire Yang Slash. In the third year, under the full operation of the Qian Kuan Great Shift mental method, Lin Jin initially mastered the Fire Yang Slash, but the long sword in his hand could not withstand the fiery energy and broke into several pieces. Lin Jin's martial pulse also suffered damage from the impact of the fiery energy, leaving large burns on his body. Sigh. Lin Jin sighed and exited the Jianmu space. The Sword Emperor's martial skill is nearly cruel in its tyranny. Every time he swings the sword, the fiery energy would rush back through the martial pulse into his lungs. Lin Jin's bronze martial vein emitted a burdensome hum under the intense heat. Lin Jin could clearly feel his blood boiling, his bones crying out, as if he were thrown into a furnace and hammered repeatedly. Fighting the school beauty for 300 rounds without injury, but injuring himself during cultivation? Lin Jin was speechless. The ninefold Fire Yang blade truly lives up to its name. Lin Jin first swallowed a few qi and blood pills, then applied some ointment to his wounds. But the medicine is still not enough. It seems he needs to make more trips to the black market when he has the time. 3 consecutive days of cultivation made Lin Jin feel ravenously hungry, so he changed his clothes and prepared to head to the Jingwu class cafeteria. In the cafeteria, there weren't many students, just a few sitting together, chatting and laughing. Lin Jin found a seat by the window and ordered a simple dinner, along with a free serving of beast meat. This is the privilege of the Jingwu class students. Before Lin Jin could take a bite of meat, he nearly spat it out, for he saw the sorrowful-faced innocent boy, Luo Xiaoshan, sitting across from him. The key was that Luo Xiaoshan's head was as bald as a salted duck egg, so Lin Jin didn't even recognize him when he entered the cafeteria. Is this a side effect of the dolly pill? Is it that obvious? Could it be that some anime character from my hometown has possessed him? Luo Xiaoshan looked up and caught sight of Lin Jin trying to hold back laughter, and he rubbed his head, saying, "Lin Jin, don't laugh. Your medicine really is amazing. In just a few days, I've finally broken through to the 9th level of Blood Soul. But the side effect is that I'm losing a lot of hair. Lin Jin, from now on, you are my big brother, and I will follow you." Luo Xiaoshan stood up and gave Lin Jin a deep bow at 90 degrees. Brother Jin. Lin Jin. The next day. There were only 2 days left until the Tianshan Sword sect came for an exchange. Lei Shuweiping called for a class meeting to discuss how to face the Tianshan Sword sect. The location was in the Jingwu building, in the Great Martial Hall, which could accommodate over 100 people for training at the same time. When Lin Jin arrived, 30 students from the Jingwu class were already seated, sitting cross-legged, waiting for Lei Shuweiping's arrival. Lin Jin glanced around and found an empty spot to sit down. As for these classmates, Lin Jin was not familiar with them, nor was there a need to get acquainted. After the martial exam, everyone would take different paths. By then, the vast majority of people here would not even see Lin Jin's backside. Of course, one cold, sinister gaze still made Lin Jin feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Jin didn't even need to think to know this person was Jiang Yuechuan. Only Jiang Yuechuan had such strong hostility towards him in the class. At that moment, Lei Shuweiping hurried into the Great Martial Hall, his expression a bit serious. After scanning the Jingwu class students, Lei Shuweiping spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone is here, so let's begin. I just came out of Principal Liang's office, and the time for the exchange competition has been confirmed, set for the morning 3 days from now. Students, the Tianshan Sword sect is not here for simple sparring. They come for our school's treasured possession. If we lose, it will be a heavy loss. But if we win, the Tianshan Sword sect will offer a high-tier weapon as a reward, a rare and extraordinary weapon. Our school will also put out 10 million great xia coins as a reward." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. High-tier weapons? Among the students present, Su Wanqing and Jiang Yuechuan only used mid-tier weapons from their backgrounds. What does a high-tier weapon mean? Most of the people present had never even seen one. Each one is a priceless treasure, available at a sky-high price but rarely on the market. For those about to take the martial exam, having a high-tier weapon would not only greatly enhance their strength but, most importantly, improve their survival rate in the exam. They might even rank among the top in the martial exam. But the Tianshan Sword sect, as one of the 8 major sects for martial cultivators in the northwest, is powerful and deep-rooted. How could a high school contend with them? Not to mention Yi Shuai's innate sword bone is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Such a powerful opponent? Does Jincheng High School have a chance? Excited as they were, the crowd did not lose their rationality. The reward was great, but one must have enough strength to seize it. Noticing the doubts in everyone's hearts, Lei Shuweiping explained, to ensure fairness in the exchange competition, it will not be one-sided. This exchange competition will be in a 5v5 format. Although Yi Shuai is strong, he is only one person. Even if we lose one match to him, as long as we win 3 more, the final victory will still belong to Jincheng High School. So everyone, do not belittle yourselves, nor be blindly pessimistic. We still have a certain chance of winning. Teacher Lei, aside from Yi Shuai, how strong are the other competitors from the Tianshan Sword sect? It is still unknown. No matter who the other contestants from the Tianshan Sword sect are, we first need to select our contestants from Jincheng High School. I discussed with Principal Liang and other teachers, and the tentative contestants are Su Wanqing, Jiang Yuechuan, Lin Jin, Luo Xiaoshan, and Xiao Yu Liang. Does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing this, Li Gang, who was sitting next to Jiang Yuechuan, struggled to stand up and opposed. "Teacher Lei, why is my name not on the list? I am the vice class leader, after all. Other than Su Wanqing and Brother Chuan, how can the other 3 be stronger than me?" Lei Shuweiping shot a fierce glare at the bandaged Li Gang and said irritably, "You fool, look at yourself. Can you even compete? Just go back and take care of your injury. What nonsense are you mixing in? Li Gang. Jiang Yuechuan slowly said, Teacher Lei, I have no issue with the others, but this Lin Jin, he just joined the Jingwu class a few days ago. Why is he representing Jincheng High School? Teacher Lei, don't let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel. We won't have the chance to regret it. Jiang Yuechuan's words were like a bomb, instantly causing a commotion in the martial arts room. Some echoed his sentiment, while others whispered among themselves. Luo Xiaoshan was the first to stand up and argue, I think Lin Jin is qualified. If he isn't, then I am even less qualified. He has the strength to be here. Although Su Wanqing held some grudges against Lin Jin, after losing to him twice, she recognized his strength. Jiang Yuechuan, you don't need to say anything more about the selection. It's decided. Seeing that several people were speaking up for Lin Jin, Jiang Yuechuan's gaze turned icy as he stared at Lin Jin. Lin Jin smiled broadly and slowly stood up. But he stepped out, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage in the air. What are you going to do? In shock, Jiang Yuechuan found himself hit hard in the stomach by Lin Jin's knee. Jiang Yuechuan curled up in pain, kneeling on the ground. You dog, now you know whether I have the strength or not? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Yuechuan was a genius from the Jingwu class, second only to Su Wanqing. In the realm of one heavy martial pulse. He couldn't dodge Lin Jin's attack? Lin Jin was too bold, wasn't he? Besides, Jiang Yuechuan was a young master of the Jiang family. Was he just beaten like that? Wasn't he afraid of retaliation later? Lin Jin stepped over Jiang Yuechuan's body and smiled, Teacher Lei, I just wanted to prove my strength to Jiang Yuechuan. That shouldn't violate school rules, right? That should be fine. Lei Shuweiping smiled awkwardly, he couldn't punish Lin Jin at such a critical moment, could he? He still needed Lin Jin's strength to deal with the Tian Shan sword sect. Lin Jin arrogantly declared, Classmates, my strength is acceptable, right? Everyone instantly fell silent, fearing they would anger this disaster of a person, and become the next unfortunate one. Chapter 21, Blood Rose Hunting Team. The class meeting ended. A day passed without incident, they practiced martial arts in the training room. During this period, only Luo Xiaoshan visited Lin Jin once, asking him for guidance in training. After taking the elixir, Luo Xiaoshan's training speed greatly increased, making him admire Lin Jin immensely. In the next room, Su Wanqing, not knowing if it was influenced by Lin Jin, also practiced desperately. Lin Jin had trained in the Zhenmu world for a year, yet his ninefold Fire Yang sword technique still showed no progress. He must improve all aspects of his body to withstand the fiery essence of the Fire Yang sword technique. Lin Jin was preparing to visit the black market again, hoping for some luck. After all, he now had plenty of money. Back at his rental apartment, Lin Jin changed into a black tracksuit, put on a mask, and got ready to go out. In a place like the black market, where dangers lurked, it was wise to be cautious. Suddenly, Lin Jin's phone screen lit up. Vendor Old Jin, brother Lin Jin, you finished school, right? I have a big item here, do you want to come and take a look? Lin Jin smiled gently, this vendor was quite a businessman. The message was sent just in time. An hour later, Lin Jin arrived at the black market. Vendor Old Jin welcomed him warmly and then mysteriously said, there's a big item, but the owner wants to meet you personally. Want to go see? From the hunting team? Old Jin nodded. Let's go. Lin Jin wanted to gather some information about the black domain. In order to obtain continuous malevolent energy, he needed to go there himself. Alright then. After passing through several alleys, Lin Jin arrived at a brightly lit loft called Cloud Above the Sky. This place was famous in the black market for its gentle refuge and underground casino. At a glance, all the comers and goers were warriors. Upon reaching the private room, Old Jin knocked cautiously on the door a few times. Coming. The door was opened by a tall, burly man with a face full of flesh. He sized up Lin Jin with a wary look before slightly nodding, signaling Lin Jin to come in. Lin Jin followed the burly man into the private room, where smoke swirled, and the air was filled with a mix of blood and tobacco smells. In the middle of a sofa sat a hot-bodied, cold-looking woman dressed in tight leather, with a short knife hanging at her waist and eyes sharp as an eagle. Beside her sat several team members, each looking tough and unapproachable. Lin Jin took a glance and faintly felt that the strength of these people ranged from the 6th to the 8th level of martial veins. Having fought in the black domain for years, they all exuded a powerful aura of slaughter, creating an intense feeling of pressure. Old Jin quickly introduced, Brother Lin Jin, this is Captain Blood Rose, known as Blood Rose, we all call her Rose Sister. You are Lin Jin? The cold-looking woman's voice was deep and magnetic, is it you who is buying unpurified black domain ferocious beasts? That's right. I heard you got a piece of first-tier adult ferocious beast meat this time? Lin Jin replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Looks like Old Jin has told you everything. Yes, we did hunt a first-tier adult black scale python. But this item isn't cheap at Starfire Merchant Group. The black scale python is stronger than the black horned rhino, and the meat contains even more energy. So both the purchase price and the selling price will be somewhat higher. Blood Rose placed a soul seal gem on the table in front of Lin Jin. Through the gem, one could see a massive black python curled up within, its body covered in thick scales, exuding malevolent energy like black flames burning. This creature must weigh around 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, right? Name your price. This black scale python weighs over 2,000 pounds, I'll give it to you for 6 million. Blood Rose said casually. This price was quite fair. If they sold it to the Starfire Merchant Group, they could get around 7 to 8 million. Lin Jin frowned, he had only 5.1 million on hand. He was still a bit short. However, if you can help us with a small task, the price is negotiable. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. Oh? Tell me. The cold-looking woman pointed at a burly man lying behind her. The man's name was Dashin, one of the main forces of the Blood Rose hunting team. He had thick bandages wrapped around his chest, and the wound was seeping with black gas. The malevolent energy had already contaminated his heart. If not treated and purified soon, there was a significant risk of becoming a malevolent entity. Dashin was injured in the Black Domain. The wound has been severely polluted by malevolent energy, and ordinary healing masters cannot purify it. They can only slow the pollution rate. If you can help purify his wound, this deal will be done. Is this it? Lin Jin felt a surge of joy. Purifying a contaminated wound was incredibly easy for him. However, others purify, while he devours. There is an essential difference here, like garbage cleaning and garbage recycling. Once purified, it's gone, but by devouring evil energy, Lin Jin can recycle it for his own use. Most healing warriors only master the ability to purify evil energy or simply suppress it. They cannot do what Lin Jin does, completely eradicating evil energy. Lin Jin approached Dashin and gently unwrapped the bandage from his chest. The wound was deep, exposing bone, and the evil energy was raging at the heart, with the unconscious Dashin's face pale and forehead covered in cold sweat. Lin Jin placed his palm over Dashin's wound, and immediately the evil energy that had settled there was sucked out by Lin Jin. At this moment, the Jianmu space panel appeared. Soul power plus 20. Soul power plus 20. Soul power plus 20. Current soul power, 900. Can be increased by absorbing evil energy. Reward pool opened. As the evil energy was devoured, Dashin's body trembled slightly, but soon his complexion began to recover and the wound started to heal. All done. Moments later, Lin Jin withdrew his hand, and Dashin slowly opened his eyes. So fast. Blood Rose was stunned. Even therapists at the Condensing Sea realm couldn't do this quickly, right? What kind of incredible ability does Lin Jin possess? He clearly only has the martial vein realm. What a skill! Lin Jin, you really are something. From today onward, you are my friend, Blood Rose. Lin Jin smiled slightly. Since we are friends, what's the price for this fierce beast? 4 million. Pleasure doing business. Lin Jin, Sister Rose, what exactly is the Black Domain? The Black Domain is a source of threat in this world, with countless warriors dying there every year. But Lin Jin knew very little about specific information regarding the Black Domain. Blood Rose's expression changed slightly, fear flashing in her eyes. Lin Jin, are you interested in the Black Domain? Lin Jin nodded. The Black Domain is where most warriors end up, or in other words, it is the existence of the Black Domain that has given rise to warriors. The closest Black Domain to us is called the 100 Battle Black Domain, a level 3 Black Domain. The Black Domain is classified into different danger levels based on the strength of the most powerful entities within. A level 3 Black Domain means that the strongest entity inside is equivalent to a human warrior at the Condensing Sea realm, which is very dangerous. Of course, the danger of the Black Domain mainly comes from the continuously flowing evil energy and its unpredictability. Some say that the Black Domain in this world is just the tip of the iceberg of another contaminated world. Once accidentally entered, it is highly likely to fall into an alternate world's whirlpool, plunging into an endless realm of death. Although the Black Domain is fraught with danger, it is also full of allure for warriors. Inside lie various opportunities and treasures. It is said that one of the 10 saints of the Great Xia obtained great fortunes in a certain Black Domain. Originally lacking the martial vein, he made rapid progress, ultimately achieving a revered position among the 10 saints of the Great Xia. Blood Rose looked at Lin Jin's eyes shining with excitement and said lightly, if you're really interested, Sister Rose will take you to the edge of the Black Domain next time. Lin Jin's eyes brightened. When do we leave? In a few days. Blood Rose glanced at the weak Dashin. Chapter 22, The Essence of a Man. During the trip to the black market, Lin Jin obtained 27,600 evil energy points from the black scale python. He turned around and bought meat for 11 million Great Xia coins, making a profit of 7 million. Looking at the bank card balance of 8.1 million and the 28,500 soul power from the Jianmu panel, Lin Jin walked with pride, head held high. Powerful strength and enough money are always the foundation for a man's confident transformation. The essence of a man. In the middle of the night, Lin Jin returned to the training room. Compared to the modest rental apartment, the training room felt much more comfortable. Reaching the door, Lin Jin noticed a faint light coming from the next room, where Su Wanqing was training. She's still here? This surprised Lin Jin, this proud daughter of the Golden City High School. In the past, you rarely showed up at school, why are you in the training room every day now? Next door, hearing Lin Jin's footsteps, Su Wanqing frowned and thrust her icy long spear fiercely into the training target in front of her with a clang. On the target, Lin Jin's name was boldly written. Lin Jin, one day, I, Su Wanqing, will take you down. Losing to Lin Jin, Su Wanqing felt incredibly unsatisfied. You still want me to call you daddy? Lin Jin, you are too much. Next time you lose to me, I will make you call me mom. Pooh. Pooh. What nonsense am I thinking? Su Wanqing's face turned red, she quickly steadied her emotions and focused on practicing her spear technique. Wood of Creation Growth Stage, Awakening Stage. Current soul power value, 28,500. Can be increased by absorbing evil energy, reward pool activated. Martial Pulse Awakening Progress, Bronze Martial Pulse Awakened, can continue to evolve, current evolution progress at 10%. Time flow ratio, 365 times. Looking at the panel, Lin Jin fell into deep thought. With nearly 3 times the guaranteed soul power value, how should he draw? The urgent matter is dealing with the exchange competition of the Heavenly Mountain Sword sect, especially to find a weapon capable of withstanding the domineering fiery force of the ninefold Fire Yang sword technique. Weapons are categorized like martial arts, low grade, mid grade, high grade, and heavenly grade. High grade weapons are the limit for ordinary martial artists, while heavenly grade weapons are rare and can only be encountered, not sought. Each one has boundless power and is worth a fortune. With this in mind, Lin Jin made up his mind, he would draw big this time. In the Wood of Creation space, a low martial world weapon pool, the bronze door opened with a sound, and beams of light shot out from within, as if containing endless treasures. With a thought, Lin Jin began to pour his soul power into the bronze door. With each draw, flashes of light accompanied the process, and various weapon images continuously emerged from the weapon pool. Black Iron Sword. Material, made from black iron or, incredibly sharp. Grade, low level. Blue Steel Spear. Material, forged from blue steel, exceptionally tough. Grade, low level. Red Copper Hammer. Material, cast from red copper, heavy and powerful. Grade, low level. Finally, during the 10th draw, a brilliant light burst forth, and a dazzling glow shot out from the weapon pool. Heavy Xian Iron Sword. Material, 1,000-year-old Xian Iron. Grade, mid-level. Special effect, the sword's body is heavy and can break any defense. Is it really the heavy Xian Iron Sword? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Jin's eyes, this is the exclusive divine weapon of the great hero. In this high martial world, it's only considered a mid-level weapon. What kind of high-level weapon can I draw? Lin Jin was extremely eager in his heart. 30 draws, Stunning Spear. 50 draws, Amazing Spear. During the 60th draw, a blazing golden light shot out from the weapon pool. An angry lion shattered the void and turned into a stream of light bursting forth from the bronze door. Gold has been hit early. The screen that shows gold is also incredibly cool. Filled with excitement, Lin Jin's heart raced, and his body trembled, his mood was hard to settle for a long time. Lion King's Fury Blade. Material, Lion King's Tooth, Xian Iron or Sun God Sand. Grade, high level. Special effect, the handle of the knife is carved with a lion's head, containing the mad might of the Lion King, capable of deterring evil. Is this the high-grade weapon? So powerful. Lin Jin was ecstatic in his heart, but quickly calmed down to continue drawing because the Lion King's Fury Blade did not match the attributes of the ninefold Fire Yang sword technique. Lin Jin's mood grew more tense. Finally, during the 98th draw, the light burst forth once more, and another golden light shot out from the bronze door. Sword energy surged like a rainbow, spanning 3,000 zhang. Flying Rainbow Sword. Material, forged from overseas cold iron elite, as sharp as cutting hair. The sword edge is 3 feet 3 inches long. Grade, high level. Special effect, the sword body contains an extremely strong sharpness, and the sword energy is like a rainbow. Lin Jin's heart moved, the name Flying Rainbow Sword sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it in his previous life. The Flying Rainbow Sword is also a high-level weapon, however, it is obviously more suitable for sword practitioners. Lin Jin felt a bit regretful, neither of the 2 gold draws yielded the weapon he wanted. If I can't draw a matching weapon attribute again, I will have to make do with the Lion King's precious blade. 200 chances left? Why should I panic? This time, no early withdrawal of rewards until 100 draws are reached. Golden light once again shone in the Genmu space. A knife, like hope in the endless darkness, cut through the void, illuminating the world. Is it finally here? The weapon I need. Lin Jin's heartbeat quickened, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the place where the light was gathering. Yang Fire Knife, material, Qiyang Divine Iron, 9 Heavens Fallen Iron. Grade, high level. Special effect, the blade contains the power of Qi Yang, capable of burning everything, the blade like a raging flame, severing all obstacles. Lin Jin was so excited that he almost jumped up. This Yang Fire Knife was the perfect weapon for his long-desired 9-level Fire Yang sword technique. Lin Jin was overjoyed, holding the hilt, an overwhelming and fiery sensation shocked his heart. Instinctively, Lin Jin swung the knife. In an instant, the blade wrapped in crimson flames, the sword energy transformed into a 3-zhang wave of fire, roaring out, igniting the void. It was the first move of the 9-level Fire Yang sword, Qiyang Slash. Who would have thought that after 200 draws, he would get the weapon he wanted? His luck wasn't bad. But there were still 100 draws left, he couldn't waste them. Lin Jin walked towards the skill pool. Before the exchange match, he needed to improve himself comprehensively, after all, Yi Shuai's strength was there to see. The 4th level of the martial vein realm, on its own, was a figure of prominence in the entire Northwest 5 provinces. He had to treat this cautiously. Now, he had the defense of the Qian Kuan Great Shift, but his attack was only the first move of the 9-level Fire Yang sword, which was a bit lacking. As for the reward from the Tianshan sword sect, Lin Jin didn't really care, wasn't it just a high-level weapon? Inside the bronze door, there were weapons from all low martial worlds, a mere high-level weapon was abundant, as many as one wanted. But what Lin Jin cared about was the treasure of Jincheng High School, said to be an unexpected gain of Principal Liang during his early explorations of the Black Domain, possibly containing secrets of the Black Domain. Since it was related to the Black Domain, how could such a precious item be left exposed? Lin Jin was determined, after this exchange match, even if he couldn't obtain this treasure, he would find a way to investigate. What secrets of the Black Domain could it be hiding? Why would even a major sect like the Tianshan sword sect covet it? Chapter 23, Dual Gold. An Immortal from Beyond. Iron Cloth Shirt. Grade, Beginner. Mixed Element Skill. Grade, Intermediate. On the 100th draw, a blazing light shot out from the skill pool. Blade Technique, Furious Dragon 8 Wrath Slash. Grade, High Level. A set of advanced blade techniques. Not bad, just right since he was practicing blades now, he could practice together when he had time. After a few gold draws, Lin Jin's heart was somewhat numb, even feeling a bit inflated. Little did he know, this set of advanced skills would cost several smaller targets on the market. Current soul power value, 110. Can be increased by absorbing killing energy, reward pool opened. Still one draw left? Then let's go all in. Wow. Dual gold. Indeed, going all in is an art. Watching the golden light streak inside the bronze door, Lin Jin's heart was filled with joy. How great a sin must his previous life have faced to exchange for his luck to strike big, getting dual gold at once. Sword Technique, Immortal from Beyond. Grade, High Level. Ha ha ha. Looking at the Immortal from Beyond sword manual, Lin Jin's heart thundered with excitement, and he found no words to describe his feelings. This sword technique was legendary in a certain low martial world. On the night of the full moon, at the peak of the purple forbidden city, a sword comes from the west, Immortal from Beyond. Thinking of this, Lin Jin remembered the Fei Hong sword he just drew. The Fei Hong sword was actually the specialized weapon for Immortal from Beyond. Could it be that the bronze door's prize pool has some matching mechanism for draws? First, he drew the Fei Hong sword. Then, the ultimate move, Immortal from Beyond. In normal draws, the probability of this would be too low, even low enough to be negligible. In 3,000 low martial worlds, how many divine weapons and weapons were there, and how many skill manuals? Lin Jin didn't want to think about it too much. Who cares? With Fei Hong sword plus Immortal from Beyond, Qiyang knife plus 9-level Fire Yang sword, 2 perfect combinations, even if Yi Shuai had innate sword bones, Lin Jin was confident he could fight back. The premise was that he needed to learn Immortal from Beyond first. It's very hard for an ordinary warrior to learn a knife technique and then learn a sword technique afterward, time and energy simply wouldn't allow it. Here, Lin Jin does not have this problem. Because he has plenty of time, and the heaven-splitting skill can simulate or transform the true energy in his body into any form of true energy. If he lacks energy, there are always pills to aid. Of course, a life with advantages needs no explanation. Lin Jin gently opened the Immortal Sword from the Sky Sword manual, and a chilling sword energy rushed toward him. The Immortal Sword from the Sky Sword intent is divided into 9 levels, each containing unique sword momentum and sword principles. The first level is called Immortal Appearing for the first time, requiring practitioners to use the sword to draw upon the world's primal energy. The sword momentum is like an immortal descending, agile and ethereal. In the first year of practice, Lin Jin began to try to understand the basic sword principles of Immortal Sword from the Sky. This sword technique centers on agility, with every move being as ethereal and elusive as an immortal from beyond. Lin Jin needed to readjust his body and breath to adapt to this brand new sword technique. He practiced basic sword forms every day, feeling the flow and changes of the sword energy. Although progress was slow, he gradually began to master some simple sword maneuvers, getting a preliminary grasp of the sword's rhythm and cadence. In the second year of practice, Lin Jin's understanding of immortal sword from the sky deepened gradually. He began to merge the sword technique with his internal power, infusing each strike with powerful sword energy. His sword technique was no longer limited to simple moves, it began to exhibit a dynamic beauty. The sword's edge sliced through the air, leaving marks of sword energy, as if even space itself was being torn apart. In the third year of practice, Lin Jin's sword technique reached a new height. He had fully mastered the immortal sword from the sky sword technique, the first layer of true meaning, immortal appearing for the first time. At this moment, the sword technique was not only agile and ethereal, but also harbored powerful lethality. Each strike was like an immortal descending from the heavens, carrying endless pressure and strength. In the morning, a heavy rain poured down. Thousands of students from Jincheng High School sat around the martial arts platform, quietly waiting for the upcoming grand event. The exchange competition between Jincheng High School and the Tianshan Sword Sect. The rain fell drizzlingly, splashing up and down, converging into torrents. The students' clothes were already soaked, but not a single person left the scene. They were all looking forward to the appearance of an unparalleled genius. Yi Shuai's name had already spread throughout Jincheng. This exchange competition not only attracted Jincheng High School, but also other high schools, Haiyulong Mountain, and even the Northwest Martial Arts University sent people to watch. I heard Yi Shuai's sword technique is divine, able to command 1,000 swords. Among his peers, no one can rival him, one student whispered, his eyes full of admiration. Yes, he is a genius of Tianshan Sword Sect. Can anyone from Jincheng High School be his opponent? Another student shook his head and sighed. Don't underestimate our Jincheng High School, there might be surprises. Surprises? What surprises could there be? Our strongest Su Wanqing is only at the second level of martial veins. Moreover, her talent is nearly golden talent. How can it compare with Yi Shuai's ultimate talent? Exactly, the other competitors from Tianshan Sword Sect must be strong as well. Sai, in this exchange competition, we have a 9 in 10 chance of losing, we shouldn't have too much hope. Students were discussing among themselves, a wave of pessimism, yet the martial arts platform was silent. It was already past 9:30, but the people from Tianshan Sword Sect had yet to arrive. Principal Liangji stood on the platform, his gaze sharp, scanning the students below, with a touch of seriousness on his face. Old Lei, when will the people from Tianshan Sword Sect arrive? They should be here soon. Lei Shuweiping glanced at the antique mechanical watch on his wrist. The exchange competition had always been under Lei Shuweiping's responsibility, so he knew Tianshan Sword Sect's movements better than Liangji. How are we doing on our side? Liangji turned around and asked softly. Principal Liang, everything is arranged, you can rest assured. Our elite martial class will definitely do our best, regardless of winning or losing, we will show our level in the match. That's good, but Old Lei, don't feel too much pressure either. Losing is losing, after all, they are from the Tianshan Sword Sect. Liangji's voice was gentle, but there was a hint of desolation. Even though he knew the gap in strength was too great, and the chance of winning was slim. But as a teacher, who wouldn't hope for their students to win? Not necessarily lose. Lei Shuweiping adjusted his glasses. Last night, we teachers drank all night with Cao Jian from the Tianshan Sword Sect, and we made him so drunk he couldn't even stand. Liangji smiled lightly. Oh? What did you gain from it? Lei Shuweiping replied, that brat has a tough mouth, but in the end, I managed to get some useful information out of him. Let's hear it. Liangji asked with great interest. For this exchange competition, Yi Shuai volunteered to be the first to compete. So as long as we arrange the order of our participants wisely and avoid Yi Shuai, we still have a good chance of winning. Old Lei, you are truly impressive. Liangji burst into hearty laughter. At this moment, people from various sides attending the exchange competition began to enter, the principal of Jincheng No. 2 High School, the principal of No. 3 High School, the captain of Hailang Mountain, Zhang Muxian, the Northwest Martial Arts University, first-level instructor, Luo Qianshui. Everyone was gathered, but Lei Shuweiping glanced around and found Lin Jin was missing. Where is that kid? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chapter 24, Pushing King Yi Shuai. He's here. Yi Shuai has come. Wow, so handsome. Flying with a sword, that's so damn amazing. Indeed, practicing knives and guns can't compare to practicing swords. In the midst of the students' exclamations and the teacher's expectations, a beam of sword light pierced the dark and cloudy sky. Landing on the martial arts stage of Jincheng High School was a beautiful young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He slowly opened his eyes and coldly said, I am Yi Shuai. Who will you send up for the first match? Yi Shuai stared at the judge's platform. Or maybe you can send all 5 up together, it'll save time. Hearing this, Lin Jin, who had just walked to the preparation area, stopped in his tracks. What the hell? Is this guy trying to steal my spotlight? Later, he must realize what "there's always someone better" means. One should stay humble. Unless they have a cheat. Then, Gao Jian from the Tianshan sword sect appeared on the observation stand and said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't mind, Yi Shuai has been like this since he was a child. Our competition will still follow the usual process, one by one, and let's keep it to the point to avoid hurting feelings." What kind of talk is this? Does it mean that if it weren't for keeping harmony, Yi Shuai would take on 5 all at once? Principal Liang Ji frowned but didn't say anything. Swordsmen can be a bit prideful, which is understandable. In the preparation area, Jiang Yuechuan was the first to be unable to sit still. He turned to Lei Shuai-ping and said, "Teacher Lei, let me fight in the first match. I want to see how strong the innate sword bones really are." Before Lei Shuai-ping could respond, Yi Shuai glanced at Jiang Yuechuan and said indifferently, "You don't deserve it." "Pooh ha ha." Hearing this, Lin Jin almost burst out laughing. "You." Jiang Yuechuan's face turned red, and upon hearing Lin Jin's mocking laughter, he bit his teeth in anger. The students in the arena started to boo. Yi Shuai was strong, but he was too arrogant. This is Jincheng High School. Hasn't he heard that a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake? To prevent Yi Shuai from saying more words and sparking public outrage, Lei Shuai-ping quickly said, "Xiao Yuliang, you will fight in the first match." Among the 5, Xiao Yuliang was the weakest. By having the weak face the strong, the rest could win by using their strength against the weak. This was Lei Shuai-ping's strategy. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Yuliang took a quick step and climbed up onto the martial arts stage. Lin Jin didn't know much about Xiao Yuliang, he only knew he was a training fanatic. He was the only bronze martial vein in the elite class, aside from Lin Jin. Xiao Yuliang politely cupped his hands and said, "Brother Yi, please draw your sword." "Draw a sword? You, a mere blood soul realm practitioner, are worthy of making me draw my sword?" As soon as he finished speaking, the martial vein on Yi Shuai's body surged, sword chi surged, and powerful energy suddenly burst out. He didn't even need to make a move. With a muffled grunt, Xiao Yuliang, who was at the 8th level of blood soul, was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sky red. Principal Liang Ji immediately stood up, his voice somewhat displeased. "What a Yi Shuai! What a well-timed remark." The first half of the sentence is Liang Ji's acknowledgement of Yi Shuai's strength, while the second half is his disapproval of Yi Shuai's violent actions. Hearing Liang Ji's implied criticism, Gao Jianlai was completely unconcerned, sipping his tea. "Don't be angry, Principal Liang. Yi Shuai has always been like this since he was young. Besides, only by using full strength can Yi Shuai show respect to your school student." Always saying he has been like this since he was young? This is called respect? This is just a one-sided slap in the face. Liang Ji suppressed his anger and slowly sat down. After all, the other side was a guest from afar. Moreover, no matter how arrogant Yi Shuai was, he only had one match, and there would be a chance to win it back in the next match. Thinking this way, Liang Ji felt much better and gestured to Lei Shuai-ping. Lei Shuai-ping understood immediately. "Brother Gao, you won the first game. I wonder who you will send for the second. Are the other players not here yet?" Lei Shuai-ping had a bad premonition because he scanned the audience. Apart from Yi Shuai, the Tianshan sword sect had only Gao Jianlai. No other players were present. Gao Jianlai showed a sly expression and said slowly, "For the second match, we will still send Yi Shuai." What? Principal Liang Ji just swallowed his tea and sprayed it out again. The others present, upon hearing this, had fascinating expressions and looked at Liang Ji with some sympathy. Lei Shuai-ping's face turned extremely ugly. "Brother Gao? You're not joking, are you? You clearly said last night that Yi Shuai would fight in the first match." Gao Jianlai said, "I did say that, but I never said Yi Shuai wouldn't fight in the second match, did I? Besides, we never agreed that the same person couldn't fight 5 matches, right? Of course, 5 matches won't be necessary, 3 will do. Or if any of you defeats Yi Shuai, we will concede voluntarily." Gao Jianlai was very confident in Yi Shuai's strength. "Gao Jianlai, you are too cruel, aren't you? Is there anyone as cunning as you?" Lei Shuai-ping was extremely angry. He couldn't believe Gao Jianlai had played him and was still proud in front of the principal. Truly unworthy of Principal Liang's trust. Gao Jianlai said solemnly, "Teacher Lei, you drank too much and misunderstood my meaning. Can you blame me for that? Besides, if you at Jincheng High School feel you cannot defeat Yi Shuai, then just concede. Why waste breath?" Gao Jianlai intentionally raised his voice, acting as if he had Jincheng High School in the palm of his hand. Lei Shuai-ping's face turned as red as liver. Liang Ji raised his hand to stop Lei Shuai-ping's argument. It was too late for that. Even if they couldn't win against Yi Shuai, it would greatly benefit Jincheng High School students to spar with such a talent. As for the stakes, losing was just losing. After so many years, it was of no use in his hands anyway. Old Lei, according to the plan, let the students take the stage. Let everyone learn a thing or two. Let's all go up together. Yi Shuai appeared somewhat impatient. In his eyes, competing with Jincheng High School students was merely a waste of time and talent. Lei Shuiping coldly glanced at the arrogant Yi Shuai and said mildly, "Luo Xiaoshan, you go up for the second match." Luo Xiaoshan nodded. Having seen Xia Yuliang's fate, Luo Xiaoshan didn't waste time when he came to the stage. With a slash of his knife, he struck directly at Yi Shuai. Yi Shuai unleashed his sword energy again, intending to use the same technique to knock Luo Xiaoshan back. Facing the huge gap in strength, Luo Xiaoshan didn't dare to be careless. He suddenly raised his head. The words of Yi Shuai were full of disdain from someone in power. Sword 1, chase the wind. A flash of sword light shot straight up to the sky, then suddenly dived down, heading straight for Luo Xiaoshan. Bang! With a violent roar, the knife in Luo Xiaoshan's hand, along with his entire body, was sent flying by Yi Shuai's sword, crashing heavily into the crowd. There's one more, finish it up. Yi Shuai clapped his hands, retracted his treasured sword, and gave a contemptuous smile. Is this the sword control technique of the Tianshan sword sect? So strong. The students of Jincheng High School were completely shaken by Yi Shuai's sword. Zhang Yuechuan, who had just wanted to be the first to fight, now closed his lips and said nothing. Su Wanqing's face turned pale, a sense of inexplicable helplessness rising in her heart. I cannot win. Lin Jin smirked at the corner of his mouth. It's my turn to shine. Chapter 25, Your sword is still your sword. There was no inquiry, nor did they wait for Lei Shuiping to call names. When it was time to strike, he struck. No need to wait. This is the confidence a strong person should have. Lin Jin slowly ascended the martial arts stage along the stone steps. Yi Shuai. You sure can put on a show, huh? Want to take on 3 at once? Don't you want to ask if I agree? Considering you fought twice, how about I let you have 3 moves first? To avoid saying I am bullying you. Lin Jin's gaze was provocative. You're qualified? Yi Shuai raised an eyebrow, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. What? 3 moves aren't enough? Then I'll give you 10. How about that? You don't know the sky's height and the earth's thickness, looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Yi Shuai's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had yet to meet anyone more arrogant than himself in this world. If you have something to say, then let's see it. Sword 2, chase the soul. Yi Shuai's body radiated sword light like lightning, faster and fiercer than before, going straight for Lin Jin's throat. Facing such a swift attack, Lin Jin did not dodge or avoid, a playful smile playing on his lips. A bronze martial vein emerged on his body, the Qian Kuan Great Shift technique running at full speed, the domineering soul-chasing sword energy swirling around Lin Jin. Good speed, but unfortunately, your accuracy needs work. First move. Lin Jin shook his head, his tone full of mockery. A piece of trash with a bronze martial vein dares to bark in front of me? Yi Shuai's face darkened, a flash of anger in his eyes. Sword 3, chase the life. The long sword came again, the sword light falling like rain, completely enveloping Lin Jin's vital points. Second move. Lin Jin remained calm, simply moving his body a bit. Every sword swished past him without managing to injure him at all. Within 3 feet of the Qian Kuan realm, all attacks would deflect. Though Lin Jin was only at the 2nd level of martial veins, with various pills improving his body and the enhancement of high-level martial skills, his overall strength was enough to rival the 4th level of martial veins. Keep going, don't stop. Lin Jin's voice echoed on the martial arts stage, filled with mockery. Yi Shuai's face turned ashen. He had never seen such a strange technique that could completely dissolve his sword strikes. Sword 4, seal the throat. Yi Shuai shouted angrily, for extreme martial veins emerged, sword energy crisscrossed within, a sharp blade of sword energy shot through the air, heading straight for Lin Jin's face. This sword contained Yi Shuai's rage. Third move. Lin Jin's eyes flashed with brilliance, still unmoved. On the observation platform, watching Lin Jin face Yi Shuai, not only unafraid but even pressuring Yi Shuai back, the scene was stunning. Zhong Mushuan's eyelids twitched, thinking, I still underestimated this kid Lin Jin. Liang Ji wore a satisfied smile on his face. Regardless of Lin Jin's win or loss, in this exchange match, Lin Jin's performance was enough to be proud of. In 2 months at the joint martial examination of the 5 northwestern provinces, Jincheng High School is worth looking forward to. Good job, Lin Jin. Lei Shuiping shouted in his heart, his excited hands shaking. The casually indifferent Gao Jianlai put down the teacup in his hand, his expression somewhat serious. Who is this kid? When did Jincheng High School produce such a powerful student? How come there was not a hint of this in the earlier information? It seems I'm not the only one with hidden talents. Lei Shuiping also has his own secrets. However, just relying on a bronze martial vein? He thinks he can defeat a natural sword bone? Dream on. Cautious as he was, Gao Jianlai was not worried at all about victory or defeat, at least not for now. Sword 6, Thunderbolt. Sword 8, Burning Sun. 8th move. Lin Jin's voice was loud and clear, guided by the Qiankuan Great Shifting Method. 8 sharp flying swords circled 3 feet around Lin Jin's body. They could not harm Lin Jin, but they also could not escape his control. Sword 13, 3,000 miles of clouds and moon. In an instant, the sword light crisscrossed, and brilliance erupted from Yi Shuai, captivating the heart. Lin Jin mocked, his arrogance had completely driven Yi Shuai to lose his calm. This move, he must make Lin Jin pay a heavy price. 10th move. 10 moves have passed, now it's my turn. Lin Jin smiled faintly, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Let me show you what true swordsmanship is. This move is called. Your sword is still your sword. Lin Jin shouted, and the 10 flying swords swirling around him spit out sword light, exuding endless cold. Like arrows leaving the bowstring, with a piercing sound of breaking air, they changed direction and shot towards Yi Shuai at an even faster speed. What? At this moment, no matter how calm Yi Shuai appeared, his expression changed drastically. He never expected Lin Jin's bizarre move could rebound his attack. Using their own method against them. Innate sword bone, 10,000 swords floating. Yi Shuai shouted loudly, and a bone segment appeared on his body, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. At this moment, Yi Shuai finally used his ultimate innate talent power. Furthermore, not only did the 10 flying swords manipulated by Lin Jin's shifting force wail and float in the air. Even the long swords on the weapon rack in the training field trembled and rushed towards Yi Shuai. Innate sword bone, no wonder it is the king of swords. It can command 10,000 swords. On the observation platform, Gao Jianlai raised his eyebrows. Being able to force Yi Shuai to use his innate sword bone, you can be proud. Lei Shu Weiping snorted coldly, ignoring Gao Jianlai, fully focused on watching the fight. Lin Jin truly surprised him too much. Is there an even bigger surprise? Lei Shu Weiping silently hoped. Very good. This is the strength a genius should have. Yi Shuai's power had completely ignited Lin Jin's fighting spirit. Since using the sword won't work, then I will use a knife to break your 10,000 swords floating. Lin Jin lowly shouted, and a crimson long knife appeared in his hand. It was a high-level weapon, the Crimson Sun Knife. Flame patterns flowed on the blade, exuding a scorching aura. Lin Jin jumped into the air, slashing down. The blazing flame knife light surged out like crashing waves, carrying the momentum to burn everything, attacking Yi Shuai's sword energy shadow. Fire Sun Slash. It was the first move of the heavenly grade technique, 9 layers of Fire Sun Knife, Fire Sun Slash. Boom! The knife light clashed with the sword shadow, erupting into a deafening roar. Flame sword, and sword energy dissipated. Yi Shuai's 10,000 swords floating was actually completely destroyed by Lin Jin's domineering flame knife light. On the observation platform, everyone showed shock on their faces. Is this a heavenly grade martial skill? 9 layers of Fire Sun Knife. This knife, is it also a high-level weapon? What exactly is this student's background? Gao Jianlai suddenly stood up, disbelief filling his eyes. Lei Shu Weiping had a shocked expression too. He knew Lin Jin was strong but never imagined Lin Jin was strong to this extent. Zhong Mushuan's mouth dropped open, unable to speak for a long time. This kid? Learned the first move so quickly? Thinking of how he took years to learn Fire Sun Slash. Is his martial vein fake? His cultivation speed is not even as fast as the bronze martial vein? Looking again at the blazing high-level Crimson Sun Knife in Lin Jin's hand, Zhong Mushuan felt a bit unbalanced with envy. On the training stage, Yi Shuai's face had turned as pale as paper. The 10,000 swords floating he was so proud of had actually been shattered by Lin Jin with just one cut. The pride of a genius was severely struck at this moment. I am the sword, and the sword is me. Yi Shuai roared, a touch of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. Yi Shuai drew out the sword bone from his chest, a great pain twisted his face. But facing Lin Jin's 9 layers of Fire Sun Knife, he must give it his all. Yi Shuai held the innate sword bone, transforming into a brilliant sword light, with the breath of destruction, rushing straight towards Lin Jin. This was his final trump card, and his strongest strike. Lin Jin remained calm, sheathing the red sun knife and taking out the flying rainbow sword from the Jianmu space. I could have crushed you with my knife. But since you use a sword, I'll completely shatter your arrogant bone with my sword. Let you know what the hell it means that there's always someone better. If you're arrogant, then you must have the capital to be. Otherwise, just lie down like old Ha. Lin Jin aimed to break Yi Shuai's psychological defenses with words. As the words fell, Lin Jin softly chanted, his figure floating like a celestial being, the flying rainbow sword tracing a mysterious trajectory. Celestial flight from beyond. Before them, a stunning sword light appeared. It came flying from beyond the 9 skies, carrying endless ethereal and sharpness, towards Yi Shuai, who harmonized with his sword. Clang! The sword light clashed with the sword light. Time seemed to freeze for this moment. The next moment, a figure was sent flying out, crashing heavily onto the martial stage. It was Yi Shuai. The bone sword in his hand had already developed cracks. On his chest, a hideous sword mark exposed the bone beneath. Put. Yi Shuai spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath weak to the extreme. Defeated. I actually lost. I lost to a useless bronze martial vein. At this moment, Yi Shuai's heart was filled with unwillingness and despair. Lin Jin stood calmly with his sword retracted, indifferent and composed. He looked down at Yi Shuai lying on the ground and said flatly. Trash, you have lost. Trash? I am trash? I am trash that can't even defeat a bronze martial vein? Yi Shuai's chest heaved violently, unable to bear the crushing blow of defeat any longer. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fainted on the martial stage. We won. Lin Jin won. Our Jinchang High School really defeated the Tianshan Sword Sect? So awesome. Lin Jin is mighty. Lin Jin, you are our forever idol. The students of Jinchang High School erupted in thunderous cheers. Brother Gao, I concede. Lei Shuiping walked up to Gao Jianlai, forcing a smile as he spoke. Humph. Gao Jianlai snorted coldly, his face looking extremely ugly, and leapt towards the martial stage. As a genius from Tianshan Sword Sect, who rarely appeared in a century, how could he lose to an ordinary student from Jinchang High School? Capsized in the gutter? And even had his innate sword bone broken? Such a result was hard for Gao Jianlai to accept. Brother Gao, don't forget there are rewards. Gao Jianlai frowned and angrily threw a soul-sealing jade towards Lei Shuiping before picking up Yi Shuai and stepping into the air. Ha 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 ha. Lei Shuiping laughed heartily, feeling incredible satisfaction within. This battle not only defeated Tianshan Sword Sect but also severely slapped Gao Jianlai's face, truly a delight to the heart. Lin Jin, well done. Lei Shuiping rushed onto the martial stage, excitedly hugging Lin Jin. Cough, cough. Teacher Lei, mind your image. Lin Jin was a bit embarrassed by Lei Shuiping's sudden hug. The usually serious Lei Shuiping finally realized he had lost composure, his old face turning red, and quickly released Lin Jin, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Lin Jin, you lad, really made me proud. Principal Liang Ji came over to Lin Jin, patting his shoulder. Lin Jin, you did very well. You brought glory to our Jinchang High School. On behalf of the school, thank you. Principal, this is what I should do, Lin Jin said, showing rare humility. At this moment, the leading teachers from the second and third schools also approached. Principal Liang, congratulations, Jinchang High School has a remarkable genius. The leading teacher from the second school spoke with a hint of sourness but still expressed congratulations. The leading teacher from the third school echoed. Yes, Principal Liang, Jinchang High School truly stole the spotlight this time. With such an excellent student, the martial examinations coming up will surely be outstanding. Sigh. It's really enviable. Liang Ji exchanged pleasantries with a few people. Lin Jin, you are impressive. You learned the first move of the ninefold fire yang blade so quickly and even defeated the sword sect genius. As expected of the person chosen by our captain. To celebrate your victory, I have decided to invite you tonight. At this point, Zhang Muxian deliberately paused. With a hint of playfulness in his eyes. How about going for a big sword? I know a new place recently opened, and the service is quite good. Another new place opened? As soon as Lin Jin heard this, he was instantly filled with dark clouds. This Zhang Muxian really is not serious. Does he really like big swords so much? Don't want to? If that's the case, I can invite Su Wanqing to join? You guys can continue with the icy hot battle? Upon hearing Zhang Muxian's words, Su Wanqing's ears turned red from afar. You go by yourself. Lin Jin rolled his eyes. TSK, the young just lack fun and don't understand elegance. Zhang Muxian complained, holding a cigarette between his lips, and walked toward the school gate with his big slippers. At the same time, a cool voice approached from a distance. Hello, Lin Jin, I am a first-ranked instructor from Northwest Martial Arts University, Luo Qianxue. A tall, curvy woman in a red split cheapal walked over. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Northwest Martial Arts University? Luo Qianxue got straight to the point, extending an invitation to Lin Jin. Being able to defeat the renowned genius Yi Shuai, Lin Jin's strength is beyond doubt. Such talent, if not seized early, could easily be taken by other universities. After all, among all martial arts universities in Daxia, while Northwest Martial Arts University ranks high, it stands at the bottom among the top 5 elite schools in Daxia. Our Northwest Martial Arts University is the best martial arts school in the Northwest region, with the top-tier faculty and training resources. As long as you join us, we guarantee to provide you the best training. Even an S-level special recruitment. Luo Qianque's words took all the students present by surprise. Northwest Martial Arts University is a holy place that countless martial arts students dream about. I never expected they would take the initiative to reach out to Lin Jin. And it's before the martial arts exam. An S level? Is this the special recruitment? Lin Jin looked at Luo Qianque, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Northwest Martial Arts University is indeed a good school. However, he did not agree immediately. Teacher Luo, thank you for your kindness, I need to think about it. Lin Jin said politely. Luo Qianque nodded. It's okay, take your time to consider. Here is my business card, if you have made up your mind, you can contact me at any time. Or you can come find me, I will be staying in Jincheng for a while. Saying this, Luo Qianque handed Lin Jin a business card. Refused? Su Wanqing's expression turned dim, gently biting her lip, revealing some unmistakable disappointment. If it weren't for Lin Jin? Perhaps I would have had a chance for special recruitment? The top 5 elite schools in Daxia are places that every student dreams of. Lin Jin is really too strong. It's as if he came out of nowhere. The day I went to find trouble for him, he let me win, right? He didn't even use high-level martial tools or high-level techniques. Just now, with one knife, one sword, could I even take it? Su Wanqing already had the answer in her heart. And I, still full of confidence, said all kinds of self-righteous things. Like you will definitely lose. What, you cannot win against me? Thinking of this, Su Wanqing felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. What's so great about it? Jiang Yuechuan glared at Lin Jin with jealousy in his eyes. It was just a fluke win in a match, does he really think he's something? He even rejected Northwest Martial Arts University's invitation, what's with this false high-mindedness? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Originally, he was also the center of attention at Jincheng High School, the object of everyone's envy. But now, all the glory has been taken away by Lin Jin. Lin Jin not only took away his beloved, but also publicly humiliated him. How could he possibly accept that? Just wait and see, Lin Jin, your good days are about to end. Jiang Yuechuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Chapter 27, The Appearance of the Imperial Seal. The exchange competition concluded. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lin Jin, come on, let's go collect your award. Director Liang said that you have made a great contribution, and the school decided to reward you handsomely. The prize is 10 million great xia coins. And also, the high-grade weapons left by that old guy, Gao Jianlai, are all yours. Lei Shuiping waved his hand grandly. 10 million great xia coins. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded upon hearing this number. This is an enormous sum. For ordinary students like them, it's simply an astronomical figure. Even the teachers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This time, Jincheng High School really invested a lot. However, Lin Jin's face showed little surprise. He didn't have much interest in money. At least, he wasn't overly excited about the reward money. And high-grade weapons. He already had several, all matched with his cultivation method, far stronger than ordinary high-grade weapons. In the Jinmu space, as long as there is enough evil spirit, he could draw as many as he wanted. So, those high-grade weapons held little attraction for him. Teacher Lei, I'll accept the money, but can I trade the high-grade weapons for something else? Lin Jin said. Trade for something else? Lei Shuiping was taken aback. What do you want? I want to see the school's treasured item. Lin Jin said slowly. Treasure item? Lei Shuiping's expression changed. Are you sure? The school's treasured item is related to the Black Domain, and for Principal Liang, it holds great significance. Not everyone can see it. Lin Jin is just a student, not yet taking the martial arts exam, and he wants to ignore the good high-grade weapons? Instead, he wants to touch something from the Black Domain. What is he thinking? I'm sure. Lin Jin expressed his wish again. No way. Lei Shuiping flatly refused. That thing, with your current strength, it's too dangerous to touch. Besides, it's a precious item related to the Black Domain. If anything goes wrong and Principal Liang gets angry, no one can bear the responsibility. Teacher Lei, please make an exception. I just want to take a look, I promise not to touch it. Lin Jin said. The more Lei Shuiping insisted, the more curious Lin Jin became. Besides, his Jianmu space is very likely connected to the Black Domain world. This. Lei Shuiping hesitated. Lin Jin made a significant contribution to the school this time, and logically, he should have his wish fulfilled. However, the treasured item is of great importance, and Lei Shuiping didn't dare make a decision lightly. Teacher Lei, how about you ask the principal for permission? Lin Jin suggested. Alright, I'll go ask the principal. Lei Shuiping nodded and turned to find Principal Liang Ji. Moments later, Lei Shui Ping returned with a strange expression. The principal agreed. Lei Shui Ping said. However, he wants to take you there personally. Okay. Lin Jin nodded. Under Principal Liang Ji's guidance, Lin Jin arrived at the school's underground treasure vault. Lin Jin, this item has been in my possession for decades, it's not really a crucial treasure. Liang Ji said lightly. Not important? Why did the Tianshan sword sect go through so much trouble? To host an exchange competition? Not important? Why hide it in such a secretive place? Lin Jin didn't take what Principal Liang Ji said seriously. Passing through layer upon layer of security doors, Lin Jin saw a table with a transparent jade box on it. He examined the strange item from the black domain inside the box. Lin Jin was completely stunned. This thing is not important? This is the imperial seal from his homeland. Looking at the 8 ancient characters carved on the seal, commanded by heaven, everlasting prosperity, Lin Jin felt an urge to kneel. In his homeland, which man wouldn't feel his blood boil upon seeing these 8 characters? How could the imperial seal appear on Blue Star? Lin Jin felt a headache, his brain was not functioning properly. Principal Liang, is this thing definitely from the black domain? What is its use? Principal Liang sighed, stroking the jade box, as if recalling some painful past events. This seal indeed comes from the black domain, I brought it back from the 100 Battles black domain many years ago. Liang Ji's voice was deep, carrying a hint of barely perceptible trembling. As for its function, Liang Ji paused, seeming to weigh his words. The 100 Battles black domain, as the name suggests, is a black domain themed around war. It is divided into several areas. The outer buffer zone, which is relatively safe, is the main area explored by our human warriors. Further inside is the middle danger zone, filled with various powerful ferocious beasts. Many Jianghe realm warriors do not dare to tread lightly there. And the core area is even more dangerous, it hides the deepest secrets of the black domain and the greatest dangers. Lin Jin listened quietly, but a storm surged in his heart. He did not expect the black domain to be so complex, far beyond his imagination. In fact, besides these 3 areas, there is another area known as the Death Domain. Liang Ji's tone suddenly became mysterious. Death Domain? Lin Jin asked in confusion, this was the first time he had heard this term. That's right, the Death Domain. Liang Ji nodded. The wonders of the Black Domain come from the Death Domain. And the Death Domain is the original world of every Black Domain. Those worlds used to be lively, just like our Blue Star, with their own splendid civilizations. In the end, they were completely devoured by sinister energy, becoming a world of death. The Black Domain that appears in our world is merely the tip of the iceberg projected by those lost Death Domain civilizations. Hearing Liang Ji's explanation, Lin Jin felt somewhat overwhelmed. If the wonders of the Black Domain appear, it means that world has been completely consumed by sinister energy, becoming a Death Domain. Then what about my hometown? Has it also been swallowed up? Is it gone? Lin Jin found it hard to believe. He didn't know how to express his complicated feelings in words. Damn it, what on earth is going on? What happened to this universe? Have my hometown folks all perished? Am I the only one who crossed over? Liang Ji did not notice Lin Jin's change in expression and continued. The Black Domain is like a coordinate anchoring the Death Domain in this world, and the wonders of the Black Domain are the keys to open the door to the Death Domain. If one day, our world is completely consumed by sinister energy, we too will become a Death Domain. Our civilization might also project as a Black Domain in another world. Liang Ji's words left Lin Jin even more shocked. The Imperial Seal actually became the key to another world? However, the Death Domain is too dangerous, those who go in to explore face a 90% chance of death. Liang Ji's expression grew serious. Back then, my teammates and I were unexpectedly caught in the whirlpool gate of the 100 Battles Death Domain. The result? Liang Ji's voice choked, his eyes filled with pain and regret. My teammates all became puppets of the Black Domain. And I, due to a special martial vein talent, and with the help of the captain, who used his powerful space ability, was sent back to the Black Domain. I survived. But they remained there forever. A murky tear slid down Liang Ji's cheek. That was the eternal pain in his heart. So many years have passed, and it was hard to dissipate. The person is gone. The living grieve. Lin Jin fell silent. He could feel Liang Ji's inner sorrow and guilt. He finally understood why Liang Ji treasured this item so much. This was not merely a wonder of the Black Domain. It was a memory of blood and tears, a farewell between life and death. Chapter 28, I will train you to be the most fearless blade. Principal Liang, can this wonder be given to me? Don't rush to refuse me because I have compelling reasons to possess it. Oh? Liang Ji calmed his emotions, curious about how the young man before him would respond. If one day I become strong enough, I will go to the death domain to visit your old friends for you. Liang Ji was somewhat moved. Moreover, this wonder. It really matters a lot to me. I must get him. I hope Principal Liang believes me. No matter the 100 battles of Black Domain, whether it's my hometown, or related to my hometown. Lin Jin must investigate. Besides, how can the Imperial Jade Seal be lost in the world? Even if there is a destiny. I, who crossed over, I, who have an advantage, isn't that the destiny? After crossing over, Lin Jin thought he had no relation to his hometown. But now, old relics from his hometown suddenly appeared. This made Lin Jin feel uncertain whether to be happy or worried. Liang Ji looked at Lin Jin's eyes. It seemed he saw his younger self's stubbornness in this young man. Okay, I trust you. But, you must agree to 2 conditions. You say. Before reaching the condensing sea realm, absolutely do not step into the dead domain world. I promise you. Lin Jin felt grateful, because this condition was just Liang Ji's protection for him. After all, the dead domain is too dangerous. If possible, bring them back. To celebrate victory. The school held a grand celebration event. Lin Jin did not go. He returned alone to the training room. What meaning is there in meaningless social activities? A reward of 10 million dasha coins, Lin Jin took 5 million. After all, 5 people participated in the exchange competition. Even though 2 people didn't contribute. But Lin Jin had no complaints. Who let himself get the Black Domain treasures? Isn't this more important than anything? Commanded by heaven, already eternally prosperous. I ask, which man can resist the temptation of these 8 words? When he walked into the training room, Lin Jin found Luo Xiaoshan had been waiting. Jin Ge, I knew you don't like socializing. You would definitely come back. Luo Xiaoshan's face was full of eagerness, his eyes sparkling, almost shimmering. Jin Ge, you are truly too strong. That arrogant guy Yi Shui was beaten by you without a chance to fight back. You don't know how satisfying it was for me to watch at that time. Luo Xiaoshan's face was full of admiration, wanting to immediately become Lin Jin's disciple. Jin Ge, can you also teach me? I want to become stronger. Luo Xiaoshan scratched his bald head, shyly speaking. I know my talent is not as good as yours, but I will work hard. As long as I can be half as strong as you, I would be satisfied. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes were firm, full of desire. Lin Jin looked at Luo Xiaoshan, this pure-hearted big boy. Though his strength was average, his heart was kind, and he was sincere. Besides, he also helped me test the medicine. Want to become strong? Lin Jin asked. Luo Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Want to be as strong as me? Stronger than you. Luo Xiaoshan blurted out, then felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I was just saying. Lin Jin smiled. Having a bit of pride is not wrong. After all, Luo Xiaoshan's golden talent is outrageous. The more crazy, the more fierce, the stronger. Besides, my hometown has a saying, a soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. But wanting to surpass me? That's a bit difficult. I'm the one with the advantage. Since you want to become strong, then I will help you, train you to be the most violent, the sharpest knife. But first, I need to see your strength. Really? Jingu, are you really saying that? Luo Xiaoshan jumped up in excitement. Of course. Now, attack me with your crazy power. Lin Jin ordered. Okay. Luo Xiaoshan took a deep breath, his muscles bulging, instantly entering a frenzied state. Roar! With a low growl, Luo Xiaoshan's eyes turned red like a wild beast as he pounced towards Lin Jin. He picked up a long knife and slashed at Lin Jin, each slash accompanied by howling winds, with astonishing power. This was the low-level martial skill Luo Xiaoshan trained in, bull charge slash. The knife was aptly named, powerful and heavy, like a wild bull charging, carrying great force. Facing Luo Xiaoshan's fierce attacks, Lin Jin used the universe shift, imitating him skillfully. Lin Jin let out a low shout, striking out the same slash. This slash, compared to Luo Xiaoshan's earlier bull charge slash, was exactly the same. But its power was several times greater. Vaguely, there was a roaring wild bull, charging wildly. The 2 blades clashed. Luo Xiaoshan had no time to react. The long knife in his hand had already been cut off by Lin Jian. The whole person was knocked out by the impact of the wild bull. Is this the true power of the bull charge technique? Every martial technique has its true power, but Luo Xiaoshan had practiced the bull charge for many years, yet he was still only proficient, far from perfection. As for the true power, he hadn't even thought about it. But Lin Jian effortlessly unleashed the true power of martial arts that he could hardly reach? Is brother Jian still human? Luo Xiaoshan felt shocked in his heart, and he gave a 5-star evaluation for his firm decision to follow Lin Jian. Your strike has too many flaws. Though your strength is sufficient, your speed is too slow and not flexible enough. Moreover, there are problems with your true energy circulation. Lin Jian walked in front of Luo Xiaoshan and pointed out his shortcomings bluntly. The most critical point is that your martial technique is too poor. There's no upper limit. I have a stronger martial technique here, do you want to learn it? Lin Jian originally wanted to use the special effect of the Great Cosmic Shift to help Luo Xiaoshan find his cultivation issues first. Let him proceed step by step. But the low-level techniques were simply too lousy. They were full of flaws. Having tasted finer grains, he couldn't possibly swallow such coarse food like low-level techniques. Learn. Luo Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Lin Jian didn't waste words. Since he intended to take in Luo Xiaoshan, he would give him the best. Let him become his strongest little brother. So that they wouldn't be embarrassed when going out in the future. This technique is a high-level technique named Furious Dragon 8 Raging Strikes. Lin Jian's voice thundered like a bell, echoing in Luo Xiaoshan's ears. Furious Dragon 8 Raging Strikes. High-level technique? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoshan felt his heart surge. He didn't expect Lin Jian to be so generous, passing on such a precious technique to him. This was a high-level technique. Each one costs over 100 million daxia coins. With his strength, if nothing unexpected happened, he might never be able to afford it in his lifetime. Tears welled in Luo Xiaoshan's eyes. Brother Jian, you are my reborn parents. In the future, I live for you, and I die as your ghost. Lin Jian. Outside the training room. Su Wanqing happened to pass by. She didn't feel like attending the gathering. Seeing the training room of Lin Jian opened, she couldn't help but stop. Watching Lin Jian point out things to Luo Xiaoshan, Su Wanqing felt mixed emotions. She had a rush of impulses internally. She wanted to consult Lin Jian on how to quickly improve her strength. But when she thought about the previous bet, she felt a wave of shame. The word dad was like a fishbone, stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken. She wanted to become stronger. She didn't want to lose to Lin Jian. But she couldn't bring herself to face him, to bow down to him. Damn it! What to do? If this continues, the gap between him and me will get bigger and bigger. Maybe Luo Xiaoshan will catch up to me. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled, hesitant in her heart. Should I go in? It only takes a light lift of a foot. But her legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. Chapter 29, so embarrassing. Lifting her foot. Su Wanqing gritted her silver teeth, and finally took the difficult step. To become stronger, any price is worth it. Lin Jian. Su Wanqing's voice trembled slightly, hardly noticeable. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, Lin Jian frowned slightly. You are back? Still not convinced? Lin Jian's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Coming to provoke again and again. Anyone would have a limit. Su Wanqing's face turned pale. She took a deep breath, trying hard to appear calmer. And no. I'm here to seek your guidance. I want to become stronger. Su Wanqing's voice was low, but her tone was firm. You said you could teach me 2 real killing techniques. I want to learn. Oh? Lin Jian looked at Su Wanqing with some surprise. The proud Su Wanqing would actually actively bow down to him? Did the sun rise in the west? Or was it that his charm was boundless? Lin Jian's mouth curved into a playful smile. Do you want to learn? Sure. But I also said, you have to call me Dad. So, shouldn't you first fulfill the bet? Lin Jian's words made Su Wanqing's face instantly turn bright red. She bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. The 2 words Dad felt like 1,000 pounds, pressing heavily on her heart, making it hard for her to speak. Bat? Dad? Beside them, Luo Xiaoshan was even more stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. He looked at Lin Jian, then at Su Wanqing, completely unable to believe his ears. Su Wanqing actually wants to call Lin Jian Dad? This is too thrilling. Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly, filled with immense shame and humiliation. However, to become stronger, she had no choice but to endure. Dad. Su Wanqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito, barely audible. But Lin Jian heard it clearly. His smile grew even wider. What genius! What campus beauty! In front of me, Lin Jian, they all have to bow their heads and be humble. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted again, Dad. This time, her voice was much louder than before. Su Wanqing's clear voice echoed throughout the training room, lingering for a long time. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, delicate and tempting. Damn it! I shouldn't have come now, and Luo Xiaoshan is here too. So embarrassing. Lin Jian chuckled. Now this is more like it, right? And Luo Xiaoshan was completely frozen, his eyes wide as saucers. Classmate Wanqing, she really called him? Oh my god, what kind of chaotic thing am I witnessing? Luo Xiaoshan silently stuffed his ears to show that he didn't hear anything. Is it good now? Su Wanqing mustered her courage. Lin Jin chuckled lightly, it's not that easy. Moreover, he had no martial arts to teach Su Wanqing at the moment. He couldn't just randomly teach something, right? I can teach you, but you have to wait. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Wanqing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. At least Lin Jin did not refuse. This ignited a glimmer of hope in Su Wanqing's heart. She came from a family of martial artists, so her understanding of Lin Jin's martial arts strength surpassed that of normal people. All were high-level techniques, and they were the most top-tier ones she had never heard of. Behind Lin Jin, there must be a huge backing. As long as she learned one move or two, her strength would surely advance again. Even hitching a ride on the big boat behind Lin Jin. Helping herself to take revenge. What does the current humiliation count for? Moreover, after shouting those two words, she actually felt a sense of relief. As if she had unloaded a heavy burden. At this moment, Lin Jin's phone rang. It was a call from Gu Yao. A familiar yet strange call. Lin Jin's lips curled into a smile, was the fish finally going to bite? Jiang Yuechuan indeed couldn't hold back. Lin Jin had been humiliating and provoking Jiang Yuechuan to force him to take action against him. Once Jiang Yuechuan moved, the evil forces behind him would naturally follow. This was Lin Jin's agreement with Zhong Mushuan. Lured the snake out of its hole. Lin Jin, I was wrong about what happened before, and I apologize to you. I want to treat you to a meal to apologize in person, what do you think? For the sake of our many years of acquaintance, please give me a chance. Sure. Then tonight at 8, at the Dream Drunk Hotel, no see no break. Gu Yao's voice carried a hint of excitement. After hanging up, Lin Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. He sent a text to Zhong Mushuan, the little fish is finally hooked. After a while, Lin Jin received a reply. I'm on my way, be careful, and pay attention to safety. By the Jin River. The cold river wind blew against Jiang Yuechuan's fierce face. Ha ha ha. Hearing that Lin Jin agreed to Gu Yao's invitation. Jiang Yuechuan suddenly laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with pride and cruelty. Lin Jin, oh Lin Jin, you won't take the path to heaven, yet you kick down the door to hell. This time, I will make you wish you were dead and unable to die. Everything I lost, I will take it all back. In Golden City, no one dares to offend me. Then, he turned and looked at Xing Luo in the shadows, shouting loudly, this time, I will make sure he comes and never leaves. Jiang Yuechuan's voice was like a devil crawling out of hell, making people shiver with fear. Beside him. The excitement faded from Gu Yao's face. What replaced it was a bit of unease and confusion. Lord Xing Luo, are you sure planting the black core will really make my power grow fast? A strange light flashed in Xing Luo's eyes. Of course. The power of the black core is far beyond your imagination. It can help you break your limits and reach a height never seen before. Trust me, you will thank me. Also, as long as you listen to me, you can take revenge soon with your own hands, and make Lin Jin pay the price. Xing Luo's voice had a power that could confuse people's hearts. Gu Yao's eyes slowly turned blurry. Okay, I trust you. Lord Xing Luo. Night fell. In front of Zue Meng Hotel. The most prosperous business area of Golden City was full of lights and crowded with people. Xing Luo stood on the rooftop of a tall building, looking down at the people below. Behind him stood dozens of men and women with strange expressions. Including Gu Yao. Inside each of them, a black core had been planted. They were Xing Luo's puppets, and the most important part of his plan. Time is up. Xing Luo spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Go. Use your lives, use your souls, to build the big summoning circle. Welcome the coming of the great being. As Xing Luo finished speaking, the eyes of the people behind him filled with madness. They quickly spread out into the business area. Invisible energy poured out from their bodies, gathering in the air, forming a faint swirling vortex. Hidden in the night. The whole business area seemed covered in an invisible shadow. Crowds moved back and forth. But no one noticed anything strange. Chapter 30, You Deserve What You Did. Midnight. Neon lights flashed, and the golden gates of Zue Meng Hotel shined like daylight. Gu Yao stood at the entrance, her face pale like she was sick. Her delicate makeup couldn't hide the complex emotions in her eyes. When she saw Lin Jin, Gu Yao's face immediately filled with smiles as she walked up. Lin Jin, you came. Lin Jin's cold eyes swept over Gu Yao's body. Then he looked up at the sky. In the air, there was a faint, uneasy feeling. Like something was watching from the dark. This feeling made the Jianmu in Lin Jin's body restless. Lin Jin stopped walking, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Good. Lin Jin really feared Gu Yao wouldn't do something crazy. Now like this, he didn't need to pretend anymore. Time to act if needed. If someone hurts me, beat them like a dead dog. If they hurt me again, kill them to the root. What's wrong? Gu Yao saw Lin Jin stop and just stare at the sky. Her voice trembled. Did he find out? Lin Jin didn't answer. His eyes flashed, and suddenly he moved, grabbing Gu Yao's neck. Ah! Gu Yao screamed, her face turning pale at once. Lin Jin, what are you doing? What do you think? Lin Jin gave a cold laugh. I told you, if you mess with me again, I will make you regret being born. Bitch, why won't you listen? Also, your acting is getting worse and worse. Say it, what the hell does Jiang Yuechuan want? Lin Jin's grip tightened, and Gu Yao could hardly breathe. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Yao's eyes were full of fear, but she still tried to lie. Don't know? Lin Jin gave a cold snort and slapped her hard in the face. Bitch, looks like you won't tell the truth until I teach you a lesson. Lin Jin's hands squeezed harder. Gu Yao felt like her neck was going to break. The fear of death quickly wrapped around her. I'll say. Gu Yao broke down. Lin Jin really wanted to kill her. They want to summon a monster. The whole business area is a sacrifice. Hearing this, Lin Jin's face instantly became serious. Did Jiang Yuechuan go crazy? To take revenge on me? He actually wants to use everyone in the commercial district as sacrifices. There must be at least tens of thousands of people here, right? What the hell is this madness? What the hell, he deserves to die. Lin Jin cursed in anger, his veins bulging on his hands. Suddenly, a strange and powerful force inside Gu Yao's body completely went out of control. This force was exactly the same as Guo Xiangfei's. But it was even more violent, more evil. Black core evil energy. Lin Jin was very familiar with it. Lin Jin, you useless piece of shit. I'm going to kill you. In an instant, Gu Yao's voice became hoarse and distorted, as if she had completely turned into someone else. Her body began to tremble violently, her eyes bloodshot, and a black domain evil energy surged from her 7 orifices, wrapping around her body. You want to kill me? Just with you? You think, with this so-called black core, you can resist me? Bitch, you're too naive. Today, I'll make you understand what true despair is. Lin Jin's tone was as cold as ice. Even with the power of the black core, Gu Yao's strength would only reach the martial pulse realm at most. How could she possibly compare to Lin Jin? Ah! Gu Yao screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body had already been stomped into the ground by Lin Jin. She was trapped in a pit. Kill you. Gu Yao struggled, trying to crawl out of the pit. But the black core inside her body began to crazily devour her life force. Her body started to swell at a visible speed. No. Fear appeared in Gu Yao's eyes. At this moment, she realized she had been deceived by Xing Luo. She didn't want to die, she still wanted revenge, she still wanted to see Lin Jin kneel before her, begging for mercy. But it was all too late. The power of the black core had completely gone out of control. Boom! A loud explosion came from Gu Yao's body. Her body, like a bomb, instantly exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, staining the ground red. Lin Jin's body was also sent flying by the blast, but with the power of the Qiankuan Great Transfer, Lin Jin didn't suffer much harm. Lin Jin's eyes showed pity. Did that green tea bitch Gu Yao just die like this? You reap what you sow. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Zue Meng Grand Hotel, Xing Luo's face became extremely dark. Damn it! She actually detonated it early. Lin Jin, you've ruined my big plan. A flash of ruthless intent appeared in Xing Luo's eyes. His original plan was to wait until everyone arrived at the designated location, then detonate the black core, using everyone in the commercial district as sacrifices to summon a great disaster. At that time, no matter Lin Jin or the people from Black Dragon Mountain, they would all be dead with no place to be buried. Even the entire Golden City would fall into despair. But now, Gu Yao detonated the black core early, causing chaos among the crowd, and Black Dragon Mountain became alert. His plan had to be executed ahead of time. Since that's the case, let's begin. Anyway, there are already enough sacrifices. Xing Luo took a deep breath, formed a seal with his hands, and chanted something under his breath. 10,000 evil gods summon, start. In the night sky, an invisible vortex appeared, and an energy wave began to spread. Boom! 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 Explosions kept occurring in malls, streets, restaurants, places with dense crowds. Screams and cries of agony intertwined, and the wails filled the air. The entire commercial district instantly fell into chaos. Death kept occurring. Faintly, countless soul energies were being absorbed by the sky vortex. The black vortex grew more and more obvious, as if it were going to tear the entire sky apart. Looking at his masterpiece, Xing Luo's expression became smug. But the smile quickly froze on his strange face because someone stopped the black core from continuing to explode. Zhang Muxuan. Zhang Muxuan had already led the Black Dragon Mountain disciples to ambush around the Zue Meng Grand Hotel. These days. From Gui Xiangfei's mouth, Black Dragon Mountain had already obtained the preliminary list of students from Jin City High School who had black cores planted in them. They hadn't acted yet, waiting for a chance to catch them all. Upon hearing the explosions, Zhang Muxuan immediately gave the order. Everyone, immediately control those with black cores planted in them. Stop them from self-destructing. Everyone else, follow me to evacuate the civilians. Zhang Muxian's voice echoed in the night sky. On the high platform, Xing Luo's face turned pale, his eyes cold and ruthless. Do you think this will stop me? A foolish dream. Today, all of you will die. Screech. A sharp cry rang out from below. A giant monster bird shot out of the shadows, charging towards the crowd. It was the Gu Eagle. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and bit down on a person's head. Crunch! With a crisp sound, the person's head was crushed by the Gu Eagle, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Ah! Help! Monster! The crowd erupted in a series of terrified screams. People fled in all directions on the street, chaos everywhere. The Gu Eagle rampaged through the crowd, killing with reckless abandon. Each time it swooped down, it took several lives. The ground was stained with blood, and severed limbs and broken arms were everywhere. The entire commercial district instantly turned into a living hell. Zhang Muxian's face turned extremely grim. He immediately raised his sword and charged at the Gu Eagle. Xiao Su, the task of evacuating the people is up to you. Su Wanqing nodded fiercely. She had already joined Black Dragon Mountain. Zhang Muxian received news from Lin Jin and immediately notified Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing rushed towards the panicked crowd. She suddenly saw Lin Jin, bloodied, walking against the flow of people, heading towards the black vortex. The vortex was devouring countless life forces. It was growing larger and denser. A terrifying aura spread from the vortex, enveloping the entire commercial district. It felt like the end of the world. Almost there? Zhang Yuechuan looked at the vortex forming above him, his body trembling with excitement. As long as the great evil descends and the sacrifices are made, he could collect soul power and cultivate the 9 revolutions demon technique of Shanhai. His strength would rapidly increase. The Jiang family accepted Shanhai sect members partly for the resources of the wasteland, and secondly for the 9 revolutions demon technique. As long as he mastered this heaven-defying technique, he would be known not only in Jin City but in the entire northwest, even the whole of Daxia. Yes, just a little more, the evil god can descend. Xing Luo appeared in front of Zhang Yuechuan without him noticing. Hurry up and find a way. Zhang Yuechuan shouted. I have a way, but I need your help. How can I help? Zhang Yuechuan frowned, a little dissatisfied. Simple. Use your life. Before Xing Luo finished speaking, he kicked Zhang Yuechuan fiercely in the chest. Zhang Yuechuan's body, like a kite with its string cut, plummeted rapidly from the top of the 100-story building. At the same time, a terrifying killing aura began to radiate from him, constantly expanding. Zhang Yuechuan's eyes were bloodshot. You're seeking death. When did you plant the black core in me? Kill me, and the Jiang family will never let you go. Spit. Watching Zhang Yuechuan's body explode in the crowd, Xing Luo's eerie face showed a cruel smile. Zhang Yuechuan, what are you? You think you can show off in front of me? Shouting at me? If not for the fact that you still have some value, you would have been dead long ago. The Jiang family? They're just a dog raised by our god sect. Crunch. A crisp sound came from the vortex. The space seemed to tear apart. A huge, furry tail filled with overwhelming killing aura stretched out from the crack. Then came the second, the third. 9 tails in total. Each tail was like a giant snake, thrashing in the air, blocking out the sun. Wherever they passed, everything turned to ruins. The furry tails burned with black flames, emitting a suffocating killing aura. 9-tailed fox. This mythical beast that existed in legends had really appeared. And it appeared in Jin City. Although it was only a few tails, not the main body, the terrifying pressure was enough to make everyone present feel a sense of despair. 4th-order beast. Zhang Muxian's face turned pale, filled with utter horror. A 4th-order beast had strength equivalent to a human star soul realm transcendent warrior. There's a saying, below Star Soul Realm, everyone is just an ordinary mortal. This kind of strength was simply beyond what he, a mere Jiangha Realm warrior, could withstand. In the whole Golden City, there is not a single Star Soul Realm. How to fight? Fight with a hammer? It's over. Su Wanqing's delicate body trembled, her cold eyes filled with fear. Once the fourth-tier fierce beast, the nine-tailed fox, descends, the people present won't even have a chance to escape. Just when everyone was plunged into despair, a figure rushed against the crowd toward those 9 huge tails. Lin Jin. Is he crazy? While others avoid it, he actively approaches the area where the nine-tailed fox is located. Lin Jin is certainly not crazy. He is very clear-headed. Others fear the nine-tailed fox, but he does not fear it. Because he has the tree of creation in his body. At the moment the illusion of the nine-tailed fox appeared, the tree of creation inside him began to tremble violently. A strong desire came from the tree of creation. It was like a reunion with loved ones. It longed to devour the malevolent energy on the nine-tailed fox. Lin Jin did not hesitate at all. This was an opportunity for the tree of creation to evolve. It was also a great chance for him to devour malevolent energy. If he could absorb the malevolent energy from a fourth-tier fierce beast, the malevolent energy value in the tree of creation space would reach a new height. Fortune is sought in danger. If death is certain? Then why not take a gamble? Whoosh! Lin Jin's figure was as fast as lightning, instantly arriving beneath the illusion of the nine-tailed fox's tail. He jumped up and tightly hugged one of the tails. Boom! A terrifying malevolent energy rushed into Lin Jin's body in an instant. If it were a normal person, they would probably be instantly devoured by this malevolent energy and explode to death. But Lin Jin is different. He has the tree of creation in his body. As soon as the malevolent energy entered Lin Jin's body, it was crazily absorbed by the tree of creation. Current soul power value, 10. Can be increased by absorbing malevolent energy, reward pool opened. Martial Vein Awakening progress, Bronze Martial Vein Awakened, can continue to evolve, current evolution progress 10%. Time flow rate, 365 times. Soul power value plus 999. Soul power value plus 999. Soul power value plus 999. The soul power value on the Tree of Creation panel skyrocketed to over 10,000, and it was still climbing. Lin Jin was like he had been injected with adrenaline, looking like he was going crazy. Suck. I'm going to drain you dry. At the same time, the pressure from the illusion of the nine-tailed fox began to weaken rapidly. The 9 tails that originally covered the sky started to lose their malevolent energy quickly and began to become illusory. What is happening? Zhang Muxian was dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. He had seen and experienced much, but he had never seen such a bizarre sight. A student of the Martial Vein realm? Using his body to withstand the malevolent energy of a fourth-tier fierce beast? This was simply a fairy tale. How many secrets does Lin Jin have? Roar! The nine-tailed fox howled in pain. It wildly swung its tails, trying to throw Lin Jin off. However, Lin Jin was like a piece of caramel stuck to it, unable to be shaken off no matter how much it tried. Not only that, the suction power inside Lin Jin was continuously strengthening. On the top floor of the Drunken Dream Hotel, Xing Luo's face was extremely grim. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What kind of monster is Lin Jin? Why can he even absorb the malevolent energy of a fourth-tier fierce beast? Xing Luo had already suffered a loss in Lin Jin's hands and knew a thing or two about his abilities. He originally thought that the appearance of the nine-tailed fox would be enough to destroy everything. But he never expected that Lin Jin could actually absorb the malevolent energy of the nine-tailed fox. This was completely beyond his expectations. No! It can't go on like this. My plan cannot be ruined by this kid. If the nine-tailed heavenly fox cannot descend, then don't mention the destruction of Golden City, even I might find it hard to escape death. I must stop him. Xing Luo gripped the bone knife and charged at Lin Jin. The sharp cold light, carrying malevolent energy, rushed toward Lin Jin. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the bone knife in Xing Luo's hand was already in front of Lin Jin's eyes. Get away! Lin Jin roared, his left hand still tightly grasping the tail of the nine-tailed fox, and his whole body erupted with immense strength. The Qian Koan domain unfolded. An invisible force instantly deflected Xing Luo's bone knife. Xing Luo furrowed his brows. While Lin Jin was devouring the demonic energy of the nine-tailed demon fox, he could still block his attack? This kid's strength is even greater than he imagined. If he's not eliminated now, he will become a major threat to the Great Wilderness sect sooner or later. Moreover, the demonic energy of the nine-tailed demon fox will be completely devoured by Lin Jin. Blood Fiend Demon Blade. Xing Luo roared furiously, black mist surged all over his body, and the bone blade in his hand instantly turned blood red. A terrifying aura of evil burst from the bone blade and slashed toward Lin Jin. This slash, Xing Luo used the full power of the river realm. He wanted to kill in one blow. Be careful. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Lin Jin. Su Wanqing. She held a long spear of ice and snow and faced Xing Luo's blood fiend demon blade without hesitation. Clang. Su Wanqing's cold eyes were full of determination. She knew she was no match for Xing Luo. But she had to buy time for Lin Jin. Even if it was just for a moment. Right now. Only Lin Jin was the one and only hope to stop the nine-tailed demon fox from descending. She would die even if it meant holding Xing Luo back. Not for Lin Jin. But for the people of Jinchang. Overestimating yourself. Xing Luo sneered coldly. A mere ant in the martial vein realm dares to block his attack? PSHH. With a light sound, Su Wanqing's long spear was cut in half by the blood fiend bone blade. Her body was also blasted away by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Pooh. Su Wanqing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face turning deathly pale. She struggled, trying to get up from the ground several times. But fell again, heavily. Looking at Su Wanqing lying on the ground, a warm current surged in Lin Jin's heart. This woman, although she had always been against him before, was not bad at heart. She was clear on right and wrong. She had a strong sense of justice. Worthy of being the one who called me daddy. Lin Jin held the nine-tail in his left hand and slowly raised his knife in his right. Blazing slash. Xing Luo snorted coldly and also swung the blood fiend demon blade in his hand. Clang. With a loud crash, the flame blade aura was shattered by the blood fiend bone blade. Lin Jin groaned, blood gushing from his mouth. Xing Luo's realm was still far higher than his. You think just because you hurt me last time, you can do it again this time? Go to hell. Xing Luo grinned hideously, forcing his way toward Lin Jin. Roar. Just then, the nine-tailed demon fox let out a furious roar. It swung its nine tails wildly, lashing out in all directions without discrimination. Not good. Xing Luo hurried to dodge, but the tails of the nine-tailed demon fox were too fast, he couldn't escape. Boom. With a huge sound, Xing Luo's body was struck by the fox's tail and flew backward. Chance. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. The red sun blade light burst forth, and just as the fox tail neared Xing Luo, he slashed hard at him. Ah! Xing Luo let out a miserable scream as his body was cut in half by the flaming blade. Lin Jin. Next time, I won't spare you. Xing Luo forced out a few words, then his body disintegrated, and black blood began to seep into the ground. Blood fiend disintegration art? Next time? Next time your damn self, I'll beat you back into your mother's womb to rebuild. Lin Jin frowned. This was an evil technique of the Great Wilderness sect, used to escape when near death. Chapter 32, Soul Power Soaring Madly. Roar. The roar of the nine-tailed demon fox echoed in the night sky, furious and full of despair. Its nine tails thrashed madly, trying to shake off Lin Jin's absorption. But it was all in vain. Lin Jin was like a greedy black hole, madly devouring its demonic aura. Inside the Jianmu space, the soul power value flickered so fast it became a blur. Soul power plus 1999. Soul power plus 2999. Soul power plus 3999. Awesome. So damn awesome. Lin Jin felt every single cell in his body cheering and jumping for joy. The towering dead tree in his spiritual sea was trembling, as if life was emerging from it. And the shadow of the nine-tailed demon fox was growing fainter and fainter. Its 9 huge tails shriveled rapidly, like balloons leaking air. The once overwhelming pressure that blotted out the sky was also fading. No. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. From the depths of the vortex came the unwilling roar of the nine-tailed demon fox. Next, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils. Amidst the whirlpool, a figure emerged, staring intently at Lin Jin. That gaze was filled with resentment and anger, as if it wanted to swallow Lin Jin alive. Lin Jin's heart jolted. This gaze truly caused one's heart to tremble, filled with terror. However, Lin Jin did not retreat. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? I even dare to absorb your malice, how can I fear a mere glance from you? You dare descend in your true form. Let's see if I don't beat the very essence out of you. Roar. The nine-tailed fox seemed to sense Lin Jin's provocation and let out a thunderous roar. The entire sky seemed to tremble. However, this was its final struggle. As the last trace of malice was absorbed by Lin Jin, the phantom of the nine-tailed fox completely vanished. Those blood-red vertical pupils also disappeared without a trace. The whirlpool in the sky slowly closed, restoring calm. The night sky became clear again, dotted with stars. Everything seemed to have never happened. Only the mess on the ground and the lingering scent of blood proved the brutality of earlier. Ha! Lin Jin let out a long breath, feeling his body weaken. The earlier absorption, while granting him enormous benefits, had consumed a lot of his strength. But it was worth it. Lin Jin looked into the Jianmu space. The soul power value had reached an astonishing number. Current soul power value, 99,999, can be increased by absorbing malice, reward pool activated. Martial Vein Awakening progress, Bronze Martial Vein Awakened, can continue to evolve, current evolution progress 10%. Time flow rate, 365 times. 99999 soul power value? Isn't that way too much? No wonder it is the legendary 4th tier beast, the nine-tailed fox, just a part of its power had such tremendous malice. 999 chances for a lottery draw? Almost 10 guaranteed chances? Does that mean he can draw whatever he wants? Draw until his hands cramp? Lin Jin was thrilled. At this pace, it won't be long before he becomes a true powerhouse. When that time comes, what nonsense Great Wilderness Sect, what nonsense Jiang family, all will be crushed under his feet. Lin Jin, are you okay? Zhong Mushuan's voice interrupted Lin Jin's thoughts. He quickly walked to Lin Jin's side, looking concerned. Lin Jin shook his head, signaling that he was fine. You brat, really? Zhong Mushuan looked at Lin Jin, unsure what to say. He really couldn't understand how Lin Jin managed to do it. He could actually absorb the malice of a 4th-tier ferocious beast. This was simply a monster. By the way, what about that goo eagle? Lin Jin suddenly remembered the ferocious beast that had rampaged through the crowd. I killed it. Zhong Mushuan said casually. Killed it? Lin Jin was taken aback. Where's the body? Burned it. Zhong Mushuan pointed at a pile of ashes not far away. 9-layer fire yang blade turned it directly to ash. Why did you burn it? That was a 2nd-tier ferocious beast. It could have sold for a lot of money. Lin Jin pounded his chest in distress, looking heartbroken. Zhong Mushuan was completely bewildered. Why does this kid's way of thinking differ so much from normal people? Shouldn't he feel relieved after killing the ferocious beast? Who cares how much money it can sell for when there's a threat to life? Oh, what a pity. Lin Jin sighed. If he could absorb the malice of the goo eagle, the Jianmu space would gain a considerable amount of soul power. Selling it to old Jin would also yield a great profit. A 2nd-tier ferocious beast could at least be worth 10 million, right? Alright, don't lament. Zhong Mushuan patted Lin Jin's shoulder. We owe you a lot this time. Zhong Mushuan sighed, his tone carrying a hint of fear. If it weren't for Lin Jin, if the nine-tailed fox had really descended, the entire Golden City would have likely turned into a hell on earth. That's right. Lin Jin chuckled lightly. But you better be careful of the Jiang family in the future. Jiang Yuchuan may have died at the hands of Starfall, but there's no guarantee that the Jiang family won't settle this score with you. The Jiang family had a massive influence in Golden City, and their actions were always domineering. Jiang Yuchuan was the only son of Jiang Jinbei, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Jiang family? Lin Jin sneered, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. When soldiers come, I'll block them, when waters come, I'll block them. I, Lin Jin, did not grow up being scared. What about the Jiang family? If they provoke me, I will wipe them out. One comes, one kills, a nest comes, and a nest is taken down. You kid, you're fearless. Zhong Mushuan shook his head and smiled wryly. But, caution makes for a long-lasting journey. I understand. When did you become so wishy-washy? Did the big sword give you an infectious disease? Lin Jin mocked. Zhong Mushuan. Zhong Mushuan. A commanding voice rang out, and a man in a black uniform, tall and stern, stepped forward. It was Zhou Sun, the captain of the Black Dragon Mountain Jincheng team. Black Dragon Mountain is organized in teams, with each city divided into captains, team leaders, and regional commanders. The highest leader in Dixia Black Dragon Mountain is called Long Shui, one of the 10 extremes of Dixia. Zhong Mushuan, do you know your crime? Zhou Sun shouted sternly, his voice like thunder, vibrating in everyone's ears. I am guilty. Zhong Mushuan lowered his head, and for the first time, he didn't argue. Tonight's heavy casualties were indeed due to his lack of consideration. Guilty? Do you know that your reckless actions almost caused a disaster? If it weren't for Lin Jin, everyone in the commercial area would have died. What can I say about you? Zhou Sun angrily reprimanded, spit nearly flying onto Zhong Mushuan's face. Captain Zhou, I. Zhong Mushuan tried to explain but was interrupted by Zhou Sun. What do you mean by I? Do you still have the face to explain? Do you know how many people died in this operation? In our Black Dragon Mountain Jincheng team alone, over a dozen members perished. And there were thousands of civilians who died. Is this your plan? You almost plunged the entire Jincheng into a state of no return. Zhou Sun grew more and more agitated, his voice rising louder and louder. People nearby started to look over, drawn by the commotion. Zhong Muxuan maintained a tense expression, offering no rebuttal. Though the casualties were heavy this time, they had successfully drawn out the 10,000 evils heavenly guiding of the great wilderness cult. And due to early preparation, they had prevented most of the dark nuclear explosions, stopping the nine-tailed fox from being born immediately. Otherwise, once Star's Fall completely set up the summoning array, and the nine-tailed fox was born, it would have been too late. From this perspective, Zhong Muxuan was not guilty, instead, he had done a service. He had maximized the reduction of casualties caused by the nine-tailed fox. He had defused a ticking time bomb. However, with such a big incident, someone must take responsibility. That person could only be Zhong Muxuan. Zhong Muxuan, from now on, you are suspended. Go back and reflect thoroughly. Wait for the higher-ups to handle it. Zhou Sun said coldly. I obey the orders. Old Zhong, why don't you treat me to a massage to soothe your wounded soul? Lin Jin looked at Zhong Muxuan and felt a bit uneasy. After all, so many people had died, Lin Jin felt a bit upset, let alone the team leader Zhong Muxuan. Why don't you treat me? Zhong Muxuan shot a glare at Lin Jin and silently lit a cigarette. This kid, what time is it, and he still has the mood to joke. Zhong Muxuan turned and helped comfort the crowd from Black Dragon Mountain. Lin Jin smiled faintly and said nothing more. Chapter 33, New Clues from the Tree of Building. The night deepened. In the commercial area, this once prosperous land was now a scene of devastation. In the air, a faint smell of blood lingered, remnants of last night's fierce battle. Second team, count the casualties. Third team, search for survivors, not a single one can be missed. Medical team, over here. Hurry! Black Dragon Mountain team members rushed through the ruins, their steps hurried. They transported the injured and carried out the dead, their movements mechanical and numb. They are dead, all dead. A young team member knelt on the ground, holding a dismembered corpse, his voice hoarse. Don't look anymore, let's go. An older team member patted his shoulder and pulled him up. This bunch of savages from the great wilderness cult, I'll kill them all. Another team member gritted his teeth, his fists cracking loudly. But still, too many people are dying. This is only a small part of Jincheng. What about all of Daxia? Even the whole world? How many hidden explosives does the great wilderness sect have? Damn it. Get stronger. I must become stronger. Lin Jin turned and strode away. Back in the training room, Lin Jin sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the Jianmu space. 99999 soul power value, like a mountain of gold, shining with enticing light. Lottery. I will draw until my hands go numb. The bronze door slowly opened. 999 chances to draw, enough for a long time. Let's start with pills. Lin Jin concentrated his mind on the pill pool. The ancient bronze door slowly opened, and various phantom pills continuously emerged in colorful light. Start with the pills. Qi Blood Dan. Another Qi Blood Dan. Still another Qi Blood Dan. Great Strength Pill. Another Great Strength Pill. Still another Great Strength Pill. Lin Jin's mouth twitched slightly, the drop rate of Qi Blood Dan and Great Strength Pill was too high. Could it be that Jianmu likes bald heads? Lin Jin couldn't help but picture the simple-minded Luo Xiaoshan. As he continued to draw, one pill after another fell into the Jianmu space. Blue light, still blue light. Lin Jin's face grew darker. Damn, I don't believe this cursed luck. Let's go again. Purple gold Ganoderma, washing marrow pill, 5 treasure honey wine. Fortunately, although these pills weren't top-notch, they were still good gains. Finally, during the 98th draw, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the bronze gate. 9-flower jade dew pill. Lin Jin felt a rush of joy. This is a holy medicine for healing. With it, his recovery speed after injuries would greatly improve. Continue. Golden light continuously shone, surprises piled one after another. Black jade healing ointment, 1000-year Tian Shan snow lotus, rebirth pill. Rare pills were continuously gathered by Lin Jin. The more he drew, the more excited he became. After 600 draws, 8 golden legends appeared. Hundreds of mid-level pills, hundreds of low-level pills, especially great strength pills and Qi Blood Dan the most. Looking at the dazzling array of pills in the Jianmu space, Lin Jin felt like he possessed a moving treasure trove. He had never been this wealthy. Ha 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 ha. Lin Jin laughed towards the sky. I am now a moving pharmacy. Who dares to provoke me? I will crush them with pills. Next, martial arts. Lin Jin shifted his focus to the martial arts pool. The bronze door opened again, and countless shadows of martial arts manuals flew by. Iron cloth shirt, golden bell shield, great strength diamond palm. These low-level martial arts were all common and not worth his time. Divine Light Sutra, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Not bad. Drawing again and again, filtering each time. Lin Jin did not rush to succeed but patiently searched for martial arts suitable for him. Finally, on the 100th draw, golden light descended once more. Innate skill. Innate skill? Lin Jin was stunned. This is the town-protecting skill of the Chuanjin sect. That predecessor, Wang Chongyang, defeated the legendary four absolutes with this skill and became the #1 in the world. This skill emphasizes innate energy, endless and unceasing, seeming to fit perfectly with the characteristics of Jianmu. Moreover, innate skill can cultivate both internal and external skills, suitable for offense, defense, nourishing the body, and prolonging life. It's simply perfect. In the 200 draws, 3 golden legends appeared. In addition to innate skill, there were also Dragon Elephant Prana skill and Xian Ning spear technique. In the last 200 draws, the weapon pool. Lin Jin took a deep breath, concentrating his mind on the final weapon pool. Earlier he had already drawn the Lion King's crazy blade and the flying rainbow sword. But Lin Jin still felt something was missing. Since he could draw, why not try? The bronze door slowly opened, and countless shadows of weapons flashed before his eyes. Black iron rod. Bronze sword. What kind of broken copper and iron is this? Lin Jin shook his head. I want that kind, an unparalleled divine weapon that can dominate the scene as soon as it appears. Preferably one that has special effects, dazzling the enemy's eyes. Come on. Surprise me. Blue light, purple light, golden light. Various colors intertwined, twinkling. Lin Jin's mood. Even the ups and downs seemed to follow. Zhangba snake spear. Xianming divine gun. But the divine weapon that could shine in front of him never appeared. Could it be that my luck has run out? Lin Jin felt a bit disappointed. Last draw. Whether I get something or not depends on this one. No golden light. Not even blue light. Only a faint white light. Pig slaughtering knife. What? Pig slaughtering knife? Are you kidding me? Lin Jin looked at the rusty pig slaughtering knife, with a few pig hairs still stuck to the blade, and he felt utterly defeated. This thing, can it even be considered a weapon? I would feel embarrassed to use it for slaughtering pigs. Jianmu, are you playing me? Lin Jin roared, nearly throwing the pig slaughtering knife away. Thus, the 999 draws ended completely. Lin Jin counted his gains. 8 high-level elixirs. 6 pieces of golden martial arts fragments. 3 high-level weapons. And a bunch of mid-level elixirs, martial arts, and weapons. And a pig slaughtering knife. Forget it, better than nothing. Lin Jin sighed and tossed the pig slaughtering knife into the corner of Jianmu's space. Out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, a new prompt appeared on the Jianmu panel in Lin Jin's Sea of Consciousness. Jianmu stage, Awakening stage. Current soul power value, 99, can be increased by absorbing evil energy. Lottery pool progress, 0.1%, need 99.9% to upgrade to a higher level lottery pool. Martial Pulse Awakening progress, Bronze Martial Pulse Awakened, can continuously evolve, current evolution progress 10%. Time flow rate, 365 times. What the heck? More than 1,000 draws? A full 100,000 soul power value, and the progress is only 0.1%? How many draws are needed to fill up the progress to the next prize pool? How much soul power value do I need to collect? Isn't this an astronomical number? Lin Jin's mouth twitched. In the black domain, there's no turning back. Chapter 34, the 5th martial pulse appears. In Jianmu space, Lin Jin sat in a spiral position. Like an old monk in meditation. The prize pool had been exhausted, and he urgently needed to increase his strength. After all, his cultivation had been stagnant for several days. There's a saying back home, without reading for 3 days, you can't catch up with Mr. Liu. To practice divine skills, one must first take medicine. Lin Jin picked up a cleansing marrow pill and put it in his mouth. First, to enhance the martial pulse, the higher the quality of the martial pulse, the faster the cultivation speed. But this time, the Jianmu panel had no feedback at all. No use? Lin Jin felt a bit unwilling. He picked up another cleansing marrow pill and tried again. The result was still no reaction. Damn it! Is it really useless? This is a mid-level elixir. Just wasted like this? Lin Jin felt pain in his heart. He had thought he could advance with these elixirs. Directly awaken the ultimate martial pulse. Shock Jincheng. Shock Jiangbei Province. Shock the Northwest. But reality slapped him harshly. Looks like I can only use high-level elixirs. Lin Jin gritted his teeth and took out the 1,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus from Jianmu space. This is a high-level spiritual herb. Priceless. He had only drawn one flower this time. Lin Jin cautiously placed the Snow Lotus into his mouth. A cool breath instantly spread throughout his body. Martial Pulse Awakening Progress, Bronze Martial Pulse Awakened, can continuously evolve, current evolution progress 10 plus 10%. Phew, luckily, high-level elixirs are still effective. Lin Jin breathed a sigh of relief. If high-level elixirs were also useless, he would really cry himself to death in the toilet. However, the effect of the Tianshan Snow Lotus also decreased sharply. When awakening the Bronze Martial Pulse, 1,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus could increase the progress by 60%. Now it only increases by 10%. This means that to fill the progress and awaken the Golden Martial Pulse, Lin Jin would need at least 8,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotuses? That's another huge amount of soul power value. Evil energy is always not enough. However, as the martial pulse evolved, Lin Jin clearly felt subtle changes in his body. Strength, speed, reaction, all had significant improvement. The most obvious was the sense of the heaven and earth's vital energy. Threads of energy from the surrounding atmosphere flowed as the martial pulse operated, and then they were absorbed bit by bit, transforming into the purest essence within his body. The Qiankuan Great Transfer Heart Method has reached perfection. It's time to cultivate another heart method. I must raise my realm. Innate skill. Lin Jin first chose to cultivate this mental method. This technique is most compatible with the nature of the Jianmu, and cultivating it should yield twice the results with half the effort. Lin Jin closed his eyes, and a mysterious piece of information surged into his mind. Lin Jin felt as if he were in a chaotic realm, surrounded by innate vital energy. Time passed unknowingly. He subconsciously guided this innate energy to circulate within his body according to the meridian route of the innate technique. In the first year of cultivation, Lin Jin had already gained a glimpse of the path of the innate technique, and the true essence within him became purer and more abundant. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Lin Jin's body began to undergo subtle changes. His meridians became wider and tougher. His bones grew denser and stronger. His muscles became firmer and more powerful. Lin Jin felt as if he had been reborn and transformed completely. In his dantian, a flow of warmth surged, merging with the vital energy of heaven and earth, forming a brand new martial vein. The third level of martial vein. Not bad. Just 1 year of cultivation has helped me break through the stagnation I've been facing for so long. Lin Jin felt an immense thrill in his heart. In the second year of cultivation, Lin Jin took comprehension-enhancing pills, achieving minor success in the innate technique, and faintly, a vortex of true energy formed in his dantian, increasing the absorption speed of heaven and earth's vital energy several times. Lin Jin opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Little did I know, this really worked. Indeed, I still need to take pills. At this rate, the distance to invincibility is just around the corner. By then, with Su Wanqing in my left arm and my right hand. Cough cough, thinking too far ahead. Lin Jin gathered his focus. In the 5th year of cultivation, Lin Jin integrated the innate technique. Every move he made flowed with innate true essence, and the protective energy shield could withstand attacks from knives and swords. In 5 years, Lin Jin's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. He felt that now, he could crush a cow with just one punch. And that kind of punch, he wouldn't even need a second one. In the 15th year of cultivation, Lin Jin achieved great success in the innate technique, and the true energy within him surged like an endless ocean. In his dantian, the 4th martial vein condensed, and Lin Jin's realm reached the 4th level of martial vein. 15 years, like a flick of a finger. For Lin Jin, these 15 years felt as long as a century. He practiced day after day, never once slackening his efforts. Now, he had finally cultivated the innate technique to a great success. The true energy within him surged like the mighty Yangtze River, endlessly flowing. In his dantian, 4 martial veins shone brightly. Each martial vein contained immense power. Lin Jin felt that now, he could smash a small mountain with one punch. But it wasn't enough. Lin Jin operated the innate technique to its fullest, a faint golden halo surrounding him. He tightly closed his eyes, and the true energy of the 4 martial veins roared within him, like 4 unruly dragons competing to devour the vital energy around them. The 5th martial vein was faintly appearing. Lin Jin exerted all his strength to break through, but the invisible barrier was harder to break than he had imagined. It needed more time. It required more vital energy from heaven and earth. It needed more vigorous blood energy. Isn't that enough? Then let's use pills to fill the gap. Lin Jin grabbed a handful of enhancement pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. He stuffed in another handful. He picked up a jar of 5 Magnolia honey wine and poured it all into his mouth. The pills entered his belly, turning into rolling hot currents. Lin Jin guided this power, repeatedly slamming against that layer of invisible barrier. Still not enough? Then let's do it again. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Jin's eyes as he took out a pill the size of a longan, entirely crimson, radiating a rich medicinal fragrance. Dragon Tiger Pill. This is a top-tier pill among high-grade pills, capable of greatly boosting a martial artist's true essence and increasing the chances of a breakthrough. Lin Jin showed no hesitation, directly swallowing the Dragon Tiger Pill. A violent medicinal power exploded in Lin Jin's body in an instant, like a volcanic eruption, with lava surging. A layer of crimson mist rose around Lin Jin, enveloping his entire being. The intense pain caused Lin Jin's body could not help but tremble. But he gritted his teeth, holding on with all his might. The power of the Dragon Tiger Pill was simply too dominant. If Lin Jin hadn't already practiced hard for a century, his body would have been strong, otherwise, he would have probably exploded from the surge of power in an instant. Lin Jin exerted all his energy, operating his innate skill to guide this violent medicinal power, crashing against the invisible barrier. Once, twice, 3 times. But he did not give up, launching attack after attack. Break for me! Lin Jin roared, his true essence surging like a flood breaking a dam, rushing wildly towards that barrier. Crack! With a light sound, the seemingly indestructible barrier finally broke open. The vitality of heaven and earth, along with the power of the pill, slowly flowed into the brand new meridians. The 5th martial vein had finally coalesced successfully. 5th level of martial vein realm. Lin Jin felt the surging power within him and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. The martial arts assessment was approaching. Could he fight against the top talents of the great Xia now? Chapter 35, The Extreme Talent of Stone Gaindang. While Lin Jin focused on cultivation, Jin City High School had completely exploded, chaos reigning supreme. Lin Jin! Get the hell out here! Dare to harm my son, I want you to pay with your life. A roar sounded like thunder. The glass of the teaching building shattered from the shock. Zhang Jinbei hovered in midair, his black hair dancing wildly, his robe rustling in the wind. He emitted a terrifying aura, his eyes burning with rage, his whole being like a demon god that had walked out from hell. The pressure of a peak Jiangha realm powerhouse overshadowed the entire campus in darkness. Students trembled in fear, hiding in classrooms and dared not make a sound. Head of the Jiang family, this is a school, please calm down. Lei Shuiping stood in front of Zhang Jinbei, his face pale, but he still held on. He basically knew what had happened in the commercial district a few days ago. This was originally the plan of Zhong Muxian from Black Dragon Mountain. To capture all those who had been implanted with the Black Core in one fell swoop. As for the plan falling in the Jin City commercial district, Lei Shuiping was unaware. More than a dozen students from Jin City High School had died. But he had not expected Jiang Yuechuan's death. Jiang Yuechuan was not on the list of those surveilled at Black Dragon Mountain. Was the Jiang family also misled by the cult of the Great Wilderness? Right now, Lei Shuiping couldn't afford to think or explain any further. Faced with Zhang Jinbei's overwhelming pressure, he had to stand up to protect the students behind him. This was the duty of a teacher. And he was the strongest among the teachers of Jin City High School. 8th level of the martial vein realm. But facing a peak Jiangha realm warrior, he still felt like a small ant before a giant. Unable to withstand a blow. Calm down? My son is dead, and you want me to calm down? Get out of the way. With a roar, Zhang Jinbei kicked out. Bang! Lei Shuiping's body was like a kite with its string cut, flying out and crashing heavily to the ground. Put! Lei Shuiping spat out blood, his face pale as a sheet. Teacher Lei! The students around exclaimed in shock. They wanted to rush forward, but were too frightened to move by the horrible pressure radiating from Zhang Jinbei. Only Luo Xiaoshan instantly went crazy, his eyes turning red, and charged forward. Xiaoshan, don't come over. Lei Shuiping struggled. Zhang Jinbei countered with a hand. Before Luo Xiaoshan could get close, he was flung away, crashing against the school gate wall and fainting. Ant! Zhang Jinbei snorted coldly, taking steps into Jin City High School. He wanted to personally drag Lin Jin out and take revenge for his son. No one could stop him today. Otherwise, at worst, he would let the entire Jin City High School die with him. The apostles of the Great Wilderness Church witnessed Lin Jin kill Jiang Yuechuan, letting him send white-haired people to the grave before black-haired ones. This enmity cannot be shared under heaven. In Jin City, no one dared to oppose the Jiang family, even Black Dragon Mountain had to give them some face. Moreover, just a high school student, how could he dare? Killing my son? At that moment, the principal's office door burst open with a loud bang. A figure stepped out slowly. Jiang Jinbei, you have gone too far. It is not your place to act recklessly here at Jin City High School. Liang Ji stood with hands behind his back, his face stern. But with each step he took, the pressure around him. As his strength surged, it became even more formidable. When he reached the front of Jiang Jinbei, he stood like an immense mountain, unshakable. Principal Liang? Isn't he just an ordinary person? How could he? The surrounding students were all stunned. Everyone believed that Principal Liang Ji had low strength, and he could even be an ordinary person. Because for decades, Principal Liang Ji had never taken action. Jiang Jinbei, this is the school, not a place for you to act wild. Liang Ji's voice was hoarse and deep, yet carried an irresistible authority. Liang Ji? You are Liang Zizai? You are actually still alive? Jiang Jinbei looked at the change in Liang Ji's aura, and his pupils shrank sharply. He recognized the person in front of him. It was once a renowned member of the Fengyun team in Jiangbei province. It was rumored that decades ago, the Fengyun team perished during the exploration of the 100 Battles Black Domain. Unexpectedly, Liang Zizai was still alive, and he was hidden in Jincheng High School. After a name change, he had lived quietly for decades. This old life of mine, I can't die yet. Humph, even if you are still alive, what can you do? Do you think you can stop me? Jiang Jinbei sneered. Whether I can stop you or not, won't we know when we try? Liang Ji's voice remained calm. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Jinbei roared, his entire aura exploding, 9 martial veins surged like mighty rivers, an impressive force. The peak of Jianghe realm's power was instantly revealed. Boom! A terrifying pressure emanated from him, pressing towards Liang Ji. Liang Ji sneered, his body began to change, martial veins gathering like a sea, with whirlpools that swallowed everything. His skin became as hard as stone. His body grew tall and strong. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a stone man, towering and majestic. This is Extreme Path Martial Veins? Stone Guardian? The principal is actually an owner of Extreme Path Martial Veins? My goodness! Is this the sea condensation realm? The surrounding students were shocked. They had never imagined that their principal, whom they interacted with daily, was a hidden unparalleled powerhouse. And he was an owner of Extreme Path Martial Veins that they could hardly aspire to? Boom! Stone Guardian, a punch was thrown. A powerful force erupted from his fist, colliding violently with Jiang Jinbei's attack. Bang! A loud noise echoed, the shockwave rolling. Jiang Jinbei's body was sent flying. Sea condensation realm? How is it possible? Jiang Jinbei's face changed dramatically. He did not expect Liang Ji's strength to be this formidable. You can leave. Jiang Jinbei, no matter how your son dies, Black Dragon Mountain will give you an explanation. My Jincheng High School is not a place for you to act wild. As long as I am here, I will protect my students for a day. I will not let you touch Lin Jin's hair. Stone Guardian's voice was low and authoritative. Liang Ji, can you protect him for a moment? Can you protect him for a lifetime? Jiang Jinbei gritted his teeth. Then I will protect him for a moment. Stone Guardian's voice remained calm. Good, good, good. You just wait for me. To offend my Jiang family, even if you are Liang Zizai, even if the Fengyun team is here, I will make you pay the price. Jiang Jinbei roared and turned to leave. Put. As soon as Jiang Jinbei left, Stone Guardian's body began to shake violently. The huge stone cracked, revealing Principal Liang Ji's pale face, his hunched form. A trace of blood seeped from Liang Ji's mouth. With a stumble, he could barely stand. At that moment, Liang Ji seemed to age decades in an instant, his once gray hair had already turned silver white. Principal! The surrounding teachers and students rushed forward to support him. I am fine. Liang Ji waved his hand, signaling that he was okay, but his complexion became even paler. Indeed, the hidden injury has recurred. Liang Ji sighed inwardly. That last strike had already exhausted all of Liang Ji's strength. If Jiang Jinbei had persisted a little longer, it would have been him who fell. In the training room, Lin Jin's mind was completely immersed in the Jianmu space. He began to practice the second style of the 9 layers of Fire Sun Saber. After breaking through to the 5th level of the martial pulse, Lin Jin's physical abilities greatly improved. He barely endured the backlash of the 9-fold Fire Yang Blade's fiery power. With the aid of pills, Lin Jin spent a full 10 years to master the second style of the 9-fold Fire Yang Blade, Scorched Earth of 100 Cracks. Lin Jin did not stop his training steps. He continued to practice the unfinished high-level martial skill, Flying Immortal from Beyond. He had only grasped the first level of the 9-fold sword intent. Using pills and spatial acceleration, Lin Jin's training speed became 100 million times faster. In the 10th year of training, Lin Jin finally mastered all 9 true meanings of the flying immortal sword technique, and his sword strikes reached a realm of superb skill. Every sword drawn seemed like an immortal descending, unstoppable and invincible. Finally, Lin Jin comprehended the ultimate mystery of the flying immortal from beyond. After sharpening a sword for 10 years, at this moment, he felt as though he had become much lighter. With a sword in hand, it seemed he could cut through all shackles of the world. But it wasn't enough. A true sword master merges with the sword to unleash the greatest power. Lin Jin's heart stirred, and he once again mobilized the true essence within him, pouring all his power into the flying rainbow sword. Time flowed faster, and another 10 years of training passed. In the 20th year of training, Lin Jin perfected the flying immortal technique, achieving true power in martial skills. Boom! Lin Jin suddenly opened his eyes, sword aura bursting forth, instantly tearing apart the entire training room, leaving marks of swords on the walls. Above his head, a translucent figure in white floated in and out of view. It was the city lord of White Cloud, legendary sword master, the unparalleled strongman who split mountains and rivers with a single sword. Damn, this intensity. It's comparable to heavenly tier martial skills. As Lin Jin felt the surging power within him, a smile crept onto his lips. 30 years of hard practice, in reality, less than a month had passed. There are still 2 months until the martial assessment, there is time. To surpass all the geniuses, my strength is still not enough. I must at least cultivate to the 9th level of the martial pulse. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Black Domain. Lin Jin stood up, stretching his muscles and bones. Every inch of his muscles contained explosive power, he now felt he could punch through a whole building. Pushing open the training room door, Lin Jin was stunned. Zhang Muxian was lounging in the hallway, wearing big slippers, playing on his phone in boredom. Hearing the sound, Zhang Muxian looked up, impatience on his face. You finally came out? I've been waiting here for you for almost a month. You've been here for a whole month? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. So free? Zhang Muxian rolled his eyes. I was forced. Joseon ordered me to protect you closely, saying you made great contributions and must not be lost. Damn, I, a dignified master of the river realm, have fallen to being a bodyguard. Then you didn't have to wait right outside the training room door, right? I'm not a 3-year-old child. Do you think I wanted to? Zhang Muxian looked frustrated. The Jiang family is crazily looking for you, especially that madman Jiang Jinbei, who swore to tear you apart. The order from Black Dragon Mountain is to ensure your safety, otherwise, I would have gone out to have fun long ago. The newly opened several clubs are waiting for me to visit. Lin Jin was surprised. Jiang family? As I expected, after Jiang Yuechuan's death, the people of Dahuang sect told Jiang Jinbei that you did it. Lin Jin squinted his eyes. He actually believed it? What else? Moreover, the Jiang family slandered that you colluded with Dahuang disciples, which led to Jiang Yuechuan's death. Ha ha. The Jiang family is truly calling out thief while being a thief, they are shifting the blame. Lin Jin laughed heartily. That day he came to find you, he almost tore your school apart. What? A cold light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. He came to the school? Yes. Luckily, your principal is tough and blocked Jiang Jinbei. Only Luo Shashan, that big fool, and teacher Lei got hurt. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin went straight to the monitoring room. The video clearly recorded the entire process of Jiang Jinbei breaking into the school and injuring Lei Shuweiping and Luo Shashan. Jiang Jinbei's arrogant expression ignited the fire in Lin Jin's heart. And the scene where Liang Ji made his appearance shocked Lin Jin beyond measure. The extreme path of martial arts, stone daring. Ninghai realm? Lin Jin stared in shock. This usually inconspicuous old principal actually hides such strength. The video ended, and Lin Jin's eyes had turned icy cold. Jiang Jinbei, Lin Jin gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. We will settle this score slowly. Lin Jin did not act impulsively. His strength was still far too lacking, but Lin Jin believed it wouldn't take too long. The Jiang family colluded with the Great Wilderness Demon sect, disregarding human life. Now they want to kill him? Then get ready to bear his wrath. Are you angry? Do you want revenge? Then join us at Black Dragon Mountain, said Zhong Muxuan. Join Black Dragon Mountain? Lin Jin questioned, didn't you give me the Black Dragon Order last time? The Black Dragon Order only gives you the power to command troops. But joining Black Dragon Mountain, to fight for the survival of Great Xia, with your cultivation speed, you will surely receive the full support of Black Dragon Mountain. Like what? Zhou Muxuan's eyes lit up as he counted on his fingers. First, a basic salary of 500,000 per month. Second, exclusive training locations, equipped with top-notch training resources. Third, you will have priority access to various martial arts techniques collected by Black Dragon Mountain. And, you will have priority access to all major black domains. Finally, there's a dedicated medical team. If you get injured, someone will take care of you. As long as you don't die, they can bring you back. So, what do you think? Does it excite you? Of course, it won't affect your college entrance exams, and we can recommend you. The status of Black Dragon Mountain is recognized nationwide. The key is, as long as you formally join Black Dragon Mountain, Jiang Jinbei will think twice before he tries to touch you. Moreover, they won't be able to keep bouncing around for long. So good? Lin Jin was a bit tempted. Free resources, why not take them? Besides, based on experiences from his hometown, it's always right to stand with the country. Of course, you also need to bear corresponding obligations. Protecting the home and country. Exterminating evil and upholding justice. You must consider the interests of Great Xia above your own. You must regard the survival of Great Xia as more important than your own safety. The sky of Great Xia does not allow dirty things. In summary, you must love your country. Love the country? That is a must. Lin Jin paused for a moment. Is there a dormitory? Yes. Luxurious standard rooms, exquisitely decorated, fully equipped with appliances, and there's a private training room. Zhong Mushuan looked suspicious. You're not considering this just for the accommodation, are you? I'm just a left-behind child, Lin Jin shrugged. No one cares for me or loves me. Go to hell. Zhong Mushuan laughed and scolded. So, have you thought it through? I have a condition. Lin Jin became serious. When Black Dragon Mountain cleans up the Jiang family, I want to personally destroy Jiang Jinbei. Zhong Mushuan's smile broadened. No problem. Chapter 37, Promises Like Mountains. Lin Jin's mood was heavy as he headed to the school clinic. Jiang Jinbei was utterly hateful, actually targeting the school's students and teachers. Old Zhong, is Teacher Lei and the others seriously injured? Zhong Mushuan shook his head. Lei Shuweiping is at the 9th level of martial veins, kicked away by Jiang Jinbei, but it's not life-threatening. He has some internal injuries, a month of rest should suffice. What about Xiaoshan? That kid is strong, although he was knocked away and hit his head, he'll wake up after 2 days of rest. It said he's currently focusing on training for the martial arts exam. But Principal Liang. Lin Jin frowned. What's wrong with Principal Liang? He was injured in the black domain before, and standard treatments don't work. Entering the clinic, Lin Jin headed straight for Lei Shuweiping's ward. At the door of the ward, there was a no loud noises sign, and Lin Jin gently pushed the door open. Lei Shuweiping lay on the hospital bed, his face somewhat pale, and upon seeing Lin Jin enter, his eyes slightly brightened. Lin Jin, you finally came out. Lei Shuweiping managed a weak smile. Teacher Lei, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Lei Shuweiping waved his hand. Lin Jin, this isn't your fault. It's Jiang Jinbei's bullying, indiscriminate and ruthless. Damn it, one day I will make the Jiang family pay the price. Teacher Lei, I have some pills here that will be helpful for your recovery and training. Good kid, where did you get these good things? Lei Shuweiping's eyes lit up. These are mid-level spiritual herbs, worth a fortune. It's all thanks to my cheap master. Lin Jin hid the secret of his wooden space, having to credit it to a non-existent master. No wonder. I thought your cultivation speed was so abnormal. Turns out there's a big shot behind you. Lei Shuweiping looked relieved. Hee, my master has a mysterious presence and doesn't allow me to mention him in public. Understood. Lei Shuweiping acted like he understood everything. Also, here are a few washing marrow pills, they can strengthen your meridians and help you break through realms. I heard you've been stuck at your realm for many years, Teacher Lei. What? Lei Shuweiping took the pills, touched with emotion. Xiao Jin, you make your teacher proud. With such a student, no matter what a teacher gives, it's all worth it. Lei Shuweiping's eyes turned red. Leaving Lei Shuweiping's hospital room, Lin Jin headed straight to Luo Xiaoshan's room. He pushed the door open, and saw Luo Xiaoshan sitting upright, cross-legged in meditation, with air currents subtly flowing around him. This silly one is quite serious about cultivation. Lin Jin didn't want to disturb him and quietly waited beside him. After a moment, Luo Xiaoshan opened his eyes. Jin Gu. Luo Xiaoshan lunged, almost knocking Lin Jin over. Damn. Be gentler. With all those muscles, you'll kill someone. Lin Jin cursed as he pushed Luo Xiaoshan away. Jingu, as long as you're safe, I'm relieved. Luo Xiaoshan grinned. That day, the head of the Jiang family caused such a ruckus at school. It was terrifying. Take these. Lin Jin pulled out a pile of mid-level pills from his wooden space, along with the Lion King Crazy Blade. What's this? Luo Xiaoshan was stunned. The Lion King Crazy Blade, it's perfect for your crazy dragon 8 cuts. Lin Jin smiled. This blade contains the will of the Lion King, making the user brave and fearless, with immense power. Luo Xiaoshan took the blade, his heart surging. Jingu, this is too precious. It's a gift for you, just accept it. Lin Jin glanced at Luo Xiaoshan's bald head. Since you're with me, you can't just take hits. Damn it, you better practice hard. Next time, we'll fight back together. Don't embarrass me. Did you hear that? Tears welled up in Luo Xiaoshan's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Jin Gu, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. After leaving Luo Xiaoshan's room, Lin Jin arrived at the final hospital room, Liang Ji's room. He pushed the door open, and was stunned by the scene before him. Liang Ji looked emaciated, his face aged by at least 10 years, and his originally gray hair was now completely white. Principal. Liang Ji opened his eyes, saw Lin Jin, and smiled faintly. Lin Jin, you've finally come back. Principal, your injuries. Lin Jin's heart twisted. Old injuries, left from exploring the black domain in my youth. I've been suppressing them all these years, but that day, fighting Jiang Jinbei, the old wounds flared up. Liang Ji sighed. Without hesitation, Lin Jin took out a high-level pill, the Black Jade Healing Ointment. Principal, this is the Black Jade Healing Ointment, it can stabilize your injuries. Liang Ji's expression dimmed. Lin Jin, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to waste it on my wounds. Principal, you were hurt because of me, this spiritual medicine is nothing. Lin Jin applied the Black Jade Healing Ointment on Liang Ji's back with his own hands. Seeing the terrifying black wounds on Liang Ji's body, Lin Jin was horrified. Each wound seemed to be surrounded by a twisted, decayed aura. Is this the tearing injury caused by the black vortex? It even contained the destructive power of spatial order. No wonder even high-level pills can only alleviate but not cure. Medicine is useless. Lin Jin's fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. How has Principal Liang endured this soul-tearing pain all these years? Liang Ji felt the coolness and medicinal power seeping in from the Black Jade Healing Ointment, his taut body slightly relaxed, letting out a long sigh. This medicine really isn't bad, I feel much better. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, but also a genuine sense of relief. Lin Jin frowned. No matter how good the Black Jade Healing Ointment is, it's ultimately just a temporary fix. To completely eradicate this bone-deep injury, unless, delving into that legendary, life-threatening dead zone, to find the legendary spirit spring of heaven and earth. Lin Jin took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly filled with unwavering determination. Headmaster, you can rest assured. One day, I will personally venture into the Black Domain and bring back the spirit spring to completely heal your old injury. Liang Ji had always treated him well, this kindness was deeply etched in Lin Jin's heart. Lin Jin had always been a grateful person. If there was a grudge, repay it tenfold. If there was kindness, repay it tenfold as well. Upon hearing this, Liang Ji's murky eyes flashed with a complex light, which quickly turned into a gentle smile as he gently patted Lin Jin's shoulder. Good child, having this heart is enough. You should focus on your training at school, the martial arts exam is coming, don't get distracted. As for my injury, it's an old problem, it won't kill me. Though he said this, the slight furrow of his brow and the beads of sweat on his forehead did not escape Lin Jin's notice. This was clearly not won't kill me, he was obviously lingering at the gates of death, relying solely on willpower to hold on. Headmaster, your injury is because of me. Lin Jin's voice was low, filled with guilt. Nonsense. Liang Ji interrupted him, his tone surprisingly stern. I am the headmaster, protecting students is my duty, isn't it? That thug from Jiang Jinbei came bullying, should I just shrink back like a turtle? It has nothing to do with you. He paused, his tone softened, infused with a hint of fatigue. Lin Jin, your intentions are more than clear to me. But some things can't be achieved with just passion. The Black Domain, especially those legendary dead zones, is terrifying beyond your imagination, even top experts from Daxia might perish there, let alone searching for some elusive spirit spring. Liang Ji looked at Lin Jin, his eyes filled with complexity. The ointment you gave is already top-notch, it can at least allow my old bones to endure a few more years, watching you kids grow up. That is enough. No matter what, do not take risks, your safety is the most important. Also, you should stay at school for now, with me around, Jiang Jinbei won't dare to harm you. If he dares to act recklessly, I will use every last bit of strength to knock a few of his teeth out. Liang Ji's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, quickly covered by weariness. Lin Jin nodded and did not argue further. He knew the headmaster was looking out for him and understood the dangers of the Black Domain. But that promise in his heart was as steadfast as a rock. The kindness of Liang Ji, he would remember it. This pain amplified because of him, he must repay it. Headmaster, I understand, don't worry. Watching Liang Ji's eyes slowly close, Lin Jin softly said, Headmaster, you rest well, I will come to visit you another day. Chapter 38, Entering the 100 Battles of the Black Domain. After bidding farewell to Liang Ji, Lin Jin did not follow Zhong Muxian to Black Dragon Mountain. Have you thought it through? You really want to go to the Black Domain? Lin Jin nodded, he wanted to rapidly increase his strength, and going to the Black Domain was inevitable. Zhong Muxian was astonished, the dangers of the Black Domain were widely known, even he, a top-tier expert, was reluctant to set foot there. Let alone a mere high school student? However, he understood Lin Jin had extraordinary talent, so he didn't say much more. A master who could absorb the nine-tailed fox should have no major issues going to the black domain, right? Zhang Wuxian took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Stay safe. Old Zhong, please help me bring this gun to Su Wanqing." Lin Jin took out the high-level weapon, the Xianming Divine Gun, from the Jianmu space. This gun had freezing properties, making it suitable for Su Wanqing's ice and snow martial arts. Su Wanqing had helped him, and her weapon was severed by the falling star. Currently, she was in need of a handy weapon. Moreover, she was also gravely injured. Furthermore, he had promised to assist Su Wanqing. Breaking a promise was not Lin Jin's style. "You kid, how can you be so unreasonable? Haven't I treated you well? Why is it that your master left you so many treasures, and you didn't even think to share a little with me?" Zhang Muxian's eyes were green with envy. "You are so strong, do you still need my help?" Lin Jin rolled his eyes. A Jiang He expert. The elite of Black Dragon Mountain, actually eyeing this little thing of mine? Zhang Muxian looked aggrieved. "Aren't I just envious? You young lad, how can you have so many treasures? Alright, when I return from the Black Domain, I'll take you to the big sword, won't that solve everything?" Lin Jin patted Zhang Muxian's shoulder, "The best one in Jincheng, pick any." Zhang Muxian's eyes sparkled. "Is that for real? A gentleman's word cannot be taken back." Lin Jin said seriously. "Then I will wait. You young lad finally came to your senses." Zhang Muxian grinned, putting away the Xianming Divine Spear. "Don't worry, I will definitely hand it to Su Wanqing myself." "Express your feelings well, ha ha ha. Get lost." Looking at Zhang Muxian's cheeky expression made Lin Jin want to give him a couple of slaps. "By the way, how do you plan to get to the Black Domain?" Lin Jin stroked his chin. "I'll contact the Blood Rose team, they know the route." "Blood Rose?" Zhang Muxian frowned. "The hunting team, that bunch of desperate folks? What's wrong? Do you have a problem?" "It's nothing, just reminding you to be careful." Zhang Muxian sighed. "Those people would do anything for profit." Lin Jin nodded. "Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion." Watching Zhang Muxian leave, Lin Jin dialed Blood Rose's phone. "Sister Rose, I want to go to the Black Domain now, do you have time?" "Now." Blood Rose paused a bit clearly. "We still need to prepare, plus the injury of Big Mountain is." Hearing Blood Rose's hesitation, Lin Jin smiled lightly. "As you lay there, I can help you purify the ferocious beasts you hunt for free." "Is that true?" "Of course. Give me 2 hours, we will come to pick you up in 2 hours. Money can make the devil push the millstone." As long as the benefits are right, Lin Jin didn't believe Blood Rose would refuse his request. More than an hour later, Blood Rose arrived early at the location set by Lin Jin. A modified extended black SUV slowly drove up, and when the window rolled down, Blood Rose's stunning face appeared in the passenger seat. "Lin Jin, get in the car." Lin Jin opened the door and jumped in. Inside were 4 other members of the Blood Rose team: Big Mountain, Eagle Eye, Scar, and Lone Wolf. "Long time no see." Big Mountain greeted with a smile. Lin Jin nodded. "Hello everyone." The car started and drove off into the distance. The 100 Battles Black Domain is located more than 1,000 miles from Jincheng. Even by car it takes over 10 hours. This is the closest Black Domain to Jincheng. On the way, the leader of Blood Rose began to introduce the situation of the 100 Battles Black Domain. The 100 Battles Black Domain is one of the most dangerous black domains in the northwest of the Great Xia. The Black Domain is divided into 3 layers: outer layer, middle layer, and inner layer. The outer layer is the buffer zone, where first-tier ferocious beasts appear, along with the puppets of the Black Domain. The middle layer is the danger zone, where second-tier ferocious beasts roam, and the evil energy concentration is 10 times that of the outer layer. The inner layer is the death zone, where Black Domain whirlpools appear unpredictably. If caught in one, certain death awaits. Lin Jin nodded. "Sounds very dangerous." Of course, every year many people die inside, but a lot of people also make a fortune from there. What valuable things are in the Black Domain? Beast corpses, Black Domain, or treasures from ancient ruins. Blood Rose leader's eyes flashed with greed. "As long as you have the ability, you can bring them out." The car continued, passing through cities, villages, and wilderness. Night fell, and the car was still moving. "How much longer until we arrive?" Lin Jin asked. "In 4 hours. Blood Rose leader answered. "Take this time to rest, once we get there, there won't be time to sleep." Lin Jin nodded, closed his eyes, and entered the space of the building tree to start cultivating. 4 hours later, the car stopped. "We have arrived." Lin Jin opened his eyes and looked out the window. "Is that the 100 Battles Black Domain?" "That's right." Blood Rose nodded. "It looks calm, but in reality, it's full of hidden dangers." At a distance, the 100 Battles Black Domain looked like a huge black hole, swallowing the surrounding light. On the edge of the black domain, there was a faint energy barrier separating the inside from the outside. Outside the barrier, various checkpoints of the Great Xia Black Dragon Mountain were stationed, closely monitoring the happenings in the black domain. Standing at the edge of the black domain, Lin Jin could feel a faint sense of oppression. Is this the black domain? The legendary Forbidden Land, a nightmare and paradise for countless warriors. It is said that this place was once a battlefield of an ancient civilization. Inside, the black domain puppets are mostly fallen soldiers from the past. The black domain is made up of 3 parts, the outer buffer zone, the middle danger zone, and the core death zone. 5 people got out of the vehicle and checked their equipment. Are we all ready? Captain Bloodrose looked around. Once we go in, there is no turning back. Everyone nodded. Let's go. The 5 of them walked towards the edge of the black domain. As they got closer, Lin Jin felt a strange pressure, as if invisible hands were pushing against them. This is the repulsive force of the black domain. It's normal, Bloodrose explained. The deeper you go, the stronger this repulsive force becomes. Finally, they reached the edge of the black domain. Prepare to enter. Bloodrose took a deep breath. Remember, once inside, don't spread out, stay close to me. Everyone nodded. With one step in, the world changed abruptly. Lin Jin suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, followed by a grey misty scene. The sky was grey, the ground was grey, and the distant mountains were also grey. The only color was from his companions' figures. Not far in, Lin Jin sensed a thick aura of malice. This aura was purer and denser than the outside world. This malice is at least 10 times stronger than outside, Lin Jin thought to himself with joy. Inside Lin Jin's body, the Genmu panel popped up automatically. Current soul power, 99, can be increased by absorbing malice. Soul power plus 5. Soul power plus 5. Soul power plus 5. Wow! Just as expected, as soon as I stepped into the black abyss, the Genmu space started to absorb malice actively. Even though Lin Jin was mentally prepared, his smile couldn't help but widen like an AK-47. The black domain was simply a treasure land for him. Like a fish in water. Breathing alone could make him stronger. How amazing is that? How could others do this? This is just too pleasurable. Be careful. Bloodrose suddenly shouted, something is coming. Hearing the warning, Lin Jin quickly looked up and saw dozens of shadows rushing towards them through the grey mist. It's the black domain puppets. Dashin growled and pulled out a giant axe from his back. Lin Jin squinted to see those shadows gradually becoming clearer, humanoid, yet not quite human. Their bodies were rotten, covered in pus, with malice entwined around them. With every step, the pustules burst, oozing black liquid. This is just too disgusting, Lin Jin frowned. Although he had seen it a few times, every encounter with the black domain puppets made Lin Jin's stomach churn violently. These are puppets formed from humans turned to malice. Bloodrose drew her twin blades. Don't let them touch you, that pus is corrosive. Lin Jin, stay behind me. Bloodrose reminded, turning her head, leave this to us. Lin Jin did not argue, silently retreating behind Bloodrose. If he didn't have to exert himself, why not enjoy? The Genmu space was wildly absorbing the surrounding malice, and his soul power continued to rise. Current soul power, 399, can be increased by absorbing malice. Soul power plus 10. Soul power plus 10. Soul power plus 10. Not long after stepping into the black domain, his soul power had already surged by several hundred. This feeling was absolutely incredible. Charge! Bloodrose commanded, and the 4 members of the team rushed toward the puppet horde. Bloodrose's twin blades danced like butterflies, each strike precisely slicing through the puppet's vital points. Dashin swung the giant axe, taking down 3 puppets in one swing. Eagle Eye sniped from a distance, picking off the puppets' heads. Scar and Lone Wolf worked in perfect coordination, taking down enemies from the front and back. Lin Jin stood in place, feeling the influx of malice. The malice on these puppets was purer than regular malice. Every time one was killed, a large amount of malice would be released. Lin Jin, watch your right. Bloodrose suddenly shouted. Lin Jin turned his head to see 3 puppets circling around the battlefield, charging towards him. Tisk, trouble, Lin Jin drew the Fire Yang blade, and the blade instantly ignited with flames. With a horizontal sweep, the fiery force surged like a dragon, cutting the 3 puppets in half. The malice inside the puppets exploded, which was rapidly absorbed by the Genmu space. Soul power plus 30. Good knife. Good knife technique. Bloodrose looked at Lin Jin in surprise, then threw herself back into the battle. The fight continued for nearly half a day. Puppets surged in endlessly, as if there was no end in sight. No. At this rate, we will be exhausted. Big Mountain panted heavily, we must break through. Go that way. Bloodrose pointed to a gap. If we rush through, we can reach the abandoned district, it's relatively safe there. The five formed an arrow-shaped formation and charged toward the gap. Lin Jin was at the center, surrounded by the protection of his teammates. Lin Jin, prepare to break through. Blood Rose shouted, we'll clear the path, stay close. Lin Jin nodded, gripping the Fire Sun sword tightly. Kill. The five rushed like a sharp sword, stabbing into the massive puppets. Blood Rose danced her dual blades, creating a bloody path. Big Mountain swung his giant axe, clearing threats on both sides. Eagle Eye, Scar, and Lone Wolf handled the rear. Lin Jin followed behind Blood Rose, occasionally striking down any escaping enemies. Each strike was exceptionally precise, killing with one blow. The abandoned city is right ahead. Blood Rose shouted, final sprint. The six accelerated, finally breaking through the puppet blockade and entering a relatively open area. Abandoned buildings stood tall inside. Blood Rose took the lead, skillfully maneuvering through several streets and diving into a tall building. This used to be a human city, but with the sudden appearance of the Black Domain, it was consumed and became part of the Black Domain. All the humans living here had turned into puppets of the Black Domain. Phew, we finally broke through. Big Mountain slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. This is just the beginning. Blood Rose wiped the black blood off her blades. While the number of puppets in the outer area is large, the further in we go, the stronger the beasts become. With our squad's strength, we can't enter the dangerous central area. We will explore around the abandoned city for a few days. Regardless of whether we gain anything, we must leave the Black Domain. Lin Jin looked around. The aura of death was thicker in this area, and in the distance, he could faintly see larger shadows. Current soul power, 10,800, can be increased by absorbing the aura of death. Soul power plus 10. Soul power plus 10. Soul power plus 10. In just half a day's time, his soul power had increased by over 10,000, leaving Lin Jin shaken. At this speed, if he did nothing and just stayed in the Black Domain for a long time, his strength would soar. Moreover, others worried about staying too long in the Black Domain and being turned into death incarnates. With Blood Rose's hunting team strength, they could only stay in the outer Black Domain for 10 days at most, otherwise, their bodies would start to transform. But Lin Jin had no such worries. The longer he stayed, the better. Rest for an hour, then explore outward. It would be best to find a stray first-level beast. Blood Rose ordered. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Not good. Eagle Eye's face changed dramatically. It's a first-level beast, Bloodfang Wolf. This is the territory of the Bloodfang Wolves. In the Black Domain, each type of beast had its own territory. The stronger the beast, the larger the territory it occupied, the more central its location. Amid the mist, several blood-red eyes lit up. Following that, 5 gigantic wolf-like beasts charged out of the fog, lunging at the 5. These wolf beasts were over 3 meters long, covered in black scales, with fangs like knives and bloodlight flashing in their eyes. 5 of them. Eagle Eye gasped, we can only split up to handle this. Blood Rose gritted her teeth, Big Mountain and I will deal with one, Lone Wolf and Scar will take on another, Eagle Eye provide fire support, Lin Jin you. Lin Jin drew the Fire Sun sword, I will take down one. You? Blood Rose looked at him in surprise, are you sure? Trust me. Lin Jin revealed a confident smile. There was no time for more words, the 5 Bloodfang wolves were already charging in. Spread out. The group dispersed to face their foes. Blood Rose and Big Mountain worked in perfect harmony, attacking and defending together, engaging one blood-eyed wolf in battle. Lone Wolf and Scar stood back to back, facing the attacks from another beast. Eagle Eye quickly jumped to a high platform, providing fire cover for his companions from above. Lin Jin faced a Bloodfang wolf alone, steadily adopting the starting pose for the ninefold Fire Sun sword. Come on, beast. Turn into my soul power. The blood-toothed fierce wolf seemed to sense the threat from Lin Jin, letting out a roar. It used all its strength in its limbs and charged at Lin Jin like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Jin did not dodge or evade. At the moment when the fierce wolf approached, he suddenly struck. Ninefold Fire Sun blade, first move, Fire Sun slash. The blade light flashed, and a scorching wave of blade energy cleaved toward the charging blood-toothed wolf. A whoa! A mournful wolf howl echoed, as the blood-eyed wolf was sliced backward, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on its chest. But its life force was stubborn, it quickly got back up, glaring at Lin Jin with even more ferocity. Lin Jin didn't give it a chance to catch its breath, his figure flickered and he took the initiative to attack. Second move, Prairie Wildfire Split. The flame on the blade surged, and a series of blade lights poured down like a meteor shower onto the blood-eyed wolf. Puff puff puff. Wherever the blade light passed, the air trembled. The blood-eyed wolf had no time to evade, and was split in half from head to tail by this blow, completely dead. Lin Jin sheathed his blade and let out a gentle breath. The ninefold Fire Sun blade, as a heavenly martial technique, could easily slay a first-tier fierce beast. The body of the blood-toothed fierce wolf was absorbed into Lin Jin's space in an instant, and all the malevolent energy was taken in. Soul power plus 12,000. Current soul power, 22,800, can be increased by absorbing malevolent energy. Turning his head, Lin Jin saw that the other team members had also dealt with their respective opponents one after another. 5 blood-toothed fierce wolves, all at the mid-tier level, faced off against the Blood Rose hunting team without difficulty. Blood Rose and Deshawn worked together to kill one lone wolf, and Scar successfully eliminated their targets, and Eagle Eye used a sniper rifle to blow the head off another blood-eyed wolf. Only the last one remained, and seeing all its companions killed, it turned and fled. Don't let it escape. It might attract more of its kind. Blood Rose shouted. Lin Jin activated the ninefold Fire Sun Blade once more. A Fire Sun slash surged out like an endless wave of flames. It struck the fierce wolf repeatedly. At the same time, Eagle Eye's sniper rifle, powered by his energy, directly blew its head off. The last fierce wolf took its final breath. Few finally resolved. Lin Jin, I didn't expect you to be this strong. You really surprised us. You are formidable. Your future is limitless. The group found a spot in the ruins of an abandoned building to temporarily hide, to avoid the wrath of the wolf pack. This place used to be a grand building, but now only broken walls remained. Lin Jin leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. The space inside him continued to absorb the dense malevolent energy of the black domain, transforming it into soul power. Suddenly, Lin Jin opened his eyes, feeling a series of tremors coming from the ground, growing stronger. What's going on? Lin Jin asked. Blood Rose's face was serious. Not good, it's a sign that war has broken out in the core area of the black domain. The entire black domain seemed to be shaking, distant roars echoed like thousands of horses galloping. What? War has broken out? Lin Jin was puzzled. Chapter 40, I'll drain you dry. The territory we are currently in is the outer and middle layers of the black domain, which are all lands of our blue star. But the core area of the black domain is different, it is the tentacles of other worlds extending to blue star. The reason it's called the 100 Battle Black Domain is that the core area evolved from ancient battlefields of other civilizations. Ancient battlefields irregularly erupt into wars again and again, like an endless cycle. Whenever a war breaks out in the black domain, it aims to expand. But that's not the most deadly part. Blood Rose's expression was grave. The most dangerous part is that once a war erupts in the core area, second-tier fierce beasts in the middle danger zone will temporarily flee outward to escape the war's slaughter. Lin Jin pondered, so, even though we are in the outer layer now, it is highly possible we will encounter stronger fierce beasts? That's right. If the second-tier fierce beasts in the middle layer flee outward, our current position will be extremely dangerous. With our squad strength, we are simply not enough to confront second-tier fierce beasts. Damn. Our luck is just too bad. On the first day, we encounter the Black Domain War. Blood Rose couldn't help but curse. Right now, we must leave the Black Domain as soon as possible. Pack your things, hurry. The voice of Blood Rose echoed in the abandoned building, filled with urgency. The tremors from the distance grew stronger, the ground started to shake, and rubble fell from the walls. Lin Jin stood at the edge of the ruins, looking deep into the black domain, where black mist rolled and countless shadows moved. What is that? Lin Jin asked. Big Mountain's face turned pale. The war in the core area has broken out, all the beasts are fleeing. In the distant black mist, countless beasts surged toward them. At the front were smaller first-tier beasts, closely followed by even larger second-tier beasts. They ran for their lives, trampling over the weaker of their kind in a horrifying scene. Leave. Don't think too much. Blood Rose pulled at Lin Jin's arm. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. But Lin Jin did not move. Current soul power value, 22800. This number thrilled Lin Jin. In just half a day, the soul power value had increased by over 20,000. If he could go deeper into the core area of the black domain, the rewards would be even more astounding. You all go first, Lin Jin suddenly said. What? Blood Rose looked at him in disbelief. I want to go a bit deeper. Lin Jin, are you crazy? Blood Rose exclaimed in anger. This is a beast tide triggered by the war in the black domain. Even second-tier beasts are fleeing, how could you possibly? I have confidence. I have my own way to escape. Blood Rose wanted to say something else, but the tremors from the distance were now very close. There's no time left. Big Mountain shouted, if we don't leave now, it will really be too late. Blood Rose gritted her teeth. Lin Jin, are you sure? Lin Jin nodded. Don't worry, I won't joke with my own life. All right. If you get out of the black domain, contact me anytime. After saying this, Blood Rose quickly led her team away. Lin Jin could take risks. But Blood Rose could not risk her teammates' lives. Lin Jin watched them leave and turned to face the direction of the beast tide. He did not blindly charge into the herd of beasts but looked for a high point to observe the flow of the beast tide. The beast tide surged like a torrent, a mix of various ferocious beasts. The first-tier beasts were the most numerous, followed closely by larger second-tier beasts. Lin Jin squinted, searching for gaps in the beast tide. He needed to go upstream but couldn't confront them head-on. There! Lin Jin spotted an opening at the edge of the beast tide and immediately took action. He climbed along the ruins, using the height advantage to avoid the main group of beasts. Whenever a ferocious beast approached, he quickly dodged or dealt with it. Soul power value plus 30. Soul power value plus 30. Soul power value plus 13,000. Soul power value plus 22,000. Soul power value plus 14,800. As Lin Jin ventured deeper into the black domain, the surrounding malice intensified, and the pace of absorption in the building space quickened. Lin Jin casually eliminated a few first-tier beasts, and his soul power value skyrocketed. Current soul power value, 55800. Lin Jin felt a surge of power throughout his body, and the strength of his 9 layers of fire blade increased accordingly. I can do this. This feeling is really good. Lin Jin muttered to himself. Lin Jin stood on high ground, taking in the view ahead, where an open area appeared. The malice swirled like fog, visibility extremely low. But the number of beasts ahead was indeed much less compared to the outskirts, which matched his prediction. As expected, the beasts are all fleeing outward. The middle layer area, which should be extremely dangerous, now provided him with a great opportunity for exploration due to the outbreak of the war in the core area, with second-tier beasts retreating. The most dangerous places are the safest. Soul power value plus 30. Soul power value plus 30. Soul power value plus 30. Lin Jin took a deep breath, feeling a continuous flow of power rushing into him. In just a few minutes, he gained over 1,000 soul power value. I am a moving soul-absorbing device. Keep going deeper. Lin Jin walked along a dilapidated street, flanked by collapsed buildings. This area was once a bustling city, now reduced to broken walls and ruins, exuding desolation and silence. Suddenly, heavy footsteps and low roars echoed from ahead. Lin Jin immediately became alert and hid behind a broken wall. Not long after, a gigantic creature emerged from the mist. It was a giant beast over 5 meters long, resembling a wild boar, its body black and red, covered in bony armor, with a blood-red vertical eye on its forehead and 2 tusks on either side of its snout, each half a meter long and sharp as swords. 3-eyed blood tusk boar? A mid-level second-tier beast. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed. A second-tier beast had already exceeded the limit that martial practitioners could handle. He was only at the 5th level of the martial vein realm, having just become a martial artist. Dealing with a first-tier beast was not a problem. But facing a second-tier beast, the difference in power was overwhelming. The blood tusk boar seemed to sense something, suddenly stopping, its blood-red eye scanning the surroundings while its nose sniffed the air intently. Detected? Lin Jin dared not make a move, quietly waiting. At that moment, the blood tusk boar suddenly turned towards the direction where Lin Jin was hiding, the red light in its eye flaring up, releasing a deafening roar, and then charged at him. Damn! Lin Jin leaped up instantly, barely evading the charge of the blood tusk boar. The broken wall collapsed with a loud crash from the impact. A second-tier beast's strength is terrifying. The blood tusk boar didn't halt, it turned around and charged again. Lin Jin drew his Fire Yang blade, and the blade instantly ignited with fiery energy. 9th level Fire Yang blade, first style, Fire Yang slash. The scorching blade energy slashed towards the blood tusk boar but only left a shallow mark on its bony armor. Damn it, the armor is too tough. Or am I too weak? Can't break through even with a celestial level skill? The blood tusk boar became furious, its speed suddenly increasing, tusks aimed directly at Lin Jin's throat. Lin Jin swerved to evade, but still had a tusk graze his shoulder, blood instantly gushing out. Damn! That was close. Lin Jin steadied himself, suppressing the pain. The situation was grim, the strength of the second-tier beast exceeded his imagination. Going head-on won't work, I need to find its weakness. Lin Jin observed the movements of the blood tusk boar and realized that it paused briefly after each charge, and its belly armor was thinner. The blood tusk boar charged again, Lin Jin did not retreat but advanced to meet it. Second style, blazing 1,000 cuts. The Fire Yang blade transformed into a line of fire, aiming precisely at the boar's belly. Put! The blade tip pierced in but did not go deep. The blood tusk boar let out a pained roar, wildly shaking its body, and Lin Jin was flung away, crashing against a wall. Cough cough, still not enough. Lin Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling like all his bones were about to fall apart. The blood tusk boar charged again, and Lin Jin no longer had the strength to dodge. At the critical moment, Lin Jin suddenly leaped onto the back of the blood tusk boar. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. Just now was only me trying to practice my skills. If I could handle a nine-tailed fox, how could I not handle a boar? Lin Jin tightly squeezed the waist of the blood-tusk boar with his legs and clutched the bony spikes on its back, refusing to let go no matter how it thrashed. The blood-tusk boar struggled wildly, jumping and smashing into walls, trying to shake Lin Jin off. Lin Jin fought with all his might to maintain his balance while his spiritual space began to absorb the boar's brutal energy. Dare to injure me? Damn it, I'm going to drain you dry. Soul power plus 500. Soul power plus 500. Soul power plus 500. Ah whoa. The blood-tusk boar's struggles began to weaken, its movements slowing. It felt the strength draining from its body, letting out a painful roar. Ha ha ha, how's that? I can devour everything. Lin Jin laughed maniacally, continuing to absorb the boar's brutal energy. The red light in the boar's eyes gradually dimmed. Soul power plus 3,000. Soul power plus 5,000. Soul power plus 10,000. Soul power plus 50,000. The blood-tusk boar finally stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground, its brutal energy gone, as if it had lost all vitality. Lin Jin jumped down from its back, panting heavily. This battle drained a lot of his strength, but the rewards were rich. A second-tier beast directly added 88,000 soul power. Current soul power, 143800, can be increased by absorbing brutal energy. Worth it. So freaking worth it. After a brief rest, Lin Jin continued deeper into the black domain. As he went deeper, the brutal energy grew denser, almost taking on a solid form. Black lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, and the ground trembled slightly. Chapter 41. Who exactly is he? Lord Guan? 3 days later. The outline of the core area of the black domain gradually became clear, and Lin Jin's soul power reached a new height. A full 250,000 soul power. Traveling through the dangerous areas of the black domain, Lin Jin automatically gained about 40,000 soul power each day. The core of the black domain was a strange space shrouded in evil energy, with evil energy forming a huge vortex in the air, like a black hole, devouring everything around it. Is this the black domain vortex? Lin Jin's heart tightened. The legendary black domain vortex can pull people into another space, never to return. While he was observing, a powerful suction suddenly struck. Lin Jin was caught off guard and pulled forward. Oh no! He quickly grabbed a dead tree by the roadside, desperately resisting the suction of the vortex. The tornado formed by evil energy roared ahead, tearing apart space, creating new black domain vortices wherever it passed. Once pulled in, one would undoubtedly die. This was also the reason why the second-tier fierce beasts in the middle dangerous area wanted to escape. Even fierce beasts feared being pulled into the black domain vortex. Entering the dead space of the other world. No place to bury the dead. Damn, this is too terrifying. Lin Jin did his best to barely stabilize himself. He knew he shouldn't take risks and should leave immediately. But a strong curiosity about the core area welled up inside him. What kind of war could cause such a terrifying scene? Rational thought told him to retreat, but his emotions drove him to explore further. Just one look, just one look. Lin Jin gritted his teeth and decided to find a higher mountain peak, carefully climbing up. From this position, he could see the situation in the core area while remaining relatively safe. When he reached the top of the mountain, the sight before him left him stunned. The core area was an ancient battlefield. Two armies were fiercely engaged in battle. One side had soldiers in bronze armor holding spears and shields, the other side had cavalry on warhorses armed with curved sabers. The sound of clashing weapons filled the air, with the evil energy like clouds, shrouding the battlefield. The city walls towered high but were already in ruins. The cavalry was aggressively attacking the city, while the defending soldiers inside were fighting hard to resist. Lin Jin's gaze landed on a particularly eye-catching figure atop the city wall, a tall general. He wore a green robe and armor, and wielded a huge blue dragon crescent blade, with each strike capable of killing several enemies. Is that Guan Yu? Lin Jin could hardly believe his eyes. That figure, that weapon, that presence, wasn't it the legendary Lord Guan? How is this possible? Could this black domain really be related to the civilization of the past? Is this dead space truly my homeland? Lin Jin's heart surged with overwhelming waves. If it is really Guan Yu, then when is this war? What battle is it? Or is it yet another unknown conflict? What on earth is going on? Lin Jin was utterly perplexed. The only thing he could be certain of was that this black domain was absolutely connected to the historical civilization of his past life. This discovery was so shocking that Lin Jin momentarily forgot he was in danger. Until a stronger suction force came, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Inside the Jianmu space, the strange object of the black domain, the Imperial Seal, seemed to be summoned by a peculiar power, shaking continuously, trying to burst out of the Jianmu world and into the bizarre vortex. The evil energy vortex seemed to sense the existence of the black domain object, and its devouring power grew even stronger. The black domain object was indeed the key to entering the dead space. It had the power to trigger the turmoil of the black domain vortex. Lin Jin's expression changed drastically. With his current strength, being pulled into the black domain vortex and entering the dead space would mean certain death. He clearly remembered Principal Liang Ji's advice: do not enter the dead space until reaching the condensed sea realm. Although Lin Jin really wanted to enter the dead space for a look. This time, rationality defeated emotion. Not to mention the dangers of the dead space. With his current physical condition, he would instantly be overwhelmed by the violent spatial power of the black domain vortex. Shattered into pieces. Damn. He hit the ball. Lin Jin felt his body as if being tugged by 1,000 invisible hands, drifting continuously towards the center of the vortex. He frantically clung to the rocky mountain, his nails bleeding, but it was futile. The suction of the black domain vortex was too strong, filling him with despair and anger. Damn it, do I really have to go home today? All struggles were in vain, and Lin Jin suddenly became calm. Since the black domain vortex absorbs the evil energy, why not absorb the evil energy from the black domain vortex instead? As soon as the thought arose, Lin Jin immediately began to absorb the evil energy from the vortex. Soul power plus 10,000. Soul power plus 10,000. Soul power plus 10,000. The purity of the evil energy in the black domain vortex far exceeded that of the outskirts, like high concentration alcohol, bringing Lin Jin an astonishing increase in soul power every second. More crucially, as Lin Jin frantically absorbed, the size of the black domain vortex visibly shrank, and the suction began to weaken. Ha ha ha. Heaven is helping me. It really works. The heavens and the earth are vast, I will absorb everything. Lin Jin was overjoyed and increased the absorption force. The Jianmu space operated at full power, like an insatiable black hole, greedily devouring all the evil energy around. Soul power plus 20,000. Soul power plus 30,000. Soul power plus 50,000. Current soul power, 457,600. In less than half a moment, the black domain vortex, which was once the size of a house, shrank to the size of a wash basin, and the suction was minimal. Lin Jin could finally stabilize himself and take a breath. Damn it, I was scared to death. Lin Jin collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. He glanced back at the clearly shrunk vortex, still shaken. This black domain vortex is so terrifying, without the Jianmu space, I would have been shattered by now. Lin Jin got up and brushed off the dust from his body. Although he escaped danger, this experience made him more cautious. The black domain vortex could appear at any time, and once sucked in, even masters of the river realm would find it hard to escape death. But the quality of the evil energy in this vortex is truly high. In just a few seconds, I gained over 200,000 soul power. This made Lin Jin overjoyed. Although the black domain vortex can provide a large amount of evil energy, Lin Jin did not dare to try absorbing other black domain vortexes. Once a mistake was made and he was swallowed, it would all be over. Then it would be the end of everything. On the path of cultivation, it is better to be steady and careful, not to rush blindly. At this moment, the sounds of battle on the other side of the battlefield grew fiercer, drawing his attention. Lin Jin found a safe spot, carefully avoiding the small black domain vortexes that appeared from time to time, while continuing to absorb evil energy and observing the battlefield condition. This evil energy is really unreasonable. While Guan Eri is killing people like chaff, why is the evil energy drifting towards me? Despite this, Lin Jin was reluctant to leave. As the battle progressed, he continued to absorb the evil energy floating in the air, and his soul power was rapidly increasing. Soul power plus 100. Soul power plus 100. Chapter 42, In this life, I will never repeat the same mistakes. On the battlefield. The attacking side, under the cover of cavalry, set up a siege ladder, trying to climb the city wall. The defending side fiercely jabbed and hurled huge stones, with neither side giving way. Is this really the Three Kingdoms War? However, the soldiers on both sides were emanating eerie evil energy, all transformed into black domain puppets. Most soldiers emitted energy fluctuations comparable to first-tier fierce beasts. Even some soldier leaders had strength comparable to second-tier fierce beasts. Lin Jin stared intently at every move on the field. The most striking was still the general clad in green robe armor. In his hand, the green dragon crescent blade was like a rainbow, each strike taking the lives of several enemies. As the blade passed, cold light flickered, and blood mist surged. Comparable to a third-tier strength. So damn cool. Lin Jin watched with envy, instinctively touching his own fire sun blade. The battle raged on for a full 10 days. Lin Jin stayed in a safe zone, avoiding the randomly appearing black domain vortexes while observing and continuously absorbing evil energy. Soul power value plus 100. Soul power value plus 100. Soul power value plus 100. In these 10 days, Lin Jin seemed to truly witness the cruelty and ruthlessness of war. The attacking side broke through the city walls several times, but was repeatedly pushed back by the defending troops. The soldiers from both sides fought to the death, bodies strewn across the battlefield, blood flowing like rivers. The general in green armor seemed like a god of war, charging left and right on the city wall, saving countless desperate situations. His figure became the last hope of the defenders and the greatest nightmare of the attackers. Current soul power value, 601,600. 10 days passed, and Lin Jin's soul power value had exceeded 600,000. This number even left him in disbelief. This morning, the attacking side seemed to decide to launch one final all-out assault. The horn sounded across the battlefield, countless cavalrymen shouted as they charged towards the city walls. This was their last desperate effort. On the battlefield, the war had entered a white-hot phase. The cavalry of the attacking side surged towards the city walls, while Guan Yu stood on top of the walls, wielding his green dragon crescent blade like the wind. Every strike brought down several bodies. It seems this is the Battle of Jiangling in history. Lin Jin frowned and thought, if I'm right, this is Jiangling, where Guan Yu was stationed. The historical records from his past life noted that Guan Yu was defeated and captured in the Battle of Jiangling, ultimately beheaded and killed. This was one of the major turning points during the Three Kingdoms period. However, the current battlefield situation was somewhat different. Guan Yu on the city walls was mighty and vigorous, full of fighting spirit, far from a state of defeat. Although the attacking side was fierce, they could never break through Guan Yu's defense. Interesting, this is not a replay of history, but a reflection of Guan Yu's obsession. Lin Jin realized suddenly. He is unwilling to accept the fall of Jiangling, so he keeps replaying this battle in the Black Domain, trying to change his fate. At this moment, it seemed the attacking side had exhausted their strength, and the final charge was driven back by Guan Yu alone. Retreat! The commander of the attacking side raised the command flag, and the remaining cavalry quickly fell back, disappearing into the dark mist. The sounds of battle gradually came to a halt, leaving only the groans of the injured and the sound of the wind. Lin Jin witnessed all this, and a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. The war from over 2,000 years ago was being replayed here in a twisted way. Those deceased souls seemed trapped in an endless cycle, unable to find release. This is so ridiculous. Lin Jin muttered quietly. Is Guan Yu now an obsession in the Black Domain? On the city walls, Guan Yu sheathed his green dragon crescent blade, watching the enemy retreat. His green robe fluttered in the wind, and his long beard danced, imposing like a mountain. Lin Jin saw Guan Yu's lips move, as if he were speaking to himself. Though the distance was far, those words clearly reached his ears. The clamor of the battlefield is finally coming. Once again, I have defended Jiangling. Guan Yu looked into the distance. In this life, I will never let history repeat itself. I have seen through Lu Meng's tricks. Tomorrow I shall lead my troops to take his head. Lin Jin felt a shock in his heart. In the historical records of his past life, Guan Yu fell into defeat because he underestimated Lu Meng's ability, leading to the loss of Jiangling and his eventual capture and death. He knows his fate, so he keeps trying to change the outcome in the Black Domain. Lin Jin pondered, this is not just obsession, but also a demonic heart. Memories from his past life surged into Lin Jin's mind. Back then, Guan Yu flooded 7 armies, intimidating China, but due to pride and carelessness, he underestimated his enemy and was ambushed at Jiangling, leading to his disastrous defeat. He ultimately fell into the hands of Lu Meng at my city, and was killed by Sun Quan. Lin Jin suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Even the mighty Guan Yu could not escape the tricks of fate, meeting a tragic end of defeat and death. Now in the Black Domain, this unwilling obsession had transformed into an eternal cycle, day after day, year after year. Who are you? Just as Lin Jin was lost in thought, Guan Yu's voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Lin Jin trembled all over, looking up in terror, only to see Guan Yu standing on the city wall, his gaze like a torch, staring directly at the direction where he was hiding. Holy cow! Lin Jin was horrified, his heart racing. Discovered? Guan Yu raised his Qinglong Yenhua blade suddenly, the blade's edge pointing directly at Lin Jin's position. Who dares to spy on my military secrets? Guan Yu roared, his voice like thunder. Before Lin Jin could react, an invisible pressure swept over him like a tidal wave. Ugh! Lin Jin felt as if his chest was struck by lightning, a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. His body was like a kite with a broken string, thrown several yards away, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, what a terrifying pressure. Lin Jin struggled to get up, but felt as if he was pressed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to move. Guan Yu's might surpassed imagination. Even at this distance, a single glare could cause him to spit blood from heavy injuries. Is he even human? I have no enmity with him, why is he so ruthless? Lin Jin cursed inwardly, but he understood it was just Guan Yu's instinctive reaction. On the city wall, Guan Yu seemed to have confirmed his target, and he leaped down from the towering wall, charging straight towards Lin Jin. I'm done for. Lin Jin was terrified. With the power displayed by Guan Yu, if caught, he would surely die. Run! I must escape. Lin Jin gritted through the pain, using all his strength to get up, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, and turned to sprint towards the outskirts of the Black Domain. Guan Yu's footsteps sounded like the drums of death, growing closer and closer. Lin Jin rolled and crawled, finally escaping from the core area of the Black Domain. And Guan Yu's steps suddenly stopped. Damn it, that was close. Luckily, Second Master Guan can't leave the core area. Damn. Lin Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling lingering fear. Is Second Master Guan's temper really that violent? Just a glance is enough to take a life? The Black Domain is really not an ordinary kind of danger. However, this experience gave Lin Jin a more intuitive understanding of the Black Domain. Though dangerous, the rewards are also great. No pain, no gain. Next time, I will definitely come back. Lin Jin grinned, took out a healing pill, and promptly consumed it. Chapter 43, Call Me the King of Looting. Far from the core area, Lin Jin's heart was still racing. The pressure from Guan Yu's glare left him in fear. Damn it, no wonder it's Second Master Guan, a single look almost sent me to hell. Lin Jin touched his chest, feeling a dull pain. Just as Lin Jin was healing, the ground started to tremble slightly. This tremor was different from before, more rhythmic, like many creatures moving. Not good, the second-tier fierce beasts are coming back. Lin Jin immediately became alert. With the war in the core area over and the Black Domain vortex dissipated, the second-tier fierce beasts from the mid-level area would surely return to their territory. Without any hesitation, Lin Jin immediately got up and ran towards the outskirts of the Black Domain. He chose a concealed path to avoid possible migration routes of the fierce beasts. Damn it, I have to run again. Soul power plus 30. Soul power plus 30. Soul power plus 30. Even during retreat, the Jianmu space continuously absorbed the surrounding evil energy, converting it into soul power. This Black Domain is simply my paradise. Lin Jin hurried along while feeling the soul power within him continuously grow. In just over 10 days, his soul power value soared to more than 600,000. This rate of growth was unbelievable. If I could stay for a few more months, I would become a Buddha right on the spot. With so much soul power, after the lottery, I could awaken my martial vein again, right? Lin Jin was lost in beautiful fantasies when suddenly there was a movement ahead. Lin Jin became alert and quickly hid behind a large rock. What is that? Lin Jin cautiously peeked out, only to see a massive fierce beast slowly moving not far away. It was a second-tier fierce beast, resembling a fierce tiger, covered in black scales, with two fangs like curved knives glinting coldly. Black-scaled evil tiger? Second-tier late-stage fierce beast. Lin Jin held his breath, remaining perfectly still. This level of fierce beast was still not something he could handle. He could only wait for it to leave before continuing forward. The black-scaled tiger seemed to be searching for something, constantly sniffing the ground and occasionally letting out a low roar. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly, exuding an intimidating presence. Hurry up, don't waste time here. Lin Jin silently prayed in his heart. Luckily, the black-scaled tiger did not notice him and wandered around for a while before leaving in another direction. Phew, finally gone. Lin Jin breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. As the second-tier fierce beast returned to its territory, the dangers on the road increased. Lin Jin had to be more careful, sometimes even having to take a detour to avoid those powerful beasts. Ha! What is that? During his journey, Lin Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Ahead on the ground lay several corpses of fierce beasts. First-tier fierce beasts resembling wild wolves, but larger in size, covered in black fur. Their bodies had begun to rot, emitting a foul stench. Is this the blood fiend wolf? It looks like they were killed by second-tier fierce beasts. Lin Jin carefully observed the wounds, confirming that these beasts were torn apart and killed by stronger relatives. In the Black Domain, the law of the jungle was equally applicable. The escaped second-tier fierce beasts, during their return, inevitably clashed with some first-tier beasts. Ha ha ha. But this is a good opportunity for me. Lin Jin's eyes flickered. Although the corpses of the fierce beasts had begun to decay, the malevolent energy within had not completely dissipated. For martial artists, these carcasses already had low value due to spoilage, but for Lin Jin, they were simply treasures delivered to his door. Come on, turn into my soul power. Lin Jin walked up to the corpse, reached out to touch it, and the malevolent energy rapidly entered his wooden space. Soul power plus 9,000. Soul power plus 9,000. Soul power plus 9,000. Not bad, not bad, a single corpse gives nearly 10,000 soul power. 6 corpses equal 54,000 soul power. Lin Jin felt blissful in his heart and continued on his way. On the next stretch of road, Lin Jin discovered more and more fierce beast corpses. Some were first-tier fierce beasts killed by second-tier beasts, while others had perished together in fights over territory. This is simply a feast. Lin Jin walked and absorbed, like a diligent scavenger, turning the garbage discarded by others into his own wealth. Soul power plus 5,000. Soul power plus 8,000. Soul power plus 10,000. Soul power plus 20,000. I can't believe it. This corpse has so much malevolent energy? Lin Jin was astonished to find that a larger first-tier peak fierce beast corpse actually provided nearly 20,000 soul power. This excited him even more, prompting him to actively seek out abandoned corpses. Finding treasures feels so great. Damn. Please call me the king of scavengers. Along the way, Lin Jin encountered various fierce beast corpses. Some had just died not long ago, exuding strong malevolent energy, others had rotted for quite a while, with their malevolent energy diluted. But no matter what, as long as there was a trace of malevolent energy, Lin Jin would not let it go. Current soul power, 873,600. Over 800,000. Lin Jin looked at the ever-increasing number, feeling very happy. Just then, a fierce sound of battle came from ahead. Lin Jin immediately became alert and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Through a gap in the bushes, he saw 2 second-tier fierce beasts fiercely fighting. One was the black-scaled tiger, and the other was a 3-eyed blood swine. The 2 beasts clashed for territory, fighting fiercely, causing the ground to shake with their power. This is a great show. Lin Jin did not rush closer but found a safe spot to quietly observe. Such a level of battle was a rare learning opportunity for him. The fight lasted nearly half an hour, ultimately ending with the black-scaled tiger's victory. The 3-eyed blood swine had its neck bitten off, lying in a pool of blood, twitching continuously. The black-scaled tiger was also severely injured, staggering away from the battlefield. The opportunity has come. After watching the black-scaled tiger leave, Lin Jin rushed towards the corpse of the 3-eyed blood swine. This was the corpse of a mid-second-tier fierce beast, the malevolent energy contained within. Absolutely a huge fortune. Come on, it's all mine. The Jianmu space operated at full power, madly absorbing the evil energy from the corpses. Soul power, plus 20,000. Soul power, plus 30,000. Soul power, plus 50,000. Wow! Is this too much? Lin Jin looked at the rapidly growing numbers in surprise, his heart filled with joy. A second-tier fierce beast's corpse actually provided over 100,000 soul power. Current soul power, 101,2600. Over 1 million. Lin Jin took a deep breath, finding it hard to believe. The gains from this trip to the Black Domain far exceeded expectations. Not only had his soul power surged, but he had also witnessed the unique scenes in the core area of the Black Domain, even witnessing a battle of Guan Yu with his own eyes. Time to go back. Lin Jin looked around, confirmed the direction, and continued moving toward the outskirts of the Black Domain. Next time I come, I must have a good chat about life with second Grandpa Guan. After all, he's a fellow countryman. Lin Jin's lips curled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 44, 1 million soul power, cause and effect. Stepping out of the Black Domain, Lin Jin felt an immediate sense of relief. The oppression and erosion of the Black Domain made it difficult for anyone without the Jianmu space to stay in the dangerous area for 10 days. Let alone exploring the core region. After some bumps, Lin Jin finally reached the nearest town to the Black Domain, Sunset Town. The small town thrived because of its proximity to the Black Domain, serving as a hub for martial artists and hunting teams. Of course, it was also the location of the Black Dragon Mountain checkpoint. In the evening, Sunset Town was aglow with lights, as various martial artists entered and exited taverns, pharmacies, and weapon shops. Lin Jin found a small and cold sleep of the Black Domain and opened a room. Finally, I can have a good rest. Lin Jin collapsed onto the bed, taking a deep breath. This trip to the Black Domain had brought astonishing gains, but it was also immensely draining, and he had even sustained injuries. The slash from second Grandpa Guan had left a wound that still hadn't healed, even with healing medicine in effect. After taking a hot shower, Lin Jin stood in front of the mirror, towel in hand, examining himself. Beneath his short black hair was a chiseled face, and his gaze was sharper than before. A blood trace spread across his chest, the mark from Guan Yu's attack. However, Lin Jin didn't mind. Over 100,000 soul power. The injury was worth it. Lin Jin smiled and fell back onto the soft bed. He closed his eyes, and the images of that ancient battle in the core area of the Black Domain flooded back to his mind, Guan Yu standing on the city wall, wielding the green dragon crescent blade like the wind, evil energy rising. Is it really second Grandpa Guan? This is unbelievable. Lin Jin shook his head and sat up from the bed. Now is not the time for these thoughts, it was time for the lottery. Over 1 million soul power, over 10,000 draws, more than 100 guaranteed picks. This time, I'm going to draw until the sea runs dry and stones rot. Lin Jin sat cross-legged on the bed, exhaling, and focused his mind on the Jianmu space. Inside the space, 3 giant bronze doors loomed. Secret art pool, elixir pool, weapon pool. Let's start with the elixir pool today. He's going for it. First, throw in 100 draws and get a guaranteed pick. Golden light descended. 1000-year Tianshan Snow Lotus. Wow, not bad. The 1000-year Tianshan Snow Lotus can increase the progress of martial vein awakening, exactly what Lin Jin needed. Lin Jin rubbed his hands and laughed as he continued to draw. Keep exploding. Golden light flashed again. Xian Yin Gui Yuan Dan. Breakthrough pill. Convergence pill. One wave after another, like a golden waterfall pouring down. What luck is this? Lin Jin laughed madly, as 10 guaranteed picks landed 3 golden pills for martial vein enhancement. 50 guaranteed picks down, there were already over 20 high-tier pills accounted for, among which 7 were for martial vein enhancement: Longhu Dan 1, 1000-year Tianshan Snow Lotus 3, Breakthrough Pill 2, Convergence Pill 2, Zixia Xianlu 3, Tongmai Spirit Liquid 2, Martial Vein Sublimation Pill 1. Pills for cultivation enhancement included Jin Yuan Dan, Longhu Dan. Pills for healing and life support included Heiyu Duanshu Ointment, Huanhoan Pill, Qixing Life-Saving Pill, Jibo Huanyang Pill. Lin Jin laughed like crazy. With over 20 types of golden high-tier pills, dozens of mid-level pills, and countless low-level pills. Directly piling up a small mountain in the Jianmu space. So many high-tier pills. Isn't it enough for me to sprint into the golden martial vein and awaken my martial talent? Isn't it enough for me to reach a higher level of power? Since Lin Jin started taking high-level pills, low-level pills no longer caught his eye. Their only purpose was to be given away. However, Lin Jin wasn't in a hurry to take the medicine, he planned to draw martial arts techniques first. Martial arts pool, here I come. Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Lin Jin was stunned. The Evil Repelling Sword Manual? Isn't this the one that can help someone master unparalleled skills but requires self-castration to unleash its full power? Damn, Jianmu, are you messing with me? Lin Jin was furious and swept the Evil Repelling Sword Manual aside. Who the hell is going to practice this? How can I enjoy myself afterwards? Again. Lin Jin gritted his teeth and continued drawing. The bronze door opened again, countless technique illusions flashing by. Dragon subduing 18 poems. Now this is more like it. Lin Jin suddenly felt happy. This was the most powerful palm technique in a certain world, incredibly powerful. Tai Chi Sword Technique. 9 Yin Manual. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Doga 9 Swords. Golden light flashed continuously, incredible skills kept coming. Lin Jin crazily drew, effortlessly getting one after another. 30 guaranteed draws, 40 golden techniques. This drop rate is simply outrageous. I'm lucky. Lin Jin was ecstatic, my luck is incredible. Various golden techniques flew in like snowflakes: Tianshan 6 Yang Palm 7 Wounds Fist Lingbo Microstep Star Absorbing Technique Sunflower Treasure Book. Sunflower Treasure Book? Another one of these? Lin Jin pouted, I won't practice this castration technique. However, the other techniques were genuinely valuable, especially the 9 Yin Manual and Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, which were among the top-tier skills. So many? Have I drawn a whole martial world? There were too many techniques to look at, so Lin Jin decided to classify them first: a pile of low-level techniques, hundreds of middle-level techniques, and 40 high-level techniques. But here's the problem: with so many techniques, which one should he practice? With a thought, countless martial essences surged into his heart, making him feel intoxicated. Various fist techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, and footwork formed a complete system in his mind. Although these techniques required individual practice to master, the fundamental theories had already been imprinted deep in his soul. Not enough. Lin Jin was greedy, keep going. He drew another 20 guaranteed cards and obtained countless techniques. This time, even more bizarre techniques appeared. One Young Finger. Iron Palm Floating on Water. Divine Illumination Sutra. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. There were even Tathagata's Divine Palm and Carefree Roaming, top-tier skills he had never heard of. He's hitting too many balls, there's so much technique, but no time to practice. I clearly have Jianmu space to speed up training. Why is there still not enough time? Lin Jin complained as his consciousness sank into the weapon pool. After drawing pills and techniques, he still had over 100,000 soul points left, enough for him to draw 10 more guaranteed items. Breaking Army Blade. Lin Jin raised his eyebrow, not bad, much better than a butcher's knife. Dawn Moon Flute. A flute? I'm not a flutist, give me swords and spears. Lin Jin rolled his eyes. Heavenly sword. Hey, this is more like it. Lin Jin grinned, the heavenly sword can cut through iron like mud. In the bronze door, golden light kept flashing. Zhangba snake spear soul cutting blade spirit snake whip dragon slaying knife 7-star sword. Lin Jin was dazzled, every weapon radiated powerful energy fluctuations. It was a random draw, so repeated rewards were expected. Lin Jin wasn't surprised. The last ray of light flashed, and the 10th guaranteed weapon finally appeared. But it wasn't golden light, nor purple light, and definitely not blue light. It was a streak of black gold light. What is this, weapon? In confusion, a long spear slowly took shape, slender and entirely dark blue-black, with a tip incredibly sharp. Coiling around the shaft was a lifelike blue dragon. The dragon's eyes were set with 2 blood-red gemstones, and its mouth was slightly open, seemingly ready to unleash blazing flames at any moment. Dragon penetrating king spear, special weapon. Quality, unknown. Characteristic, confuse different materials to enhance quality. Fusing materials to enhance quality? Is there no need to forge this anymore? Can it be done like this? Lin Jin's mouth fell wide open. This is a bit too obvious. All of this was beyond Lin Jin's expectations, but there was one thing that wasn't. The progress of the lottery pool. 1 million soul power points were thrown into the lottery pool, and the progress increased by exactly 10%. There is still a long way to go. Tree stage, awakening stage. Current soul power, 26,000. Lottery pool progress, 10.1%, 89.9% remaining to upgrade to the next level of the lottery pool. Martial Vein Awakening progress, Bronze Martial Vein Awakened, can evolve continuously, current evolution progress 10%. Time flow rate, 365x. Chapter 45, Martial Talent, External Incarnation. Martial Vein Awakening progress, plus 10%. Martial Vein Awakening progress, plus 10%. Martial Vein Awakening progress, plus 10%. Martial Vein Awakening progress, 100%, current Bronze Martial Vein, can evolve. Lin Jin was not stingy and directly took all the high-level pills to break the martial vein limits. The evolution of the bronze martial vein directly reached 100%. In that moment, Lin Jin's body felt the awakening of the bronze martial vein, as if a fierce dragon was waking inside him. Excruciating pain. Pain that dug deep into the bone, stabbing straight into the soul. Cold sweat, the size of beans, instantly soaked his clothes. Lin Jin's pupils contracted sharply, and his whole body curled up, like a shrimp thrown into boiling oil. Damn it! Is this evolution? Lin Jin's teeth chattered, even blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. He felt the 5 bronze martial veins inside his body being violently pulled, crushed, and reshaped by an overwhelming force. Every inch of his meridians, every bone, every muscle was experiencing the cycle of destruction and rebirth. Damn it, didn't they say martial vein evolution is a wonderful experience? Who the hell said that? I'm going to find him and beat the hell out of him. Amidst the pain, Lin Jin could feel his martial veins slowly transforming. The martial veins began to expand, originally fine like threads, now flowing like a small stream. What's even more amazing is that these meridians were no longer a single path, but started to fork, forming a complex web-like structure covering the whole body. The pain from the martial vein transformation lasted a full 2 hours. Lin Jin's clothes were drenched in dry, and wet again. The sheets were deformed from him gripping them, his fingers even bleeding. Damn, is it finally over? When Lin Jin opened his eyes again, he felt light all over, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. Holy shit, this feeling is so awesome. Lin Jin stood up, gently leapt, and even hit the ceiling of the hotel room. My god. My strength is more than double what it was. He tried to guide the Yuan force flowing in his body and was amazed by the speed. It was incredible. Originally, he needed several breaths to complete a small cycle, but now it only took 2 or 3 breaths. Is this the golden martial vein? Lin Jin excitedly walked around the room, feeling the changes in his body. The most incredible thing was that he realized he had developed an unusually sharp perception of the surrounding world's Yuan force. The Yuan force that was once hard to capture now appeared clear in his eyes, like colorful threads floating in the air. Lin Jin tried to guide these Yuan forces into his body and found that they rushed toward his martial veins, moving at an unbelievable speed. What once required a whole day of sitting to absorb, now could be done in just a few minutes. Indeed, whether someone has a martial vein determines if they can become a martial artist. And whether they have an advanced martial vein determines how far they can go on the martial artist's path. The golden martial vein absorbs Yuan force hundreds of times faster than the bronze martial vein. This means, with the golden martial vein, his cultivation speed will be 100 times faster than the old him. 100 times faster than ordinary bronze martial vein martial artists. And what about the extreme martial veins above that? What about the legendary martial veins, those ethereal ones from myths? How terrifying would their cultivation speed be? Lin Jin's heart was pounding wildly, almost leaping out of his chest. However, this was only the beginning. As the golden martial pulse stabilized, Lin Jin suddenly felt something within him was about to break out of its cocoon. The feeling was hard to describe, as if someone gently poked deep within his soul, awakening a kind of power that had lain dormant since birth. Damn! Is my martial talent finally coming? Lin Jin trembled with excitement all over. In the world of martial arts, the awakening of talent means infinite possibilities. A strange energy surged from within him, gathering in front of him. It was a figure identical to Lin Jin, but radiating a faint golden light, like a statue forged from gold. This is martial talent, an external avatar? No, this was far more powerful than a regular clone. Lin Jin was surprised to find that this external avatar was connected to his mind, as if it was an extension of his soul. He only needed to think slightly, and the avatar could perfectly execute his will. How about calling you Golden Kid? Too cliché. Iron Buddha? Even more crude. Then I'll call you Golden Shadow. The Golden Shadow could act independently, but the farther it was from Lin Jin, the weaker it became. However, even 100 meters away, it could maintain basic combat power. What excited Lin Jin the most was that the Golden Shadow could not only fight but also train on his behalf. The two shared strengths. This meant he could fight while letting the Golden Shadow train safely, doubling his efficiency. Isn't this the legendary AFK training? Getting stronger while lying flat? Lin Jin laughed heartily. This martial talent was simply perfect for him. Even more astonishing was that the Golden Shadow seemed to perfectly replicate the martial skills Lin Jin mastered, even being more precise in some aspects than his own body. He tried to make the Golden Shadow perform the Life Ninefold Fire Sun Knife. Whoosh! A flash of golden light appeared in the Golden Shadow's hand, forming an illusory flaming long knife. It executed the moves, slashes, transformations. The entire set of knife techniques flowed seamlessly, without any hint of hesitation. The knife intent was fierce, and its power was astonishing. It was even more skilled and precise than when Lin Jin himself executed it. This is like cheating. A martial arts rapid mastery simulator. Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he and the Golden Shadow moved in unison, practicing the knife techniques. One person and one shadow, their movements were identical, yet they complemented each other in subtle ways, forming a wonderful synergy. The two beams of knife light intertwined, their power seeming to merge, far surpassing that of either alone. I'm really a genius. Lin Jin excitedly slapped his thigh, unable to suppress his thrill. This martial talent is simply outrageous. It was like a perfect cheat code made for someone like him who pursues efficiency. He tried to make the Golden Shadow return. The Golden Shadow flickered, morphing into a stream of light, instantly vanishing into Lin Jin's body, disappearing without a trace. But Lin Jin could feel that the Golden Shadow had not disappeared. It was nestled within him, ready to be summoned at any time with just a thought. Wow! It's easy to summon and release, truly a must-have artifact for home travel, killing, stealing, and plotting. Lin Jin excitedly paced back and forth in the room, countless uses of the Golden Shadow flashing through his mind. Let the Golden Shadow desperately train in the building with space. Send the Golden Shadow to explore dangerous areas. Have the Golden Shadow infiltrate the enemy's ranks to create chaos. In battle, the main body and the Golden Shadow could team up for a surprise attack. Even, multiple women. Ahem. Phew. What am I thinking? I'm a serious person. Lin Jin quickly slapped his cheeks, shaking off those unrealistic fantasies. Golden Martial Pulse. Heaven-defying martial talent Golden Shadow. These two breakthroughs were like wings that propelled him to soar, instantly skyrocketing his power by several levels. Next, it's time to digest these treasure-like skills. Lin Jin sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered the building with space, preparing to begin a new round of training. With the backing of the Golden Martial Pulse and time acceleration in the building with space, his training speed was destined to soar. Strength is the only unchanging theme in this world. Chapter 46. Dual Cultivation, Martial Pulse 9 Layers. In the Jianmu space. Lin Jin was sitting cross-legged, while the Golden Shadow was quietly seated across from him, the two of them sharing their breaths, like mirrors reflecting each other. Let's start dual cultivation. It's a pity you're not a woman, otherwise, it would truly be dual cultivation. Lin Jin made an evil comment. The Golden Shadow cast a disdainful glance at Lin Jin. Lin Jin held the 9 Yin manual, while the Golden Shadow held the 9 Yang divine skills. These two extraordinary martial arts, one Yin and one Yang, one soft and one hard, were a perfect match. Let's begin. Lin Jin immersed himself in the mysteries of the 9 Yin manual, a skill that was profound and extensive, encompassing everything. As the technique operated, his true energy flowed like a gentle stream, meandering through his meridians. At the same time, the Golden Shadow was also focused on cultivating the 9 Yang divine skills. Unlike the gentle nature of the Nine Yin manual, the Nine Yang true energy was fierce and overbearing, like a giant dragon awakening, rampaging freely. In the midst of their cultivation, Lin Jin discovered that he could simultaneously sense the Golden Shadow's insights into his training. Every bit of understanding the Golden Shadow gained while practicing the Nine Yang divine skills clearly transmitted into Lin Jin's mind. The two didn't need to communicate at all, they could share each other's cultivation achievements. This was the advantage brought by Lin Jin's martial arts talent, allowing him to cultivate two powerful techniques without interference. The results of their training felt as if they were one person. 3 days passed in the outside world, but 3 years had passed in the Genmu space. Lin Jin had successfully mastered the Nine Yin manual and the Nine Yang divine skills. Lin Jin let out a light breath and began to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. With each breakthrough in the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, his power would increase by 1 dragon and 1 elephant. It was simply an excellent method for defeating stronger opponents. The Golden Shadow picked up the coiling dragon spear and began to practice the spear technique stunning shot. Each thrust of the spear surged like a dragon, unstoppable. Every time the Golden Shadow thrust the spear, a blast of air exploded, and although he never spoke, the violent aura in his technique was already shocking enough. It was stunning enough. Ever since awakening the Golden Martial Pulse, Lin Jin's cultivation speed had increased 100-fold, plus the time acceleration in the Genmu space and the ability to cultivate with a clone, making the speed astonishingly quick. Previously, mastering a single technique took about 10 years of hard work, now it required only 2 to 3 years. As the cultivation continued, Lin Jin could clearly feel that a sixth martial pulse was slowly forming within him. Not enough, keep taking the pills. Lin Jin grabbed a handful of Longhu pills and stuffed them into his mouth, while the Golden Shadow simultaneously swallowed Golden Source pills. The two types of pills worked in both bodies, their medicinal powers intertwining, actually producing an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Wow, this works too? With the enhancement of the pills, Lin Jin's sixth martial pulse finally solidified. Martial pulse 6 layers. This realm, in the entire Northwest, was already the strength of a top student. And in Jincheng High School, it was unmatched. The strongest, Su Wanqing, had long been left far behind by Lin Jin. But Lin Jin was not satisfied with this? If you want to do something, then be the strongest king. A king above all. One book after another flipped through his hands. One Young Finger, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Tianshan 6 Yan Peng. The Golden Shadow was not idle either. 7 Injuries Fist, Lingbo Microstep, 18 Dragon Subduing Poems were practiced in turn. Evil Repelling Sword Manual? Forget it, I'll leave this for the Grandmaster you to practice properly. Lin Jin casually tossed the Evil Repelling Sword Manual into a neglected corner of the Jianmu space. The speed of the two's training was astonishing, as if they were construction workers racing to meet a deadline, eager to master all the techniques at once. Damn, at this rate, am I going to become an all-around martial artist? Lin Jin suddenly realized a problem. Would learning such a diverse range of techniques cause problems in specialization? Would they conflict with each other? Could these diverse martial arts be combined and integrated into a new kind of martial art? Lin Jin temporarily only thought about it. Creating a new martial technique is not easy. Without sufficient strength and experience, it would be a vain hope. 20 days passed. 20 years in the Jianmu space. During this month, Lin Jin hardly stepped out of his house. Fully devoted to cultivation. Damn it! It's just ridiculous. I'm not even 20 yet, and my power is almost at the level of those old monsters who have been cultivating for hundreds of years. When the 7th meridian took shape, Lin Jin was practicing the Buddha's palm. A palm print fell from the sky. With the roar of the palm wind, the air burst apart, creating a series of explosive sounds. One day, I will smash the dog's head of Jiangjinbei with this move. Lin Jin's gaze was icy. Gun skills like a dragon, sword moves like lightning, punches and palms out simultaneously, steps that deceive. Lin Jin and Jining practiced martial arts in the Jianmu space, their movements elusive and their attacks fierce. Lin Jin threw a punch, while Jining kicked, Lin Jin wielded a sword, while Jining danced with a spear. The two were in perfect harmony, as if they were one. Lin Jin especially liked Jining's silence, which made him feel like he was fighting another version of himself, needing no words, just a look could convey each other's intentions. 25 days later. The 8th meridian was formed. Lin Jin had already cultivated all high-level techniques to perfection, with some even reaching the true power of martial arts. The explosive power reached the level of heavenly techniques. With Lin Jin's current explosive strength, facing an ordinary Jiangha realm was not a problem at all. Damn it! Isn't my cultivation speed a bit too monstrous? Lin Jin felt a bit of self-doubt. But thinking again, he indeed had unparalleled advantages: time acceleration in Jianmu space, golden meridian, dual cultivation, and a massive amount of pills. This isn't just cheating, this is ultimate cheating. I totally deserve to be this strong. On the 30th day. With the help of the rebirth pill, Lin Jin finally condensed the 9th meridian. 9 meridians. 9th level of martial veins. At this moment, the entire Jianmu space trembled, countless light points swirling around Lin Jin as if celebrating his breakthrough. This is so damn satisfying. Lin Jin excitedly punched the ground, causing the entire Jianmu space to shake. This feeling of power made him feel like he could resonate with the heavens and earth. 9th level of martial veins, this was already the prelude to Jianha realm. If he could take another step further, breaking out of the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly, he would be a true master of Jianha realm. At that time, flying and escaping from the earth would be effortless. Jining stood nearby, quietly giving a thumbs up. Though silent, the approval and recognition in his eyes spoke louder than words. Lin Jin stood up and stretched his muscles. A month of closed-door training might seem to change nothing on the surface, but every move of his revealed an extraordinary aura. Lin Jin smiled slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. This kind of confidence was not arrogance, but an absolute certainty in his strength. He and Jining looked up at the same time, their eyes meeting. One person and one shadow nodded in tacit understanding. Lin Jin took a deep breath, his consciousness returning to the real world. Jiang Jinbei, martial arts exam, here I come. Now, with Jining, although they were only at the 9th level of martial veins, facing the peak power of Jiangha realm, Jiang Jinbei. Even if he couldn't match strength, he wouldn't be instantly defeated. Chapter 47, A Sword to Seal the Throat of Jiangha Realm. Lin Jin opened his eyes. After a month of cultivation, his change wasn't just a transformation in power, but also a shift in mindset. A warrior must have the demeanor of a warrior. Lin Jin stood up, stretched his muscles, and made a series of crisp sounds. He summoned Jining, and they stood facing each other, their silent understanding clear. Try this punch. Lin Jin suddenly shouted, delivering a punch, fully activating the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The force skyrocketed tenfold. Jining was not to be outdone, returning the punch with the full might of the Nine Suns' divine skill. The two fists collided, shockwaves rippling, shaking the entire room. Damn, can't control my strength. Lin Jin hurriedly withdrew his attack, and Jining quickly dissipated back into his body. With a golden meridian, 9th level martial veins, Jining's martial arts talent, and a bunch of top techniques by his side. The gains from this month are simply incredible. Time to go, the martial arts exam is coming up. If I don't return to Jincheng soon, it'll be too late. In these days, at Jincheng High School, I have urged several times. Luo Shaoshan also called to ask when Lin Jin would return. He couldn't wait to ask Lin Jin about cultivation. Of course, there was also a thank you from Su Wanqing for the high-level weapon, the Xianming spear that Lin Jin had given. The night was deep. The starlight does not care for travelers. In Luoshui town, the lights were few. Lin Jin had just walked out of the inn when his keen senses noticed something was wrong. Who is it? A faint murderous aura filled the air, the hunter's greed for the prey. Is it directed at me? Lin Jin smirked slightly, pretending not to notice, and continued walking forward. In the darkness, 5 figures followed him like ghosts. Just the right time. I was just worrying about having energy with no place to vent. Lin Jin sneered in his heart. Confirm it's Lin Jin? It's definitely him, the appearance matches the description perfectly. Late stage of martial vein? Looks like this kid has gained a lot in the black domain these days. Heh, but no matter how strong, he's just at the martial vein level, killing him is like killing a chicken. Be careful, don't let him escape, the master said, we must take his life. Among these 5, 4 exuded a strong aura of the 9th level of martial vein, and the leader had a breath that was unfathomable, already having stepped into the river realm. Lin Jin deliberately walked towards a secluded alley. The golden shadow was already ready in his consciousness, ready to strike at any moment. In the depths of the alley, the moonlight was blocked by high walls, leaving it pitch black. You are Lin Jin, right? A cold shout, the 5 figures surrounded Lin Jin tightly. If I say no, will you believe me? You are from the Jiang family. Lin Jin stopped, turned to face the 5, his face full of disdain. The leading middle-aged man sneered, you are calm, but whether or not you are, you must die today. Ha! I must die? You guys have such big mouths? Lin Jin narrowed his eyes, a few dogs from Jiang Town want to kill me? You're asking for death. A 9th level martial vein warrior shouted angrily, palm wind howling, heading straight for Lin Jin's face. Lin Jin did not retreat but advanced, his figure flashed like a ghost to the side of the opponent, and a finger pointed out. One young finger. The fingertip broke through the air, striking like lightning right at the opponent's throat. What? That warrior was taken aback, not expecting Lin Jin to react so quickly. In a panic, he lifted his arm to block, but with a snap, his arm was broken. This is impossible. You are clearly only at the 9th level of martial vein. Lin Jin sneered silently, his footsteps changing, performing the ripple steps. His figure drifted like willow catkins, weaving back and forth among the five. All together, kill him. The leading River Realm warriors' face darkened, issuing an order to surround and attack. The 4 9th level martial vein warriors immediately launched their attacks, blades and spears enveloping Lin Jin completely. Lin Jin's gaze was like lightning, 9 martial veins inside him operating simultaneously, his momentum soaring. 18 dragons subduing palms, the dragon in fury. A palm struck out, the palm went like a dragon, sending one warrior flying several feet, crashing against the wall, spitting blood. Tianshan's 6 yang palm. Another palm, the palm heart red as fire, struck another warrior's chest. That person screamed, their chest caved in, collapsing to the ground. So strong. Damn, all high-level martial techniques? How are we supposed to fight this? The remaining warriors changed color, looking at Lin Jin in disbelief. Lin Jin stood there, his lips curling into a cold smile. With such little skill, you dare come to kill me? Indeed, it's worth my personal effort to kill you. The River Realm warrior frowned, finally unable to sit still. In an instant, a tremendous pressure erupted from him. First level of River Realm. This pressure was like a mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Lin Jin frowned, feeling the pressure. The River Realm was indeed extraordinary, just this momentum alone could suppress an ordinary martial vein warrior to a standstill. Let me see, what else do you have? The middle-aged man stepped forward, the ground cracking. He reached out and grabbed, as if there was flowing water surging in the void, and surprisingly formed a water sword. Jiang Water Sword. The water sword cut through, incredibly sharp. Lin Jin hurriedly dodged, but he was still grazed by the sword energy, tearing his clothes. What a guy, controlling water to such an extent, creating a sword with ease. This is truly a strong person from River Realm. Martial arts talent, mastery of water essence, able to draw upon the elements of heaven and earth for oneself. The middle-aged man sneered, kid, you do have some skill, considered strong among those in the martial vein realm. But before the River Realm, you are nothing. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed, without saying a word, suddenly a sword appeared in his hand. It was the Fei Hong sword. Since you also use a sword, I will use a sword to send you on your way. Duga 9 swords, break sword style. Lin Jin conjured a sword aura out of thin air, meeting the water sword head-on. The sword aura was light and graceful. Instead of clashing directly with the water sword, it elegantly bypassed the sword edge at a wondrous angle, aiming straight for the middle-aged man's wrist. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shifted his stance. What a strange sword technique. This is just the beginning. Lin Jin sneered, the sword moves changing in rapid succession, each move of Duga 9 swords aimed directly at the vital points. Duga 9 swords broke through the momentum with chi, even facing the suppression of River Realm water essence, still managed to stay composed. Lin Jin's footwork transformed in countless variations, his posture ethereal like an immortal, pushing his sword intent to the limit. Watch the sword, the middle-aged man shouted angrily, as the water essence coalesced into dozens of water swords, rushing from all directions. Lin Jin leaped into the air, spinning in midair, executing Duga 9 swords break chi style. The sword aura surged like a dragon, scattering all the water swords. Too arrogant. A mere martial vein realm dares to clash with the River Realm? The remaining Jiang family warriors were in shock. Lin Jin landed, his clothes billowing. Water dragon roar. Die, kid. The River Realm warrior, frustrated from a long battle, unleashed his ultimate move. A water dragon roared toward Lin Jin, its force like crashing thunder, its power terrifying. Ordinary martial vein realm warriors would surely be shattered by this strike. Is this all? Lin Jin was unafraid. Sword Immortal descends. It was the true power of the flying immortal martial skill. In an instant, a faint halo appeared around Lin Jin, forming the ethereal shadow of a white-robed immortal. The shadow held a long sword, its face stern, its demeanor proud, as if the sword immortal had arrived. The sword immortal moved. The sword aura cut through the heavens, instantly splitting the water dragon in half, yet the aura did not diminish, heading straight for the middle-aged man's throat. This is impossible? No. A sword sealed the throat. The River Realm warrior had no time to react, a thin line of blood already appeared at his throat. He reached for his neck, looking at Lin Jin in disbelief. You, what kind of monster are you? Before he finished speaking, the bloodline expanded, his head slowly sliding off. River Realm, fallen. The remaining 2 Jiang family warriors were scared out of their wits, turning to flee. Lin Jin did not pursue them to the end. Because he wanted to send a message to Jiang Jinbei. Lin Jin's voice echoed in the moonlight. Tell Jiang Jinbei, do not rush. Grandpa will return to Jinchang soon, tell him to clean his neck and wait obediently. Chapter 48, The Eve of the Martial Examination. 3 days left. The joint martial examination of the 5 provinces in the Northwest is about to begin. Jincheng High School's elite martial class holds its last mobilization meeting.
Xiaoshan, when will Lin Jin be back? I asked. He should arrive tomorrow. Luo Xiaoshan answered simply. It's good if he can make it back.
Lei Shuwei-ping breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Jin couldn't make it for the martial examination, it would be a huge loss for Jincheng High School. This time, the joint martial examination's outcome largely depended on Lin Jin.
Next, I will briefly introduce this joint martial examination and what is different from previous years.
After the meeting, Xiaoshan remembered to pass on the key points to classmate Lin Jin.
Luo Xiaoshan nodded heavily.
The training room was surprisingly quiet, even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Lei Shuwei-ping stood at the front of the podium, his gaze sweeping over every student in the elite martial class. He knocked on the whiteboard, which projected a black domain map.
This time, the joint martial examination is set in the 100 Battles Black Domain. 100 Battles Black Domain?
The classroom was instantly abuzz. That's right, it is the 100 Battles Black Domain. The rules of the martial examination are the same as in previous years: hunt down black domain puppets and fierce beasts to gain points.
Hunting ordinary black domain puppets gives 1 point, first-tier fierce beasts give 50 points, and second-tier fierce beasts give 500 points. Teacher Lei, why is it the 100 Battles Black Domain? It's a third-tier black domain? Didn't previous years take place in first-tier black domains or once completely conquered by our great Xia? The 100 Battles of the Black Domain is so dangerous, can we students really survive?
It is precisely because it is dangerous that it can truly test everyone's strength. Lei Shuwei-ping's gaze was sharp. A true warrior has never been a flower in a greenhouse.
Moreover, the black domain has been expanding rapidly in Great Xia in recent years, and each of us needs to grow faster.
To cope with possible disasters.
Great Xia needs everyone.
Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. In previous martial arts exams, there would be some surprises.
But it would never be life-threatening, yet the 100 Battles of the Black Domain was different.
Even warriors at the Jianghao level have a great chance of falling there. Let alone them, who were mostly students that hadn't become true warriors. Seeing everyone's worries, Lei Shuwei-ping comforted, "Everyone, don't worry too much, there will be a special security team patrolling for this martial arts exam." Luo Xiaoshan's eyes lit up with excitement. He had long wanted to go to the real Black Domain. Especially after learning that Lin Jin was already roaming in the Black Domain. This feeling became even more urgent. "Teacher, is there a time limit for the martial arts exam?" 1 month. You will have 1 month to hunt puppets and fierce beasts in the Black Domain. After 1 month, you will be ranked by points. Lei Shuwei-ping replied. Can we form teams? Lei Shuwei-ping nodded, of course, but points will only be counted under the killer's name. Moreover, defeating others will directly give you 30% of their points. What? Doesn't that encourage everyone to kill each other? Lei Shuwei-ping explained, the purpose of this is simply to better simulate the real world of warriors, survival of the fittest. Also, during the martial arts exam, you can compete for points, but you must never kill anyone. Once discovered, you will immediately be stripped of your martial arts exam qualification. Hearing this, many students finally felt relief from their anxiety. Do you all understand the rules? Understood. Then, Lei Shuwei-ping opened the big screen in the training room. Next, I will introduce you to the top geniuses from the other 4 provinces, who are also strong competitors for the top spot in this martial arts exam. If you encounter them, try to avoid them. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing, who had been quietly resting her eyes, opened them. There was a glimmer of light in her eyes. First, from Hanhai Province. A photo of a tall, muscular youth appeared on the screen, muscles like iron, fierce eyes.
Qin Yan, Hanhai High School.
A month ago, with 8 levels of martial veins, he possesses an extreme talent, indestructible.
Indestructible? Luo Xiaoshan exclaimed, isn't that the strongest defensive talent? Exactly. Lei Shuwei-ping nodded. Qin Yan's defense is almost flawless, ordinary martial veins can't even injure him. Plus, his attack power is not weak, making him an all-rounder. Wow, is he that freakish? A student whispered. The second one, from Beijiang Province, Li Shachun, with 8 levels of martial veins. His sand origin martial talent is extremely rare, his combat power doubles on sandy ground, and the Black Domain just happens to have vast sandy areas. Third, from Yinshui Province. Lei Shuwei-ping continued introducing, this is the most special one, a pair of twin sisters, Yan Qingxue, Yan Huishue. A photo of 2 almost identical girls appeared on the screen, one in fiery red, the other in water-like blue. They are the twin stars of Yinshui High School, each with 8 levels of martial veins. The most frightening thing is that their martial talents complement each other. When they attack together, even Jianghe level is no match. They are also the biggest contenders for the top spot in this martial arts exam. Fourth, from Longtian Province, Mu Baihe.
A lean and tall youth appeared on the projection, a phantom of wind origin wings condensing behind him. Mubaiha has 7 levels of martial veins and has awakened the wind origin martial talent, with speed as fast as lightning. The most terrifying thing is his wind origin perception, enabling him to foresee attack trajectories. Lei Shuwei-ping added. Although his realm is a bit low, his strength is beyond doubt. Hearing this, the light in Su Wanqing's eyes gradually faded. In Su Wanqing's eyes, there was unwillingness. Clearly, she had worked very hard, yet compared to these geniuses, her strength was far too lacking. Despite training desperately these past 2 months, her level was only at 3 levels of martial veins. Indeed, Lin Jin's words are very reasonable. There is always someone better out there, and there are always more powerful people. I need to work harder. Su Wanqing clenched her delicate fist tightly. Finally, it's Jiangbei province. Lei Shuwei-ping's expression became subtle. Jiangbei High School, Yi Shuai. Yi Shuai. The Yi Shuai that was defeated by Jin Gu? The show-off Yi Shuai? Lei Shuwei-ping nodded. That's right, it's him. Isn't he from the Tianshan sword sect? Why did he join Jiangbei High School? And he's coming to participate in the martial arts exam? I heard that this time for the martial arts exam, he specifically joined Jiangbei High School to challenge Lin Jin to redeem himself and regain his confidence in martial arts. Looking for death. Luo Xiaoshan chuckled lightly. He couldn't win before? Still expecting to win now? Jingu must be even stronger now. We cannot be careless. Lei Shuwei-ping said seriously. Yi Shuai has been in closed-door training for 3 months, and his strength has reportedly improved greatly. Also, he has already learned about Lin Jin's fighting style. The above are the top talents from 4 provinces. Of course, there are other strong fighters, but these few are the most likely to compete for the top spot. These students may be strong, but we at Jincheng High School should not diminish our own prestige and uplift others' spirits. As long as we unite, we will definitely achieve good results. Maybe we will become the biggest dark horse in this joint martial arts exam. Lei Shuwei-ping thought of Lin Jin and felt a sense of expectation. He always gives people hope? Doesn't he? Lei Shuwei-ping smiled slightly. Does anyone have any more questions about the martial arts exam? Teacher Lei, will there be any protection measures after we enter the black domain? A student asked. Everyone will be equipped with a smart wristband. If you encounter danger that you cannot handle, you can alert through the wristband. The patrol team will arrive immediately. However, once you use it, it means your martial arts exam is over. In addition, there will be many strong fighters from Jiangha realm patrolling in the black domain to ensure your safety. Any more questions? Lei Shuwei-ping looked around the classroom. No more. All right, meeting adjourned. Lei Shuwei-ping clapped his hands. Go back and rest well. The day after tomorrow morning, we will meet together and head to the 100 Battles Black Domain. And on the way back to Jincheng. Lin Jin looked at the message sent by Luo Xiaoshan. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Qin Yan? Li Xiachen? Yan Xing Shui, Yan Hui Shui? Mu Bai He? 5 talents? Not a single one with a martial vein of the 9th level, not one can fight. There's also Yi Shuai? It seems the last beating wasn't enough. Chapter 49, Just a Waste. At the same time, other provinces were also conducting their final pre-war analysis. Hanhai Province, Hanhai High School's training room. Qin Yan, who do you think can compete for the top spot in this martial arts exam? Li Xiachen? The Yan sisters. The coach stuck several photos on the wall. Qin Yan was throwing punches, each punch creating a boom of air. His muscles were like iron, his gaze sharp, standing like a small mountain, unmoving. Coach, don't compare me to them. Qin Yan stopped punching, his breath steady, grinning and revealing his bright white teeth. Li Xiachen? He's useless without his sand. The Yan sisters? Flowery fists and showy legs. Once we enter the black domain, just wait and see how I make them cry. Don't underestimate them. The coach's brows furrowed tightly. The twin Yan sisters working together is not to be underestimated. Their ice and fire combination, the power. All right, how powerful can 2 girls be? Qin Yan waved his hand impatiently. Is my indestructible body just for show? I'm really looking forward to meeting them in the black domain to see if their ice and fire are better, or my fists are harder. The coach shook his head helplessly. This kid's personality is just so arrogant. He again took out a photo from his pocket and casually stuck it on the wall, slightly askew. And this person, Lin Jin. Lin Jin? Qin Yan glanced over and frowned. Who is he? I've never heard of this person. He is a student from Jincheng High School. Recently in an exchange competition, he defeated Yi Shuai from Tianshan sword sect. When Qin Yan heard this, he was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't processed it, then burst into thunderous laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! That Yi Shuai? The one who claims to be a genius?
That guy is just a decorative pillow, looks good but useless. Isn't it normal for anyone to defeat him? Why is this even worth mentioning?
What nonsense, Lin Jin. Not worth mentioning.
I remind you, don't underestimate anyone.
Even if he might be the weakest, being able to defeat Yi Shuai shows he has something extraordinary.
So what? Him? Martial Pulse level 2? Or now level 3, still just a bronze martial pulse? I could beat him 100 times.
Xing Yan scoffed, suddenly turned around, his fist the size of a cooking pot smashed fiercely against a photo of Lin Jin on the wall. The photo along with the plaster behind it instantly turned to dust.
This kind of trash doesn't deserve even a glance from me, Xing Yan. He isn't worthy to be my opponent. Beijiang Province, Training Base.
On the vast training ground, Li Shachen stood with his eyes closed, surrounded by swirling yellow sand that seemed alive, making a soft sh sound. He casually waved one hand, and a sand wave several meters high immediately rolled up, like a giant beast opening its mouth. With a push of both palms forward, the flowing sand instantly solidified into a thick wall of sand, blocking in front of him. Shachen, here are the main opponent materials for this martial arts exam, take a look. The coach walked over with a document in hand. Li Shachen didn't even lift his eyelids, just casually flicked his fingers, and a dense stream of sand like a flexible snake shot up, wrapping around the document and slowly unfolding it in midair. Then, his gaze landed on the last page, seeing Lin Jin's name and a somewhat ordinary photo, his brows involuntarily furrowed. From Jincheng High School? Where did this guy come from? Never heard of him before. Ha, probably just a cannon fodder here to fill the numbers. Li Shachen lightly hooked his finger, the sand stream holding the document suddenly tightened, and the document was instantly crushed and torn by the violent sand grains, turning to dust that fell like snow. Yinshui Province, Yinshui High School Training Room.
Yan Xingxue and Yan Huishue, this renowned pair of twin sisters, stood at both ends of the training room. Sister Yan Xingxue wore a fiery red battle dress, vibrant and heroic, with flames dancing at her fingertips. Sister Yan Huishue wore an icy blue long gown, exuding a cool demeanor, with a faint chill surrounding her. Sister, have you seen the opponent materials for this martial arts exam?
Yan Huishue lightly parted her lips, her voice like the tinkling of icy spring water. Yan Xingxue's flames flickered slightly, casting a red glow on her delicate face. Yes. The Qin Yan from Hanhai has indeed impressive defense, but his mind isn't very sharp, he's too arrogant and easy to target. Li Shachen from Beijiang is a big trouble in desert terrain, but as long as we lure him out of the sand, his threat is reduced by half. Mu Baihe from Longtian, his speed is indeed very fast, someone to keep an eye on. However, as long as we sisters join forces, they are no match. This martial arts exam, the top scholar is none other than us. Then, she changed her tone, a hint of playfulness curling her lips. As for Jiangbei Province, whether it's Yi Shuai or Lin Jin, their levels are too weak. It seems this year, Jiangbei Province will again come in last. Longtian Province, high-altitude training ground. Mu Bai has stood at a height of 100 meters, with thin clouds beneath his feet. A pair of giant wings formed from light azure wind elemental energy gathered behind him, gently flapping, making the whole person graceful and agile, like a white crane ready to soar into the sky. He shifted slightly, and as he took a step, he was already 100 meters away, leaving only a faint afterimage. Baihe. Come down and take a look at the genius materials from other provinces. The coach shouted from the ground. Qin Yan from Hanhai, Li Shachen from Beijiang, and the Yan sisters from Yinshui, these three are quite powerful. As for this Lin Jin, he doesn't deserve to be on this list at all. Mu Baihe smiled lightly, shook his head, and casually tossed away the page with Lin Jin's information on it. Jiangbei Province, Jiangbei High School Training Room. Yi Shuai was sitting cross-legged on the training mat. The long sword in hand flickered with a cold light. 3 months of secluded training had greatly enhanced his strength. Yi Shuai's gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Jin's name. Lin Jin. Yi Shuai gritted his teeth, stabbing his sword into Lin Jin's photo, nailing it to the wall. It's been 3 months, and I have trained day and night for this day. A fierce killing intent shone in Yi Shuai's eyes. Last time you narrowly defeated me, this time I will make you kneel and beg for mercy in front of everyone. Gao Jian came to persuade him. Yi Shuai, don't be so obsessed with revenge. This martial arts exam has many strong competitors, Qin Yan, Li Shachen, the Yan sisters, Mu Baihe, these talents are the ones you should focus on. What are they? Yi Shuai suddenly stood up. I just want to defeat Lin Jin and let him know what a real genius is. What a true strong person is. Invisible sword energy appeared before Yi Shuai, instantly shattering the photo into 2 halves, which floated away with the wind. Lin Jin, this time I want the whole Great Xia to know that you are not my opponent at all. Jin Cheng. Lin Jin had just gotten out of the car, stretched lazily, and inadvertently sneezed. Achoo! Who the heck is talking about me? Chapter 50, Su Wanxing, if I give you food, you will eat. Seeking a ticket. On the streets of Jincheng, the night wind blew gently. Lin Jin passed through the familiar school gate and walked straight to the training room. Meanwhile, in the Jianmu space, the Golden Shadow was still training tirelessly. As a beast of burden, it must be squeezed to the limit. As the top, of course, one must maximize the efficiency of the external help.
Rest? That is impossible.
The night was deep, but a certain training room was still brightly lit. Luo Xiaoshan and the others had long since left, with only Su Wanqing tirelessly practicing her spear skills. Sweat soaked her training outfit, her long hair was messy, and the strands of hair dripped down her cheeks. Her alluring figure became more tempting. Su Wanqing's shining spear traced a curve, then suddenly changed moves, sweeping like the wind, piercing like lightning. Coldness spread throughout the entire training room. Again and again, Su Wanqing breathed heavily, her brow furrowed tightly.
Not right, still not right.
Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and raised the spear again, ready to start over.
Damn it. With this level, I can't even swat a mosquito.
Lin Jin walked into Su Wanqing's training room, casually picked up a long spear from the corner, and waited. It's been 3 months, and this is your progress? Su Goddess, your training speed is slower than a snail. At this rate, by the time you become a Jianghe level cultivator, I could have unified the whole Great Xia. Lin Jin complained. In these 2 months, he had already mastered countless high-level martial skills. While Su Wanqing was still stuck in place.
Sure enough, those who train earnestly are always favored by the heavens.
Su Wanqing felt a heat rise to her cheeks. Lin Jin, I have been trying very hard.
Effort my ass.
Lin Jin unceremoniously interrupted. Your spear skill is like an old lady's bound feet, stinky and long. The moves are flashy, but the practical value is too weak. Going to the black domain would be sending yourself to death.
Su Wanqing was so angry her chest heaved. What do you know? This is my Su family's ancestral spear technique. Ancestral?
Lin Jin scoffed. Then your ancestor probably didn't have any real skills.
Is it a scam, wandering the Jianghu?
Lin Jin, you can insult me.
But you cannot insult my ancestors.
Su Wanqing's anger burned, and the shining spear suddenly stabbed out, aimed directly at Lin Jin's throat. Lin Jin waved his hand. The ordinary training spear accurately struck the shining spear's body, deflecting it. Then with a nimble turn, the spear tip was already against Su Wanqing's forehead.
The entire process was smooth as flowing water.
Su Wanqing stood frozen in place, her pupils constricted violently.
What speed is this? What reaction? She didn't even see how Lin Jin shot. And the aura around him. How is that possible? Martial Pulse 9th level. You how? Su Wanqing was shocked and couldn't speak coherently. In just over 2 months. From Martial Pulse 5th level to Martial Pulse 9th level? Su Wanqing found it hard to imagine.
After all, the higher the realm, the slower the increase in strength.
What's wrong? Is it that hard to accept that my strength has increased quickly? Lin Jin grinned. Want to feel if it's real? Want to try it out? Su Wanqing instinctively took a step back. Shaking her head in refusal. Don't be a rogue. TCH, no fun. Lin Jin pouted. When I left, you were only a 2nd level martial vein, and now you're at the 3rd level?
Su Wanqing nodded, then her eyes fell in disappointment. My progress is too slow, I can't compare with you at all. Alright, training too slowly is a common problem for everyone.
It's not just your fault.
Lin Jin stood there, unbothered.
Fortunately, I am a gentleman and keep my promises. I said I would teach you the true killing gun technique, remember? Su Wanqing's face turned red. Who wants you to teach? I can do it myself. Oh really? Then I'll leave.
Lin Jin pretended to turn around.
Wait. Su Wanqing hurriedly called out to him, you really going to teach me?
Lin Jin turned around, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his lips. Considering you called me dad before, I'll keep my word.
Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed. When did I ever call you that? Don't talk nonsense.
Heh, a woman's words are lies.
Lin Jin shrugged. Want to learn? If not, forget it. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, ultimately whispering, I want to learn. Louder, can't hear you. I want to learn. Call me dad and I'll teach you. You.
Lin Jin burst into laughter. Just kidding, come, watch carefully. Lin Jin took the Xianming spear, and his whole demeanor instantly changed. He took a deep breath, holding the spear with both hands, striking a pose. An amazing shot. This set of gun techniques has only one move, but it surpasses a million other strikes. As the words fell, Lin Jin already moved. The Xianming spear in his hand seemed to come to life, piercing straight ahead. This shot looked simple, yet contained infinite variations. The spear tip pointed with sharp brilliance. In the practice room, the air distorted. Su Wanqing's eyes widened, holding her breath. This shot, simple yet incredibly profound. No fancy tricks, no complex changes, just a pure thrust. But within that thrust lay the power to reach the essence. So strong.
Lin Jin withdrew the spear and stood tall, handing the Xianming spear back to her. Did you remember? Su Wanqing seemed to be in a dream. How could I learn it all at once? So dumb. This gun technique isn't about memorizing moves, it's about understanding.
Lin Jin shook his head helplessly. You're too stuck on the form and forgot what martial arts really are.
The essence of martial arts? Killing.
Lin Jin looked directly into her eyes. Martial artists train, fundamentally, to make themselves stronger and to kill enemies.
Your flowery ice gun technique seeks beauty, not killing.
Lin Jin walked to Su Wanqing's side, correcting her posture hand in hand. Hold the spear steady, calm the heart, and decide your intent. Imagine the spear tip as your all, concentrating all your strength into one point, then
thrust it out. Su Wanqing followed the guidance and thrust with all her might.
The spear tip created a sound of breaking through the air, though far less sharp than Lin Jin's, but already showed some finesse.
Not bad, looking good.
Su Wanqing retracted the long spear, astonished by her progress. Such strong gun techniques. Of course. The techniques are strong, but you aren't strong enough to unleash their true power.
Forget it, I'll be good to the end.
Lin Jin took out some pills from the Jianmu space and handed them to Su Wanqing.
Take this. This one is a high-level pill? And over 100 mid-level pills? Su Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief.
You're right. Lin Jin casually stuffed the pills into her hands. This Longhu pill can open up martial veins and significantly increase training speed. These pills should help you break through to the 4th level of martial veins, right? With your snail-like training speed, without a bit of outside help, there's no way.
Su Wanqing held the pills, stunned into silence.
How precious these pills are.
Should be worth tens of millions of daxia coins, right?
And the Xianming spear, just given away so casually.
What kind of person is Lin Jin, to give her all this so easily? What are you standing there for? Eat it. You give it to me, of course, I'll eat. It's not poison.
Lin Jin urged. Su Wanqing tightly gripped the pills, biting her lip without speaking, while her mind was in turmoil.
What is this person really about?
His words are sharp, yet he's not a bad person.
Su Wanqing cautiously placed the Longhu pill into her mouth.
The pill melted instantly, turning into a cool warm flow.
Flowed down the throat into the dantian, then spread through all the meridians of the body. Ah!
She couldn't help but cry out loud. The martial veins in her body seemed to be injected with life, and the originally slow-flowing yuan energy suddenly became active, at least 3 times faster.
This medicine is too strong. Su Wanqing murmured, waving the Xianming spear, and quickly continued to cultivate, digesting the power of the pill.
Lin Jin crossed his arms, full of pride. Of course, anything I make is top quality.
You better train well.
Don't waste my effort in raising you. Lin Jin walked away in style.
Also, if your strength's not enough, just take more pills, I've got everything here. As long as you listen to me. Ha ha ha. Su Wanqing looked up in the direction Lin Jin left, cursing softly. What nonsense is he talking about? But if I can become stronger, sacrificing a little something might be okay, right?
Su Wanqing thought to herself, calmly. She didn't know when it started, but her attitude toward Lin Jin had changed a little.
Chapter 51, Winning Glory for the School.
After a night's rest, her mind was fresh and clear.
Early the next morning, Lin Jin went to visit Principal Liang Ji. He had heard from Luo Xiaoshan that Liang Ji's injuries were still serious.
Lin Jin walked across the campus, and many students looked at him with curiosity and admiration along the way. Now, his fame in school had greatly increased. He had become an idol for many younger students.
Morning, Brother Jin.
Hello, Senior Lin Jin. Lin Jin waved back casually, feeling secretly pleased.
This feeling of being watched by everyone, not bad at all. At the principal's office, the door wasn't fully closed.
Lin Jin poked his head in first.
Teacher Lei, you're here too? Principal, are you feeling better?
Lin Jin pushed the door open and came in, casually pulled a chair over and sat on it backward, his arms resting on the backrest.
Lei Shuweiping was reporting something to Liang Ji. Hearing the voice, he looked up. Lin Jin? You finally decided to come back?
Liang Ji also put down the document in his hand. His face was a bit pale from illness.
I'm okay.
Liang Ji's voice was a bit weak.
Was your trip to the Black Domain smooth?
Of course it was smooth. Lin Jin smiled a little. All right, that Jiang Jinbei, he didn't come looking for trouble again, did he? At the mention of Jiang Jinbei, Lei Shuweiping and Liang Ji both showed heavier expressions.
Not for now.
Lei Shuweiping spoke in a low voice. Only a few people know about Principal Liang's injury.
As long as he's here, Jiang Jinbei doesn't dare act rashly. But what about you? Did you run into any danger out there? Me?
Lin Jin chuckled and patted his chest.
What danger could there be?
I just trained a bit casually. Handled a few small clowns along the way.
What happened?
Liang Ji asked with concern.
Jiang Jinbei sent a team to kill me. Even had a Zheng He level fighter. But I just dealt with them all easily.
Lin Jin said it casually, but in Lei Shuweiping and Liang Ji's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap.
What did you say? You took care of the people Jiang sent to kill you? And even a Zheng He level expert?
Lei Shuweiping gasped, staring at Lin Jin in disbelief.
Liang Ji stayed a bit calmer, but only slightly. He asked carefully, Lin Jin, what level are you now?
Just reached the 9th level.
Ninth level?
The report in Lei Shuweiping's hand fell to the floor with a thud. He looked like he got struck by lightning, frozen in place. Liang Ji suddenly stood up from his chair. The movement pulled on his wounds, making him groan, but he didn't care. His bloodshot eyes stared hard at Lin Jin.
Martial vein 9th level? How is that possible?
Just over 2 months ago, this kid was only at the 5th level when he left. Even if he's a genius with heaven-defying talent, this speed is too damn scary.
Even a.
He thought Lin Jin would improve, but he never expected such an earth-shattering leap. 9 levels of martial veins. This has already surpassed the lifelong pursuit of most ordinary warriors. He is only 18 years old.
You are talking about 9 levels of martial veins? Liang Ji's voice trembled, trying to confirm he wasn't hearing things.
Yes, 9 levels of martial veins.
Lin Jin nodded, looking as relaxed as if asking, have you eaten yet? Is 9 levels of martial veins hard?
I think it's quite simple. Lin Jin secretly laughed. If I told you that I also awakened a martial talent, Golden Shadow clone, mastering countless high-level martial skills, wouldn't you faint on the spot?
Simple?
Lei Shuweiping and Liang Ji felt their worldview collapsing, remolding, and collapsing again.
Is this kid even speaking human language?
Lei Shuweiping has trained hard his whole life but has never managed to break through the 9 levels of martial veins.
But Lin Jin, how long has he been training?
At this moment, the principal's office door was suddenly thrown open, and a tall, curvaceous woman in a red split cheongsam rushed in. It was Luo Qian Shui from Northwest Martial Arts University. Originally, she was going to the Black Domain for the martial exam and had specially said goodbye to Liang Ji. Unexpectedly, she heard the shocking conversation of Liang Ji and the others outside the door.
9 levels of martial veins? In just over 2 months, he went from 5 levels of martial veins to 9 levels of martial veins?
If I recall correctly, the last time I saw Lin Jin, he had defeated Yi Shuai of 4 levels with only 2 levels.
Has it only been 3 or 4 months? His power jumped from 2 levels of martial veins to 9 levels? Is he still human? With such a genius, if we don't snatch him up soon, won't we be letting heaven down?
Thinking of this, Luo Qianshui instantly lost her composure. All thoughts of old acquaintances and being reserved were thrown into the clouds. She dashed to Lin Jin, her tone urgent, even filled with a hint of disbelief and excitement.
Lin Jin.
The S-level special admission quota from our Northwest Martial Arts Academy is still valid.
All conditions remain the same, no. We can add conditions. Tuition waived.
10 million in scholarships each year.
Independent training room. Top-level one-on-one guidance. As long as you nod, right now. Immediately. We can handle the enrollment procedures. No need to take the martial exam. I'll go to school to report tomorrow.
Her attitude was more than 10 times warmer than last time. It was as if she wanted to tie Lin Jin up and take him back to school on the spot. Lei Shuweiping and Liang Ji watched from the side, trembling with excitement.
This was Northwest Martial Arts Academy. One of the top universities in Daxia. The conditions were simply unprecedented.
However, Lin Jin frowned and showed no sign of excitement. These conditions were fantastic for others. But for Lin Jin, they were like adding flowers to a brocade.
Unnecessary. Report to school now? Wouldn't that mean I couldn't go to the 100 Battles Black Domain? Are you kidding me?
There are so many puppet beasts waiting for me to grind soul power, so much aura for me to devour.
And so many geniuses waiting for me to interact with. How could I possibly pass up this experience pack and mobile treasure? How could I give it up?
Lin Jin's mind was frantically complaining, but on the surface, he said seriously, I want to prove myself with my own strength.
Luo Qianshui's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Good. Ambitious. Then I'll come find you after the martial exam. Wish you success in the martial exam.
Liang Ji and Lei Shuweiping exchanged glances, both seeing pride and expectation in each other's eyes. Jincheng High School is about to rise. Lin Jin stretched and loosened his muscles. All right, principal, take care of your health. Lei teacher, Luo teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still need to go prepare to head to the Black Domain.
Bring glory to our school. Chapter 52, The Great Wilderness Cult's Plot.
Lin Jin left the school and headed to the Jincheng Black Dragon Mountain branch.
Last time he left in a hurry and hadn't reported yet.
After all, he was now a member of Black Dragon Mountain. He still needed to get acquainted with the place.
Familiar. The Jiang family. The Jiang family's villa felt as heavy as a solid block of lead. Waste. An expensive purple clay teacup was brutally smashed onto the floor, shattering into pieces. Jiang Jinbei's chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared at the two trembling subordinates in front of him. All of you are useless. 1 from Jiangha realm leading the team, 5 from Martial Vein 9. Can't even handle a high school student? I raised you bunch of useless eaters to send your head as a gift?
The two subordinates who barely escaped were as pale as paper, one of them trembling, almost squeezing out the words.
Jiang sir, it's not that we are incapable, it's the intelligence.
It was a huge mistake. The other quickly added, that Lin Jin, he's not even a mid-martial vein. He is martial vein 9, and that kid uses only high-level martial skills, even heavenly skills. He swallowed hard, his voice shaking uncontrollably. The boss was killed with one sword to the throat.
What?
Jiang Jinbei's roar suddenly stopped, replaced by a chilling silence. His pupils shrank rapidly, a chill shooting up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Martial vein 9? One sword to the throat of Jiangha realm? In just over 2 months? From martial vein 5 to martial vein 9? What kind of cultivation speed is this? This thought pierced Jiang Jinbei's heart like an ice pick.
The previous anger was instantly replaced with a deeper and colder emotion, fear. It was a primal fear of the unknown, of a growth speed that was impossible to comprehend. He had seen geniuses before, but this speed had surpassed that of geniuses, almost becoming a monster.
This person cannot be left alive.
Jiang Jinbei waved his hand, his voice hoarse and cold, "Get out." The two subordinates felt as if they had received a reprieve, scrambling away. The large living room was left with only Jiang Jinbei, who slumped down on the sofa, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. He thought sending 1 from Jiangha realm would be foolproof, but he never expected such an outcome. Lin Jin must die. Not only for his son's revenge but also for the future of the Jiang family. This kind of potential, if left unchecked, will surely become a hidden danger in the future. At that moment, the living room's light dimmed without warning, and the temperature dropped sharply, as if entering deep autumn in an instant. A figure silently appeared in the shadows. It was a woman, wearing an ancient-style dark red robe, her face shrouded in a faint mist, making it hard to see clearly. Only her eyes stood out, cold as ancient ice that would never melt, devoid of any human emotion. She stood there quietly, exuding an otherworldly, desolate aura. Behind her stood a young man, Xing Luo. He lowered his head, looking respectful, but occasionally when he raised his eyes, a hint of cruelty flashed by.
Jiang family head, it seems you are very angry. The cold voice rang out, flat like ice striking. The great wilderness goddess?
Jiang Jinbei suddenly stood up, forcing a look of respect onto his face, but he could not hide his fear. Goddess, you have heard.
A threatening genius is rapidly rising.
The goddess's voice echoed, ethereal and cold, without a trace of fluctuation. Jiang Jinbei said solemnly, Goddess, this person has already joined Black Dragon Mountain, and he must be removed quickly.
Otherwise, we will face endless troubles.
Now the joint martial examination of the 5 provinces in the northwest is imminent, and the location is in the 100-battle Black Domain.
This may be our best chance.
Xing Luo raised his head, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Goddess, Jiang family head, I am willing to go to the Black Domain and personally end this scoundrel.
Not in a hurry. The goddess's voice remained indifferent. Black Domain is a good place.
The killing intent and resentment there is the best nourishment. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the villa's walls, looking far into the distant 100-battle Black Domain.
The martial examination gathers so many young lives, their vitality and despair. This will be the best sacrifice. Jiang Jinbei's heart stirred, cautiously asking, does the goddess mean? The goddess's voice carried a strange rhythm. The 100 battles Black Domain should awaken.
Let these vibrant lives bring a feast to this world. Her tone was calm, yet painted a chilling picture.
Once again summon the savage beasts of the wild.
This was their true purpose.
And killing the students was just a process, a sacrifice.
Jiang Jinbei and Xing Luo exchanged a glance, each seeing excitement and madness in the other's eyes.
I will follow the goddess's decree.
On the other side, at the Black Dragon Mountain branch in Jincheng, Lin Jin stood in front of the sullen black building, curling his lips.
Tisk, looking all dark and gloomy, one would think it's some villain's base.
Lin Jin mumbled to himself, compared to this, our school's practice room feels more welcoming. As he entered the hall, a chilling aura of blood and iron rushed at him. The people coming and going were all in a hurry, their expressions stern. Lin Jin walked up to the front desk, lazily speaking, Hello, I'm looking for Captain Zhong Mushuan.
The staff at the front desk glanced at him and asked in a professional tone, Do you have an appointment? Or your ID? My name is Lin Jin, he sent me. As for ID? I'm his boss, does that count?
The staff frowned slightly, about to say something, when a familiar voice came.
You brat, you really decided to come? I thought you forgot you are from Black Dragon Mountain.
Then, his gaze fell on Lin Jin, sizing him up, and the cigarette he was holding fell to the ground with a thud.
What the hell?
Zhong Muxuan's eyes widened, pointing at Lin Jin, his voice cracking, why you?
9th level of martial veins?
Liang Ji and Lei Shu Wei Ping indeed didn't lie to him. But seeing it with his own eyes still left Zhong Muxuan, a master of the Jianghe realm, somewhat dazed.
How long has it been? Over 2 months? This is too absurd. Calm down, calm down.
Lin Jin waved his hand, a carefree look on his face. No need to be surprised, you have known my talent for a long time. Zhong Muxuan's mouth twitched a few times, picking up the cigarette but from the ground, taking a hard drag, trying to suppress the storm in his heart.
Honestly, did you dig up all the treasures our master left behind? What do you mean our master? Does that have anything to do with you? What do you mean dug? That was reasonable succession.
Lin Jin rolled his eyes. Hurry up, complete the procedures for me, my time is precious, I'm going for the martial arts exam tomorrow.
Why are you in such a hurry? I'm going with you tomorrow. You? You old man, you're also participating in the martial arts exam? Lin Jin asked. What are you talking about? I'm going to support you little brats. To protect you, you know? Alright, enough talking, let's finish the procedures.
The so-called registration procedures were actually quite simple. Zhong Muxuan used his authority and quickly helped Lin Jin get everything sorted, including identity verification and a Black Dragon pattern badge symbolizing his membership in Black Dragon Mountain. Zhong Muxuan threw him a stack of forms. Fill this out. From now on, you're an official member of Black Dragon Mountain, enjoying corresponding rights and benefits. Of course, you also have to bear obligations.
Kid, weren't you supposed to take me to the big sword last time? I've already picked the place. Chapter 53, Martial Arts Exam, Fight for Glory. The 100 Battles Black Domain is vast.
This joint martial arts exam is located in the opposite direction of Sunset Town, in a spot relatively centered among the 5 northwestern provinces. That's why Lin Jin rushed back to Jincheng non-stop. About 100 students from Jincheng High School are attending the martial arts exam. Most students gave up due to lack of talent or feeling the martial arts exam was too dangerous. They chose the much safer cultural exam instead. After graduation, they would find a job and contribute to the economy and social development of Daxia. The team leader from Jincheng High School is Lei Shu Wei Ping. Of course, there's also a 5-person team of Black Dragon Mountain warriors led by Zhong Muxuan accompanying them. The journey to the specific examination site in the 100 Battles Black Domain was far bumpier than Lin Jin had expected. The students from Jincheng High School were riding in several heavily modified armored vehicles from Highlang Mountain. The interior walls of the vehicle were made of thick alloy, with only a few narrow observation windows, allowing only dim light to enter. At this moment, over 100 students were crammed inside the cabin, and the air was thick with sweat, cheap perfume, and an overwhelming sense of tension.
Hey, do you think, is the Black Domain really that terrifying? I heard people might die in this martial arts exam. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. If we score high this time and get a special invitation from the Martial Arts University, it's a quick rise to the top. Exactly, my third uncle said that as long as we come out alive, even if we don't get a good ranking, it's still a rare experience. The chatter buzzed like a swarm of bees. Lin Jin leaned against the corner, pretending to doze, but his ears automatically filtered out these anxious and blustering conversations. A bunch of kids, scared of their own shadows before even stepping onto the battlefield. Fortune favors the bold? With your little bodies, you'll just be scared out of your wits by the puppets in the Black Domain. Experience? More like delivering food. Next to Lin Jin, Luo Xiaoshan was also restless, gripping his hands tightly until his knuckles turned white. Lin Jin nudged him with his elbow. Hey Xiaoshan, why are you shaking? Is Parkinson's kicking in early? Luo Xiaoshan's face turned red, forcing a calm demeanor. Who is shaking? I'm just excited. I'm about to step into the Black Domain and bring glory to our school, my heart is racing. Lin Jin rolled his eyes, too lazy to expose him. Excited? I see it as terrified. Among everyone, only Su Wanqing remained calm, as she had joined Highlang Mountain early on. She had combat experience. Ahead in the convoy, Lei Shu Wei Ping was tirelessly reminding everyone of various precautions, his voice coming through the vehicle's PA system, carrying a barely noticeable worry. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Zhang Muxian was smoking, resting his eyes. After more than 10 hours of tedious travel, the convoy finally came to a slow stop. Before them lay an expansive and stunning temporary camp, established on a relatively flat area at the edge of the Black Domain.
It had been cleared and reinforced by Highlang Mountain in advance, serving as the gathering point for this joint martial arts exam.
As soon as they got off the vehicle, an overwhelming and competitive atmosphere hit them.
Nearly 2,000 young students from Hanhai, Beijing, Yinshui, Longtian, and Jiangbei gathered here, divided by their provinces and schools, each area clearly marked. Various martial arts uniforms emitted faint fluctuations of elemental energy, making the air feel thick. A web of scrutinizing, provocative, and curious gazes intertwined among the crowd.
Wow, this is quite a scene, Zhong Muxian said, still holding his cigarette, looking around.
Lei Shuwei-ping had a serious expression, starting to organize the team. Stay alert.
Don't disgrace Jincheng High School.
Lin Jin shoved his hands in his pockets, lazily surveying his surroundings.
Just then, a wave of immense pressure surged through the crowd like a tide.
All the noise instantly stopped. The previously restless crowd seemed to have their throats squeezed by an invisible hand. Even the flow of air became sluggish. In the center of the camp on a high platform, a figure appeared quietly. It was a middle-aged man in the standard combat uniform of Highlang Mountain, with a resolute face and an upright posture, showing no signs of releasing elemental energy, but just standing there gave an impression of deep stability, unshakable.
The gathering Sea Realm.
It's Vice Captain Xiao Jinyue of the Highlang Mountain Northwest Command, someone whispered, filled with awe.
Xiao Jinyue scanned the crowd, his voice low but clear in everyone's ears. Silence.
These two simple words contained an irresistible power.
I am Xiao Jinyue, the overall person in charge of this joint martial arts exam.
He had no unnecessary words and got straight to the point. I believe your lead teachers have already explained the rules of this joint martial arts exam.
Hunt the black domain puppets and ferocious beasts to earn points. Competing for others' points is allowed, but Xiao Jinyue's tone darkened. Deadly force is strictly forbidden.
Violators will have their martial exam qualifications immediately revoked and face severe punishment. The cold warning made many people's hearts clench.
Xiao Yu's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. The 100 Battles Black Domain is not a playground. Here, danger lurks everywhere.
Every year, many martial artists are lost forever.
If you're afraid of dying, you can withdraw now. No one answered.
Those who stood here had long prepared themselves.
Very good. Xiao Jinyue's tone softened slightly. Danger coexists with opportunity.
Within the Black Domain, there are fortunes and chances you cannot imagine.
More importantly,
all the top martial arts universities and the great Xia and recruitment teachers from various powerful factions are watching you right now. Those who perform outstandingly will not need to wait for results, they can receive special admission qualifications on the spot. These words ignited a powder keg, and the atmosphere in the square instantly became intense.
Countless candidates breathed rapidly, their previous tension replaced by intense desire.
A chance to soar to the heavens was right before them. At the peak of this excitement, Lin Jin suddenly felt a cold, resentful intent locking onto him.
He followed the feeling's direction.
At the other end of the crowd, in the Jiangbei province team, Yi Shuai was staring at him fiercely. That once handsome face was now filled with malice and madness. 3 months of closed-door training seemed not to have calmed him but rather intensified his humiliation and hatred. He had no traces of his murderous intent, as if he wanted to tear Lin Jin apart with his gaze.
Oh, the defeated one has come too? Looks like he's quite dissatisfied, huh? Was last time not enough pain? Fine, let's satisfy you this time. Let you know what true despair is.
Lin Jin smirked and returned a friendly smile.
Xiao Jinyue continued, you are the elites from each province and the hope for the future of Great Xia.
Show your courage and strength, fight, and prove yourselves. 1 month later, the leaderboard will decide your glory. Now, teams from each province, prepare to enter the 100 Battles Black Domain in batches from different locations.
Dismissed. Xiao Jinyue waved his hand to give the order. The crowd began to surge as everyone returned to their team.
Lin Jin turned to face the direction of the Black Domain. Under the ink-stained sky, it seemed as if countless soul power points were beckoning him.
Chapter 54, The First Kill Birth. Entering the Black Domain.
Lin Jin did not choose to go with the main force of Jincheng High School. Instead, he went alone, heading straight into the core area.
In the core area, his inner tree space could absorb evil energy more efficiently. Moreover, he was now at the 9th level of the martial pulse, capable of battling average second-tier ferocious beasts. Killing a second-tier ferocious beast would yield points more efficiently.
In this martial exam, he would stay in the dangerous 100 Battles Black Domain for a month.
Heavenly Dragon Mountain provided each student with anti-evil medicine to prevent evil energy infection.
There was also enough food and water.
And proper weapons. An intelligent wristband not only had positioning and alarm functions but could also record each student's point acquisition in real time.
The 100 Battles Black Domain was filled with ominous energy, oppressive and deep.
The repulsion force within the Black Domain seemed to block everyone's progress.
In the outer areas, low growls and strange scraping sounds echoed, sending chills down one's spine. As thousands of candidates surged in, it turned into a battlefield. They either felt excited, nervous, or reckless, crazily fighting against the black domain puppets emerging from the ground, shadows, and ruined buildings.
Kill. Another one down. Points secured. Over here. There are 3 lone ones. Team up. Team up. Careful. There's a first-tier ferocious beast over there. Retreat. As time progressed, the numbers on the leaderboard began to spike wildly, with each point increase representing a thrilling battle. Most students chose to take a steady approach in the outer areas, hunting puppets and first-level ferocious beasts, accumulating little by little. In the Jin City High School team, Luo Xiaoshan excitedly gripped the Lion King's blade, joining the scoring army. Su Wanqing was much calmer, methodically hunting puppets while keeping an eye on her surroundings, slowly moving inward. However, several figures, like arrows shot from a bow, unhesitatingly left the main group and advanced deeper into the more dangerous area of the Black Domain. Qin Yan, Li Shachen, and the Yan sisters, these top-notch geniuses, already famous, clearly aimed for the dangerous central region of the Black Domain. Among these people, one figure seemed particularly lonely. Lin Jin had his hands in his pockets, walking leisurely, as if he were not in the perilous Black Domain but taking a stroll in his own backyard. He avoided the messy newbie village in the outskirts and headed straight for the core area. He wanted to see how his old friend Guan Er was doing lately. Coming to the Black Domain again. Lin Jin no longer felt the anxiety he had last time. Moreover, now that the beast tied in the Black Domain had passed, it had fallen into a brief silence. As long as he did not actively invade the territory of second-level ferocious beasts, there would not be much danger. TSK, it feels like a market rush, fighting for these measly points, isn't it tiring? Lin Jin was madly complaining in his heart while his built wooden body rapidly absorbed the evil energy. Soul power plus 10. Soul power plus 10. Soul power plus 10. In the temporary camp, the command center. A huge light curtain displayed the real-time scores and rankings of all examinees. Below the light curtain, the leading teachers from various universities had different expressions, closely watching the ever-changing numbers. In less than half an hour, the numbers of the top-ranked students began to rapidly change. First place, Xinyan, Hanhai High School, score, 50. Second place, Yanqingxue, Yinshui High School, score, 45. Third place, Yanhuaixue, Yinshui High School, score, 44. Fourth place, Mubaiha, Beijiang High School, score, 40. Fifth place, Lishachen, Lungtian High School, score, 36. 10th place, Zhengxin Lua, Zhangbei High School, score, 35. Lei Shuiping stood in the Jin City High School area, his brows twisted into a knot. Half a day had passed. On the light curtain, the genius students from other schools were rapidly increasing their scores, with some outstanding schools already exceeding 1,000. But Jin City High School only had a total score of just over 200, placing them in the middle to lower rankings, very awkward. What worried him even more was the name that was highly anticipated, Lin Jin. Score, 0. An eye-catching 0 was hanging there, motionless. Teacher Lei, is that Lin Jin from your school? Did the equipment malfunction? Beside him, an acquaintance teacher could not help but ask, with a hint of curiosity. Or perhaps schadenfreude? Impossible. Lei Shuiping replied firmly, but he wasn't sure in his heart. What is this kid? What is he up to? Did he go in just to find a place to take a nap? Doesn't he take the scores seriously? He recalled Lin Jin's carefree demeanor, and his blood pressure started to rise. This is a big deal related to the honor of the school and the allocation of resources. On the other side, Zhong Muxuan leaned against an armored vehicle, leisurely smoking, seemingly unconcerned about the rankings on the light curtain. He stole a glance at Lei Shuiping's anxious back, a slight, barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If that kid were so easy to read, he wouldn't be him. 0 points? Maybe he's secretly planning something big. Deep in the Black Domain, Lin Jin stopped in his tracks. The evil energy here was denser, and visibility was extremely low. The ground was bumpy, littered with the bones of unknown creatures and broken weapons, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. He slightly twitched his ears, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh? So soon, a delivery right to my doorstep? Quite persistent. He slowly turned around and looked towards the shadow not far behind him. A figure slowly walked out. It was Yi Shuai. He stared intensely at Lin Jin, his teeth chattering as he was clearly very emotionally unstable, with violent fluctuations of yuan force around him. After 3 months of seclusion, the Yi Shuai's strength indeed experienced a qualitative leap, the aura of the 6th level of the martial veins circulating around him. Are you addicted to being a follower? Lin Jin lazily asked. Yi de Bai Wang, instead of earning points, you specially came to deliver your head to me? This service attitude, I give a 5-star rating. Lin Jin. I prepared for this day for a full 3 months. Yi Shuai's voice trembled. This time, I will completely defeat you, making everyone know that your victory was just luck. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, then why don't you challenge me outside the black abyss? More people could see it. Humph. What I want is a true victory, not a performance for others to watch. Yi Shuai sneered, here, it's just you and me, with no interference. I want you to submit willingly. Lin Jin shook his head and finally couldn't help but laugh. Yi de Bai Wang, you really don't understand the situation. A hint of confusion flashed in Yi Shuai's eyes, but he quickly regained his fierce demeanor. Today, either you die, or I die. Lin Jin coldly laughed, then it's probably you who will die. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Shuai roared, no longer holding back, as the aura of the 6th level of the martial veins erupted. Defeating Lin Jin had become his heart demon on the sword path. He drew out the bone sword, his figure turning into a remnant shadow, once again executing the unity of man and sword. This sword strike was far stronger than 3 months ago, in speed, power, and angle, undeniably perfect, containing all his anger and the results of his hard practice. However, facing this all-out attack, Lin Jin didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the sword tip was about to touch the fabric of his chest, an aura even more terrifying and majestic than Yi Shuai's suddenly burst forth from Lin Jin's body, like a waking ancient beast. Boom! An invisible pressure instantly engulfed the area for several tens of meters, the air seemingly solidifying, even the lingering malevolent energy was pushed aside, forming a brief vacuum zone. 9th level of the martial veins. That pure, condensed, almost tangible wave of elemental power violently crashed against Yi Shuai's mind. Puff! Yi Shuai couldn't even get close to Lin Jin before being struck by this momentum, causing his blood to surge, and his forward motion to halt abruptly, his face instantly becoming as pale as paper, his eyes filled with boundless horror and despair. Ninth level? No, it's impossible. This absolutely can't be. He screamed as if he had seen a ghost, his mindset completely collapsing. 3 months? Only 3 months. From the 2nd level of the martial veins to the 9th level? What kind of monster is this? He worked hard to break through to the 6th level of the martial veins, thinking he had the upper hand over Lin Jin, only to realize that the other side had already reached a height he could not reach. 3 months ago, he had defeated someone at the 4th level of the martial veins while he was at the 2nd level? Now facing each other again, the other side was at the 9th level? How can this be played? The enormous gap in strength brought a shock more brutal than any humiliation. Yi Shuai's pupils contracted, nearly suffocating. So, understanding reality is very important. Lin Jin's figure appeared before Yi Shuai like a ghost, wearing a kind smile. The gap is too big, so don't come out to embarrass yourself. I often say, if someone offends me, I'll make them regret it. This time, I will let you know what true despair is. Before the words finished, Lin Jin's hand shot out like lightning, seemingly lightly resting on Yi Shuai's shoulder and the joint of his arm. Crack! 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 The sickening sound of bones dislocating rang out continuously. Bone-severing hand. A high-level martial technique. Lin Jin used little elemental power, relying purely on precise understanding of the human body's structure and clever exertion techniques, instantly dislocating Yi Shuai's arms and one leg. Ah! The intense pain made Yi Shuai emit a heart-wrenching scream. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes, his body spasming from the unbearable pain. He wanted to resist, to summon elemental power, but found that the sharp pain in his limbs made it impossible to gather any strength. Lin Jin crouched down. He patted Yi Shuai's pale cheek, clicking his tongue. Yi the big pretender, your biggest mistake in this life is pretending in front of me. And you still want to pretend a second time? Then I have to send you a big gift set? On the first day of the martial arts exam, you got the severe injury elimination package, and it's the deluxe version, all 4 limbs paralyzed. You. Yi Shuai gritted his teeth in pain, unable to finish his words, and all that remained in his gaze towards Lin Jin was fear. Yi the big pretender, your journey in the martial arts exam ends here. Go back and work harder. Really so useless, not even a single point. Lin Jin complained, turning around and walking deeper without looking back. Yi Shuai moaned in despair, the overwhelming sense of helplessness almost causing him to faint. He understood that no matter how hard he worked in this life, he could never match the pace of the person before him. At the same time, the smart wristband sensed Yi Shuai's severe injury status and emitted a piercing alarm sound. Chapter 55, Intense Competition for Points. In the camp, at the high platform. On the light screen, Yi Shuai's name suddenly flashed a blinding red light, then quickly dimmed, with points reduced to 0 and status changed to eliminated. What? The leading teacher from Jiangbei High School stood up abruptly, eyes fixed on the light screen, his face filled with disbelief. Yi Shuai. He was their leading figure in this batch at Jiangbei High School. And he was brought in at great expense. A genius that the Tianshan sword sect had high hopes for. Eliminated less than half a day into the exam? How is that possible? The accompanying Gao Jianlai's face was already ashen. Others didn't know why Yi Shuai was eliminated, but he could guess a bit. Yi Shuai was determined to defeat Lin Jin. This very likely was Lin Jin's doing. Did he get stronger again? Such speed is just too exaggerated, right? At the same time, a brief emergency rescue message lit up on the electronic screen. Yi Shuai has encountered a strong enemy, limbs dislocated, lost combat capability, activating emergency rescue procedure. A rescue team from Black Dragon Mountain quickly approached Yi Shuai's location. In other areas of the Black Domain, top talents from various provinces were showcasing their skills, stirring up a fierce competition on the points leaderboard. Qin Yan from Hanhai Province, wielding a giant heavy sword, single-handedly fought against 3 first-tier top beasts, sword energy soaring, unstoppable. Ha! With a horizontal sweep of his sword, he severed one beast's head. The sword then turned to pierce another beast's throat. The last beast roared and charged, but Qin Yan struck first, cleaving down from its head to its tail. Qin Yan sheathed his sword expressionlessly and turned to leave. With his 8th-level martial pulse peak power, he was nearly unbeatable in this area. But he knew in his heart that the true opponent lay deeper. In the unique desert region of the Black Domain, Li Shachen from Longtian High School flitted like a swimming fish, gliding effortlessly. Here, sand and dust raged, visibility was extremely low, and ordinary martial artists could hardly move. But for Li Shachen, it was a natural battlefield advantage. Sand restraint. Li Shachen formed hand seals, and the surrounding grains of sand instantly coalesced into countless tiny chains, tightly binding a first-tier beast. Sand blade. The endless yellow sand condensed into millions of flying knives, densely shooting towards the bound beast. The beast let out a wail and collapsed. Li Shachen looked relaxed, scanning the surroundings. He was like a fish in water in this desert region of the Black Domain. As long as he maintained this state, securing a top 3 position should be no problem. In the camp command center, the leading teachers from various schools were closely watching the real-time updating points leaderboard, and the atmosphere grew more and more tense. On the giant light screen in midair, numbers continuously flashed and changed, stimulating the heart like a stock market display. In just 3 days, the rankings underwent drastic changes. First place, Li Shachen, Longtian High School, points, 580. Second place, Qin Yan, Hanhai High School, points, 570. Third place, Yan Qingxue, Yinshui High School, points, 540. Fourth place, Yan Huaixue, Yinshui High School, points, 528. Fifth place, Mubaiha, Beijiang High School, points, 522. Lei Shuiping had almost twisted his eyebrows into a braid, his gaze firmly locked onto the data from Jincheng High School. Aside from Su Wancheng and Luo Xiaoshan, the performance of the other students' score increase was truly unsatisfactory. Especially that name which should be the proudest, Lin Jin, whose score still lingered at the glaring 0. Teacher Lei, how about I contact Lin Jin, a teaching assistant softly suggested. Let's see what he's up to. Lei Shuiping felt a deep sense of frustration. Contact what? In the Black Domain, ordinary phones are utterly useless. The leading teacher from a nearby school shot a sympathetic look. I heard your Jincheng also has a genius? It can't be just for show, right? Lei Shuiping felt a fire ignite in his heart, about to retort but unable to find words to do so. Just then, an urgent message suddenly popped up on the light screen, accompanied by a shrilling alarm. Emergency notification, examinee Lin Jin has entered the core danger zone of the Black Domain, less than 100 kilometers from the core area. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on the glaring red notification. What? Is he crazy? Danger zone? That's where second-tier ferocious beasts are lurking. Is this student looking for death? However, to reach the danger zone in just 2 days, Lin Jin's strength is not weak. Lei Shuiping's mouth fell open, unable to say anything for a long time. So Lin Jin had been on the road all this time, no wonder his score remained at 0. On the high platform, Xiao Jinyue glanced at the notification, his brows slightly raised, his eyes flashing with rare surprise. At the same time, deep within the Black Domain, the smart wristband frequently emitted alarm sounds, indicating that Lin Jin had entered a dangerous area. Lin Jin simply turned off the sound function. What's wrong with the danger zone? Can it stop me? Lin Jin didn't care at all. The only thing he cared about was the speed of soul power improvement in the Jianmu space. Soul power plus 20. Soul power plus 20. Soul power plus 20. Jianmu stage, awakening stage. Current soul power, 68800. Lottery pool progress, 10.1%, need 89.9% to reach the next level lottery pool. Martial vein awakening progress, golden martial vein awakened, can continuously evolve, current progress 0%. Flow rate, 365 times. On the outer edge of the Black Domain, on a hillside, Su Wanqing held the Xianin spear, her breath steady, forming a defensive formation back-to-back with Luo Xiaoshan. In Jincheng High School, they were the two with the strongest strength, choosing to team up.
In front of them, 3 first-tier ferocious beasts, black bone crows, were circling with greedy eyes, ready to strike at any moment.
Xiaoshan, the one on the left is yours. Su Wanqing calmly commanded.
Understood. Luo Xiaoshan gripped the Lion King crazy blade, his eyes shining brightly. In these past few months, with Lin Jin's selfless help, Luo Xiaoshan had improved rapidly and was now at the 3rd level of martial vein. A black bone crow suddenly swooped down, its sharp claws aimed directly at Luo Xiaoshan's face.
Bring it on!
Luo Xiaoshan didn't retreat but advanced, the Lion King crazy blade slashing a graceful arc, accurately hitting the crow's wing. At the same time, Su Wanqing's spear shot out like a dragon, piercing twice, effortlessly dispatching the other 2 black bone crows.
Beautiful, Wanqing.
But Su Wanqing did not relax her vigilance. Don't celebrate too early, this is just the beginning.
We have a significant gap from the top 10 on the scoreboard.
Luo Xiaoshan nodded, checking his score, 158 points, currently ranked 67th.
While Su Wanqing had already accumulated 302 points, ranking 26th. I wonder where Jingu is gone. Luo Xiaoshan suddenly asked, he still hasn't scored a single point?
Su Wanqing said indifferently, with his strength, he must have his own plans.
That's true. On the outskirts of the martial examination area, an equipped hunting team was cautiously approaching the warning zone.
At the front was a middle-aged man, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his facial features hidden in shadow, but his eyes sparkled with a cold light. Ahead is the martial examination area, everyone be careful. The middle-aged man whispered.
Remember, we are just an ordinary hunting team here to hunt ferocious beasts. This hunting team has 7 members, each of them is skilled in the Zhenghe realm.
They are equipped uniformly, moving in an orderly fashion, completely different from ordinary wandering soldiers. They had just approached the warning line when 3 patrollers from Black Dragon Mountain blocked their way.
Stop.
This is a restricted area for the martial exam. This month, no outsiders are allowed to enter. A middle-aged man took off his hat, revealing an ordinary face filled with a humble smile. Please don't be nervous, we are just an ordinary hunting team, here at the edge of the Black Domain to hunt some ferocious beasts for a living.
Ordinary hunting team?
The Black Dragon Mountain members looked at them with suspicion.
Don't you know this is a martial exam area? Haven't you seen the warning signs?
The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together. I'm truly sorry, we came from the north and didn't notice the warning. Since we're not allowed in here, we'll just leave. The Black Dragon Mountain members had no doubts. Alright, hurry up and leave.
Understood. With that, the middle-aged man turned the team around and left.
Until they were out of the Black Dragon Mountain patrol's sight, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Master Jiang, their vigilance is very tight, one of his subordinates whispered.
Jiang Zhenbei sneered, no problem, since we can't enter here, we'll go another way. Chapter 56, The Unusually Missing Students. On the 5th day, Lin Jin finally arrived at the edge of the core area of the Black Domain.
The malevolent energy in the air was thick like a substance, making it hard to breathe. Looking around, the sky was dim, and in the distance, the outline of an ancient city could be vaguely seen, flickering in the thick malevolent energy, like a sleeping giant, exuding a chilling sense of oppression.
Damn it, I've finally reached the core area. I wonder how Lord Guan is doing.
I hope he doesn't notice me. Days ago, Lord Guan's sharp knife made Lin Jin feel anxious. Soul power plus 30. Soul power plus 30. Soul power plus 30.
Lin Jin quickened his pace towards the ancient city.
According to statistics, the siege wars in the Black Domain cycle annually, the war had just ended not long ago, so the city was relatively safe. Only then did Lin Jin come to investigate. The closer he got, the clearer the city's outline became, the modeled city walls, the ancient beacon towers all told tales of the passing years. The city gate was tightly closed, and traces of swords and spears could barely be seen on the city wall, as if it had experienced countless brutal battles. Lin Jin walked to the city gate and looked up. Above the city gate was still the giant plaque, with 2 ancient and powerful characters inscribed, Zhangling. Lord Guan stood quietly on the city wall, holding a green dragon crescent blade, exuding an awe-inspiring air, but the brilliance around him seemed to have dimmed a lot, falling into silence. Like a statue gazing for 1,000 years. The soldier puppets on the city walls were also as still as sculptures, not making a sound.
Lord Guan, I've come to visit you? Is everything alright back home?
Of course, Lord Guan wouldn't respond to Lin Jin. Lin Jin didn't mind, leaping up to stand on the city wall, overlooking this silent ancient city. The buildings inside the city were arranged in rows, the streets crisscrossing, yet remained empty, terrifyingly quiet, as if time had stopped here. Last time it was bustling, now it's like a ghost town, truly unpredictable. Lin Jin sighed, casually scanning the inside of the city. Suddenly, his gaze tightened, as if he saw something incredible. On the top of a tall building within the city, a vague figure flashed by, moving extremely fast, like a ghost, leaving only a dark red corner of clothing fluttering in the wind.
What is this? Someone?
Lin Jin froze for a moment, doubting if he was seeing things. Must be an illusion. Lin Jin rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. The city was empty. Where was there any figure? It must be the thick malevolent energy causing hallucinations. Lin Jin shook his head, reassuring himself.
Still, better earn some points. Let's gather some soul power. This is the most important thing right now.
Otherwise, others might think I am some small character from somewhere else. Lin Jin took a deep breath, and his eyes sharpened.
The top score is just over 1,000? Is the strength really that weak? Martial exam camp.
On the huge screen, the leaderboard rankings changed dramatically again. The names Qin Yan and Li Shachen, who had been firmly in the top two, were pushed down. In their place, there were two names tied for first.
First place, Yan Shengshui, Yinshui High School, points, 1010.
First place, Yan Huishui, Yinshui High School, points, 1010.
What? The Yan sisters have broken 1,000 points? My god, how did they do that? Look quickly, their hunting record shows they killed a second-tier fierce beast, a demonic bear?
The command center was in an uproar, all eyes were focused on the screen, gasps of surprise rising and falling.
A second-tier fierce beast. This is something even River Realm warriors fear. The Yan sisters actually teamed up to kill one? Their strength is terrifying.
Yinshui High School is really going against the trend this time.
The Yan sisters were already strong.
I didn't expect them to unleash such astonishing potential in this martial exam. Now other geniuses can't sit still. The reward for first place is a heavenly level martial skill. The team leaders from various schools discussed animatedly, their gazes towards the Yinshui High School team leader filled with envy and jealousy. The team leader from Yinshui High School, at this moment, was also beaming, pride written all over his face.
The Yan sisters indeed didn't let me down. This time, the first place must belong to them.
Heavenly level martial skills, the thought alone is exciting. Li Shuiping looked at the rankings on the leaderboard, his face growing more serious. The rise of the Yan sisters undoubtedly brought immense pressure to other geniuses. It is foreseeable that soon, more people will take risks to delve deep into dangerous areas, hunting stronger fierce beasts to compete for higher points. I hope that Lin Jin doesn't act too impulsively, Li Shuiping thought with some worry. Though he had confidence in Lin Jin's strength, the central area of the Black Domain was, after all, the territory of second-tier fierce beasts. A little carelessness could lead to life-threatening danger.
On the 10th day of the martial exam, the sky over the Black Domain remained gloomy, an oppressive aura hung in the air.
As the martial exam deepened, more and more candidates began to feel immense pressure.
The danger level of the Black Domain exceeded their imagination. Powerful fierce beasts, strange puppets, and the pervasive demonic energy left them exhausted and on edge. Intense battles and a harsh survival environment caused some students with poor mental resilience to begin to break down. I can't go on. I'm quitting. I want to withdraw. I want to go home.
The Black Domain is too terrifying, I can't take it anymore.
Voices of abandonment began to ring out everywhere.
Every day, students chose to withdraw from the martial exam, sending distress signals to the command center through their smart wristbands, and were then rescued by the rescue team from Black Dragon Mountain.
Besides those who actively gave up, some students also disappeared in the Black Domain.
They seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving no distress signals or traces behind, quietly losing their way.
At first, everyone did not pay much attention, thinking these individuals might have been killed by fierce beasts in battle, with no remains left.
But as the number of missing increased, the command center began to sense something was amiss.
Isn't the number of missing students a bit too high recently?
Xiao Jinyu frowned as he looked at the report in hand.
It is a bit much, already exceeding the normal mortality rate.
A staff member replied, moreover, the missing locations are quite scattered, with no obvious pattern.
Check the last locations of the missing students, let's see if there are any common points. Xiao Jinyu ordered in a deep voice. Soon, the investigation results came out.
Captain Xiao, we have discovered that the last locations of all the missing students pointed to the outskirts of the Black Domain. Moreover, before they went missing, they all had contact with a student named Zhang Xinluo. The staff officer spoke with a serious tone.
Zhang Xinluo?
Xiao Jinyue paused slightly, feeling a vague impression of this name.
He had briefly appeared at the 10th position on the points leaderboard on the first day. Investigate thoroughly.
Zhang Xinluo, a student from Jiangling High School in Jiangbei Province, is at the 4th level of martial vein.
The data shows that he is just an ordinary student with a golden martial vein and no abnormalities. An ordinary student? Xiao Jinyue frowned even tighter. How could an ordinary 4th level martial vein student be connected to so many missing incidents? How could this be possible? Retrieve all surveillance footage and find this kid. Xiao Jinyue ordered in a deep voice.
The surveillance footage was soon retrieved, only showing a blurry image.
In the footage, a slender, ordinary-looking boy was walking on the outskirts of the Black Domain.
He was wearing a martial arts uniform from Jiangling High School, holding a uniquely shaped black bone knife, with a strange expression and cold demeanor. The camera zoomed in, and Xiao Jinyue's pupils suddenly contracted. A follower of the Great Wilderness Cult? Immediately lock this kid's location. Deploy a team of martial artists to capture this person by all means. Xiao Jinyue's face turned ashen, his voice tinged with anger. Notify all patrol teams to strengthen their patrols in the outskirts of the Black Domain. If any suspicious individuals are found, report immediately. Additionally, issue a warning to all team leaders from various schools to remind them to prioritize student safety and guard against accidents. Since a follower of the Great Wilderness Cult has appeared, this martial arts exam is likely not just a simple beast hunt anymore. The missing students may have already encountered misfortune. Damn the Great Wilderness Demon Cult, they truly have no boundaries. How dare they cause trouble during the Great Xiao martial arts exam? Do they really think I, Xiao Jinyue, am easy to deal with? Xiao Jinyue was burning with rage, a trace of cold-killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 57, A Stunning Performance. The Great Wilderness Cult was taking continuous action, and Lin Jin had also begun his own battle. Lin Jin stood atop the city wall of Jiangling, looking down at the quiet ancient city, pondering his next move. The first place on the leaderboard only has a little over 1,000 points? That's too shabby. According to the rules, each second-tier ferocious beast is worth 500 points. If I take down 3, I can take the top spot. Could it be that this year's candidates are too weak? Letting you all struggle for over 10 days. Lin Jin stretched his limbs, the joints of his body producing a series of crisp sounds. Then let's start, first tackle a second-tier beast for a taste. He leaped down, jumping off the city wall, heading toward the outskirts of the Black Domain. He wanted to search for second-tier beasts around the core area to gain points. After all, the aura of death was strongest here. Not long after, Lin Jin sensed a powerful aura. It was a second-tier primary ferocious beast, the Death Magic Lizard, wandering in a nearby ruin. The Death Magic Lizard was nearly 10 meters long, completely black, covered in tough scales, and had barbs all over its tail, with a pair of blood-red eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glow. It sensed Lin Jin's aura and let out a low roar, turning to face this unwitting intruder. Wow, you're pretty ugly. Better not come out to scare me. I'll send you back to your family right now. Lin Jin grinned, not hiding his provocation at all. The Death Magic Lizard was furious, suddenly lunging at Lin Jin with astonishing speed, its tail sweeping through, capable of splitting a small hill in half. Lin Jin stood his ground, his right hand clawed, welcoming it head-on. Dragon Claw Technique. A golden claw shadow sliced through the air, colliding directly with the lizard's tail. Boom! A massive shockwave spread out, turning the surrounding debris into dust in an instant. The Death Magic Lizard's tail was forcefully blocked, letting out a painful scream, staring in disbelief at the human before it. Is that it? I thought second-tier beasts were supposed to be formidable. Lin Jin shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. The demon lizard was completely enraged, opening its bloody wide mouth, a thick surge of evil energy gathered within, forming a black energy ball that shot towards Lin Jin. Oh? It can also attack from a distance? Interesting. Lin Jin remained calm, instantly gripping his fire sun blade in his right hand, slashing casually, and a blade of air formed out of thin air, heading towards the energy ball. Boom! The energy ball was split in two by the blade aura, flying past Lin Jin on both sides, exploding in the distance and kicking up a cloud of dust. It's my turn. Lin Jin flickered, appearing above the demon lizard's head in an instant, holding his blade with both hands and striking down fiercely. 9th level fire sun blade 3rd style, falling sun. In an instant, flames crashed down like a falling star, turning a 30 zhang radius into a pool of lava. The demon lizard let out a piercing and sorrowful scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Under the heavenly level technique, even the thick-skinned demon lizard could hardly resist. On Lin Jin's smart bracelet, the score jumped from 0 to 500. Soul power plus 50,000. Soul power plus 50,000. Soul power plus 50,000. A second-tier fierce beast provided 150,000 soul power, which was standard. In addition, with the core area absorbing at a rate of 30 per minute, over several days, Lin Jin's internal space soul power had already reached 434,800. This is too easy, right? Let's find another one to try. For the next few hours, Lin Jin was like a highly efficient killing machine, searching around the edge of the Black Domain core area. But he avoided late second-tier fierce beasts. Demon spiders, black bone tigers, nether bats, one after another, second-tier fierce beasts fell at his hands. Each kill brought him 500 points, while his internal space was crazily absorbing the evil spirit released after these beasts' deaths. Soul power plus 50,000. Soul power plus 50,000. Soul power plus 50,000. By evening, Lin Jin's score had soared to a staggering 3,500 points, far surpassing the second place with just over 1,000 points. And after killing 7 second-tier fierce beasts, his soul power also reached over 1 million. Jianmu Stage, Awakening Stage. Current soul power, 1,368,800. Lottery pool progress, 10.1%, need 89.9% to advance to the next level of lottery pool. Martial Vein Awakening progress, Golden Martial Vein Awakened, can continue to evolve, current progress 0%. Time flow rate, 365 times. TSK, this is too easy. Lin Jin sat on a large rock, resting boredly. Should I go look for a late second-tier fierce beast to try? If I can defeat it, it would show that my true strength has reached the late Jianghe level. Facing Jiang Jinbei, it's not without a chance of winning. As Lin Jin pondered, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from afar. Interesting, a tough opponent is really coming. Lin Jin's eyes lit up, standing up and walking towards the direction of the aura. What? A shocked cry rang out, and the command center instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the skyrocketing number on the screen. First place, Lin Jin, Jincheng High School, score, 3,500. How could this be possible? A leading teacher's cup fell to the ground with a clang, water splashing everywhere. 3,500 points? Did he rob a bank? The rules are correct, right? 500 points for a second-tier fierce beast, he killed 7? In one day? 7 second-tier? What kind of interstellar joke is this? The command center erupted into chaos, gasps and exclamations filling the air. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, rubbing them hard, thinking they were seeing things. Lei Shuweiping stood there, his mouth agape as if a duck egg could fit inside, his throat gurgling, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. I can't believe it. Zhong Mushuan's cigarette almost fell from his mouth. He took a deep breath, blew out a smoke ring, and forced out an expression that looked worse than crying, but was one of pride. I knew it. I knew this kid was definitely hiding something big. Damn, that gave me quite a scare. No wonder he's my little brother Zhong Mushuan. Just powerful enough. Xiao Jinyue was also shocked by this number, staring hard at the screen. A frown twisted into a knot on his forehead. 7-headed second-tier fierce beast. He murmured, his voice carrying a slight tremor that was hard to detect. This is definitely beyond what the martial pulse realm can achieve. Even the common river realm can't reach this level. This year's joint examination has produced an incredible monster in the northwest. Just as everyone was shocked, still reeling from the impact of 3,500 points. The numbers on the light screen, without warning, jumped again. First place, Lin Jin, Jincheng High School, points, 4,000. It increased by 500 again? My God. In the command center, after a brief silence, a wave of loud screams erupted, deafening, almost blowing the roof off. 4,000 points. 4,000 points. Did you see that? I'm not seeing things, right? This score is jumping faster than a rabbit. Lin Jin, is Lin Jin still human? This is simply a human-shaped fierce beast. In one day, he killed 8 second-tier beasts. Is this something the martial pulse realm can do? Monster. It's a monster. Where did this monster from Jincheng High School come from? The teachers leading teams from various schools, who were originally calm, completely lost their composure now, each one jumping around like a cat whose tail was stepped on, shouting in surprise, their faces turning red, trembling fingers pointed at the shining name on the light screen. 4,000 points. This is no longer something that can be described as excellent, it is simply absurd. Freak. Inhuman. Xiao Jinyue, who had been the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Mountain Northwest team for many years, had seen at least 800 prodigies, but someone like Lin Jin was simply unheard of and unseen. Quickly check Lin Jin's hunting record. I want to know what fierce beasts he killed. Xiao Jinyue suddenly awoke, his voice hoarse with excitement as he shouted. The staff members fumbled to operate the equipment, and soon, Lin Jin's detailed hunting record was displayed on the light screen. Candidate, Lin Jin, Jincheng High School. Current points, 4,000. Hunting record, Demon Lizard, Tier 2 Beginner, 1, Black Bone Tiger, Tier 2 Beginner, 2, Nether Bat, Tier 2 Beginner, 3, Black Horn Rhino, Tier 2 Intermediate, 2. When they saw the hunting record, listing a series of second-tier beasts clearly, the command center fell into a deathly silence again. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths opened in an O shape, as if petrified, even forgetting to breathe. It really is a second-tier fierce beast. And there are still 2 second-tier intermediate beasts, Black Horn Rhinos? Oh my God. Is this Lin Jin really at the 9th level of martial pulse? Or is he some old monster in disguise? How on earth did he do it? This is simply unscientific.
Chapter 58, This is simply a miracle. After a brief silence, a more violent uproar exploded.
At the 9th level of martial pulse, to kill 8 second-tier ferocious beasts in one day, including 2 second-tier intermediates.
It might not end there. This completely exceeded people's understanding, it was simply a myth. Freak. It's a freak.
Jincheng High School is truly going to produce a true dragon now.
How many years has it been since we've seen a genius of this level in the Northwest, or even in the entire Great Xia?
Of course, some were jubilant while others were disheartened. For example, the leading teacher from Inshur High School, originally beaming with pride, now wore a completely stiff face, the smile frozen on his face, more ugly than crying. The Yen sisters had broken 1,000 points, and he originally thought that first place in the martial examination would surely be theirs. But now, Lin Jin had suddenly risen up, sweeping away their scores by several streets.
How can they compete with that? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He mumbled, his face pale as if struck by a bolt from the blue. In the depths of the Black Domain, in a certain valley,
Xinyan held a giant sword, having just slain a peak first-tier fierce beast, and was about to take a short break.
Suddenly, the smart wristband emitted an urgent alert tone. He frowned. Opened the wristband and checked the messages.
When Xinyan saw the striking red alert on the screen, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the giant sword in his hand almost slipped away.
Urgent notification, candidate Lin Jin, Jincheng High School, scores have broken 4,000 points, ranking first on the leaderboard.
Hunting record, Demon Lizard, second-tier beginner, Black Bone Tiger, second-tier beginner, Nether Bat, second-tier beginner.
4,000 points?
Xinyan exclaimed in shock, his voice slightly out of tune as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming the numbers on the screen again.
That's right, it's 4,000 points. Moreover, the hunting record clearly shows a series of names of second-tier fierce beasts. Lin Jin. Who on earth is he? With his strength, how can he compare to me?
Xinyan's heart surged like a storm, recalling Lin Jin, whom he had looked down upon before the martial arts exam. He always thought that the biggest competitors in this martial arts exam were Li Xiachen, Mu Baihe, and the Yen sisters. But unexpectedly, Lin Jin emerged from nowhere, crushing everyone with such a terrifying attitude. No way, I have to see with my own eyes what kind of monster this Lin Jin is. Xinyan's eyes narrowed, he put away the giant sword, and his figure moved swiftly toward Lin Jin's location. Li Xiachen, Mu Baihe, and the Yen sisters had the same reaction as Xinyan.
The 5 of them almost simultaneously rushed toward the core of the Black Domain.
Without seeing Lin Jin's strength with their own eyes, they found it hard to believe in their hearts.
Jin Gu. 4,000 points?
Luo Xiaoshan stammered, his voice trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Su Wanqing glanced at the wristband screen, her originally calm gaze instantly froze. She knew Lin Jin was strong, but she never expected him to be so incredibly strong. In just one day, he swept up 4,000 points.
This is simply a miracle. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew Jingu was the strongest. What genius, they are all weaklings.
Luo Xiaoshan truly admired Lin Jin's strength. Luo Xiaoshan was genuinely happy for Lin Jin's achievements. At the martial arts exam camp, in a lounge isolated from the noise of the command center, the atmosphere was even tenser than the battlefield outside. This place gathered the top 5 martial arts universities in the Great Xian Northeast, Northwest, Southwest, Southeast, and Central capitals' enrollment heads. The small light screen in front of them synchronized with the suffocating scoreboard on the main screen. When the line Lin Jin, points, 4,000 jumped out, the room briefly fell silent. The next second, as if they had made an agreement, the 5 people moved at the same time.
4,000 points. 8 second-tier beasts. We, Northeast Martial University, want this student.
A burly man from the Northeast slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming, all resources leaned toward him.
3 options from core inheritance. I will personally mentor him. Old Jean, why are you shouting so loudly?
A cultured middle-aged man from the southeast adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Our Southeast Martial University is willing to offer 1 year's priority usage rights to the Tsung High Secret Realm and 3 mentors from the Ning High Realm to rotate coaching.
Just fluff.
The thin old man from Southwest University scoffed, his bony fingers tapping on the table.
Get to the point, 1 heaven-tier skill, choose any.
2 heaven-tier martial techniques.
Special supply of innate holy medicine body refining liquid once a month. Who can compete?
The representative from Central Capital Martial University, a dignified woman, picked up her teacup with a calm demeanor, yet her words carried an invisible pressure. Our central capital is located at the heart of Great Xia, resources, connections, and vision, unmatched by the borders. As long as he comes, he will surely have a place in the future high echelons of Great Xia.
Conditions? We can negotiate until he is satisfied.
This Lin Jin has boundless potential, a future beyond measure. Such a phoenix child should enter our school. Our school's dragon blood pool is greatly beneficial for refining his martial pulse. Various jaw-dropping conditions were thrown out one after another, and the air in the room was almost ignited by this fierce competition.
Everyone knew. Missing a genius like Lin Jin is an unbearable loss for any top university.
Just when the atmosphere reached a boiling point and several teachers were about to roll up their sleeves to argue, a cold and decisive voice, like a splash of ice water, instantly suppressed all the noise. Everyone, there's no need to argue. The speaker was Luo Qianxue, the representative of Northwest Martial Arts University. Lin Jin promised before the martial arts exam that he would join our Northwest Martial Arts University.
What? The stout man from the northeast jumped up first. Luo Qianxue, is that really true?
That's just empty words.
Exactly. The elegant man from the southeast frowned. Before the martial arts exam? How come we didn't know? For such an important matter, would he not weigh the pros and cons?
The elder from the southwest was even more straightforward. Luo girl, you can speak carelessly over meals, but not with words.
Show us evidence. The noblewoman from Central Capital spoke with a scrutinizing tone. Teacher Luo, can a verbal promise count? Luo Qianxue faced the doubts and pressure from the floor, still calm in demeanor.
Although Lin Jin had not promised her anything. But now, she had to firmly assert herself to secure the best opportunity for herself. And make others retreat in the face of difficulty. Lin Jin, Northwest Martial Arts University must have you.
Our Northwest Martial Arts University will present a divine artifact from the Kunlun Black Domain. Divine artifact? You're not joking, are you? At Luo Qianxue's words, everyone present was shocked.
The rarity of divine artifacts is so immense that they are few in the entire Great Xia, and each one is a treasure of great significance.
Chapter 59, Blood-Stained Black Domain. Just as the outside world was completely stirred up by Lin Jin's extraordinary performance, a conspiracy was quietly taking root. On the outskirts of the Black Domain, in a corner of a ruined wasteland,
a candidate from Longtian province was panting as he leaned against a broken wall, having exhausted most of his strength fighting two puppets from the Black Domain. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, trying to find a safer resting spot. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadow not far away from the corner of his eye. Who? He immediately tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, nervously questioning. The person in the shadow slowly stepped out, revealing Xing Luo disguised as Zhang Xinluo. He wore a gentle and harmless smile, but a strange light lurked deep in his eyes.
Don't be nervous, classmate, I am also a candidate. Xing Luo's voice carried a peculiar soothing quality. I see you seem injured, do you need help?
The candidate relaxed his guard slightly but still kept his distance. No, thank you. Xing Luo did not come closer, simply watching him quietly, his lips still curled in that gentle smile. However, deep within his pupils, two dark glimmers began to swirl like whirlpools. The candidate gazed into Xing Luo's eyes, initially finding it somewhat strange, but soon his gaze began to grow dazed and vacant. It was as if he saw a calming vision. The wariness and fatigue on his face gradually faded, replaced by a blank, submissive expression. Come here. Xing Luo's voice grew deep and magnetic, like a murmur in a dream. The candidate seemed to be pulled by invisible strings, taking steps toward Xing Luo involuntarily, the dagger in his hand drooping weakly.
Xing Luo's smile turned cold and sinister.
He extended his finger, a barely perceptible dark mist swirling around the tip, gently tapping on the candidate's forehead. The black mist, like a living thing, burrowed into the candidate's body. It was the black core. The candidate's body jolted, then returned to calm, but his eyes became even more hollow, like a puppet that had lost its soul. He turned stiffly and walked silently in a certain direction, merging into a group of other similarly dazed students.
Xing Luo looked at these results and nodded in satisfaction. 49 living souls should be enough, right?
Xing Luo licked his lips, a wicked and cruel smile appearing on his face.
The enchanting power bestowed by the Divine Lady is indeed effective.
Xing Luo's figure melted into the shadows once more, moving swiftly toward the core area of the Black Domain. Behind him, a group of students, equally exuding a strange and menacing aura, followed closely. The fierce beasts encountered along the way not only did not attack them, but instead avoided them, as if fearing the eerie energy emanating from Xing Luo. A rich chill radiated from Xing Luo's body, a unique essence of the Great Wilderness sect, resonating subtly with the malice of the Black Domain. Soon, this Black Domain will become the altar of the Great Wilderness. And these foolish warriors will become sacrifices. Divine Lady, I will follow in your footsteps forever. Madness flickered in Xing Luo's eyes as he moved forward rapidly, heading toward the core area. On the other side of the Black Domain, a 7-person team led by Jiang Jinbei had successfully infiltrated the martial exam area.
Master Jiang, what shall we do next? One of the subordinates asked in a low voice. Jiang Jinbei snickered coldly. Create chaos, attract the attention of Black Dragon Mountain. Give the envoy enough time.
Remember, leave no survivors. The 7-person team swiftly dispersed, beginning their slaughter. Their target was clear: martial exam students.
Though these students had some combat power, they stood no chance against warriors of Jianghe realm.
Help!
We're being attacked. Ah!
Screams echoed, and the scent of blood wafted through the air. Jiang Jinbei personally struck, shattering a student's skull with a single palm, blood splattering all over him, but he didn't care, instead revealing a satisfied smile.
Continue, the more chaotic, the better.
In the martial exam camp, the command center.
Report. Multiple attacks on students have occurred in the peripheral region of the Black Domain.
Confirmed casualties have reached 15, with over 50 missing and countless injuries. The attackers are suspected to be 7 warriors from Jianghe realm, using extremely brutal methods.
Is it the Great Wilderness sect again?
The excitement on Xiao Jinyue's face, sparked by Lin Jin, instantly faded. Immediately mobilize all patrol teams, search for these attackers with full force. Zhong Muxuan, you lead the team to the southeast region.
Li Taishan, you are responsible for the northwest region. Wang Jin, you.
Any suspicious individuals found, kill on sight. Xiao Jinyue swiftly issued a series of commands, scattering the forces of Black Dragon Mountain across various areas of the Black Domain. Zhong Muxuan received the order and immediately assembled his team, hurrying to the designated area.
Damn it, who dares to cause trouble during the martial exam?
Find them, I want to tear them apart. As time passed, the situation in the Black Domain became increasingly chaotic.
Jiang Jinbei's team moved like ghosts, appearing throughout the Black Domain, creating one bloody scene after another.
Meanwhile, Xing Luo took advantage of this chaos to silently approach the core area. Inside the martial exam camp, the list of casualties continued to update, and the atmosphere grew unusually heavy. The numbers on the casualty list coiled around everyone's hearts like a cold, venomous serpent. The tension in the air was so thick it felt as if it could be twisted into water. The number of deaths has already exceeded 30. A voice trembling with sobs broke the silence.
30. My God.
A leading teacher suddenly stood up, his face white as paper.
Is this still considered a martial exam?
Another teacher, anger boiling, slammed his fist on the table, with his knuckles turning red instantly.
This is one-sided slaughter. It must be stopped immediately.
Captain Xiao, we must terminate this exam, please give the order. If things continue like this, the casualties among the students are too great. The attackers are from Jianghe realm.
How can the students possibly defend against them?
Voices of protest and angry questions surged, almost lifting the roof off the command center. All eyes focused on Xiao Jinyue, filled with anxiety and hope.
However, Xiao Jinyue slowly shook his head.
His movement was gentle. It was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads.
No.
One word, decisive and firm.
The martial exam continues.
What? The teacher who had just slammed the desk couldn't believe his ears, suddenly looking up and glaring at him.
Xiao Jinyue. Are you crazy?
That's a living person. This is the true test. Xiao Jinyue's voice was cold and calm, without a hint of emotion. His sharp gaze swept across faces filled with anger, fear, and confusion. The path of martial arts has never been a smooth road paved with flowers. It is filled with thorns and blood. If they cannot face these minor setbacks and dangers, how can they become true martial artists? How can they protect our homeland behind us? Do you think the soldiers who die every day on the borders of the high-level Black Domain do so for nothing? Do you think those martial artists who fight their lives against fierce beasts do so without reason? This small sacrifice, compared to theirs, is nothing? Xiao Jinyue's words were like a cold knife, bursting the bubble of warmth and revealing the cruel reality.
Sacrifice?
A teacher shouted in pain, filled with anguish. Easy for you to say. It's not your child that's dying. More people fell silent, the color draining from their faces, leaving only despair and helplessness. Some closed their eyes in pain, unable to bear the sight of the ever-increasing death toll. Some slumped back into their chairs, as if all their strength had been drained away.
Xiao Jinyue took a deep breath, no longer paying attention to the crowd's reactions, his eyes sharp as an eagle again.
Strengthen the search efforts. His voice roared like thunder, exploding in the command center. Dig those pests out. Make sure to do it in the shortest time possible.
Notify all students.
Suggest they form teams freely. Cover each other. Tell them, if they want to survive, if they want good results, they must show their true skills. Xiao Jinyue's voice was firm and cold, carrying an undeniable authority. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, knuckles turning white from the effort, yet deep in his eyes flashed a hidden pain and worry that went unnoticed.
If something really happened, it would all be my responsibility. Chapter 60, One Punch Shatters the Top Scorer's Dream. In the Black Domain.
This time, Lin Jin faced a colossal beast. A second-tier late-stage fierce beast, Golden Scale Bull. Its size was like a moving hill, covered in a dark golden carapace, shimmering with a hard glow. Two blood-red giant eyes locked tightly onto Lin Jin, nostrils flaring, releasing steam like a raging spirit. Moo! The golden scale bull stomped the ground, cracking the earth, its massive body charging towards Lin Jin like a cannonball. That momentum seemed to want to crush everything in its path. Damn, this guy looks tough. Looks like it won't be easy to deal with. Lin Jin cursed under his breath, agilely dodging the charge. Lin Jin tried the ninefold fire sun blade, the blazing light cutting into the bull's body, sparks flying, but only leaving a shallow white mark, not even breaking through its defense. The 18 dragon subduing palms slammed out, golden palm prints tearing through the air, hitting the bull's carapace with average effect, failing to scratch it. He's playing ball. Maxed out on physical defense, huh? Lin Jin was surprisingly delighted, ignited by his competitive spirit. Let me try all my skills on you. Lin Jin stepped lightly, sometimes weaving beside the bull, sometimes leaping onto its back. Various high-level martial skills were unleashed with ease, fists, kicks, blade energy, and finger strength raining down on the golden scale bull like a storm. However, after half a day, this late-stage second-tier beast had astonishing defense. Lin Jin's attacks could make it roar in pain, yet could never cause a fatal blow. Instead, its frenzied counterattacks forced him into a somewhat frantic state. I'll just wear you down. Damn it, I don't believe I can't take you down. To deal with a dumb beast like you, I still have my strongest move. Lin Jin's eyes hardened, watching for an opportunity. A shape approached like a ghost, as the fierce bull violently shook its head, revealing a relatively soft area beneath its neck for an instant. Lin Jin suddenly pounced, wrapping his arms tightly around the bull's thick neck, his body sticking to it like a plaster. I'm going to drain your life. Lin Jin whispered fiercely in his heart, as the wooden essence within him quietly flowed. An invisible force of devouring surged into the bull's body through the points of contact between them. The diamond bull was first taken aback, then let out a terrified roar. It could clearly feel that the vital energy it relied on to survive and fight was flowing away like a flood bursting a dam. It desperately thrashed its body, trying to shake Lin Jin off. Its massive power caused the ground around them to crack and collapse. But Lin Jin clung on like a maggot in the bone, refusing to let go, even intensifying the devouring force. Soul power plus 5,000. Soul power plus 5,000. Soul power plus 5,000. The soul power within the wooden space started to rise slowly and steadily. Moo! Moo! The diamond bull's struggles grew weaker as its massive body began to tremble, the ferocity in its eyes gradually replaced by weakness and fear. Die for me! Finally, after nearly half an hour of the star absorption technique, the diamond bull let out an unwilling mournful cry, its huge body crashing to the ground, completely lifeless. Lin Jin then released his grip, jumping down from the bull's corpse, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Lin Jin skillfully stored the corpse of the golden scale bull into the wooden space. It must not be wasted, this is a lot of dasha coins. Done. Without using the devouring power of the wooden essence, dealing with this late-stage second-tier fierce beast would have been quite tricky. Looks like to take revenge on Jiang Zhenbei, it's safer to quickly step into the river realm. Lin Jin thought this, and his smart wristband vibrated, popping up a warning message. Emergency notice, multiple illegal invaders have been detected active in the martial exam area, causing injuries and casualties among candidates. All candidates are advised to stay alert, try to move in groups, and pay attention to safety. Lin Jin glanced at it and curled his lips. Illegal invasion? What's it to me? Team up? I am the biggest pillar. Lin Jin casually turned off the notification, not caring at all. Time flew by, and another 10 days passed. The martial exam had reached its 20th day. In the command center of the camp. On the huge light screen, the leaderboard numbers had refreshed countless times. But the name and number at the top seemed to be frozen, as steady as a mountain, and still growing at a hopelessly slow speed. Always standing out from the crowd. First place, Lin Jin, Jincheng High School, points, 10,500. The atmosphere in the center had long shifted from initial shock and horror to a strange numbness. 10,500, Another 1,000 increase today? Oh. Is he treating second-tier fierce beasts like poultry? Used to it, used to it. Lei Shuiping leaned back in his chair, expressionless, gazing blankly at the ceiling, as if his soul had already detached. A familiar teacher nearby wanted to comfort him but found that any words at that moment felt pale and powerless. Xiao Jinyue stood at the edge of the high platform, hands clasped behind him, gazing deeply into the black domain, and no one knew what he was thinking. The warrior team sent out had not successfully found the intruders. And the intruders had not continued to massacre candidates. Logically, this was a good sign, but Xiao Jinyue had a grim premonition in his heart. It would not go away. 10 days passed, and Lin Jin's soul power was also skyrocketing. Wooden Essence Stage, Awakening Stage. Current soul power, 315,0000.
Lottery pool progress, 10.1 still needs 89.9 to advance to the next level lottery pool.
Martial Vessel Awakening progress, Golden Martial Vessel, can continuously evolve, current progress 0.
Time flow rate, 365 times. 3 million soul power.
It's all used, and the lottery progress should see a big jump now.
But still, it's not enough.
At my current speed, even when the martial exam ends, the collected soul power will still be far from enough.
Should I take out the National Jade Seal and try my luck? Lin Jin shook his head. The National Jade Seal could trigger the Black Domain Vortex.
But the energy of the Black Domain Vortex was too great. If he couldn't control it well and got sucked in, it would be too dangerous.
Lin Jin's thoughts surged like a tide when several powerful auras swiftly approached from different directions, subtly surrounding him.
Lin Jin raised an eyebrow and turned around. There were Qin Yan, Li Xiachen, Yan Xingxue, Yan Huixue, Mu Baihe. These top geniuses who had been famous before the martial exam had gathered here. Each person's face held a complex expression, some were tense, some were unwilling, and there was a hint of undenied battle intent. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure spread.
Ha! You're all here? Are you big shots looking for me for something? Or do you want my autograph and a photo? Lin Jin. Your points are too high. Qin Yan stepped forward, glaring at Lin Jin. I can't accept this. Oh really?
I think it's just fine, average, third place in the whole venue, Lin Jin chuckled lightly.
Everyone's lips twitched in unison. You just pulled away from the second place by over 8,000 points, and you call that average?
Qin Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. According to the rules, defeating the first place on the points board allows the winner to seize 30% of their points. His eyes burst with strong confidence. As long as I defeat you 3 times, you will be mine.
Oh? Lin Jin was finally interested, looking Qin Yan up and down. Just by you? Not only do I have to defeat you, but I have to defeat you 3 times?
Lin Jin mocked.
That's right, my unbreakable golden body, invincible at the same level. Even if you're at the 9th level of martial veins, you can't easily break through. Qin Yan was arrogant. Golden light surged around him, vaguely forming a majestic armor apparition. Today, I will let you know who is the true number 1. Have you lost your mind? Do you plan to smother your grandpa with that big talk? Less nonsense.
Qin Yan shouted angrily, turning into a golden streak, carrying an unstoppable force, and swung his heavy sword down. He believed that with his unbreakable golden body and full force strike, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Jin immediately, he could at least test the opponent's depth. However, facing this earth-shattering strike, Lin Jin didn't even shift his stance. He casually raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and then a punch was thrown out. There wasn't a shocking wave of energy, nor dazzling special effects, just an ordinary, simple punch. But this punch contained the essence of various martial techniques like the dragon subduing 18 palms, 7 injuries fist, and soul devouring palm, with power comparable to heavenly grade martial skills. The fist mysteriously avoided the heavy sword. Crack! A crisp, painful cracking sound rang out. Qin Yan's pride, his so-called invincible unbreakable golden body, instantly covered in cracks like fragile glass. Then, with a bang, the golden light completely shattered. Lin Jin's fist unimpededly struck Qin Yan's chest. Puff! Qin Yan was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward, spitting out blood in midair, his face instantly pale like paper. His proud unbreakable golden body was as fragile as paper under this punch. He crashed heavily dozens of meters away, struggling a few times, but he didn't even have. As if it had only brushed off the dust. Indestructible gold body? I see, it's more like breakable gold body? He scanned the stunned crowd, grinning widely and revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. Anyone else want to give it a try? Form a line, or rush me all at once? Don't waste my time on scoring points. Chapter 61, The 100,000 Evil Troops Set Out. Silence. No one answered. And no one dared to take a step forward. Lin Jin's casual punch had completely shattered the last glimmer of hope and courage they had for challenge. Though the realms differed by only 1 or 2 levels, the true power was like a vast chasm. The gap was too great. Challenge? With what to challenge? Should they move forward just to take another punch? Qin Yan's terrible fate was still fresh in their minds. Li Shachen's face was pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The Yan sisters tightly gripped each other's cold fingers, their bodies stiff. Mu Baihe had beads of sweat the size of beans forming on his forehead, soaking his hair at the temples. Only the wind, carrying a faint scent of blood, cruelly swept across this devastated land. Suddenly, a suffocating sense of oppression surged from the direction of Jiangling Ancient City. Lin Jin suddenly looked up. Above the ancient city, the already thick evil energy swirled as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming a vortex that blocked out the sun. The black air currents spun, twisted, and roared, as if they intended to swallow the entire sky.
Soul power plus 100. Soul power plus 100. Soul power plus 100. The Genmu space greedily absorbed the incoming evil energy, and the soul power skyrocketed.
But Lin Jin had no time to pay attention to these, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him.
This aura. Not good. He moved swiftly towards the Zhongling ancient city.
The closer he got, the stronger the ominous feeling became. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and an indescribable decay.
Lin Jin slowed down, cautiously approaching the ancient city.
As he ascended the city wall, through the suffocating evil energy, he vaguely saw an altar in the center of the ancient city. On the altar, there lay 49 corpses. Those corpses belonged to students who participated in this martial exam. Their faces were twisted, eyes hollow, bodies shriveled, as if all blood and life had been drained from them. Blood pooled into an eerie blood pit, emitting a horrifying stench.
Another great wilderness cult? Another Starfall. Damn! Starfall stood solemnly beneath the altar, like a devoted believer.
The great wilderness goddess. In a pair of hollow eye sockets, crimson light points gradually ignited. The souls that had been asleep for countless years, nourished by the sinister aura, were being forcefully awakened. On the city wall, the towering figure of Guan Yu still stood, the green dragon crescent blade hummed slightly, and the dim light around him seemed to brighten a bit.
Buzz!
Guan Yu on the city wall suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those phoenix-like eyes no longer held silence, but were filled with a cold, ruthless killing intent.
Roar!
Inside and outside the city, countless sleeping soldier puppets roared towards the sky at the same time. The crimson light in their hollow eye sockets surged, their stiff bodies began to move, and the chilling killing aura soared to the sky.
Boom, boom, boom.
The tightly closed gates of Jiangling City emitted a heavy sound and slowly opened.
Guan Yu, holding the green dragon crescent blade, was the first to charge out on horseback.
Behind him was a dense, endless torrent of ancient soldiers. Swords and spears like a forest, killing intent soaring. What made Lin Jin's heart quake the most was that it wasn't just the soldiers inside the city. Outside the city, on that desolate ancient battlefield, countless sleeping soldiers stood up slowly, joining this sinister army under the goddess's chant. Two armies that should have fought against each other strangely merged together under the goddess's will. Their target was no longer each other, but outside the city.
The Black Domain. 100,000 evil soldiers. No, far more than 100,000.
This terrifying army composed of puppet soldiers emitted a breath strong enough to destroy everything, beginning to advance slowly towards the outer Black Domain. Lin Jin stood on the city wall, feeling his scalp tingle for the first time. This was seriously going out of control.
This woman could actually control the soldiers from the entire core of the Black Domain?
They are about to set out? What do these wild cultists really want to do?
Do they want to destroy the entire Great Xia?
Lin Jin was shocked, his mind a blank.
What the hell? What should we do? This 100,000 army setting out? Not to mention the exam takers in the Black Domain not being enough to fill the gaps.
Even if all the martial artists from the 5 provinces in the northwest mobilized, it would still be difficult to contend.
Is this the despair of the Black Calamity?
The Beast Tide was merely a disaster formed by the ferocious beasts of the Black Domain, while this Black Calamity was equivalent to the invasion of another civilization.
Boom, boom, boom.
The 100,000 army set off, shaking the entire Black Domain. Even the martial exam camp far at the outer Black Domain distinctly sensed this terrifying energy fluctuation. The piercing alarm rang through the sky.
All readings on the evil energy monitoring devices skyrocketed frantically. On the huge light screen, the map representing the core area of the Black Domain was completely covered by a dazzling crimson.
Report.
An unknown energy explosion has occurred in the core area of the Black Domain. Intensity, unprecedented. Continuing to strengthen. Communication disrupted. All patrols have lost contact. The Black Domain is collapsing. The Black Calamity is forming.
Inside the command center, there was chaos. Everyone's faces turned pale, as if doomsday had arrived. Xiao Xinyu suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze like a knife, firmly fixated on the crimson area on the light screen. Immediately activate the highest level alert. Request immediate support from headquarters. The 100 Battles Black Domain may have a suspected level 3 Black Calamity outbreak. Notify all exam participants to immediately evacuate the Black Domain. His voice trembled slightly, but was filled with undeniable authority.
Zhang Mushuan. Li Taishan. Wang Jin. All captains, all martial artists, follow me to the core area. At all costs, find out the truth. At all costs, prevent the disaster from happening. This time, it seems something big is really about to happen. Chapter 62, Despair of the 100 Battles Black Domain.
The Black Domain trembled beneath the feet, it was not an illusion.
Controlled by the evil aura, the completely out-of-control 100,000 army had broken the shackles of reincarnation. For the first time, in a slow yet unstoppable manner, they began to crush towards the outer black domain. The earth groaned, the air froze, and a thick scent of blood and decay assaulted the senses, nearly suffocating. Lin Jin's smart wristband vibrated wildly. The screen flashed with scarlet evacuation warnings, the words hurried in desperate. Warning! Level 3 black disaster detected. All examinees evacuate immediately. Repeat. All examinees evacuate the black domain immediately. Command center signal about to be interrupted. Please evacuate as soon as possible. The message abruptly cut off. Evacuate? Where to go? The target of this army was clearly the entire black domain and even beyond. If I run now, where can I run to? Standing on the city wall, Lin Jin clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He was not someone to wait for death. Let's see the situation first. Lin Jin lightly tapped his toes, moving like a ghost along the city wall, keeping a safe distance while following the fierce army. Suddenly, the great wilderness goddess paused for a moment. She abruptly turned her head, her face shrouded in mist, looking in Lin Jin's direction. Someone is spying. The goddess's voice was not loud, but it pierced through the entire battlefield, striking the heart. Lin Jin's heart jolted. Did she discover me? Spy, die. An invisible wave of authority spread out, the goddess issued a kill order. And when the falling star saw Lin Jin, her eyes first showed surprise, then anger, and finally pity. She could foresee that soon, Lin Jin would be ruthlessly crushed to death. Countless fierce soldiers simultaneously turned their heads, blood-red eyes locking onto Lin Jin. The second Master Guan even turned back on his horse, pointing his blue dragon crescent blade directly at Lin Jin. Leading thousands of fierce soldiers charging back, the air was thick with an intent to kill that could shatter the hearts of any martial artist. Every fierce soldier had the strength of a first-tier ferocious beast. Lin Jin's scalp instantly tingled with fear. He reacted extremely quickly, his foot pushed off, his figure retreating explosively. But the fierce soldiers were not slow either, having experienced countless battles, they climbed the city wall as if walking on flat ground, pushing each other forward, layer upon layer. In the blink of an eye, dozens had climbed onto the city wall, wielding rusted weapons, blocking Lin Jin's escape route. In front, behind, left, and right, all were enemies. Lin Jin stepped lightly, his movements magical on the city wall, dodging the incoming arrows. But as more and more fierce soldiers closed in, Lin Jin's situation grew increasingly dangerous. An arrow grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. So many people ganging up on one. What kind of hero is this? Lin Jin cursed loudly while simultaneously unleashing techniques like the ninefold Fire Yang Blade, Heavenly Fairy, and 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, turning the fierce soldiers that charged onto the city wall into fierce energy. A fierce soldier swung a blade at him, Lin Jin sidestepped and smashed its skull with a palm. Too many. He killed more than 10 fierce soldiers, but found that more enemies continued to swarm in. On the city wall, the towering Master Guan was already approaching. That tall figure exuded an overwhelming fierce aura, a single sweep of his blade cracked the city wall instantly. What a joke! A hint of panic flashed across Lin Jin's face, this is really the second Master Guan. He possesses strength comparable to the ocean condensing realm. How do I deal with this? Lin Jin leaped off the city wall, landing in an open space. But this leap landed him directly inside the encirclement. Over 10,000 fierce soldiers surrounded Lin Jin completely. Guan Yu slowly approached on horseback, the blue dragon crescent blade swirling with fierce energy. Lin Jin felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It's over. Lin Jin wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, grinning wildly, damn it, will I really be beaten to death like this? I refuse to accept it. Fellow villagers, since you've pushed me to this point, I'll take you along. Lin Jin focused his thoughts, and an ancient, unremarkable square seal appeared in his palm. The Imperial Jade Seal. This item could trigger the Black Domain Whirlpool, resonating with the Dead Realm. Although extremely dangerous, it seemed there was no better choice right now. Let's take a gamble. Lin Jin no longer hesitated, frantically infusing the remaining energy in his body into the Jade Seal. Buzz. The Jade Seal trembled lightly, producing a deep hum. An ineffable wave, from a deeper, older, more silent world, spread out from the Jade Seal as the center. Above the sky. The huge vortex of evil energy suddenly paused, as if pulled by some force. Then, the space above Lin Jin's head began to twist. The space was being forcibly torn apart by an external force, revealing a terrifying crimson scar. A vortex, over 10 meters in diameter, formed purely out of darkness, appeared out of nowhere. Its spinning speed far surpassed that of the giant vortex in the sky, radiating a horrifying power of devouring. The evil soldier puppets rushing towards Lin Jin suddenly froze in place. For the first time, fear-like emotional waves appeared in their hollow eye sockets. In an instant, the first few dozen evil soldiers, unable to react, were drawn into the vortex.
Their bodies disintegrated upon touching the edge of the vortex, like snow melting, turning into the purest evil energy and nothingness, completely swallowed. The vortex continued to expand, crazily pulling in more evil soldiers from the surroundings. On the altar, the black halo surrounding the great wilderness goddess momentarily became chaotic. Starfall's expression changed slightly as he looked towards Lin Jin. At the moment the jade seal appeared, Juan Yezde's look showed some change. It seemed he was recalling something. At the edge of the black domain, close to the camp direction. Roar! Awa! Moo! Countless fierce beasts fled like a frightened flock of sheep. They were terrified by the advancing 100,000 evil troops, knowing only to run for their lives, trampling and colliding along the way, forming a chaotic tide of beasts. The students were scattered by the sudden tide of beasts, screams filling the air. At this moment, a tall figure descended from the sky, landing in front of the beast tide. Xiao Zhenyue. Wearing the Black Dragon Mountain battle uniform and holding a red-bladed halberd, he exuded an impressive aura. The pressure from a condensed sea realm warrior was fully unleashed, causing the air within 100 meters to stagnate. Black Dragon Mountain, listen up. Xiao Zhenyue commanded, split into groups, escort students to retreat. Yes. Hundreds of warriors spread out, rushing into the chaotic crowd, guiding the students to escape. Xiao Zhenyue stood still, sweeping his halberd. Open. The red-bladed halberd flashed across the sky, like a bolt of blood-red lightning, instantly cleaving dozens of fierce beasts rushing forward in half, blood spraying like rain. Pooh! A large second-tier late-stage fierce beast pounced from the side, but was casually tossed away by Xiao Zhenyue's halberd. The beast howled in the air, and before it hit the ground, it was shredded by the halberd's light. Captain Xiao is mighty. So strong. The students were uplifted upon seeing this scene. Xiao Zhenyue struck again and again, like a celestial being, unstoppable. Every beast charging towards the escape route, regardless of rank, was killed with a single blow. One man, one halberd, invincible. Zhang Muxuan led a team of warriors rushing over. Captain Xiao, the situation is not good. A large number of evil troops have broken out from the core area, with over 10,000 cavalry quickly advancing towards us. Most students can retreat, but there are still a few who entered the dangerous area of the Black Domain and have gone missing. Zhang Muxuan's expression was serious. Zhang Muxuan, you few come with me into the dangerous zone to rescue people, everyone else retreat from the 100 Battle Black Domain immediately. At this moment, the 100 Battle Black Domain's dangerous zone had turned into a desperate hell. Fierce beasts rampaging, reunions. On a farther hill. Zhang Jinbei stood with arms behind his back, coldly watching everything below. The advance of the evil troops, the escape of the fierce beasts, the resistance of the warriors, the cries of the students, all this was just a farce coming to an end in his eyes. A subordinate beside him could not help but speak. Master Jiang, that Xiao Zhenyue, he. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jiang Jinbei smirked, uttering 4 words with no discernible emotion. The black disaster is here, no one can stop it. Everyone must die. Believe in the great wilderness, and gain eternal life. Chapter 63, Shed the last drop of blood for Great Xia. The beast tide surged like ink, wrapped in madness that would destroy everything. Rushing forward. In the swirling black torrent, several figures surged upwards like rocks carving through waves. Xiao Zhenyue took the lead. In his hand, the crimson spear danced like a dragon, each slash unleashing a rain of blood and pieces of flesh. The terrifying pressure of the condensation sea erupted from within him, causing low-level beasts to howl and retreat. A moment's hesitation would see them torn to shreds by the raging spear beams. Zhang Muxuan. Li Tianshan. Wang Jin. Search separately. Use teams to find the surviving candidates. Xiao Zhenyue's voice boomed like thunder, clear and explosive over the chaotic battlefield. Find someone, signal immediately, converge on me. Hurry. Yes. Zhang Muxuan and the others accepted their orders and immediately led their teams, like sharp blades, into the more chaotic flanks and ruins of the beast tide. Advancing against the tide of beasts, the pressure surged drastically. The beasts had lost their reason, only knowing to flee and attack all obstacles. The warriors of Black Dragon Mountain formed a formation, their energy surging, blades flashing as they struggled to carve a path through the horde of beasts. Now and then, a warrior was knocked down by the fearless beasts, their screams drowned out by the thunderous roars of the monsters. Xiao Zhenyue's eyes were cold, yet his heart bled. These were the elites of Black Dragon Mountain, the guardians of Great Xia, but at this moment, to save those young lives, they must pay a price. Someone must bear the burden and move forward. Generation after generation. He stomped his foot fiercely, ascending into the air, standing high above, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the vast chaotic area below. Soon, he locked onto one direction. Over there. Xiao Zhenyue pointed with his spear and shot forward like a cannonball, covering thousands of meters in just a few bounds. In a relatively open area of ruins, it had just experienced an even more terrible impact. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, but more so, there were shattered weapons and pieces of armor glinting with metallic shine. The remnants of over 100 demon soldiers lay scattered on the ground, clearly having endured a brutal battle. In the center of the ruins, the remaining 7 or 8 students leaned against a broken wall, forming a small defensive circle, facing a new wave of dozens of advancing demon soldiers. Xinyan's face was as pale as paper, half kneeling on the ground, with a gruesome wound on his chest down to the bone, inflicted by a cavalry spear. The shattered light of his golden body dimmed, clearly having lost its fighting power. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Yan Xing'er and Yan Huishue, the sisters, stood back to back, their long swords dancing, forming a tight web of swords, struggling to fend off the demon soldiers' attacks. Their breaths were rapid, sweat dripping from their foreheads, their pale cheeks stained with blood and dirt, clearly at the end of their strength. Mu Baiha and several other students were in equally poor condition, everyone injured, their eyes revealing exhaustion and fear. The demon soldiers felt no pain, knew no exhaustion, their cold eye sockets filled only with the will to kill. They mechanically swung their blades and guns, inching closer to tightening their encirclement. "It's over," a student looked at the advancing demon soldiers, his voice choked with tears, his weapon trembling in hand. "How much longer can we hold on?" Yan Xing'er gritted her teeth, her arm trembling slightly from exertion. At that moment, a stream of crimson light descended from the sky. Boom! Xiao Xingyue descended like a god, landing heavily outside the defensive circle, his spear striking the ground fiercely. An unmatched wave of force exploded around him, sending the dozen or so demon soldiers in the front flying, dissipating into pure malevolent energy in the air. "Xiao! Captain Xiao!" Mu Baiha exclaimed in surprise. Xinyan suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his eyes. The Yen sisters were even more invigorated. Roar! The surrounding demon soldiers seemed enraged, all roaring as they charged toward Xiao Xingyue. "A bunch of worthless dogs." Xiao Xingyue snorted coldly, sweeping his spear. The crimson spear beam sliced through the battlefield like a scythe of death in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The dozens of advancing flag soldiers were cut down like wheat, falling cleanly in half. A dense aura of death rose up, then was evaporated completely by the fiery and masculine energy of the long spear. With just one strike, the entire scene was cleared. The power of the strong warrior from the sea condensation realm was fully displayed. "Quick! Bring the wounded and follow me." Xiao Xingyue did not stop for a moment, turned around and shouted, simultaneously pulling out a flare gun from his pocket and firing it into the sky. A few students who were still capable quickly helped Xinyan, and the Yen sisters supported each other, following closely behind Xiao Xingyue, quickly retreating in the direction indicated by the flare. Xiao Xingyue held the rear, wielding his spear from time to time, slashing down the sporadic evil soldiers and ferocious beasts that emerged from the shadows of the ruins, clearing a safe path for the students. On the other side, Zhong Mushuan led his team, struggling to navigate through the ruins of the town. The buildings here were severely damaged, collapsed walls and broken beams were everywhere, and the air was filled with dense dust and the smell of blood. "Captain, there's something here." One team member stopped in front of a partially collapsed building, whispering. Zhong Mushuan rushed over immediately. He cleared the rubble and wooden planks blocking the way, revealing a small space. Inside the space, 2 familiar figures curled up in the corner. It was Su Wanqing and Luo Xiaoshan. Luo Xiaoshan was severely injured, one arm twisted in an unnatural way, his face pale, lips cracked. Su Wanqing was in slightly better condition, but her delicate face was filled with fatigue and fear. One leg was injured by falling stones, making movement difficult. She tightly held the Xianming spear, vigilantly watching the entrance. Seeing Zhong Mushuan, Su Wanqing's tense nerves finally relaxed, tears welled up in her eyes. "Zhong. Captain Zhong." Luo Xiaoshan also showed an expression of surviving the disaster. "Don't speak, save your strength." Zhong Mushuan signaled for the team member to help. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Rumble. Like rolling thunder across the sky, it felt like thousands of troops rushing forward. A suffocating aura of terror swept in from the direction of the ancient city, instantly enveloping the ruins. Zhong Mushuan's face changed drastically, he suddenly looked up into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, a dark torrent surged out from the ancient city, spreading across the mountains and fields, boundless. That was a main force cavalry of the evil soldiers. Their target was the outskirts of the Black Domain. They were moving at incredible speed, their overwhelming momentum instilling despair in the hearts of onlookers. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this ruin was completely submerged. "Captain! The evil army is coming. Too many of them. We must leave," one team member yelled anxiously. Zhong Mushuan glanced at the seriously injured, disabled Su Wanqing and Luo Xiaoshan, then looked at the cavalry's dark wave pressing forward in the distance, his eyes turned resolute. "Xiao Hu. Li Si. You two, take them and leave immediately. Go meet up with Captain Xiao."
Zhong Mushuan's voice was firm and decisive. Captain. What about you? Zhao Hu questioned urgently. I'll hold them off.
Zhong Mushuan pushed Su Wanqing toward Zhao Hu, no time for chatter.
This is an order. Keep them safe. Move. Captain. Li Si's eyes turned red. Get going. Zhong Mushuan growled, his gaze sharp as a knife.
Zhao Hu and Li Si gritted their teeth, no longer hesitating. One helped Su Wanqing while the other carried Luo Xiaoshan, turning to rush toward the direction of Xiao Zhenyue's flare.
Su Wanqing looked back at Zhong Mushuan's figure, not particularly tall but at this moment appearing incredibly steadfast. Tears blurred her vision. Captain Zhong. Zhong Mushuan did not turn back.
He slowly drew out the crimson giant sword, the blade reflecting a cold light in the dim atmosphere.
Ninefold Fire Sun Sword.
He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, as if trying to expel all the distractions and fears within him. He remembered the oath made at Black Dragon Mountain, recalled the sacrificed comrades, and thought about the duty he had to protect. He also remembered that Carefree still owes him one big sword, that bastard kid. You should be okay, right? He turned around, alone, facing the thousands of cavalry rushing toward him.
Come on, you scoundrels. Zhong Mushuan let out a low roar, and his inner power erupted without reservation. Ninefold Fire Yang Blade First Style, Flame Sun Slash. The scorching blade light ignited, like the blazing sun rising, instantly illuminating the dark ruins. He charged into the cavalry army. Blade lights flickered, waves of fire rolled. The dozens of flag bearers at the front were instantly devoured by the blade light, turning to ashes. Second Style, 100 cracks scorching the plains. An even more violent flame blade energy swept out, dragging more enemy soldiers into it. Zhong Mushuan was like a tireless fire god of war, crazily slashing and charging in the cavalry formation. Time kept passing. Zhong Mushuan single-handedly blocked the cavalry's charge. The cavalry, fearless of death, continuously surged forward, and blades, spears, and halberds fell on him like raindrops. Puff! Puff! Blood constantly sprayed from Zhong Mushuan, and his body was covered in grotesque wounds. But he seemed not to feel the pain, mechanically wielding his long knife, slashing every enemy that came near. His eyes grew brighter, and his momentum surged. Third Style, Falling Sun. A massive flame blade shadow fell from the sky, crashing into the densest area of enemies, clearing a vast space. Fourth Style, 9 Suns Will Slash. Zhong Mushuan's hair was wild, his body soaked in blood, like a Shura returning from hell. The inner power within him was burning furiously, and his life force was rapidly draining. But he couldn't stop. He had to buy enough time for his teammates. More cavalry surrounded him, layer upon layer. Not enough yet. Zhong Mushuan felt his inner power gradually depleting, looking at the countless, endless enemies before him, a glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes. Then, let's bring out something even fiercer. Ninefold Fire Yang Blade, 5th Style. Zhong Mushuan howled at the sky, his voice hoarse and tragic. His aura surged violently, an explosive force far beyond the peak of the river realm erupted. It was the power that burned his life source, forcefully activated, enough to rival the early stage of the sea condensing realm. Crimson. Earth. 1,000 miles. In an instant, the blade energy centered around Zhong Mushuan transformed into a terrifying sea of fire within 100 feet. The white-hot flames shot up into the sky, instantly incinerating all the enemies caught within to nothingness. The terrifying heat even warped the air. This strike shattered the tightly packed cavalry army from the middle. Everything fell silent. Zhong Mushuan alone could face an entire army. Zhong Mushuan appeared at the edge of the sea of flames, his body charred, flesh and blood in tatters, holding only the remains of the long blade's handle. Zhong Mushuan stood up, step by step, painfully moving toward the direction of Su Jinbei's signal. With each step, a deep bloodstain was left behind. Finally, he staggered, dragging his broken body toward the direction of Xiao Zhenyue's smoke bomb. An ancient blue shield emitted a faint light, radiating a heavy aura, temporarily blocking the enemies outside. Heavenly Stage Defensive Weapon, Qing Jin Shield. Finally, Zhong Mushuan rushed into the light's range, then collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Blood surged from his countless wounds, quickly pooling beneath him. He trembled as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette soaked in blood, shoving it into his mouth. After fumbling for a while, he used his last bit of strength to ignite it with his fingertips' energy. Smoke curled around him. Captain Xiao, I tried my best. Cough cough. Damn it, Lin Jin, that kid still owes me one big sword. The burning cigarette flickered once, then finally fell. Xiao Zhenyue and the other warriors looked at him. The captain of the Black Dragon Mountain Jin City Division died in battle in the Black Domain. Chapter 64, General Guan, awaiting orders. There was no time to grieve. There was no time to reminisce. The ancient blue light shield, like a lone boat in a storm, fiercely resisted the black wave's onslaught.
Outside the light shield, thousands of murderous cavalry had surrounded this place tightly, their cold gazes like tangible objects, piercing the shield, landing on every survivor. Further away, a tide of black infantry was closing in, the ground trembling beneath their feet. It was an army of tens of thousands of the dead, bringing suffocating despair. Xiao Jinyue's face was as serious as iron, as his inner energy surged into the pure gold shield, maintaining this last barrier. The light on the shield had begun to flicker uncertainly, clearly unable to hold out much longer. He glanced at the terrified students behind him and then at Zhong Mushuan, who lay quietly in a pool of blood with a hint of ash at the corner of his mouth. His eyes became incredibly resolute. "Everyone, back to back, prepare to break through." Xiao Jinyue's voice was deep and powerful. "Captain, there are too many enemies." Li Tieshan's voice was hoarse, with one arm hanging weakly down, clearly injured badly. "Cut your way out." Xiao Jinyue did not explain and gripped the red halberd tightly again. He suddenly charged out of the light shield, unleashing the power of the condensed sea realm with no reservations. "Break for me." The halberd's light, like a dragon, instantly tore apart the formation of dozens of cavalry ahead. However, more murderous soldiers immediately surged forward, fearless of death. At that moment, a murderous captain clad in tattered black armor and wielding a giant axe stepped forward. Its size was much larger than that of ordinary soldiers, with red light in its eye sockets like burning ghost flames, exuding an aura that clearly reached the level of a Tier 3 ferocious beast. Clang! The crimson halberd crashed into the black giant axe, erupting with an ear-piercing clang of metal against metal. Xiao Jinyue felt a tremendous force surge, his hands trembling violently, and he was forced back several steps. The Tier 3 captain let out a roar, and the giant axe swung down again, powerful and heavy, sealing off all retreat routes for Xiao Jinyue. Other murderous soldiers took the chance to madly assault the teetering blue light shield. More and more cracks appeared on the light shield. Xin Yan, the Yan sisters, and others all revealed despair on their faces. Life and death were but a thread apart. At the same time, beneath Jiangling Ancient City, the dark vortex above Lin Jin's head, like the gaping mouth of a dead zone, frantically swallowed everything around. The thousands of murderous soldiers attacking him, faced with this terrifying pulling force, were like encountering their nemesis, being pulled in without even screaming, vanishing into nothingness. The originally impenetrable encirclement was instantly cleared of a large area. Lin Jin felt a sudden relief of pressure, but looking at the increasingly large and unstable dark vortex, a greater fear arose in his heart. This thing seemed to be out of control. At that moment, Guan Yu, mounting his horse and approaching with overwhelming momentum, trembled suddenly upon seeing the ancient jade seal in Lin Jin's hand. The cold murderous intent in his eyes ebbed like a tide, replaced by confusion, a struggle, and finally transformed into a spark of clarity and excitement. As if through this jade seal, he saw a long-lost faith and home buried deep within his soul. Receiving orders from heaven. Guan Yu's dry throat emitted a disjointed mumble. His voice was hoarse yet carried an indescribable, deeply rooted sincerity. To last forever. Before the words had finished, he suddenly leaped off his horse. The heavy black armor clashed with the ground, producing a series of piercing sounds. This scene caused all the remaining murderous soldiers around to pause briefly. This unparalleled warrior, who shook the ages, dominated the battlefield, and became a lingering obsession of the Black Domain after death, actually knelt down slowly and with utmost seriousness towards Lin Jin, on one knee. He clasped his hands into fists, deeply bowing his head that symbolized unmatched martial bravery and pride. "I, Guan Yu, pay my respects to the Lord." Although his voice was still hoarse, it carried a resonance like metal and stone, filled with determination. "Please give your orders, my lord." Lin Jin. What the hell? Did we get the script wrong? Seeing a fellow villager calling him my lord as soon as they met? Bowing right away? Even though 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through Lin Jin's mind, stirring up clouds of dust, his reaction speed was at its peak. He instantly realized this was the only and last lifeline. To resolve the deadlock in front of him. To save the students from the martial examination in the distance. Even to survive. He must rely on this man before him. Guan Yi. Lin Jin forced down the raging waves in his heart, trying hard to calm himself down. He imitated the appearance of emperors and generals from the dramas in his memory, clearing his somewhat dry throat. Then he raised his hand, pointing toward the other massive army of brutal soldiers in the distance, which was advancing like a relentless black tide. "General Guan, take your orders." His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable authority. "I command you. Immediately lead our troops to counterattack the enemy. Show our military might." Guan Yu suddenly looked up. In those phoenix eyes, the previous killing intent surged back, transforming into a blazing battle spirit. Coldness and fervor perfectly fused in his eyes. "I obey the orders," he solemnly responded, springing to his feet. Seizing the green dragon crescent blade that stood beside him, his movements were fluid as he mounted his horse. "All soldiers, heed my command.
Guan Yu's voice thundered across the battlefield. Follow me, and strike back at Jiangdong. Slay Lu Meng. Although something seems off, the momentum is strong.
With that order, those soldiers previously surrounding Lin Jin, bewildered, belonging to Guan Yu's command, instantly became like machines receiving the highest command. They promptly adjusted their direction, their crimson eyes locking onto the black torrent in the distance. As Guan Yu charged forward, this army of brutal soldiers transformed into a surging green tide, launching a desperate counterattack against the even larger black army. In this moment, the battlefield dramatically turned upside down.
However, at the same instant when this incredible reversal occurred,
above Lin Jin's head, the dark vortex that had swollen to its limits completely lost control. The rotation speed of the vortex suddenly accelerated 100-fold, 1,000-fold.
Its engulfing range expanded uncontrollably, rampaging outward.
A powerful, irresistible suction, deep from the soul, like an invisible giant hand, suddenly acted on Lin Jin.
I'm done for. Now this is a real mess.
Lin Jin barely had time to let out a startled cry before his whole body felt like a kite with a broken string, completely losing control. His body uncontrollably flew towards the uncontrolled dark vortex. Then, without a doubt, he was pulled into that terrifying suction. The vortex violently shrank, eventually becoming a barely noticeable black dot, completely disappearing from its place. As if it had never existed at all.
Chapter 65, A Split Second to Slay Lu Meng.
3 days. As long as 3 centuries. The blue light screen flickered uncertainly, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Inside the light screen, the remaining martial artists and students from Black Dragon Mountain huddled together, all injured, their faces filled with fatigue and despair. The air was thick with malevolent energy and the scent of blood, along with a stifling sense of powerlessness. Xiao Jinyue leaned against the edge of the light screen, his chest heaving violently, each breath bringing sharp pain. A crimson halberd propped on the ground, supporting his nearly collapsing body. In 3 days, he led everyone to break through 7 times, each time being forcibly pushed back. Outside the light screen, a third-tier brutal soldier commander, wielding a giant axe and clad in tattered black armor.
Like an insurmountable mountain, it blocked all their paths to survival.
Its power was astonishing, each collision made Xiao Jinyue's blood surge, his tiger's mouth crack, and even the cultivation of the condensing sea realm felt difficult to match.
Moreover, there were dozens of other second-tier officers alongside him.
Cough, cough, Jin Yan curled up on the side, his face gray, the wound on his chest, though treated simply, was still eroded by malevolent energy, causing him immense pain. He looked at the dense, icy-cold malevolent soldiers outside the light screen, his eyes filled only with dead silence. His dream of becoming a top scholar was shattered, now even survival had become a luxury. The Yen sisters huddled together, their originally bright eyes now filled with bloodshot veins. They were already at the limit of their will just to stand.
Captain Xiao.
Li Tieshan's voice was hoarse, his remaining left arm gripping his weapon tightly, watching the iron barrel-like encirclement outside, his words choked.
Xiao Jinyue did not answer, silently gathering the little remaining elemental force within him, preparing for the 8th, perhaps the last, breakout. Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Even in death, he would die on the path of charge. At that moment, a strange sound, like muffled thunder of hoofbeats, suddenly rang out, approaching from afar. This sound was different from the chaotic sounds of the malevolent cavalry, carrying a shocking order and murderous intent. Everyone inside and outside the light screen, along with the malevolent soldiers, couldn't help but look toward the sound. At the end of their gaze, on the horizon, appeared a flash of green, dazzling indeed. A man on a horse, leading countless soldiers in armor, wielding standardized weapons to form a legion of malevolent soldiers. They galloped silently, yet radiated a more terrifying, more concentrated killing intent than the black malevolent soldiers. At the forefront was a man, standing 9 feet tall, with a face like a heavy date, eyebrows like lying silkworms, phoenix eyes, holding an ancient-looking, cold-gleaming Qinglong Yenyu knife, astride a magnificent red warhorse, its mane flying as if flames were dancing. It was Guan Yu. He led the legion of malevolent soldiers that Lin Jin had recruited, like a lightning bolt, tearing through the chaotic battlefield, directly into this besieged area. That is, Jmu Baihe widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The black malevolent soldier legion surrounding Xiao Jinyue and others also began to stir, instinctively sensing a terrifying threat from a kindred spirit, yet completely different. The third-tier malevolent soldier leader wielding a giant axe suddenly turned his head, looking at the rapidly approaching Guan Yu, the red light in his eyes flickering violently, letting out an angry roar, seeming to recognize this traitor. Guan Yunchang.
Guan Yu narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly, his gaze instantly locking onto the giant axe leader.
Lu Meng, die.
A cold shout, like thunder from the 9th heaven. Before the words fell, Guan Yu's red rabbit horse suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of red and green light, rushing to the giant axe leader in the blink of an eye. The Qinglong Yenyu knife dragged out a dazzling cold light, cutting at an angle that seemed slow, yet was incredibly fast, like antlers hanging on a goat.
That giant axe leader didn't even have time to execute a complete defensive move, instinctively raising the giant axe to block. Clang, crack. First was a deafening clang of metal striking, followed by the uncomfortable sound of shattering. That seemingly indestructible black giant axe, along with its owner's arm and half of his body, was severed by the Qinglong Yenyue knife in one strike. There was no earth-shattering explosion of elemental force, only pure martial arts skill and power to the utmost degree. The red light in the third-tier malevolent soldier leader's eyes extinguished in an instant, his colossal body crashing down, transforming into pure malevolent energy and dissipating. Guan Yu reined in his horse, turning around, the tip of his knife pointing sideways, his gaze sweeping over the stunned black malevolent soldiers, his dignified voice ringing out once more. Guan, do not strike at nameless ghosts beneath my blade. State your name. Although his opponent was already dead, and although he remembered the other's name, the procedure still had to be followed, the aura must be sufficient. You all, if you do not surrender, then prepare to pay with your lives. Xiao Zhen Yue. Xin Yen. The Yen sisters. All the survivors were dumbfounded, their minds blank. Is it over? The terrifying enemy that had tormented them for 3 days and nights, pushing them to the brink of despair, was just killed with one sword? Who is this green-clad beast of a man? Too fierce, isn't he? Xiao Xingyue, being a powerful figure in the condensing sea stage, was the first to react. He vaguely understood something. Because he had seen the Green Robe General defending the city in the endless cycles of war in the abyss of black battle. These two armies were, in fact, lifelong enemies in the cycle. Xiao Xingyue did not know that if it weren't for Lin Jin's command, this Green Robe General would have slaughtered not only Lu Meng, but perhaps also him, and everyone present. There was no time to think more, the instinct to survive urged Xiao Xingyue to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone! Charge with me! He unleashed his last burst of strength, leading the way towards the gap torn open by Guan Yu. Li Taizhan and the others woke from their stupor, hurriedly helping the injured and following closely behind. The fierce soldiers under Guan Yu, like the most precise of machines, quickly pierced through the formation of black fierce warriors, engaging in a deadly struggle and opening a path for Xiao Xingyue and the others. The sound of battle roared like thunder, the fierce energy surged, and the two forces clashed violently, with fierce warriors shattering and disappearing constantly. Xiao Xingyue and the others dared not look back, pouring all their strength to charge forward, finally breaking free from that circle of despair. Looking back, they saw Guan Yu at the front of the formation, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, black fierce warriors falling like grass, none able to withstand even one strike. That heroic figure seemed like a true god of war. Everyone was shocked and awed, but there was no time to think deeply. Protected by several warriors from the Black Dragon Mountain, they fled desperately toward the edge of the Black Domain. Outer Black Domain, Martial Training Camp. At this moment, it was no longer the previous calm. The thunderous roars of beasts intertwined with human shouts, the clashing of weapons, and the explosions of spiritual power formed a chaotic and tragic symphony. Like a black tide, fierce beasts surged wave after wave against the camp's temporary defenses. The teachers leading the groups from the 5 major martial arts academies and various high schools stood on the front line at this moment. Hold on. Reinforce the earth wall technique. The teacher from Northeast Martial Arts University shouted, his hair flying, pressing his hands to the ground, raising thick earth walls to temporarily block the beast tide's assault, but they were soon shattered by the raging beasts. Fire System Warriors. Covering fire. The teacher from Southwest Martial Arts University held a staff, unleashing fire dragons that roared and exploded in the beast crowd, filling the air with the smell of charred flesh. Melee group. Fill in the gaps. Do not let them breach our defenses. The teachers displayed their skills and coordinated perfectly, temporarily holding back the beast's frenzied assault. But the number of fierce beasts was truly overwhelming, seemingly endless. Numerous teachers were injured on the front lines, quickly replaced and rushed for emergency treatment. The medical area in the camp was already overcrowded, cries of anguish echoing throughout. This can't go on. A teacher covered in blood panted heavily, the fierce beasts are increasing. Our spiritual power consumption is too high. We must hold the line, another teacher said firmly, this is the last barrier. Once it falls, the consequences will be unimaginable. The battle continued, casualties increased. Blood stained the ground, shattered limbs and beast corpses piled up like mountains. The strong smell of blood and the aura of death mixed with fierce energy, like an invisible dark cloud, loomed over the entire battlefield. Jiangling Ancient City. Atop the central altar. Thick, sticky blood rolled like magma, emitting a nauseating smell and a kind of sinister power. The great wilderness goddess hovered above the altar, her surrounding black halo spinning more rapidly. She felt the overwhelming spiritual power converging from all directions. The beautiful face hidden behind the mist seemed to show a trace of a satisfied smile. Very good. The offerings are enough. She raised her hands again, chanting ancient and obscure spells, in a tone more exuberant and fervent than before, from her mouth. Great ancestral god. Your servant brings forth this grand sacrifice. With the blood and flesh of countless beings. With the wails of endless vengeful souls. Please, send down the divine punishment of destruction. Awaken your most beloved messenger.
As she chanted, the swirling black domain above grew increasingly terrifying, increasingly dark. At the center of the vortex, a point of ultimate darkness rapidly condensed and expanded, vaguely revealing 9 enormous and blurry shadows dancing wildly within. A pressure far more terrifying and heart-pounding than the tidal realm began to slowly descend. This pressure carried an allure and destruction that penetrated to the bone. It was the same aura that once flashed in Golden City, leaving countless people in despair. Fourth-tier fierce beast, 9-tailed demon fox. This time, it was no longer a tail. No longer an illusory shadow. But its true form. Black flames began to burn in the sky. Chapter 66, This is the Realm of Death. Dark. Black. Ultimate darkness, accompanied by an irresistible pulling force. Lin Jin felt his body being torn apart little by little. Space lost its meaning here, and furious energy turbulence swirled like countless invisible blades, cutting from all directions. Skin, muscles, bones, all groaning under the unbearable burden.
I made it. He hit the ball. Now, whether I live or die, I'm going back home.
Lin Jin gritted his teeth, the primordial energy within him running wildly, the great transfer technique reaching its limit, trying to guide and ease this destructive force. The concept of Tai Chi flowed around him, yin and yang alternated, attempting to resolve the ubiquitous tearing. However, it was useless. The gap was too great. This was not a force that human power could contend with. Put. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and his body was suddenly torn open with deep gashes visible to the bone. Golden shadow. In a critical moment, Lin Jin focused his mind, and a golden figure appeared. It was the Golden Shadow clone. 2 Lin Jins, one real and one illusory, stood back to back, simultaneously operating their techniques, their energies intertwining, forming a fragile defensive circle. The pressure lessened slightly, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The spatial turbulence became even more violent, as if angered, the forces of compression and tearing increased exponentially. The glow of the Golden Shadow clone quickly dimmed, while Lin Jin's body continuously made the sound of bones shattering. His consciousness began to blur. Damn! Have I led such a brilliant life, just to fall in this damned place? The Imperial Seal is truly a burden. Lord Guan, save me! My master is going to die. Just as Lin Jin felt himself about to be completely torn into pieces, deep within his consciousness, the towering tree of heaven suddenly trembled gently. Buzz! A gentle yet immensely vast wave spread from the tree, instantly enveloping Lin Jin and the Golden Shadow clone. The once furious spatial turbulence, upon encountering this wave, surprisingly became tamed and much calmer. That force capable of tearing everything apart was countered and soothed by a strange rhythm. Lin Jin felt his whole body lighten, and the destructive pressure suddenly vanished. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he completely lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Jin slowly awakened. His eyes met with a gray sky, no sun, no moon, no clouds, only a heavy, seemingly frozen silence of the ages. He lay on a cold stone slab, covered thickly with dust. Lin Jin struggled to sit up and looked around. This was the ruins of a city. The huge and ancient city, now only ruins and crumbled walls remained. The towering city walls had collapsed in most parts, the once magnificent buildings were now just vague outlines, all covered by thick ashes and the dust of time. The air was filled with a suffocating aura. What he felt here was purer and hundreds or thousands of times larger than what he experienced in the core zone of the Black Domain. Moreover, the evil energy here was not only a form of energy, but also carried a cold, eerie mental erosion force. It constantly tried to invade one's mind, stirring the deepest fears and desires, luring people into madness and despair. Silence. Absolute silence. There was no breath of life, no sound of the wind, no chirping of insects, as if the entire world had been muted. Only the pervasive evil energy, like thick poison, flowed slowly. Soul power plus 1,000. Soul power plus 1,000. Soul power plus 1,000. The soul power in the giant tree space surged at an unprecedented speed. The gentle fluctuations emitted by the giant tree also formed an invisible barrier, blocking most of the mental erosion outside. Even so, Lin Jin still felt waves of heart palpitations. Damn it! Is this the death zone? He remembered Principal Liang Ji's serious expression and painful memories. No wonder Principal Liang said that those who enter the condensing sea boundary have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. The concentration of evil energy in this damned place is ridiculously high, and it even carries mental attacks, which is a double blow of physical and magical. Principal Liang and his teammates from back then probably couldn't withstand this mental pollution, which is why they turned into puppets of the Black Domain. Lin Jin shivered, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the dangers of the death zone.
This place is truly no place for a human to stay. But could this truly be the old home of the previous life?
Lin Jin's heart was in disbelief.
But with the appearance of Lord Guan and the Imperial Jade Seal, he couldn't help but believe. Just as Lin Jin was pondering, the giant tree inside him trembled again.
This time, it was not absorbing the evil energy, but rather conveying a clear direction.
One direction.
Lin Jin instinctively looked in that direction. He saw at the end of the horizon a majestic mountain range, rolling like the spine of a giant dragon, piercing into the dim sky. Those peaks exhibited a strange gray-black color, stabbing straight into the misty horizon, with no vegetation, only jagged rocks and endless desolation. A sense of desolation, ancientness, as if eternally unchanging, wafted from the mountain range. It was as if a tombstone of this deathly world. And the giant tree's guidance clearly pointed towards the depths of that mountain range.
Shit, just escaping the wolf's den, and now I'm being led into the tiger's lair?
Lin Jin rubbed his still faintly aching head.
Well, now the black domain vortex is gone, and I can't find the way out.
Only a dead horse can be treated as a live horse.
And besides, the giant tree has helped me so much, it won't betray me, right?
Lin Jin stood up, brushed off the dust, and stretched his muscles. He swallowed a healing pill, turning it into a warm current that slightly relieved the pain from his severe injuries. Lin Jin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling the strength in his body gradually returning, yet his gaze remained heavy.
The death zone. Indeed, it lived up to its name.
Just the outer area, and the evil energy was already this dense. What kind of scene would lie deeper within that mountain range? He looked up at the seemingly eternal mountain range. The gray-black mountains resembled a crawling giant beast, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression.
What exactly would be there? Opportunities? Or a greater crisis? Or perhaps the truth hidden about this world, about his own identity? He did not know. But he had to go. The black domain vortex had already vanished, and he had lost the way back. Instead of wandering aimlessly, following the giant tree's guidance might lead to a glimmer of hope. Fortune favors the bold.
A flash of determination flickered in Lin Jin's eyes. He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and walked towards that mountain range. Each step felt heavy and slow. The ground of the death zone was covered with broken stones and ashes, crunching underfoot, making a particularly harsh sound in this silent world. The evil energy was like maggots, creeping in everywhere, constantly eroding his body and mind.
No matter what.
It is not yet the time for despair.
Chapter 67, The Great Wasteland of Qingqiu Mountain. Death Domain. The sky is gloomy, suffocating and hard to breathe.
Lin Jin is all alone, walking on this silent ruin. The ashes underfoot are thick enough to cover his ankles, crunching softly with each step, one of the few sounds in this dead world.
Is this cursed place really my hometown? Where's the promised benefit of crossing over? The golden finger was given, but why is this newbie village immediately jumping to hell difficulty?
Lin Jin grumbles inwardly while cautiously observing his surroundings. All he can see are the scars left by war. The massive ruins of catapults lie twisted on the ground, the broken city walls are filled with jagged cuts, and rusted weapon fragments and shattered armor litter the ground.
This style looks very much like an ancient battlefield.
Lin Jin frowns, trying to recall his meager historical knowledge.
Even if my hometown is truly ruined, turned into this dreadful state, can't it at least leave behind some modern things? Where are the tall buildings? The wrecks of cars? Even a plastic bottle would be better. There is nothing.
Time here seems to have frozen in an era of cold weapon warfare.
The imperial seal of the state, the Lord Guan. Could it be that my hometown was not destroyed by modern warfare or alien invasions, but rather, collapsed in an ancient version? Then where do I come from? Is it truly a parallel world? Still stuck in the era of cold weapons? If this is my hometown, it has to be the cold weapon era's hometown, right?
Lin Jin feels his mind is struggling to keep up with this bizarre setting. Suddenly, he stops, his gaze landing a little ahead. Several scattered skeletons are half buried in the ashes. The bones show an abnormal gray-black color, clearly eroded by evil energy for countless years. From the remnants of torn clothing and some metal ornaments, it seems they do not belong to this ancient world, more like equipment from warriors of Blue Star? Could it be? Lin Jin's heart stirs, recalling Principal Liang and his teammates who were lost in the death domain. The Winds of Cloud team? He steps forward, crouching down to examine carefully. There are no identifying marks, and their appearances cannot be recognized. Lin Jin stays silent for a moment, then lets out a sigh. He once promised Principal Liang that if he ever arrived in the death domain, he would definitely help bring the Winds of Cloud team back home. But now, without being able to confirm their identities, how can he bring them back? It is meaningless. But whether or not they are Principal Liang's teammates, being fellow visitors from Blue Star, turning into dry bones in this strange foreign land is indeed heartbreaking. Lin Jin digs a small pit with his bare hands beside them, carefully placing the skeletons inside and simply covering them up. No tombstone, no mourning words, only a silent rest in peace in his heart. After handling the skeletons, Lin Jin continues towards the direction indicated by the Jianmu.
The gray-black mountain range is magnificent yet terrifying.
The closer he gets to the mountains, the more intense the evil energy in the air becomes, and the spiritual erosion grows stronger, as if countless tiny needles are pricking at his soul. Although Jianmu's fluctuations can resist most of the erosion, that pervasive chill still makes him very uncomfortable.
At this moment, oh!
A sharp, high-pitched, yet strangely alluring screech echoes suddenly from deep within the mountains. This sound is penetrating, as if directly affecting his soul, causing Lin Jin's heart to jolt, and every hair on his body to stand on end.
What the hell? What kind of creature makes such a chilling noise?
Lin Jin immediately halts his steps, cautiously looking towards the direction from which the sound came. The power contained in that voice fills him with dread, far more terrifying than any beast he encountered in the Black Domain.
Is it a fox?
It sounds a bit like one, but carries countless times more majesty and malice than a regular fox's call. Lin Jin recalls the scene in which the nine-tailed fox was devoured in Jinchang.
No way. Could it be that the nine-tailed demon fox is lurking in this mountain? Is this the great wilderness Qingqiu mountain?
A light flashed in Lin Jin's mind, connecting the scene before him with myth and legend. Another 300 miles east, it is called the Mountain of Qingqiu. There is a beast, it's shaped like a fox but with 9 tails.
Did he really just escape the wolf's den only to fall into the fox's mouth?
Recalling the actions of the Great Wilderness sect, Lin Jin had reason to suspect that they were trying to summon the 9-tailed demon fox that dwelled in this dead realm.
If one time doesn't work, then try again.
Lin Jin slowed his steps, reining in his aura, and began to use the ruins as cover, carefully moving closer to the edge of the mountain. After advancing several miles and rounding a massive mountain fracture, the sight before Lin Jin made his pupils shrink suddenly. At the foot of the mountain, in the area near the entrance, there was actually a large number of soldiers in black standard armor patrolling. These soldiers were not illusions but solid evil spirit puppets, similar to the evil soldiers encountered outside Jiangling ancient city, but even more elite, with armor that was more complete and heavy. They were lined up neatly, holding long spears or large shields, silently patrolling along fixed routes, their movements mechanical yet radiating a chilling murderous aura. What made Lin Jin's scalp tingle even more was that among these ordinary soldiers, there were also some that were clearly of a commanding level. These leaders were taller, and the armor they wore was more luxurious and intricate. Some held long spears, some wielded large halberds, and some had long knives at their waists, their eye sockets burning with a fierce scarlet light. The aura they emitted clearly reached the level of a third-tier fierce beast.
Each one could be compared to Lord Guan.
Lin Jin took a rough glance, and in the range of his vision, there were no fewer than 5 of these third-tier leaders. Each of them led a team of about 100 evil soldiers, like moving fortresses, blocking all the main paths into the mountains.
I can't believe it.
What a ridiculous joke. Lin Jin hid behind a large rock, feeling half-frozen.
Is this defense level too high? The outer patrol has third-tier big shots leading the way? Could there be Xiang Yu inside? Or perhaps Lu Bu?
Lin Jin's scalp tingled. This kind of thing was not impossible. After all, a figure like Lord Guan had appeared in the Black Domain. This dead realm was indeed a living world. And it was not impossible for there to be other powerful existences.
What treasure is hidden in this mountain, or what world-threatening demon king is locked away?
Charging in blindly was definitely not an option. With his current strength, encountering a third-tier leader would mean immediate death.
Well, it seems I can only take a detour.
Lin Jin pouted, surveying the complicated terrain around him. I hope this mountain is big enough to have a small path for me to slip through. He lowered his body, silently stalking like a leopard, starting along the mountain's edge, searching for a relatively weak defense area.
Jianmu, why did you have to walk this way instead of another direction? Chapter 68, I am Old Lu.
The defenses in this cursed place are just too damn strict. Lin Jin pressed himself into a huge crack in the black mountain rock, breathing as lightly as possible. 100 meters below, a team of 100 evil soldiers had just passed by. The leading third-tier commander had a long knife at his waist, and the scarlet gem on the hilt still glowed faintly, making one feel uneasy even from afar. He had already spent almost 2 hours here.
A detour? Easy to say.
Around this cursed mountain range, there was a patrol team almost every 1,000 meters, and their routes were completely unpredictable. He had almost collided with them several times. Not to mention the hidden sentinels that might exist in the shadows. If I get caught, don't even think about looking for treasure. I would directly become an evil soldier reserve, and still unregistered. Lin Jin had tried crawling close to the ground, tried using his body techniques to dash quickly.
Even thought about digging a tunnel. 9 bulls and 2 tigers of effort?
No, this is simply using the strength of 900 bulls. After hiding for another half an hour, taking advantage of the brief gap when 2 patrol teams crossed paths, Lin Jin seized the opportunity, his feet gently releasing energy, his figure like a weightless leaf, floating across a rocky area, flashing into a deeper shadow. His heart pounded like a drum. He held his breath, sensing everything to the max, confirming it was temporarily safe before continuing to follow the increasingly clear guidance of the Jianmu, making his way into the mountains. The further he went, the more rugged the terrain and the steeper the mountains became. The concentration of malevolent energy around was almost palpable, gray-black flows of energy visible to the naked eye slowly moved through the valley, carrying a bone-chilling cold. If this place wasn't protected by Jianmu, I guess I wouldn't make it 100 meters before becoming a puppet eroded by the malevolent energy. After crossing a steep mountain ridge, the scene before Lin Jin suddenly halted him in his tracks. Beyond the ridge, there was no desolation and silence as he had imagined. A lush, ancient forest appeared without warning in this gray-black world. Towering ancient trees were flourishing, their dark green leaves emitting a soft glow, clashing starkly with the surrounding dreary environment. The ground was covered with soft grass, and even a few unknown little flowers quietly bloomed, giving off a faint fragrance. The air was no longer suffocating with malevolent energy, but a gentle, pure essence filled with vitality.
One side was a graveyard, and the other was paradise?
Lin Jin rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not hallucinating due to malevolent energy corrosion.
This oasis actually exists.
The Jianmu in his sea of consciousness trembled even more violently the moment they entered this area, transmitting an almost greedy desire.
The target is right in this forest.
Lin Jin no longer hesitated, concealed his aura, and cautiously stepped into this vibrant area. The soft and resilient grass underfoot felt completely different from the ashes he had previously stepped on.
He followed Jianmu's guidance, weaving through the dense thickets.
Soon, the sound of trickling water reached his ears. Pushing aside the last obstructing leaf, Lin Jin's movements froze.
In the center of the forest stood a clear spring, just about 10 feet wide. The water was crystal clear, yet emitted a strange, soft glow like liquid moonlight.
At the spring's source, bubbles the size of a thumb kept popping up, and with each bubble that burst, waves of rich life energy spread out, nourishing the surrounding grass and trees.
Heaven and Earth Spirit Spring.
Though he had never seen it, he had read about it in documents, and Jianmu's excited reaction, almost eager to rush forward, made Lin Jin instantly confirm its identity. It is said this is the last ember of a civilization, carrying the energy of the civilization's origin. One drop can revive the dead, and drinking it can extend life, even glimpse the secret of immortality.
I hit the jackpot. This time, I really hit the jackpot. A true priceless treasure.
Lin Jin felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat.
With this thing, Principal Liang's injury could be healed. And he could. However, his excitement lasted less than 3 seconds.
Because beside the spring stood a figure quietly. It was an extremely tall and burly man, clad in beast-faced armor, holding a...
Holy crap!
Lin Jin almost struggled to catch his breath. That halberd, that iconic weapon, almost embedded in the DNA of every Chinese man.
Fang Tianhuaji. Looking at the man's silhouette, the overwhelming, almost domineering aura that would remain even as a malevolent spirit. Wen Ho, Lu Bu.
Lin Jin's scalp went numb, a chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head.
What kind of interstellar joke is this? Lord Guan guarding the city gate is one thing, but to think that the treasures of the Death Realm's core area are actually being watched over by Lu Bu? This aura, it's even more outrageous than Lord Guan. Absolutely a terrifying existence at the peak of Tier 3, and might even be close to the threshold of Tier 4. Fight head-on? Am I supposed to use my head to bash it?
One swing of his spear could turn me into a candied hawthorn. The ancient wood is shaking madly in the sea of consciousness, seemingly urging Lin Jin to hurry forward.
Hurry up! It's a race against time.
Lin Jin screams internally, if you're so capable, why don't you go?
Can't you see who is standing at the door? Run? The spiritual spring is right in front of him, and just give up like this?
Lin Jin feels 100 times unwilling. Besides, the ancient wood's desire is so strong, this spiritual spring could be of immense benefit to it and to himself.
Fortune comes from danger.
Lin Jin's thoughts are racing.
If he can't beat it, he can outsmart it. He still has the golden shadow doppelganger, right? Although its strength is not as good as the main body, it can at least take a few hits. Got it.
A cunning glimmer passes through Lin Jin's eyes. With a thought, the golden shadow doppelganger silently appears beside him.
Go!
Lin Jin commands through his mind, make some noise and draw him away. The golden shadow doppelganger shows no hesitation, turning into a streak of golden light the moment it receives the order, charging towards Lu Bu by the spring with an unstoppable momentum.
Hey! Take this shot!
Though the golden shadow can't speak, Lin Jin has already provided it with voice in his mind. Almost at the same moment the golden shadow dashes out, Lu Bu by the spring suddenly turns his head, those eyes burning like crimson flames locking onto the abruptly appearing golden shadow. A terrifying killing intent erupts.
The Fang Tianhua halberd slightly raises. A great battle is about to begin. Taking advantage of Lu Bu being distracted by the golden shadow doppelganger, Lin Jin swiftly glides toward the spiritual spring like an eel. The true essence of the rogue emerges. He plans to secretly collect the spiritual spring while Lu Bu is engaged in battle with the golden shadow doppelganger, then make a quick escape. This is the essence of the rogue. Fighting head-on is the act of a brute. Stealthily growing stronger, quietly amassing wealth, this is the true path. Who the hell is stupid enough to clash head-on with one hoe? Chapter 69, Don't Make Wood Too Constructed. Taking advantage of the golden shadow doppelganger's reckless charge to attract fire, Lin Jin reaches the edge of the spiritual spring in an instant. Phew! Lin Jin's gaze is immediately drawn to the spring water. The clear surface, calm as a mirror, reflects the slightly disheveled face of Lin Jin. No, the reflection looks a bit off. Lin Jin blinks, then his eyes widen. What the spring reflects is no longer his face but scenes that flash past like a revolving lantern. Strange and vast, yet filled with endless sorrow and blood. He seems to be immersed in the river of history, witnessing the birth of this world, the rise of civilizations, the spread of wars, and the changes of dynasties. From the savage era of eating raw flesh and drinking blood, to the era of noble lords vying for power, to the cultural flourishing of 100 schools contending, finally, the scene freezes in a chaotic world of the three kingdoms. The flashes of blades and swords, rivers of blood, countless familiar yet strange faces are killing and screaming on the battlefield, ultimately turning into dust. The three kingdoms. No way, this world's historical trajectory just got stuck in the three kingdoms? Lin Jin watches in shock, internally complaining, no wonder it's all about Lord Guan and Lu Fengxian. Turns out I've stumbled into the filming of a Three Kingdoms movie? The images do not stop, instead, they grow even more bizarre. The tripartite balance of the three kingdoms is shattered, the sky tears apart, and a towering mountain suddenly descends. Within the mountain, monstrous energy surges, and an ethereal nine-tailed fox howls to the heavens, its enchanting voice resonating through the earth. Qingqiu Mountain. The nine-tailed fox. The great wilderness descends. Everything matches up. This lowly spiritual spring is the last memory of this land, the last bit of life. As the scene shifts, the peaceful and prosperous world begins to be tainted by a strange black aura. Mountains shatter, rivers dry up, and living beings suffer. Once vibrant land gradually turned into a lifeless wasteland. Killing energy, endless killing energy, spread like a plague, dragging the entire world into the abyss. Damn! It really is the work of the nine-tailed fox. Lin Jin suddenly realized, finally understanding the origin of this dead zone. I thought, how did this fine world turn into such a horrible sight? It turns out it was harmed by a fox spirit. At this point, Lin Jin could basically confirm that this world was definitely not his hometown. His hometown, although also quite magical, had never heard of a nine-tailed fox invasion, nor had it been polluted by killing energy to become a dead zone. Such absurdity. Parallel world? Or maybe, a pirated Three Kingdoms world? Lin Jin stroked his chin, his imagination running wild. Forget it, what world it is, it's all bad luck anyway. The scene suddenly stopped, and the spring water returned to stillness, reflecting Lin Jin's face filled with a mix of sighs and relief. Sighing for this world's former glory and ultimate ruin, relieved that his hometown should still be safe. Sighing aside, he could not forget the main business. Lin Jin took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts, and took out a jade bottle originally used for pills from the Jianmu space. Damn, looks like I'm in for a big harvest today. With this heavenly spirit spring, why not take off right here? Lin Jin rubbed his hands excitedly and opened the bottle cap, about to take action toward the spring water. At that moment, the Jianmu in his sea of consciousness suddenly shook violently. Buzz! An overwhelming sucking force suddenly exploded from Lin Jin's body. It was not his active absorption, but passive, uncontrollable. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Jin was shocked, and before he could react, he felt a terrifying sucking force directly acting on the heavenly spirit spring before him. Guliolu. The calm spring water, as if swept by a tornado, instantly boiled up, forming a huge vortex that crazily surged towards Lin Jin's body at a visible speed. That momentum was like a whale swallowing the sea, and like a glutton, wanting to gulp down the entire spring. No way? Old Jianmu, what's gotten into you? Lin Jin was completely dumbfounded, watching as the pool of spirit spring that emitted a soft moonlight-like glow, like a flood breaking a dam, crazily rushed into his body, then disappeared. Yes, disappeared. As if swallowed by a black hole, or like a clay ox into the sea, not a drop left. The whole process took only a few seconds, and the spring that was once filled with clear water instantly dried up, leaving only a hollow stone pit, looking particularly desolate under the moonlight. Lin Jin was stunned, still holding the jade bottle that he hadn't had time to extend, its mouth facing the empty spring, disoriented in the wind. Where's my spirit spring? Old Jianmu. At least leave me a sip.
Lin Jin wanted to cry but had no tears, his heart letting out a wail like a groundhog. This is the heavenly spirit spring. The ember of a world civilization, the essence of a world. A priceless treasure. Just like that, swallowed by Jianmu? You drank it all, and I'm left with nothing? I risked my life, barely escaping being chopped into 18 pieces to come here, and you treat me like this? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Being too much of a tree can't be good. It was as if Jianmu heard Lin Jin's heart-wrenching shout, or perhaps felt a flicker of conscience, although Lin Jin seriously doubted it had such a thing. The Jianmu, which had completely absorbed the spirit spring and seemed to burp, gently trembled. Puff. A small stream of pure spirit spring energy separated from Jianmu's body and accurately fell into Lin Jin's empty jade bottle. Not more, not less, just filled that small jade bottle perfectly. Lin Jin. Although the result was good, but this process was way too damn frustrating. I felt like a laborer working for the landlord, and in the end, the landlord casually rewarded me with some leftovers. Forget it, having something is better than having nothing. Suddenly, a suffocating wave of terrifying ferocity swept in like a tsunami from afar. Not good. Lin Jin's face changed drastically, and he suddenly looked up. Not far away, the heroic Lu Bu, who was battling the golden shadow clone, suddenly froze. In an instant, he felt the disappearance of the spirit spring, and his burning crimson eyes suddenly turned towards Lin Jin. A furious rage and murderous intent erupted like a tangible tsunami. Lu Bu didn't even glance at the brave attack by the golden shadow clone, casually sweeping his Fangtian-painted halberd backwards. Crack! The golden shadow clone couldn't even let out a scream before being torn into countless pieces of golden light by the violent halberd wind. One-hit kill. Lu Bu turned around, his towering body seemed like a moving mountain, advancing step by step towards Lin Jin with the force to crush everything. Meanwhile, losing the nourishment of the spirit spring, this once vibrant oasis was visibly withering and dying. More terrifyingly, the entire death domain space began to tremble violently and unsteadily. The distant gray-black mountains groaned under the unbearable burden, with huge cracks spreading across the mountains. The sky darkened further, as if it could collapse at any moment. Lin Jin felt a chill creeping up his scalp as he instantly grasped the seriousness of the situation. This spirit spring was not just a pool of water, it was key to maintaining the balance of this oasis and even the entire death domain. Once the spring is lost, the whole death domain will collapse. And it seemed like I became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Feeling the terrifying ferocity behind him, like a volcanic eruption rushing towards him, Lin Jin couldn't care less about the spirit spring devoured by the Jianmu, nor the changes in the Jianmu space anymore. The best strategy of all is to run. Lin Jin turned and ran, pushing the Lingbo Weibu to its limits, sprinting towards the edge of the oasis. Behind him, Lu Bu's roar sounded like thunder, shaking Lin Jin's eardrums painfully. You rodent! How dare you! How dare you! The Marquis of One was completely furious. Run! All Lin Jin could think of was that one word. Face it head-on with Marquis Lu Bu? What a joke! My little frame isn't enough for him to crush with one thrust. Moreover, this cursed place is about to collapse. Boom! The ground shook violently like a sieve, the oasis beneath his feet visibly withering and dying, reverting to a gray, dead silence. The Qingqiu mountain groaned under the unbearable weight, massive cracks spread like spider webs across the mountain, countless stones rolling down, dust rising into the sky. The sky turned completely dark, as if a huge black curtain was slowly dropping, ready to bury this shattered world entirely. Lu Bu's massive form was also affected by this catastrophic scene, his movements slightly stalling, but those crimson eyes still locked onto Lin Jin, with murder intent almost solidified. Lin Jin dared not linger, stepping on Lingbo Weibu, his figure became a blurred shadow, racing toward the direction away from Lu Bu and the core of the mountains. Jianmu, you worthless thing! You drained the spirit spring and brought down the heavens. Lin Jin cursed while running, now look, we're all finished together. At that moment, a sudden change occurred in the collapsing gray-black mountains, Qingqiu Mountain. The main peak of the mountain, under intense shaking, suddenly fractured. The fracture was not a chaotic rock fall, but a massive space rift being forcibly torn open. At the edge of the pitch-black rift, the space twisted like water waves, and a deeper, more terrifying vortex was rapidly forming. Roar! A scream, seemingly from the depths of hell, yet with endless allure, echoed from the depths of that vortex. Following that, a huge fox head covered in pure black soft fur appeared. Suddenly, it emerged from the vortex. 9 tails. A full 9 gigantic tails burned and jumped like black flames, wildly dancing in the air, each swing creating waves in space. Those long, narrow eyes, glimmering with a strange red light, coldly scanned the world below that was being destroyed, carrying a sense of contempt from above, and a hint of impatience that was hard to conceal. The 9-tailed fox. With the blood and flesh of countless beings, with the wails of endless wronged souls. Please, descend your divine punishment of annihilation. Awaken, your most beloved messenger. In the vortex, a mysterious voice pierced through time and space, carrying an inexplicable power.
This is the nine-tailed fox. Someone outside is summoning her.
She actually used the summoning power and the energy from the collapse of the dead domain to forcibly open a passage to the outside world. So this is the true purpose of the Great Wilderness Cult. If it escapes, the entire Northwest, no, the whole Great Xiao will suffer.
Damn it!
Lin Jin was burning with anxiety, cursing loudly, but unable to protect himself. He could only watch helplessly as the gigantic body of the nine-tailed fox gradually squeezed out of the space vortex. At this moment of despair, the tree of heaven in his sea of consciousness trembled gently again. Lin Jin instinctively looked inward. He saw that the tree of heaven, which had only slightly restored vitality, was now undergoing earth-shaking changes. After absorbing the energy of the entire world's spiritual spring, a palm-sized, dripping emerald green bud sprouted from the withered trunk. On the bud, the veins were clear, flowing with a faint golden halo, exuding a powerful life force.
The entire tree of heaven seemed to awaken completely from its slumber, and an indescribable vast, ancient, yet vibrant aura spread out.
At the same time, the property panel of the tree of heaven also updated. Tree of heaven stage, development stage, growing. Current soul power value, 4,150,000. Lottery pool progress, 10.1%, need 89.9% to advance to the next level lottery pool.
Martial Vessel Awakening progress, Golden Martial Vessel, Sustained Evolution, current progress 0%. Time flow rate, 730 times. Tree of Heaven root usage count, 1. What? Lin Jin's eyes widened, finally changed from awakening to development? And it grew leaves? 730 times time acceleration? 1 day inside equals 2 years outside? This is simply an epic enhancement. His gaze finally fell on the newly added attribute. Heaven and Earth root? What is that? Sounds really impressive. One-time use?
Lin Jin's mouth twitched. The tree of heaven was still as stingy as ever, not willing to give more good stuff.
But now is not the time to complain.
The collapse of the entire dead domain had reached its final moments. The space was like a shattered mirror, peeling away piece by piece, revealing the deep, dark void behind. An endless aura of extinction rushed toward his face, as if it was about to completely swallow Lin Jin in the next second. Lu Bu's figure had long since disappeared into the chaotic flow of energy, his life and death unknown. Lin Jin looked at the space vortex above that was about to completely close, and the nine-tailed fox that was about to fully escape. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Just this once. I'm all in. Heaven and Earth root. Rise for me. Lin Jin focused his thoughts, placing his last hope on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom! In the sea of consciousness, that tree of heaven which had just sprouted a bud, suddenly erupted with a dazzling azure gold light. The next moment, an enormous, indescribable giant tree shadow, as if it pierced through ancient and modern times, violently rose from the ground based on Lin Jin's body. The giant tree ignored the shattered space, ignored the raging energy chaos, growing wildly in an incomparable posture, shooting straight into the clouds, heading towards that solitary path to life, the space vortex torn open by the nine-tailed fox. Lin Jin felt a tremendous power lifting him up. The whole person was like a rocket, rapidly ascending along the trunk of the tree. The sound of the wind howled in his ears. Below was the dead realm fading into silence, above was the exit radiating seductive light. The nine-tailed fox clearly noticed the suddenly appeared giant stirring stick. A flicker of shock and rage flashed in its blood-red eyes. It was about to completely break free from the dead realm and arrive at the other side. And Lin Jin was about to plunge into the vortex and escape to life. In the moment when the two were about to brush past each other, Lin Jin looked at the huge furry fox head that was so close, and those eyes filled with disdain and murderous intent, and a surge of wicked fire shot up inside him. Damn it! You still want to run and harm my world? Have you asked your grandpa? Take this, divine wood-crushing garlic. Lin Jin let out an angry roar, frantically urging the enormous shadow of the divine tree with his mind. At the top of the divine tree, which was like a towering pillar, carried the power of a world, along with Lin Jin's burning rage, swinging like a giant baseball bat, fiercely and solidly, towards the proud head of the nine-tailed fox. And smashed down hard. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, as if even space was crushed into a depression. The nine-tailed fox let out an extremely tragic howl, its demon eyes filled with disbelief and boundless pain. Its massive body was hit like a freight train speeding head-on, and the immense impact smashed it back from the edge of the spatial vortex. Like a kite with a broken string, it plummeted into the abyss of the dead realm that was completely fading away. You! It's you again. The nine-tailed fox recognized Lin Jin, the very person who had first stopped its descent. This time, it had once again thrown away all its efforts. This deity will not let you go. No one can stop the arrival of the ancestral deity. The unwilling, angry roars were utterly swallowed by the endless darkness and silence. And Lin Jin, using the reaction force of this sudden blow, dove into the space vortex that was about to close like an arrow released from a bow. And this dead realm, along with everything buried within it, completely turned into nothingness. Completely erased. No longer existing. Chapter 71, The Goddess Kneels to Greet. On the outskirts of the Black Domain, the shouts of killing still resounded, but the previous despair was no more. On the horizon, the banner of Black Dragon Mountain fluttered in the wind. The elite from Black Dragon Mountain, hailing from 5 provinces in the northwest, finally arrived like a flood of steel. A new defense line was quickly built, even stronger, even thicker. Although the attacks from the fierce beasts were still fierce, they were firmly kept at bay outside the camp. The cost was heavy. The ground was stained dark red, and the air was thick with a mix of blood and evil energy, heavy and unyielding. Every survivor carried with them signs of exhaustion and wounds. In the depths of the Black Domain, outside the ancient city of Jiangling, the killing was also nearing its end. The green evil soldiers and black evil soldiers were like 2 remnants of tides, wildly slaughtering each other. Broken weapons, shattered armor, dissipating evil energy. The ground was in ruins. Guan Yu stood at the front, the evil energy on his green dragon crescent blade slightly dimmed, but the invincible aura still shook the entire field. His troops had suffered heavy losses, leaving only a few black evil soldiers opposite. Both sides were heavily injured. However, whether it was the warriors inside or outside the Black Domain, or the recently freed Xiao Jinyue and others, they had no time to pay attention to the battle at hand. An even more terrifying, suffocating pressure spread from above the ancient city of Jiangling inside the Black Domain. In the sky, the spatial vortex that was about to close due to the collapse of the dead domain had not completely vanished. Instead, in the center of the remaining vortex, an extreme darkness was crazily gathering and twisting. As if some incomparably terrifying existence was about to tear apart the last barrier and descend into the world. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Although the entity was unseen, the deep, soul-stirring allure and aura of destruction. Just like before, even more intense. Fear spread like a plague. The flickering flame of hope was instantly extinguished by the cold water of despair. What is going to come out? A student trembled, their voice cracking with tears. All the teachers looked grave. This is the aura of a 4th-tier monster. Xiao Jinyue, Qin Yan, the Yan sisters, all those who had narrowly escaped stared pale-faced at the ominous signs in the sky, as the newly kindled flame of hope was instantly quenched by icy despair. Even Guan Yu slightly raised his head, a hint of seriousness showing in his phoenix eyes. In the ancient city of Jiangling, at the central altar, the blood pool churned, emitting an eerie glow. The great wilderness goddess floated in mid-air, a black halo spinning rapidly around her, with a face full of fervent anticipation. Starfall stood behind her, equally excited, eyes shining with endless longing for the arrival of the Ninetails. The sacrifices were sufficient. The ritual was a success. The messenger of the ancestral god, the Ninetails Fox, was finally about to descend. They seemed to already see the Ninetails coming into the world, divine power sweeping everything away, and the glory of the great wilderness would once again envelop this land. At that moment, the dark vortex in the sky reached the peak of energy fluctuation. It's coming! Just as the great wilderness goddess and Starfall held their breath, preparing to welcome that world-destroying existence. Thud! A shadow fell out of the dark vortex without warning, crashing down. Like a ripped sack, it landed heavily on the stone slabs at the edge of the altar, stirring up a cloud of dust. What the hell, damn, almost killed myself. The black shadow struggled to rise, coughing and cursing, clothes tattered and face smeared with dirt, but with bright eyes staring blankly around. It was Lin Jin, who had narrowly escaped death. The altar was suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. The fervor on the great wilderness goddess's face froze. The longing in Starfall's eyes solidified. They were both dazed. Where is the Ninetails Fox they had spoken of? Where is the world-destroying divine power? How come a person fell down? A boy who looked so down and out? The great wilderness goddess was stunned for 3 seconds before she seemed to understand something. Right. It must be the messenger of the ancestral god. The Lord of the Ninetails intentionally transformed into this form to test the followers. It must be this way. Thinking of this, a more devout and somewhat fearful expression returned to the great wilderness goddess's face. She slowly descended and walked in front of Lin Jin, bowing deeply, her posture expressing the utmost respect. Welcome the descent of the ancestral god's messenger. The followers failed to greet from afar. Please forgive us, great messenger. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with awe. Lin Jin? Just thrown out from the chaos of time and space, his mind still a bit dazed, he stared at the woman in red robes who suddenly bowed 90 degrees enchanted in front of him, unable to react for a moment. What's going on? Messenger? Who is that? Why is this woman worshipping me? Did she make a mistake? Wait, this face.
In the next second, Starfall's pupils suddenly constricted, as if struck by lightning, she froze in place. Lin Jean?
Starfall shot up abruptly, staring intently at Lin Jean, her originally handsome face twisted in horror and fury, her eyes almost popping out.
How is it you? Where is the Lord of the Nine Tails? What have you done with the messenger?
Starfall's voice was piercing, almost as if she had lost her own father. The smile on the great wilderness goddess's face instantly froze. She looked in confusion between Starfall and Lin Jean, as if she still didn't understand what was happening.
Starfall, do you know this messenger? Messenger my foot. Starfall was exasperated, pointing at Lin Jean, goddess. This is Lin Jean. The one who repeatedly disrupted our plans in Jinchang. Lin Jean.
Oh, a familiar face. He looked at the furious Starfall, then at the stunned great wilderness goddess, and then thought of the nine-tails fox that was about to emerge earlier. Lin Jean touched his chin, a brilliant, annoying smile appearing on his face.
Oh, isn't this my little brother Xing Luo? Long time no see, are you well? Looking at your setup, are you hosting a large welcome event? It seems quite grand, but it seems you've welcomed the wrong person?
That so-called nine-tails has already been beaten out by your grandfather.
He can't come back. You.
Xing Luo trembled with rage, his finger shaking as he pointed at Lin Jean.
You're talking nonsense.
Lord Nine-Tails is at the peak of the 4th stage, how can an ant like you?
Ant?
Lin Jean grinned, little brother, if your eyesight is bad, go get it checked. Just now, your Lord Nine-Tails almost got poked in the rear by me. Cough, I smashed him back home with a big stick, and now he's probably dead beyond dead.
You're looking for death.
Xing Luo lost all reason, a murderous aura suddenly bursting forth, and the bone knife in his hand, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, stabbed straight at Lin Jin's face.
Chapter 72, Second Master, Safe Travels. At this moment,
the great wilderness goddess finally came back to her senses from shock and confusion. Although she didn't understand how Lin Jin fell out of the passage, nor did she know what had happened with the nine-tails fox, Xing Luo's words and Lin Jin's attitude had already explained everything, the ritual had failed. Lin Jin was the culprit.
Endless rage instantly engulfed her. So much planning, countless sacrifices of lives, how could it be ruined by such a person?
You wretch, you shall die. The great wilderness goddess's voice was as cold as ice, no longer hiding her previous piety, only pure murderous intent remained. She clasped her hands together fiercely, and blood-red light suddenly surrounded her, transforming into chains of blood, coiling towards Lin Jin like poisonous snakes, cutting off all his escape routes.
Damn! If you can't play nice, then bring it on. Lin Jin let out a strange cry, his feet utilizing the agile steps of the surging wave instantaneously.
He had just come out of the death zone, his body was still very weak, and his internal energy had been greatly consumed. Faced with the siege, the pressure was immense. Xing Luo's attacks were vicious and cunning, each strike aimed at the vital points. The blood-red chains of the great wilderness goddess were even more bizarre, seemingly containing a certain absorption and corrosive power, constantly compressing Lin Jin's dodging space.
Bang!
Lin Jin narrowly dodged Xing Luo's knife, but his back was grazed by a blood-red chain, instantly corroding a huge hole in his clothes, his skin burning with pain.
Damn it, this woman is really ruthless.
Lin Jin cursed under his breath, his figure awkwardly darting back and forth on the altar. Right now, he was like a rabbit being chased by two ferocious dogs, barely trying to survive.
Xing Luo and the goddess's attacks became increasingly fierce, their eyes filled with the arrogance and cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse.
To them, Lin Jin was already a turtle in a jar, dead for sure.
Kid, I wonder how long you can dodge.
Xing Luo sneered, a knife slashing towards Lin Jin's throat.
In that critical moment. Boom!
A heavy footstep sounded, like a giant hammer striking everyone's hearts, abruptly ringing out.
The entire altar, even the ancient city of Jianling, seemed to tremble for a moment.
Xing Luo and the great wilderness goddess abruptly froze, their sneers instantly stiffening, turning in unison to stare at the entrance of the altar. There, a tall, broken yet still exuding overwhelming malice figure, was slowly walking over.
It was none other than Second Master Guan.
At this moment, he looked absolutely tragic. His iconic green battle armor had long become tattered, with cracks all over, even revealing the solid body of malice beneath. On his arms, chest, and legs, there were fierce gashes, wisps of black mist escaping, clearly having paid a huge price in the brutal fight against the black evil soldiers. The Qinglong Yanue blade in his hand, which had once changed the color of the heavens and earth, now also dimmed, with even a slight chip appearing on the blade. The warhorse under him had long since vanished. He could only rely on the big knife in his hand for support, moving his heavy body step by step with great difficulty. Yet, this seemingly on the verge of collapsing figure radiated a terrifying pressure that made one's soul shiver. It was a pure aura of slaughter honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, an invincible belief forged on the battlefield, a determination and pride that declared, even if faced with millions, I will go forth. He merely stood there, his calm gaze sweeping over Starfall and the great wilderness goddess, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave, their hands and feet icy and their breath becoming difficult. Those Danfang eyes had lost the previous coldness and confusion, the fervent fighting spirit was gone, replaced only by a calmness after enduring hardships and a hint of exhaustion.
He looked at Lin Jin, his gaze seemingly filled with a question, or perhaps trying to confirm something.
Then, his gaze slowly shifted to the horrified Starfall and the great wilderness goddess.
No words were spoken. But the pressure contained in that gaze was sharper than any blade.
Starfall felt a chill racing from his tailbone up to the crown of his head, his blood nearly freezing solid. He had no doubt that if he dared to move again, he would be split in half by that seemingly damaged big knife in the next second. The color drained from the great wilderness goddess's face instantly, her eyes filled with fear. She could clearly sense that the strength of this fierce general before her seemed to be nearing the third tier. Only a step away from the fourth tier. Even though he was severely injured, he was no match for her and Starfall. Run, they had to escape immediately. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same thought in each other's eyes.
Let's go.
The great wilderness goddess whispered urgently, no longer caring about Lin Jin, as her body flashed with black light, sweeping up Starfall beside her and transforming into a beam of light, racing towards the edge of the dark domain without looking back, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Lin Jin watched the two flee in panic, letting out a long sigh of relief as he sank down to the ground.
Damn, that scared me to death.
Lin Jin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling lingering fear. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the second master, he probably would have met his end here today. He looked towards the slowly approaching Guan Yu, this legendary warrior who once commanded awe throughout the ages, now resembling an ordinary old soldier who had shed all burdens, his eyes showing a sense of relief. Guan Yu stopped in front of Lin Jin. He looked down at his broken body, then at the dim big knife in his hand, and finally turned his gaze toward the distance, as if piercing through endless time and space.
Jiang Dong has been pacified. Lu Meng is dead.
I will not repeat the mistakes of the past, fleeing from my city.
Shu Han can still shine brightly in the world.
He spoke in a voice that was almost like a murmured dream. The voice was still hoarse, but there was no longer the previous obsession and unwillingness, only a calmness of a long-held wish finally fulfilled. The war that spanned a millennium, the regret buried deep in his soul, was finally released and resolved in the earlier battle with the enemy.
The obsession had ended. His existence came to an end as well.
Guan Yu turned back to look at Lin Jin, his calm Danfang eyes finally revealing a hint of extremely complex emotion, seeming to express gratitude, recognition, and entrustment. He no longer referred to him as Lord, but instead slowly and solemnly cupped his fists and bowed slightly to Lin Jin.
I am Guan Yu.
Before the words even fell, his body began to turn ethereal at a visible speed. The solid malevolent energy rose like green smoke, dissipating like ice and snow. The battle-worn armor transformed into bits of light, scattering with the wind. In just a few breaths, this exceptional general, who had boundless loyalty and unmatched courage, completely disappeared into the air, as if he had never existed at all. Only the green dragon crescent blade let out a low mournful cry, proudly standing tall. This. Lin Jin opened his mouth, looking at the place where Guan Yu vanished, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
A legendary martial saint, ultimately returned to dust.
Although it was just a manifestation of a transformed obsession, the life and death battle just now, with its final moment of calm and relief, still filled Lin Jin's heart with a measure of respect.
Second Master, safe travels.
Lin Jin stood up, cupped his fist solemnly in the direction where Guan Yu disappeared. No matter what, this hometown buddy had indeed saved his life. The wind swept over the empty altar, stirring up a few tattered flags.
The dark sky of the Black Domain seemed not so oppressive anymore. The black disaster that had lasted for several days seemed, finally, to be ending.
Chapter 73, The Emotionless Heavenly Book, Breaking Through the River and Sea Realm. The realm of death was silent. Within the black domain of countless battles, with the departure of Second Master Guan, the ancient city of Jiangling was rapidly crumbling. They did not belong to Blue Star.
And ultimately, they would return to nothingness. Even the lingering malevolent aura was quickly dissipating. This malevolent energy is all fighting power, right? How can it be wasted? Most importantly,
Lin Jin's consciousness sank into the space of the Jianmu tree, watching the soul power value soar back to over 4 million, his eyes instantly brightened.
He hit the ball. Almost forgot about this. Over 4 million soul power. Over 400 guaranteed. Not drawing is inhuman. Time is life, and soul power is strength.
Lin Jin directly sat cross-legged in the shaky altar's center, starting to consume the soul power value.
Master Jinmu, let's get to work. First, 100 guaranteed, from the technique pool. Boom!
The bronze giant door burst open with a loud sound, golden light flowed down like free-running water.
Literally flying knife. Never misses? Good stuff. Bridal clothes divine skill. Gifted after mastering? Interesting. Heavenly fairy from beyond. Another heavenly fairy from beyond? That's fine, after all, looking good is a lifelong affair. Keep coming, keep looking good. 13 deadly swords. Heart-linking finger. The golden light nearly dazzled Lin Jin's dog eyes. This technique pool seems to have brought over all the martial arts secrets. Lin Jin was so excited he rubbed his hands together and continued to wildly click. Another 100 guaranteed. From the weapon pool. Once again, a waterfall of golden light. Snow-drinking mad blade. Peerless good sword. Hero sword. Heavenly wrath. Fire Qilin sword. Wind and cloud series? This is okay? Affectionate ring. Parting hook. Longevity sword. Lin Jin felt he was about to suffocate. Sky sword, dragon slaying blade, appeared again, and Lin Jin simply threw them aside, too many duplicates. Various weapons piled up like a small mountain in the Jianmu space, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks dazzled Lin Jin's eyes. Elixir pool. Keep it going. Great return pill. 9 transform rebirth pill. Bodhi blood. Dragon essence. What is this? Dragon essence? Eating this won't mutate, right? Lin Jin looked at the golden spherical orb that seemed to contain magma, feeling a bit apprehensive. Emotionless heavenly book. This time, the golden light of the guaranteed draw was not a pill but an ancient book. The cover of the book was made of an unknown beast's skin, inscribed with 4 large ancient characters, Emotionless heavenly book. When clan martial arts? The one from the mountains and seas? Lin Jin picked up the book, a chill and indifference seemed to freeze all emotions coming toward him. Emotionless sounds a bit ominous. Lin Jin mumbled, but still tucked it away. Whatever, let's finish drawing first. With over 400 guaranteed draws spent, Lin Jin felt he was already numb. In the Jianmu space, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, and miraculous elixirs piled up like mountains, sparkling gold light nearly blinding his eyes. Current soul power value, 15,000. Lottery pool progress, 50.3%, need another 49.7% to upgrade to the next level lottery pool. Finally finished drawing. Lin Jin took a long breath, looking at the astonishing 50.3% progress bar, feeling quite satisfied. This trip to the Black Domain and the Death Domain was truly a blood profit. Next, it was time to digest the results. Lin Jin focused his mind and stuffed all the healing, recovery, and cultivation elixirs drawn earlier into his mouth at once. What 1,000-year snow lotus, golden return pill. Dragon tiger pill, great return pill, like chewing candy. The immense medicinal power spread within his body, like a surging flood, washing away the dried-up meridians. The originally weak body was recovering at an astonishing speed. Martial Pulse Awakening progress, Golden Martial Pulse Awakened, can continuously evolve, current evolution progress 30%. Wounds healed, and vital energy surged. Lin Jin felt better than ever before. The evolution of his martial pulse had also improved significantly under the effect of the pills. He stood up and moved his muscles, creating a series of cracking sounds. His gaze fell on the book, Forgetful Heavenly Script. Although the name is a bit misleading, since it's a high-grade technique, there must be something to it. Lin Jin no longer hesitated and sank his consciousness back into the Jianmu space. The outside world, the ancient city of Jiangling, had completely turned to nothingness, leaving only endless darkness and chaotic spatial turbulence. But inside the Jianmu space, it was a different scene. Time flows at 730 times the normal rate. Lin Jin sat cross-legged and opened the Forgetful Heavenly Script. The pages of the book flipped open on their own, and cold characters seemed to come to life, drilling into his mind. Heaven's will, Earth's terrain, kings, subjects, common people, rivers and lakes, the mundane world, mountains and rivers, wind and clouds, thunder and lightning, ice and snow, sun and moon, stars. Forgetful 15 forms. Each form represents an extreme realm, a deep understanding of the laws governing all things in the universe. To cultivate this skill, one must have a heart as calm as water, eliminate distractions, and comprehend and control with absolute rationality. First year, Lin Jin immersed in the realization of Heaven's will, understanding the indifference from above, overlooking all beings. 10th year, Lin Jin began to grasp Earth's terrain, feeling the veins of mountains and rivers, the weight of the earth bearing all things. 30th year, the king form showed initial signs, and invisible majesty began to condense around him. In the Jianmu space, time flew by. Lin Jin forgot hunger, forgot fatigue, even forgot himself. His mind was completely immersed in the vast and profound martial arts principles of the Forgetful Heavenly Script. The golden martial pulse crazily absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth's vital energy, while the rich life force in the Jianmu space continuously nourished his body. He didn't know how long it had been. Perhaps 50 years, perhaps 100 years.
When Lin Jin comprehended the final form, stars, the secret was revealed. Boom! It felt as if something inside him shattered. The gaseous vital energy that had been surging in the golden martial pulse began to crazily compress and condense at this moment. From gas, it transformed into liquid. Thick and heavy, yet containing a more grand and purer power. The liquid vital energy flowed like real rivers in his meridians, making a continuous rushing sound. Every movement brought an indescribable powerful feeling. His organs, limbs, and bones were undergoing a rebirth under the cleansing of this liquid vital energy. A mysterious sensation established between him and the outer world. He could clearly hear the whispers of the wind, see the threads of vital energy flowing in the air, and smell the life deep in the soil. The entire world became unprecedentedly clear and three-dimensional in his perception. River Realm. It's done. Lin Jin suddenly opened his eyes, two rays of brilliance flashing by. He slowly stood up, without using any movement technique, yet his body naturally floated upward. His toes left the ground 3 feet, steadily hovering in mid-air. Walking on thin air. This is the mark of a River Realm warrior. Is this the power of the River Realm? Lin Jin clenched his fist, feeling the liquid vital energy surging like rivers within him, and the wondrous sensation of communicating with heaven and earth. Strong. Stronger than ever before. Now, he was more than 10 times stronger than before entering the dead domain. If he encounters that starfallen great goddess of the wilderness again, he would knock them out. Lin Jin's mouth curled into a confident smile. It should have been over a month in the outside world, right? It's time to go out. Chapter 74. Helpless Retreat. While Lin Jin was diligently cultivating outside the black domain, everyone was plunged into great confusion. The terrifying pressure coming from the depths of the black domain made everyone feel fearful, as if facing the end of the world. What is that? Is the fourth order beast really about to descend? Why hasn't the vortex disappeared? Instead, it's becoming even more terrifying? In the camp, whether it was the Black Dragon Mountain warriors or the teachers and students from various martial schools, everyone's faces turned pale as they looked up at the expanding darkness above the black domain, their hearts filled with despair. The hope that had just arisen seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand. Roar! At that moment, a sharp scream echoed from the depths of the black domain once again. Not good. The nine-tailed fox, it's coming out. Quick! Quick retreat! Everyone evacuate immediately. The person leading the support team from Black Dragon Mountain was an elderly man with white hair and a heavy aura, who was also a vice-captain of the Black Dragon Mountain team in the northwest. His name was Wu Yi, possessing the strength of the 8th level of Condensing Sea, stronger than Xiao Jinyue. But faced with the 4th order energy fluctuations, he felt a deep sense of horror. Under the 4th order star soul, everyone else was merely an ant. Wu Yi's face turned ashen, his voice hoarse as he shouted, filled with a trace of undeniable fear. The 4th order beast was no longer something humans could contend with. Once it descended, the entire northwest would be filled with misery. Hearing the order, everyone retreated like a tide, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Even those war-hardened and steadfast teachers could no longer care about responsibility and glory, saving their lives was the priority. Captain Xiao. Hurry and leave. Don't worry about those beasts. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Li Taizhan and others supported the wounded Xiao Jinyue, urging him anxiously. Xiao Jinyue looked up towards the depths of the black domain, his expression uncertain, his eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. Let's go. Xiao Jinyue gritted his teeth and ultimately made the decision to retreat. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about a lack of firewood. Living gives hope. Just as everyone prepared to evacuate. Wait. Someone exclaimed. Do you feel it? That aura seems to have weakened? Weakened? Everyone was taken aback and quickly focused to sense it. Indeed. The once terrifying, catastrophe-like pressure seemed to really be diminishing. Although it was still chilling, compared to the suffocating feeling from before, it had certainly lightened considerably. The sharp scream also became somewhat weak, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. What's going on? Could it be that the nine-tailed fox was injured? That's impossible. Who could injure a 4th order beast? Everyone looked at each other, filled with doubt and confusion. At that moment, at the center of the black vortex in the black domain, the condensed darkness suddenly shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon. Finally, it transformed into an indistinct speck of black light, completely disappearing from the horizon. As if it had never appeared at all. The world returned to calm. Except for the lingering aura of death and blood in the air, and the battle-scarred battlefield, everything seemed like just an illusion. Inside the camp, there was a profound silence. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their minds blank. What had happened? The nine-tailed fox had disappeared?
The crisis had been averted? What is going on? Or, did the nine-tailed fox retreat on its own?
Various speculations arose one after another, but no one could provide a definite answer.
Something's not right, absolutely not right.
Wu Yi stared intently into the depths of the black domain, muttering to himself, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart.
Something unusual must harbor sinister changes. There must still be some unknown twists hidden within this black domain.
To be safe, Wu Yi decided to retreat first and observe the situation.
Everyone! Retreat immediately. We will talk after we get back.
Wu Yi issued the order once again, his tone firm and unquestionable.
This time, no one questioned it again.
Only a few remained standing at the spot, their faces anxious.
Unwilling to leave.
It was Luo Xiaoshan, Lei Shuiping, and Su Wancheng who gazed anxiously into the depths of the dark domain.
What's going on? Why hasn't Jingu come out yet? Could something have happened? Luo Xiaoshan said uneasily.
Though Su Wancheng remained silent, her delicate face showed hints of worry.
You are so strong, you shouldn't be in trouble, right?
After all, you once saved the day in Jincheng and prevented the Nine-Tails' arrival.
With your abilities, this dark domain might be dangerous, but it shouldn't be enough to defeat you, right? I refuse to believe you can't escape the dark domain. I'm not leaving.
I want to wait for Jingu to come back. Luo Xiaoshan stubbornly stood in place, fists tightly clenched, knuckles turning white. Only Luo Xiaoshan knew how good Lin Jin was to him.
He was simply a sentimental person with straightforward thoughts.
Lei Shuiping also stood still. After all, Lin Jin was the pride of Jincheng. If alive, they want to see him; if dead, they want to see his body.
You all should leave.
At that moment, an elite warrior from Black Dragon Mountain approached. He was part of the martial arts examination patrol team,
responsible for monitoring the exam site.
I know you are waiting for Lin Jin, but I'm afraid the chances are slim.
What did you say?
Lei Shuiping raised his voice suddenly. On what grounds do you say that? I saw with my own eyes Lin Jin being swallowed by the dark domain's vortex.
Most likely, he was pulled into the death realm. Death realm?
Luo Xiaoshan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Are you saying?
Jingu.
Being pulled into the death realm means something, and I believe you all understand.
The Black Dragon Mountain warrior shook his head and didn't say more, but the meaning was clear. Death realm means death. The faces of the three turned pale like paper in an instant.
Zhong Mushuan's death had already made it hard for them to accept. Now, Lin Jin had also encountered such terrible news. For Jincheng and the three of them, this was like a bolt from the blue.
Enormous sadness and helplessness washed over them like a tidal wave. I don't believe it. I don't believe Jingu is dead. Luo Xiaoshan's eyes turned red as he charged towards the depths of the dark domain.
Lei Shuiping grabbed him. Though his own face looked equally grim, he still held on to a bit of rationality.
Xiaoshan, calm down.
Even if we rush in now, it won't change anything. Instead, it will only lead to our own deaths. The Black Dragon Mountain warrior, seeing the three still unmoving, continued, You can rest assured, we from Black Dragon Mountain will send people to stay here, watching for developments in the dark domain.
If there's any news about Lin Jin, we will inform Jincheng at the first opportunity.
After all, Lin Jin is not just your Jincheng High School's Lin Jin, but also our Black Dragon Mountain's Lin Jin.
A talent like him, if really dead in the dark domain, would be a loss that we at Black Dragon Mountain and Ferdashia cannot bear.
Now, the most important thing is to withdraw first and recover from injuries.
Only by staying alive can there be hope. Then, thank you for your help.
Lei Shuiping took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his heart, and nodded to Luo Xiaoshan and Su Wancheng. Lei Shuiping understood that what the other said made sense. Staying here would change nothing. Moreover, as the team leader outside, he had the responsibility to safely bring all students back to Jincheng.
Not just Lin Jin. Chapter 75, Lin Jin is still alive, go rescue him. Dark Domain. After days of continuous black disasters calmed down, the sinister aura receded like a tide.
The bloody and killing air in the atmosphere was also gradually diluted by time. This place returned to normal. A figure stepped out from the gradually thinning black mist.
It was Lin Jin.
At this moment, he was like a different person from the disheveled figure who had fled. His tattered clothes had long been changed in the Genmu space, replaced by a neat black training suit.
He played ball.
Every day sucking in the sinister energy, I'm nearly moldy.
Ha, outside air really is fresh.
Lin Jin stretched lazily, feeling the long-lost, refreshing breeze, and his mood lifted.
It's been over a month. Looks like everyone from the martial arts examination has evacuated. I wonder how Teacher Lei and the others are doing. Old Zhong, is he still waiting for the big sword I promised to buy him?
Lin Jin was deep in thought when a burst of hurried footsteps and shouts came from a distance.
Who is it? Stop.
Several warriors wearing the Black Dragon Mountain uniform cautiously surrounded him. A few had been ordered to stay here, responsible for monitoring the movements of the Black Domain and searching for missing persons. The leader was a middle-aged warrior with a resolute face and steady breath, who examined the suddenly appearing Lin Jin with a furrowed brow. "Who are you? Did you come out from the Black Domain?" the middle-aged warrior asked in a deep voice, slightly raising the long knife in his hand, ready to act at any moment. The other team members spread out, subtly enclosing Lin Jin. "Brothers, don't be nervous, I'm one of you." Jincheng High School, Lin Jin smiled. Lin Jin? You say, you are Lin Jin? The middle-aged warrior took out his phone and compared it to Lin Jin's photo, his pupils suddenly constricting, disbelief written all over his face, and his voice changed pitch. The other team members looked just as shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Jin? The one who created miracles in the martial arts exam and was then swallowed by the Black Domain vortex, with everyone believing he had perished in the dead domain? He is actually alive? And moreover he walked out from the Black Domain? No, it should be that he walked out from the dead domain. You really are Lin Jin? Absolutely. Lin Jin shrugged. What? Is there someone impersonating me? No, not at all. The middle-aged warrior hurriedly shook his head, then realized his loss of composure and quickly steadied himself, but the excitement and shock in his tone were impossible to hide. Lin Jin. You are still alive. That's amazing. Yeah, I've got a tough life, and the king of hell won't take me, Lin Jin joked. Lin Jin. Your return is of great importance. I must report at once. Saying this, he quickly dialed a number. Report to headquarters. Northwest, Black Dragon Mountain Headquarters Base. Su Jinyue stood before a huge sand table, his brow furrowed tightly. Although the Black Domain incident did not end in a catastrophic disaster of a Tier 4 beast descending, it exposed many issues. The infiltration of the Great Wilderness Sect, the instability within the Black Domain, and the fall of a genius. Just thinking of Lin Jin made Su Jinyue's heart ache. The martial arts exam scores were overwhelmingly superior. Even among the entire Desia, there was no one like him. Without a doubt, Lin Jin was a once-in-a-century genius. He was the rising hope star of Desia. But unfortunately, he fell in the dead domain. This loss is too great. So great that even he, a powerful being in the Ninghai realm, found it hard to bear. No matter what, having such an event occur meant he bore undeniable responsibility as the commander of the martial arts exam. If he had listened to suggestions and ended the martial arts exam earlier. Maybe. Suddenly, an excited shout with a changed tone came from the communicator of the frontline patrol team. What? Xiao Jinyue suddenly straightened his body, his face filled with shock and joy. You say who? Lin Jin? Are you sure it's Lin Jin? After receiving an affirmative answer, this battle-hardened man actually appeared very excited. Now, Lin Jin had miraculously returned alive from the dead domain, which everyone thought was certain death. This was simply a miracle. Good. 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 Xiao Jinyue said 3 good words in a row, immediately. At all costs, ensure Lin Jin's safety. I will send someone to assist him. After hanging up the communication, Xiao Jinyue wasted no time and immediately connected to another secured channel. Hello? Elder Qian, I'm Xiao Jinyue from Black Dragon Mountain. I have great news to tell you. Lin Jin. He is still alive. Yes. It's that Lin Jin. Just came out from the dead domain. He is currently on the outskirts of the Black Domain, and our people have already found him. I don't care how you do it, this person must not be taken by other regions. He must be ours in the Northwest. Northwest Martial Arts University, Principal's Office. A well-dressed elder in tang attire, with a refined appearance but sharp eyes that shone with wisdom, was listening to the phone. As Xiao Jinyue's excited words came from the other end of the line. The old man's expression, usually calm as still water, suddenly showed a strong fluctuation for the first time. Surprise, disbelief, ecstasy, a mix of emotions intertwined. The dead zone, he actually lived through the dead zone. The old man murmured, his voice trembling slightly. A teenage boy at the martial pulse realm, actually able to survive coming back from the dead zone? This is truly hard to believe. It seems this young man has a great opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Qian Boyang took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Peak of the ocean condensation realm. Just one step away from breaking through the heaven gate to achieve a celestial being. His aura was released without reservation, and the air in the entire office seemed to freeze. Prepare the car. Go to Jincheng immediately. No. I will personally go. Notify teacher Luo to come with me. Qian Boyang, a figure whose stomp could shake the entire Northwest, could no longer sit still. Such an unparalleled genius must be personally invited. No.
It must be snatched. No matter what, Lin Jin must be brought back to the Northwest Martial Arts University.
If he is slow to act, the other regions are as sharp as a dog's nose.
They might ambush him halfway and snatch Lin Jin away.
After all, among the 5 major martial arts universities, the Northwest Martial Arts University is not as strong as the others for some special reasons.
But its foundation is not weak at all.
However, I fear Lin Jin is too young to see the foundation and strength of the Northwest Martial Arts University.
He might make a wrong choice.
Thus, Shen Boyong decided to personally go and persuade him with reason and emotion.
To snatch a high school student in Jincheng. A peak ocean condensation realm expert personally intervening, Lin Jin has already made history. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shake the entire martial arts world of the Great Xia.
But at this moment, Lin Jin was unaware that the sensation he caused was reassuringly waiting for the Black Dragon Mountain to send him back to Jincheng.
Chapter 76, Old Zhong, where's the promised great sword?
Under the escort of Black Dragon Mountain, Lin Jin quickly returned to Jincheng. Along the way, the warm inquiries from the Black Dragon Mountain martial artists almost made Lin Jin think he had become some national treasure panda.
Jin Gu.
As soon as he stepped into the familiar gate of Jincheng High School, a deafening howl rushed toward him. Luo Xiaoshan came rushing in like a cannonball and hugged Lin Jin tightly.
Jin Gu. Jin Gu, you're not dead. That's great. I thought I would never see you again.
Lin Jin was almost breathless from the squeeze and pushed him away with disdain. If you hold on any tighter, I will really die.
Jin Gu, I'm so happy you're alive.
Luo Xiaoshan held on tightly, trembling with excitement and unable to articulate his words. Lin Jin rolled his eyes. This kid was still so innocent.
Still thinking about his pills, huh?
Not far away, Su Wanqing stood quietly under the Jingwu building, watching the scene, and a smile appeared on her cold face.
I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Su Wanqing didn't approach, she just watched from afar as if that was enough.
After finally breaking free from Luo Xiaoshan's bear hug, Lin Jin patted his shoulder. Okay, your Jinggu has important matters to attend to.
Where is Principal Liang? The principal is in the office.
I'll take you there.
In the principal's office.
Liangji sat behind his desk, his face still bearing a few signs of fatigue and despair. The Black Domain incident and the casualties of students had worn him out. Lei Shu Weiping was also there, reporting on some aftermath issues, his expression equally dim.
Report. Luo Xiaoshan gently pushed the door open. Who is it? Don't you know to knock?
Liangji looked up impatiently, but halfway through, he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the figure in the doorway.
Lei Shu Weiping also looked over in response, and the next moment, the document in his hand dropped with a thud to the ground. Lin Jin? Liangji's voice trembled, and he sprang to his feet, almost knocking over his chair from excitement.
Principal Liang, Teacher Lei, I'm back, Lin Jin said with a smile as he stepped forward.
Good. Good boy. You really came back alive. Liangji quickly walked over, patting Lin Jin's shoulder with force, his eyes slightly red. It's good that you're back. It's really good.
Lei Shu Weiping also wore an excited expression and punched Lin Jin lightly on the arm.
You little rascal. You scared us to death. We thought you. I'm tough. Lin Jin smiled broadly, then became serious. Principal Liang, do you still remember the promise I made to you before? Liangji was taken aback. What promise?
Lin Jin said no more, flipping his wrist to reveal a jade bottle made of sheep's fat jade, containing the spirit spring of heaven and earth.
This is...
Both Liangji and Lei Shu Weiping looked curiously at the jade bottle.
A good thing.
Lin Jin removed the bottle stopper, and an incredibly rich aura of life instantly spread out, as if the entire office was drenched in spring sunshine.
Principal Liang, open your mouth. Although Liangji didn't understand, he instinctively opened his mouth.
Lin Jin tilted the jade bottle, and the gently glowing spirit spring poured precisely into Liangji's mouth.
Boom! Almost the moment the spirit spring entered, Liangji's body trembled violently.
An indescribable surge of vitality exploded within him like a volcanic eruption. The hidden injuries, which had lingered in his body for many years like a parasite, under the wash of this pure life energy, melted away like ice and snow. His meridians, previously blocked and darkened by those injuries, were forcibly widened and cleansed, becoming strong and unobstructed. The elemental force within him surged like a released flood, uncontrollably and wildly rising. First level of condensing sea, peak. Second level of condensing sea. Second level of condensing sea, peak. Third level of condensing sea. Until the breath of the third level of condensing sea completely stabilized, this terrifying energy slowly subsided. Liangji opened his eyes slowly, feeling for the first time a powerful strength within him, and the pain that had tormented him for nearly decades vanished completely, leaving him in a daze. He raised his hand, looking at his now younger and more vibrant skin, feeling the surging elemental force, and for a moment, he couldn't believe it. This is... Liang Ji's voice trembled with disbelief. The spirit spring of heaven and earth? Not only are my injuries healed, but my realm has also risen by 2 levels?
Lin Jin put away the jade bottle and casually said, indeed, it is the spirit spring of heaven and earth. You should be fully healed. I promised to help you find the spirit spring, I keep my word. So, how about it? Do you feel that I'm reliable? Lin Jin appeared indifferent but felt an immense pain in his heart. This was the last bit of spirit spring left to him by Jianmu. But one must know how to be grateful. If Liang Ji hadn't given him the national treasure, the Black Domain extraordinary item, he wouldn't have had this encounter. Perhaps he would already be a ghost beneath the blade of Guan Yu. Lin Jin, this. Liang Ji was so excited that his lips trembled, at a loss for words. This kindness was too heavy. This was practically a rebirth. Just a small matter. Lin Jin waved his hand. By the way, Principal Liang, Teacher Lei, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? The two were still trying to recover from their shock. Lin Jin smiled and subtly circulated his elemental force. A wave of liquid elemental force, far thicker and more refined than before, radiating a river-like momentum, emanated from him. Although he intentionally suppressed it, the unique aura belonging to the river realm still made Liang Ji and Lei Shu Weiping widen their eyes in disbelief again. River? River realm? Lei Shu Weiping exclaimed, his voice changing pitch. Liang Ji also gasped in shock, the joy of just breaking through the 3rd level of condensing sea instantly replaced by an even greater astonishment. Lin Jin had actually broken through to the river realm? How long has it been? Just a little over a month ago, he was still at the 9th level of martial pulse. After a trip to the dead domain, not only did he survive, but he also brought back the spirit spring of heaven and earth. His strength had risen to the river realm? This was a level that most martial artists couldn't reach in a lifetime. Lin Jin, what kind of monster is he? Lucky, had a little adventure inside. Lin Jin scratched his head, wearing a keep-it-simple expression. Liang Ji and Lei Shu Weiping were completely numb. Adventure? This kid must have poked a hole in the sky in the dead zone and stolen some heavenly treasures. The office was silent for a long time, the atmosphere a bit strange. In the end, it was Lei Shu Weiping who slowly regained his composure. He looked at Lin Jin, his expression becoming complex and sad. Lin Jin, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Lin Jin noticed his odd expression, his heart skipped a beat. Lei Shu Weiping took a deep breath and slowly said, Zhong Wuxuan, he died in battle. What? Lin Jin felt struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his relaxed smile immediately solidifying. How could this happen? Lin Jin's voice trembled, unable to believe what he heard. Zhong Wuxuan, the uncle who loved big swords, a goofy middle-aged man? The one who selflessly taught his 9 layers of Fire Sun Saber technique? The one who tried everything to help him join Black Dragon Mountain to serve the country is dead? Really dead? On the day of the Kill Army's rebellion, he was in the Black Domain's danger zone, saving Luo Xiaoshan and Su Wanqing. Lei Shu Weiping's voice choked, he single-handedly held off over 1,000 kill riders. He bled his last drop. Bled his last drop. These words struck Lin Jin's heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Jin stood there dazed, unable to say a word, feeling a heavy weight in his chest as if crushed by a giant stone. He hadn't known Zhong Wuxuan for long. But he was the most genuine person Lin Jin had met since coming to this world. He's dead just like that? The world is still so cruel. He didn't say anything more, just silently turned and walked out of Liang Ji's office. Old Zhong, what about the big sword we talked about? Luo Xiaoshan looked concerned, wanting to chase after him, but was stopped by Liang Ji. Xiaoshan, let him calm down by himself. Chapter 77, Don't be a hero in the next life. Lin Jin felt heavy-hearted, walking silently out of the school gate. His figure quickly disappeared into the familiar streets of Jincheng. Night fell. In the black market, the deepest and most indulgent place, sky above the Cloud nightclub. Deafening music, swirling crowds, the air filled with a mix of alcohol, perfume, and the decayed scent of hormones. Lin Jin walked straight to the bar and tapped on the countertop. The bartender looked up, seeing Lin Jin, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes, but he still asked professionally, "What would you like to drink?" "Not drinking alcohol." Lin Jin's voice was calm. "What's the price for the most expensive girl here?" The bartender was taken aback, then chuckled as if hearing a great joke. "Kid, do you know where this is? Do you know what our top girl's price is?" Before he finished, Lin Jin threw a blackened token onto the bar, interrupting him. The token was small, yet seemed to hold a kind of heavy power, landing with a dull thud. The bartender's smile froze instantly, his pupils abruptly contracting, filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at the token. Black Dragon Order? In being the captain of Black Dragon Mountain, anyone with a Black Dragon Order in Jincheng was undoubtedly a big shot. This noble sir. The bartender's voice became extraordinarily respectful, even trembling a bit. What do you need?
Find a quiet private room. Lin Jin retrieved the token, then, bring the most expensive, best, and clean one over.
Yes. I will arrange it immediately.
The bartender hurried away to make arrangements, stumbling slightly. Soon, Lin Jin was taken to an opulently decorated private room with excellent sound insulation. Before long, a tall, shapely woman with stunning beauty and a cool demeanor walked in. She wore an elegant qipao, her expression neutral, yet her eyes reflected a hint of curiosity and examination. Observing the young-looking boy in front of him.
Hello, I am here to serve you tonight. No need for service.
Lin Jin interrupted her, pointing at the table. Sit. The woman was stunned for a moment, then sat down as instructed. Lin Jin took out a brand new card with a number from his pocket and placed it on the table.
Is this your badge?
The woman nodded, now even more puzzled.
All right, you can leave now.
Lin Jin waved his hand. He only brought her here to verify something in person.
Is she really genuine?
Huh?
The woman was completely confused. She was called here at a high price just to be asked this? I will pay you the money, you can leave. Lin Jin repeated.
The woman opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing, picked up the money on the table, and silently left the private room, her heart in turmoil.
Who exactly is this boy?
Outside the city of Jincheng, at the Black Dragon Mountain Martyrs Cemetery. The night was as dark as ink, the cemetery silent, with only the wind whispering through the pines and cypresses. Rows of tombstones stood silently, like mute soldiers. Lin Jin stood alone in front of a brand new tombstone. The tombstone was engraved, Captain of the Jincheng Detachment of the Black Dragon Mountain, Zhong Muxian. In the black and white photo, old Zhong wore big shorts, held a cigarette, and smiled heartily as if carefree, still showing that casual demeanor. Lin Jin squatted down, took out the badge he brought from Yun Shangtian, along with a lighter.
Old Zhong, I know you like this sort of thing. Lin Jin ignited the badge, watching the flame slowly engulf the card, turning it to ash. You always talked about the great sword in your lifetime and wanted me to take you there. You have no idea I just came of age? Besides, I'm different from you. I'm a serious person. How could I go to such a place?
The firelight illuminated Lin Jin's face, making it hard to see his expression.
What wasn't done in life, I can only make up for it now.
Old Zhong, don't be angry. I'm burning you a head badge now. Once you get there, enjoy yourself, don't shortchange yourself.
In your next life find a good berth, don't be some pathetic hero again.
Lin Jin's voice was soft, carrying a barely noticeable huskiness. Lin Jin quietly watched the flames extinguish, the ashes scattering in the night wind. This was probably the most fitting way of paying tribute to old Zhong in his style. Just then, a steady footstep approached from behind. Lin Jin didn't turn around.
Lin Jin.
The newcomer was Zhou Sun, the captain of the Black Dragon Mountain Jincheng Detachment. Zhou Sun stood beside Lin Jin, looking at the tombstone, remaining silent for a moment. Old Zhong was a good man.
Zhou Sun's voice was low.
Lin Jin said nothing. Zhou Sun took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Jin.
What is this? Lin Jin asked as he received it.
You take a look yourself. Lin Jin opened the envelope. Inside were several photos and some recorded documents.
The background of the photos was from the Black Demon domain during the martial arts exam.
In the images, Jiang Jinbei, the head of the Jiang family, was standing with a strangely breathing woman in a red robe, seemingly plotting something. The woman, Lin Jin recognized, was the Great Wilderness Goddess. The documents recorded evidence of Jiang Jinbei secretly cooperating with the Great Wilderness Believers during the martial arts exam, guiding dark soldiers and ferocious beasts to attack other candidates. Included was a record of Jiang Jinbei's activities in the vicinity just before Zhong Muxian was ambushed. Jiang Jinbei thought he was doing things without a trace, but he was still caught by the Black Dragon Mountain's hidden surveillance, leaving hints behind.
Boom!
A chill of murderous intent erupted from Lin Jin, almost palpable. The air seemed to freeze instantly, even the night wind came to a halt.
Jiang Jinbei. Lin Jin's voice was deeply terrifying, each word squeezed out from between his teeth.
So, old Zhong's death was not entirely an accident. There was also the inner traitor Jiang Jinbei stirring things up. This evidence was sent to me by the Northwest headquarters. Zhou Sun looked at Lin Jin, his eyes nearly bursting with anger. Originally, I planned to lead the team myself and go to the Jiang family in the next couple of days, to give old Zhong and the deceased candidates an explanation.
But... Zhou Sun paused. You've returned.
Old Zhong has always regarded you highly and has kept mentioning you to me.
It is most suitable for you to handle this matter. This was also your request back then, wasn't it? Lin Jin's condition for joining Black Dragon Mountain was to personally deal with Jiang Jinbei. This day has finally come.
Lin Jin slowly lifted his head, the sadness in his eyes faded, leaving only a cold killing intent and determination.
The Jiang family.
He suddenly clenched his fist, turning the document bag in his hand to dust.
In the next moment, that dark Black Dragon order reappeared in his hand.
Lin Jin turned around, facing the Black Dragon Mountain warriors waiting outside the cemetery, raising the token high.
The token emitted a cold glow under the night sky. All members of Black Dragon Mountain, heed my command. Lin Jin's voice, like ice, resonated through the silent cemetery. Target Jiang family villa. Set off.
Outside the cemetery, over 100 elite Black Dragon Mountain members had already assembled, standing at attention.
A chilling atmosphere rose into the sky. Tonight, Jinchang is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 78, I come to carry out justice. The night was deep. The Jiang family villa, however, was brilliantly lit, like broad daylight. In the luxurious hall, the smell of alcohol was pervasive.
Jiang Jinbei held a wineglass, his face so dark it could drip water, as he gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor.
Damn it! All efforts wasted. We were so close. Just a little more, and the goddess could have summoned the Nine Tails.
At that time, the Black Dragon Mountain would suffer a heavy blow, and the martial forces in the northwest would be reshuffled.
My Jiang family could then leverage the power of the Great Wilderness Cult and dominate. What exactly happened? Why did we fail?
Jiang Jinbei's tone was icy. He could never guess that the Nine Tails did not descend because of Lin Jin. The several trusted subordinates beside him were also silent, afraid to speak. The journey to the Dark Domain not only failed to leverage the power of the Great Wilderness Goddess but also cost him many men. Most importantly, the expected grand scene did not emerge, which greatly dampened Jiang Jinbei's ambitions.
Master, we've just received news.
A subordinate spoke cautiously, that Lin Jin, he came out of the Dark Domain alive.
What?
Jiang Jinbei abruptly smashed the wine glass on the ground, the sound of shattering glass particularly deafening.
You mean that little beast is still alive? Wasn't he swept into the dead domain? How could he still be alive?
Jiang Jinbei's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with anger.
Lin Jin.
It was this Lin Jin again. He killed his son, Jiang Yuechuan, and now came back alive from certain death. This was like a hard slap across Jiang Jinbei's face. An uncontrollable killing intent and sense of humiliation surged in his heart.
At that moment, Jiang Jinbei, your grandfather has come to send you on your way.
A roar like thunder, carrying a cold killing intent, suddenly exploded above the Jiang family villa. The voice pierced through the walls, shaking the whole hall, the wineglasses on the table ringing.
Jiang Jinbei and his subordinates' faces changed dramatically, and they abruptly looked up at the window.
Outside the villa, in the night sky, a young figure stood suspended in the air. Dressed in black training clothes, the fabric fluttered in the night wind, and the moonlight cast a cold killing aura on his face.
It was Lin Jin. And behind Lin Jin,
on the ground, over 100 Black Dragon Mountain team members in black uniforms, wielding sharp blades, silently surrounded the Jiang family villa.
An atmosphere of slaughter instantly enveloped the entire estate. Lin Jin.
Jiang Jinbei gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. You have such boldness.
How dare you bring people to storm my Jiang family? Storm your Jiang family?
Lin Jin hovered in midair, looking down at him, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth.
Old man, you probably still haven't realized the situation, have you? Colluding with the Great Wilderness Sect, betraying the Great Xia, harming our own people, one after another, which of these doesn't deserve you to die 10,000 times?
Today, I'm here to act on heaven's will, to clear the gates. Lin Jin's voice clearly spread throughout the entire villa, reaching the ears of every Black Dragon Mountain member.
You slander me.
Jiang Jinbei's face turned pale, and he argued sharply.
I, Jiang Jinbei, am loyal to the Great Xia, how could I betray it? Don't slander me here. Slander?
Lin Jin sneered, as if hearing the greatest joke in the world.
With a flip of his wrist, a stack of photos fluttered down like snowflakes, precisely scattering at Jiang Jinbei's feet.
Old man, open your dog eyes and take a good look.
What is this? Jiang Jinbei lowered his head.
When he saw the photo of himself secretly meeting with the Great Wilderness Goddess, and the documents behind it that recorded his covert actions, his pupils shrank, and the blood drained from his face.
No, impossible. How could you have these?
He staggered back a step, his eyes full of disbelief and fear.
What's wrong? Nothing to say? Lin Jin mocked, the evidence is clear, and you still want to argue? Do you think you did everything flawlessly?
Unfortunately, man plans, but heaven sees. Black Dragon Mountain is not a group of fools. Damn it, as a director of Black Dragon Mountain, you broke the law, your crime is even worse.
You've killed so many people. Did you not expect today's result? I don't care about the rest. The key is, you repeatedly tried to harm me, and old Zhong's death is also connected to you. With these 2 points alone, I, Lin Jin, will take your dog life.
Seeing his crimes exposed and unable to deny them, Jiang Jinbei's fear gradually gave way to madness and hatred. He suddenly raised his head, staring at Lin Jin with eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive.
Ha 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 ha.
Jiang Jinbei suddenly laughed madly.
Yes. That's right. It was me. So what? Lin Jin. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can take my life? Black Dragon Mountain, just a bunch of trash. If it weren't for you all getting in the way, my Jiang family would have soared long ago. He completely tore off his disguise, revealing his vicious fangs. Even if I die today, I'll drag you, little beast, down with me. I will tear you into pieces. For my son's revenge. Jiang Jinbei's power surged, an aura of someone at the peak of the Jiang River realm exploded, clearly preparing to fight to the death. For your son's revenge? He hit the ball. I said you're an idiot, and you really are beyond saving. Do you not know how your son died? Do you not have any clue? You still don't even know who the real enemy is and you're barking here. You deserve your Jiang family to be wiped out today. What did you say? Jiang Jinbei was struck as if by lightning, and his mad laughter suddenly stopped. Lin Jin's words were like a sharp knife, violently piercing through his last defense. How did my son die? It was you. You killed my son. And you dare mention it. Not only did you kill him, but you also. Jiang Jinbei's voice abruptly cut off. He suddenly remembered something, his face drained of color, and he looked at Lin Jin with disbelief. Looks like you're not completely stupid. Your son, Jiang Yuechuan, didn't die at my hands. He died at the hands of the Great Wilderness Sect's followers, sacrificed as a ritual offering. Summoning the 9 tails. And you, Jiang Jinbei, this fool who was determined to cling to the Great Wilderness Sect, personally sent your son to his death. It was you who killed your own son. How's that? Is this truth stimulating? Surprising? Lin Jin's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, striking fiercely at Jiang Jinbei's heart. Killing the heart with words. No, impossible. You're lying. You're deceiving me. Jiang Jinbei trembled violently, his face twisted, looking like a fierce ghost. He didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Lying? Lin Jin sneered, no longer paying attention to this already collapsed madman. His gaze swept over the Jiang family core members below, who also looked terrified and desperate. Old man, do you think just because you colluded with the Great Wilderness Cult and betrayed the Great Xia, you alone will bear the responsibility? Every single one of you from the Jiang family will face the consequences. Lin Jin's voice instantly turned cold and ruthless, like the icy wind of a harsh winter. Black Dragon Mountain, obey my command. He raised the Black Dragon token high, radiating a chilling killing intent. The Jiang family, colluding with the Great Wilderness Evil Cult, their crimes are unforgivable. All those who participate in resistance will be killed without exception. Not a single man will be spared. As for you, Jiang Jinbei, this old dog. Lin Jin's gaze locked back onto Jiang Jinbei, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Leave him to me. Chapter 79, whose time to die has come. Kill. With Lin Jin's cold voice falling, the members of Black Dragon Mountain, who had long been suppressing their fury, charged forward like tigers descending the mountain, instantly breaking through the Jiang family's villa gates and walls, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Looking for death. Jiang Jinbei's eyes turned blood red, resembling a madman, no longer exhibiting any semblance of a family head's demeanor. But this was the moment he had been waiting for. He wanted to personally tear apart this youth who had destroyed everything he had. Boom! Jiang Jinbei unleashed the peak of his elemental power without holding back, and the artificial lakes, fountains, and even the underground water pipes around the villa all lost control at that moment, crazily converging towards Jiang Jinbei as if called by an invisible force. Splash! The sound of water was deafening, and thick columns of water shot up into the sky, swirling and gathering around him, quickly transforming into a gigantic, roarsome water beast, exuding chill and overwhelming pressure. Water system gold martial arts talent? Putting on such a big show, you'd make one think you're going to perform the flooding of Jinshan. Old man, is this all you can do? Although Lin Jin was shocked, he could not hold back his ridicule. A tactic to kill the enemy instantly. Die for me. Jiang Jinbei was not in the mood to hear another word, swinging his arm fiercely. Roar! That water beast, made up of pure liquid elemental power and great water flow, released a soul-shattering roar, exuding the momentum to crush everything, opening its huge mouth to bite down on Lin Jin. The air was instantly sucked out, and the terrifying pressure made the members of Black Dragon Mountain below feel difficulty in breathing. Come on!
Lin Jin didn't retreat but advanced, the elemental power within him surged, and his hands traced an intricate circle in front of him. Buzz! An invisible force of attraction radiated outwards. It was the Qiankuan Great Shift and Tai Chi technique. The massive head of the water beast crashed against the invisible force field. The violent impact was deflected with raw power, scraping past Lin Jin's body and crashing into the nearby artificial hill. Boom! The artificial hill was instantly flattened. Zhang Jinbei was taken aback, not expecting Lin Jin to easily dissolve his furious strike. Old man, is this it? Haven't you eaten? Lin Jin's figure flickered, appearing like a specter at the side of the water beast, his fingertips gathering sword energy. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light shone, like the brightest star in the night sky, carrying an absolute and proud aura, directly piercing the water beast's vital point. Heavenly fairy from afar. Put! The sword light was unmatchedly sharp, easily tearing through the water beast's elemental defense, penetrating deep. However, the water beast was made up of massive water flows in Jiang Jinbei's peak elemental power, and although the sword light was sharp, it could not sever it entirely, instead igniting a more violent backlash. Splash! The water beast suddenly whipped its tail, the enormous flow of water moved like a steel whip, fiercely striking towards Lin Jin. Lin Jin used Lingbo Weibu, tapping his toes in the void, his body floating backward, while both hands traced a circle again, attempting to shift once more. But this time, Jiang Jinbei was fully prepared. Shun! He shouted, pressing his hands down. The surrounding water vapor instantaneously thickened and became heavy, an invisible pressure enveloped Lin Jin, causing his movements to slightly stagnate. In a struggle between masters, a momentary pause was a fatal flaw. Bang! The heavy water tail struck solidly against Lin Jin's protective elemental power, making a muffled sound. Lin Jin felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, the protective elemental power violently shook, and he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. In the air, he tumbled clumsily a few times before steadying himself. PFF. A sweet taste filled his throat, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, Zhanghejing Peak is indeed something, facing it head-on is a bit of a disadvantage. Lin Jin wiped away the blood and secretly cursed in his heart. Accumulating hundreds of years of cultivation in the Jianmu space, he had enough skills and experience, but the gap in hard power is not so easy to make up. The difference in realms is always an obstacle that cannot be crossed. However, Lin Jin did not believe in evil. If one step cannot be crossed, then take a few more steps. I want to see how many moves you can take. Seeing his attack succeed, Jiang Jinbei's confidence skyrocketed, and he waved his hands repeatedly. In an instant, the flowing water around the villa completely went berserk. Water arrows, water spikes, water whips, water walls, endless water system attacks enveloped Lin Jin like a storm. Each strike contained the terrifying power of Zhanghejing Peak. Lin Jin flickered, pushing the Lingbo Weibu to its limits, weaving through the dense attacks to evade. Using various high-level skills like Duga 9 swords and Joyang Divine Technique alternately, he constantly resolved and countered. For a time, splashes of water erupted, sword chi crisscrossed, and the booming sounds of elemental force collisions echoed non-stop. The Black Dragon Mountain team members and the Zhang family members below were also astonished by the battle between the two. Is this the battle of a peak warrior in the Zhanghe realm? So strong. How can this kid hold on? The battle lasted for hundreds of rounds. Although Lin Jin managed to barely hold on with his exquisite movement and endless martial skills, the elemental force consumption was immense, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Jiang Jinbei grew braver as he fought, fully unleashing his water system talent. The entire battlefield had almost become his arena, with water flowing everywhere, a continuous attack and defense. No, if this goes on, I will be worn out. Lin Jin dodged while rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. The old man relies on his higher realm and abundant elemental force to wear me down, then let's change the game. Buzz. Lin Jin's aura suddenly changed, the originally agile feeling vanished, replaced by an extreme coldness and indifference. Forget love, heavenly book. His heart like still water, absolutely rational. All of Jiang Jinbei's attack trajectories, elemental force circulation, and subtle flaws became incredibly clear in Lin Jin's eyes. The flaw is here. Lin Jin's figure suddenly accelerated, no longer just evading but charging toward a thick water pillar. Clang! A bright sword cry rang out. It was the Yin Yang blade. 9 layers of fire Yang blade. The scorching blade aura erupted in an instant, wiping out the surrounding cold water vapor like a volcanic eruption. Old Zhong, keep your eyes open. Today, I will use the sword technique you taught me to chop off Jiang Jinbei's dog head. Lin Jin roared in his heart. Slash! Lin Jin slashed out with his sword. The crimson blade light, like the blazing sun descending, instantly evaporated the countless water arrows, colliding fiercely with Jiang Jinbei's fist. Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave swept out in all directions.
The clash of water and fire produced a deafening explosion. Both figures were violently pushed back. Lin Jin only felt his arm go numb and his blood boil. The elemental. Old man, we've been playing this game for so long, it's time to end it. You think I'm alone? Before the words even fell, a golden shadow, without any warning, suddenly leaped out from the shadow behind Jiang Jinbei. Fast. So fast, to the extreme. Golden shadow clone. In its hand, a long spear appeared out of nowhere, a high-level weapon, the Spiral Dragon King spear. The spear tip condensed a cold gleam, carrying an unstoppable, tragic momentum, and stabbed fiercely toward Jiang Jinbei's unguarded back. What? Jiang Jinbei's soul nearly left his body, wanting to turn and defend, but it was already too late. PFFF. The golden spear tip, like cutting tofu, instantly pierced through his body's force shield and deeply stabbed into his back. Ah! Jiang Jinbei let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body violently trembled, blood spurting from his mouth. He looked down in disbelief, staring at the golden spear tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with horror, anger, and despair. Clone? This little bastard, he actually has a clone? He had been hiding his strength all along? Old dog, surprised? Unexpected? Now, tell me, whose death is coming? Lin Jin grinned, his sarcasm reaching its peak. Lin Jin had cultivated in the Black Domain's Jianmu space for decades in just 1 month, and the Golden Shadow had long regained its strength. All for this crucial strike. Chapter 80, Even the Strong Must Be Slain. Clone? Lin Jin's sudden strike completely shattered Jiang Jinbei's defense and will. Old dog, now do you know who the prey really is? Lin Jin's voice was cold, like a judge from hell. He slowly walked towards Jiang Jinbei, his blazing sun knife dragging on the ground, sparking brightly. You. Jiang Jinbei's throat made hissing noises, blood constantly gushing from his mouth and wounds, his life rapidly fading. He stared at Lin Jin with all his might, his eyes filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a trace of undeniable fear. He was defeated. Defeated so thoroughly. Defeated so humiliatingly. Defeated by Lin Jin, a young punk who had just entered the Jiangha realm? I told you, I will take your dog life. Lin Jin walked in front of Jiang Jinbei, looking down at him from above. Now, it's time to go. The blazing sun knife was raised high, its fiery blade reflecting Jiang Jinbei's desperate face. No. PFFF. The blade fell, and the head rolled. Jiang Jinbei, the peak master of the Jiang family and once a tyrant of Jincheng, met his death here. Blood stained the ground. Lin Jin felt nothing, just as if he had killed a fierce beast in the Black Domain. The evil of the Jiang family was even worse than that of any beast. Jiang Jinbei deserved to die. Lin Jin wiped the blood off his blade and scanned the trembling core members of the Jiang family, who had long lost their courage. Jiang Jinbei is dead. Lin Jin's voice was like a cold blade, cutting through the night sky, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Drop your weapons, those who kneel and surrender will be spared. Those who resist, die without mercy. The cold words, combined with the overwhelming killing intent from the Black Dragon Mountain members around, instantly shattered the last psychological defense of the remaining Jiang family members. The master is dead? It's over, all over. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Spare us. We were forced. Clatter, clatter. The sound of weapons hitting the ground echoed continuously. The remaining Jiang family guards and core members, looking at their master's cold body, then at the Black Dragon Mountain team members around them, like tigers and wolves, completely lost the will to resist. And floating in midair, the golden Lin Jin clone, they had no courage left to fight. Leaderless, how could they fight against the mighty Black Dragon Mountain of Daxia? It was like using an egg to hit a rock. In an instant, fear spread like a plague. They dropped their weapons, clasped their heads with their hands, trembling and kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with despair and regret. The situation was lost. The Jiang family, which had ruled Jincheng for many years, abusing its power, was utterly destroyed this night. Lin Jin coldly watched all this, his heart showing no fluctuation. To cut the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. The mercy shown to enemies is cruelty towards oneself. In the martial exam, the death of old Zhong, the deaths of other warriors, and the many innocent candidates killed tragically all need an explanation. There is also the need for an explanation to oneself. If someone offends me, even if they are strong, they must be punished. Jiang Jinbei of the Jiang family should not have provoked me. In the distance, in the shadow of a tall building, two figures stood quietly, witnessing everything that happened at the Jiang family villa. It was Zhou Xin and Liang Ji, who had quietly followed to support Lin Jin. Jiang Jinbei at the peak of the Jiang River realm was just killed by him? Liang Ji's voice was a bit dry, he felt like something was blocking his throat.
Not long ago, he was still feeling proud of his breakthrough to the third level of the condensed sea, but now seeing Lin Jin's achievements.
Comparing people makes one feel inferior. This kid is simply not human. He was still worrying that Lin Jin would be frustrated, suffer losses? He came specifically to support him?
It seems I was overthinking. Liang Ji shook his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. And he even used a doppelganger to sneak attack successfully.
Zhou Sun's mouth twitched, and his gaze towards Lin Jin became incredibly complex. This kid's fighting style is so damn crafty. But also, so damn effective.
Such intellect, such strength, such decisive and ruthless methods. Zhou Sun suddenly felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Lin Jin is one of his own, a member of Black Dragon Mountain.
If he were an enemy, he simply couldn't imagine.
Old Liang, you really found a treasure this time. Zhou Sun patted Liang Ji's shoulder, his tone filled with a hint of envy.
This kid is already beyond what I can teach. Moreover, you Black Dragon Mountain has indeed gained a treasure?
The two exchanged smiles.
In another shadow farther away, another two people also witnessed the entire battle.
It was the principal, Qian Boyang, who rushed in from the Northwest Martial University, and his first-level teacher, Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue's beautiful eyes sparkled, tightly focusing on the figure standing below. With the cultivation of just entering the Jiang River realm, directly confronting the peak of Jiang River, and finally using that mysterious doppelganger technique to achieve a perfect kill.
Principal, even if it was our school's top geniuses, at this age, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to reach this level, right?
Every time this Lin Jin appears, he can refresh our understanding. It seems that you, Principal, did not run in vain this trip. Qian Boyang stroked his graying beard, and his seemingly cloudy old eyes sparkled with brilliance. The expression on his face had changed from initial calm to deep interest and amazement.
Not just did I not run in vain.
Qian Boyang's voice carried a hint of excitement. At the early stage of the Jiang River realm, his movement is ghostly, his sword technique is sharp and unmatched, and his knife technique is fierce and domineering, plus he even understands the Tai Chi shifting technique that balances hardness and softness. Now, he is even hiding such a lifelike, powerful doppelganger assassination technique.
This kid is simply a walking martial arts treasure trove.
This combat awareness, this seemingly endless trump card, this ruthless and decisive nature. The more Qian Boyang spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes shining with a light called desire. Returning from the realm of the dead, not only did he survive, but he also soared and directly broke through to the Jiang River realm. His mindset is as calm as a demon, his means as ruthless as a devil, and his talent is 1 in a million. This child absolutely carries great fortune. Qian Boyang suddenly waved his sleeve, his tone firm and decisive, filled with undeniable determination.
Qianxue, listen. No matter the cost, use every possible means.
This Lin Jin must enter our Northwest Martial University.
Absolutely. We cannot let those old fossils from other martial universities seize him first.
Luo Qianxue's eyes sharpened, nodding heavily, her tone filled with a hint of eager determination.
Understood.
Principal, rest assured, when necessary, even if I have to tie him up, I will bring him back to school.
Lin Jin must be ours at Northwest Martial University. Moreover, based on my understanding, the conditions we offer.
Lin Jin had no reason to refuse.
Luo Qianxue was full of confidence. Chapter 81, An Irresistible Condition. Jiang Family Villa.
The noise gradually settled, leaving only the low sounds of the Black Dragon Mountain team clearing the scene. Lin Jin stood in the messy courtyard, looking expressionless at the Black Dragon Mountain team escorting the so-lost, kneeling members of the Jiang family.
Damn it. That old man Jiang Jinbei is still harder to deal with than the beasts in the Black Domain.
Lin Jin mumbled in his heart, casually putting away his yin-yang saber.
He was not new to killing. But wiping out a family was indeed a first. However, thinking about Jiang Jinbei's actions, thinking about old Zhong's death, the small ripple in his heart quickly calmed down. The Jiang family was not worthy of sympathy.
Zhou Sun walked over and patted his shoulder. Lin Jin, leave this to us, you should go back and rest. Lin Jin replied, all right, then I'll trouble you, Zhou team. Jincheng High School, training room. Lin Jin sat cross-legged, dispelling the distractions in his mind, and began to circulate his yuan power, stabilizing his slightly fluctuating Jianghe realm cultivation after the recent battle. The liquid yuan power surged in his golden martial veins, each cycle bringing a stronger sense of control.
Finally quiet.
He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, but involuntarily, old Zhong's mischievous smile floated up in his mind.
Old Zhong, rest in peace.
That loser Jiang Jinbei, consider him your company in burial.
He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into cultivation.
But not long after, his thoughts began to wander.
The martial exam results should be out soon, right? The top scholar is certainly mine. Which of the 5 martial universities should I go to?
Zhengdu claims to be the best, with the most resources, but talents are as numerous as dogs.
Southeast Finance University is wealthy and has the best benefits, but I wonder about the cafeteria? Southwest seems to have more beauties? This should be considered more seriously.
As for our Northwest, the location is a bit remote, but teacher Luo Qianxue is quite sincere.
Lin Jin began to analyze seriously.
Forget it, I'll see who offers the best conditions and the most sincerity at that time.
Anyway, for me, they are all about the same.
I have the Jianmu, wherever I go, it will definitely be an easy win. Just as he was lost in thought, the door of the training room was pushed open.
Lei Shuwei-ping walked in.
Lin Jin, stop practicing, the principal is looking for you, there is a distinguished guest.
Distinguished guest? Who? Is it someone selling insurance or selling graves? I have no money.
Lei Shuweiping was amused by his words and said irritably, "You brat, stop joking.
It's a real big shot.
The president of Northwest Marshall University is personally here.
Hurry and follow me." The president of Northwest Marshall University? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. So quick to act? Principal's office.
The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, or rather, it was a kind of reverent silence.
Even Liang Ji appeared a bit uneasy, not the same commanding principal as usual. Lei Shuwei-ping led Lin Jin inside.
Lin Jin immediately saw the elderly man sitting in the main seat of the sofa. Dressed in simple Tang attire, with white hair and beard, his face was scholarly, but his pair of eyes, when opening and closing, seemed to have stars flowing, unfathomable and deep. Clearly, there was no imposing aura, yet it gave a sense of being unfathomable.
Lin Jin's heart trembled. This old man is definitely a supermaster. Even more pressure than what Xiao Xingyue gave him. Peak of the condensed sea realm? No, perhaps even the Star Soul realm? Wow, is the president of Northwest Marshall University this impressive? Next to the old man sat a familiar person. It was Luo Qianxue.
Today she wore a proper sports outfit, with a bit less of her previous charm, and more of an intellectual and capable air, curiously observing Lin Jin. Lin Jin grinned at her, considered that as a greeting.
Lin Jin, this is President Qian Boyang of Northwest Marshall University.
Liang Ji quickly introduced, his tone filled with obvious respect.
And this is Teacher Luo, whom you have met. Hello, President Qian, hello, Teacher Luo. Lin Jin put away his cheeky smile and respectfully greeted them. But in his heart, he was puzzled, is everyone here for me? The principal has personally taken action, this situation is impressive.
Qian Boyang smiled and nodded, his gaze calm yet sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts.
Lin Jin, no need to be formal, please sit down. He pointed to the chair across from him.
Lin Jin followed his words and sat down.
I'll be straightforward. Qian Boyang's voice was gentle, yet it held undeniable strength.
I come with only one purpose, to sincerely invite you to join our Northwest Martial Arts University.
Sure enough.
Lin Jin, I know that with your talent and performance in this martial arts exam, other universities will surely extend olive branches to you, even offering heavy profits. But I can promise that Northwest Wu University will provide you with the highest quality resources on campus, the freest training environment, and any martial arts techniques available at the school, you can have priority access.
Moreover,
Qian Boyan looked at Lin Jin, a hint of appreciation in his eyes.
I am willing to accept you as my personal disciple and personally guide your cultivation.
As soon as Qian Boyang said this, Liang Ji and Lei Shuwei beside him gasped.
Who is Qian Boyang?
The anchor of the Northwest. A top powerhouse of the Star Soul realm. His personal disciples are few in number throughout the Northwest.
Each one is famous in their own right. Personal disciple?
Lin Jin was startled for a moment.
It sounds impressive. But if the principal personally guides me, wouldn't that mean a lack of freedom? Will I be dragged to class every day?
Lin Jin began to let his imagination run wild. He displayed a touch of just the right amount of hesitation, as if seriously weighing his options. At that moment, Luo Qianxue spoke, her voice clear and pleasant. Lin Jin, Principal Qian is truly sincere in cherishing talent, there are only 2 personal disciples besides you. Apart from the resources and guidance promised by the principal, Northwest Wu University can additionally gift you a unique enrollment gift. Luo Qianxue paused, her red lips parted to utter a few words that made Lin Jin's heart race. A divine weapon from the Kunlun Black region.
Kunlun Black region? Divine weapon?
Lin Jin's pupils slightly contracted, his heart beating uncontrollably fast.
Kunlun. That is the ancestor of all mountains and the residence of gods in ancient myth. What secrets does the Kunlun Black region hide in this world? Does it have any connection to the Jianmu space? And about that divine weapon.
This temptation is enormous.
So much so that Lin Jin has almost no ability to resist.
He quickly calculated in his heart. The principal personally came to invite me, his sincerity is evident. Teacher Luo has invited me multiple times, it must be fate. The allure of the Kunlun divine weapon is off the charts.
As for Northwest Wu's strength being at the bottom of the 5 universities? That's even better. What's the point of going to the strongest in Zhengdu? To compete with a bunch of fakes and struggle for life?
Going to a promising university like Northwest, developing steadily in a low-key manner, and then reverse smashing faces, pretending to be weak and eating tigers, that is the script a refreshing protagonist should have.
Upon having this thought,
Lin Jin raised his head, the hesitation on his face disappeared, replaced by clarity and decisiveness. Principal Qian, Teacher Luo, Teacher Liang, Teacher Lei.
I am not someone who likes to drag things out.
Principal Qian, you personally came here with sincerity, and Teacher Luo has shown me great favor, along with the generous gift of the Kunlun divine weapon.
I have made my decision.
Lin Jin stood up and slightly bowed.
I choose Northwest Martial Arts University. Decisively and straightforwardly. Xian Boyan's eyes shone brightly, and he laughed heartily. Good. Good. What a pleasant decision. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. He appreciated Lin Jin's decisiveness.
Lin Jin, your choice will definitely not make you regret. He personally stood up, walked to Lin Jin's side, his smile warm as he patted Lin Jin's shoulder, as if treating an old friend he hadn't seen in years.
This is the identity token of the personal disciple of Northwest Martial Arts University, keep it safe.
Chen Boyong handed over an ancient token, not made of gold or jade, warm to the touch, engraved on the front with a powerful Qian character, while the back displayed the university's emblem. Lin Jin accepted it with both hands. Holding the heavy item, his heart swelled with joy.
Thank you, Principal. No need to be polite.
Xian Boyong smiled at him. Old man has another gift, I will give it to you together. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip from his space pendant and handed it to Lin Jin. It is said that you have learned the 9-fold Fire Yang sword technique of the Sword Emperor. The 6th form of the technique was purchased by me years ago, now I present it to you as a gift for our meeting.
The 6th form of the 9-fold fire sword? This is just what I need.
Lin Jin was once again overjoyed, hurriedly accepting the jade slip as if it were a precious treasure.
It truly is like receiving a pillow when one is sleepy.
Previously, Zhong Mushuan had only given him 5 forms, and although he hadn't mastered the 5th form yet, he was almost there. He was worried about finding subsequent techniques, and now the Northwest Martial University had delivered it right to his door.
Thank you, Principal, for your generous gift. Lin Jin thanked him again, this time with sincerity. Xian Boyong waved his hand, his smile even brighter. The small gift is nothing noteworthy. As for the magical artifact, it will be delivered to you after you officially enroll. However, before that, I have a humble request. Please, Principal, go ahead.
Lin Jin listened attentively. It's like this, Xian Boyong stroked his beard, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Our Northwest Martial University, although deeply rooted, has recently lacked successors, ranking at the bottom among the 5 major martial universities.
To be honest, I feel ashamed. Lin Jin's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that the old man is indeed quite frank. So?
Xian Boyong shifted his tone, his eyes glowing with intensity as he stared at Lin Jin. I hope you can represent our Northwest Martial University in this year's National Martial College League, overpowering all others and raising the reputation of our university.
I wonder, would you, Lin Jin, be willing to lend me a helping hand? The National Martial College League? Overpowering all others? Making a name for oneself? It sounds somewhat interesting.
Lin Jin stroked his chin, revealing a smile filled with eagerness.
Since the principal personally spoke, I will certainly do my best. Good. Good. Good.
Xian Boyong clapped his hands and laughed, saying good 3 times, looking at Lin Jin with utmost satisfaction.
With your words, I can rest easy.
Lin Jin, rest assured, as long as you achieve good results in the Freshman League, our Northwest Martial University will definitely not treat you poorly. All kinds of resources at your disposal.
Beautiful women, cough cough, beautiful women are also abundant.
The more Qian Boyong spoke, the more excited he became, almost letting slip the words, plenty of beautiful women. Beside him, Luo Qianshui's pretty face flushed slightly as she glared at him in annoyance. Liang Ji and Lei Shuweiping watched with wide eyes, feeling shocked and bewildered. The principal of Northwest Martial University, the strongest boss, was indeed going to such lengths to recruit Lin Jin.
Chapter 82, The Top Scholar, Who Else But Me?
3 days later, the martial arts exam results were released. In the 5 provinces of Northwest and throughout the Great Xia, countless eyes were focused on the giant electronic screens hanging in various locations.
At Jincheng High School, on the playground, a crowd gathered, the atmosphere lively yet tense.
Liang Ji, Lei Shuweiping, Luo Xiaoshan, Su Wangqing, all the teachers and students of Jincheng High School were gathered here, looking up at the huge screen. Although they already knew that Lin Jin had returned alive and achieved remarkable results in the Black Domain, their hearts still raced as the official announcement approached.
Look! It's coming out.
Someone shouted, the countdown on the screen reached 0, and the bright red list cascaded down like a waterfall.
At the same time, at Inshur High School,
Yan Qingxue and Yan Huishue stood side by side, their faces bearing reserved confidence. Having jointly slain a second-tier fierce beast, their scores had risen rapidly, and they were already regarded as the leading candidates for this year's martial arts exam top scholar. Sister, this time the first place is ours for sure. Yan Huishue spoke softly, her tone barely concealing her pride. Yan Qingxue slightly nodded, her gaze fixed on the list, although she appeared more composed, a hint of expectation lay hidden deep in her eyes.
At Hanhai High School,
Qin Yan stood expressionlessly at the back of the crowd, holding his signature giant sword. Though he had grand ambitions. In the martial arts examination, Wu Kao's 2 fists couldn't match the strength of 4 hands, and his score ultimately did not surpass that of the Yan sisters. Moreover, he lost to Lin Jin, causing his score to drop by 30%.
Humph, what does the score mean?
In one-on-one combat, Lin Jin is dead, and I am the first in this martial arts examination. Xin Yan comforted himself in his heart.
Longtian High School.
Li Shachen stood at the front, looking relaxed. Although he was overtaken by the Yan sisters in the last few days, he remained confident in his ranking due to the advantage of being in the desert, keeping his score at the top. On the screen, the rankings scrolled rapidly from the back to the front, with names and scores flying by.
56th, Luo Shaoshan, Jincheng High School, score, 321. 10th, Su Wanning, Jincheng High School, score, 855. 9th. 6th, Qin Yan, Hanhai High School, score, 1650. 5th, Mu Baiha, Beijiang High School, score, 1980. 4th, Li Shachen, Longtian High School, score, 2139.
Li Shachen's pupils slightly contracted, his expression somewhat unnatural.
4th? Not even in the top 3? Qin Yan was a bit dissatisfied with this result. 3rd, Yan Huishue, Inshue High School, score, 2200.
2nd, Yan Qingxue, Inshue High School, score, 2308.
What?
The Yan sisters exclaimed in disbelief, their confidence and composure vanished, replaced by shock and incredulity.
They actually are not first? How is that possible? Could there be someone stronger than them who slayed a second-rank beast together?
The teacher in charge from Inshue High School also froze in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone watching the ranking list held their breath, their hearts racing.
2nd and 3rd are actually the Yan sisters? Then who is first? Could it be him?
Under everyone's watch, at the top of the screen, the most dazzling position, a name accompanied by a blinding golden light, suddenly appeared.
First, Lin Jin, Jincheng High School, score, 15,432. In an instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment.
Then, like a tsunami, exclamations and astonishments erupted simultaneously across all high schools, cities, and even the internet.
What the hell? 15,000 points? Lin Jin? Which Lin Jin? The one from Jincheng High School? Isn't he supposed to have been devoured by the black domain vortex and died inside? Damn. Resurrected? Over 10,000 points. Is this even a score a person can achieve? Did he slaughter in the core area of the black domain? I remember second-rank beasts only give 500 points each. Did he kill 30 of them? Monster. This is definitely a monster.
Countless people rubbed their eyes and slapped their faces hard, doubting whether they were seeing correctly, or if the screen system had a bug. The Yan sisters from Inshue High School turned pale as paper, their delicate bodies trembling slightly, staring at that exalted name and score, feeling like they had been slapped hard in the face, causing a sting. Qin Yan suddenly raised his head, staring intensely at the Lin Jin name, his eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, unwillingness, but mostly a sense of helplessness. Li Shachen's lips twitched, forcing a bitter smile. Compared to this over 10,000-point freak, his own score was simply a joke. And at Jincheng High School, it had already turned into a sea of joy.
Brother Jin is amazing.
Luo Shaoshan jumped 3 feet high in excitement, waving his fists vigorously.
First. Truly number 1. Over 10,000 points. A staggering lead.
Lei Shuweiping was so excited that his face turned red, his voice cracking.
Principal Liang. We did it.
Our Jincheng High School has produced a top scholar. Liang Ji's eyes were red with emotion. In the training room, Lin Jin, who had just learned the news, scoffed, looking quite unsatisfied.
Just over 10,000 points? If the score wasn't messed up by the black domain vortex.
Otherwise, I should have at least had 20,000 points, scaring these uncultured bumpkins to death.
At the same time,
Lin Jin won the top spot in the martial arts examination with an absolute advantage of over 10,000 points. And the news of him returning alive from the dead domain swept across the 5 northwestern provinces like a Category 12 hurricane.
Extras! Extras!
The top scorer of this martial arts exam is announced. Lin Jin from Jincheng High School, leading with a staggering 15,000 points. A miracle. Returning from the dead zone, he defied the odds and claimed victory. A dark horse? No. This is an epic-level genius. Major media outlets compete to report this news, and the online discussions about Lin Jin are heating up like never before. Countless students in the Northwest, especially those soon facing the entrance exams, look up to Lin Jin as their idol. So strong. Senior Lin Jin is simply my god. Is Jincheng High School really that amazing? To produce such a genius? I've made up my mind. For next year's entrance exam, my first choice will be Jincheng High School. Yes. I want to go to Jincheng High School too. I want to follow in Senior Lin Jin's footsteps. Jincheng High School is the real strong school. The cradle of top scholars? In no time, Jincheng High School, which was not considered a top school in the 5 provinces of the Northwest, gained great fame, and the consultation phones were nearly overwhelmed. At the same time, the admissions offices of the 4 top schools Zhengdu Martial University, Southeast Martial University, Southwest Martial University, and Northeast Martial University received the final list and the news of Lin Jin's survival almost simultaneously. What? Lin Jin is still alive? Over 15,000 points? Quick! Right now! Immediately! Send someone to Jincheng. We must bring him over at any cost. Damn it! That old fox Qian Boyong from the Northwest is too fast. Prepare the highest grade private plane. I will go personally. However, when their recruitment team rushed to Jincheng in a hurry, the news they received was like a thunderbolt. Lin Jin had agreed to Qian Boyong's invitation 3 days ago and became a direct disciple of Northwest Martial University. Bastard. One step too late. Just one step too late. Qian Boyong. You old fool. The heads of the 4 martial arts universities pounded their chests in regret, filled with remorse. A genius who could return alive from the dead zone and achieve such an astonishing score in the martial arts exam was snatched away by the bottom-ranked university in the Northwest. On the other end of the phone, a principal's furious roar echoed. Investigate. Find out what conditions the Northwest offered. What? They even brought out the artifacts from the Kunlun Black Domain? Qian Boyong, you old squanderer. Chapter 83, Self-Cultivation of a Bragging Person. These past few days, Lin Jin's name has resounded throughout the entire Northwest and even across the Great Xia. However, Lin Jin himself did not feel very excited about it. It's all just empty fame. Not worth mentioning. In the training room, Lin Jin leaned against the wall, bored, watching Luo Xiaoshan sweat profusely while practicing. Ever since this kid returned from the Black Domain, he has been training even harder. Stop. Lin Jin yawned, with your slow pace, even mosquitoes are worried for you. Luo Xiaoshan stopped and scratched his head foolishly. Brother Jin, I feel like I'm almost touching the threshold of the martial vein 4th layer. Oh? Is that so? Lin Jin glanced at him sideways. After consuming so many pills, you can barely touch the threshold? Your digestion ability is comparable to a sloth. He. Luo Xiaoshan grinned, then as if remembering something, his eyes sparkled. Right. Brother Jin. Let me tell you something. Spit it out quickly. That choice, I filled in Northwest Martial University too. Luo Xiaoshan said excitedly, with a hint of pride. In the future, when I'm in college, I can still hang out with you. Lin Jin. What the heck? How come you're stuck to me like a gum? Can't shake you off at all? Damn, is this a fate? Lin Jin complained crazily in his heart, but his face showed a disdainful expression. Hanging out with me? Fine, but the premise is that you don't hold me back. With your current 3-legged cat skills, are you planning to either embarrass me or take over the cleaning of the school's toilets? I definitely won't. Luo Xiaoshan panicked, his face flushing red, clenching his fists. I will definitely train hard. Absolutely. I won't embarrass you, Brother Jin. Looking at his serious silly face, Lin Jin couldn't help but want to laugh. Forget it, this guy may be a bit foolish, but he is loyal and can make a decent little brother. Alright, I'll let you have it because you have some spirit. Lin Jin lazily searched through the Jianmu space. Crash, crash, crash. A pile of jade bottles was casually thrown onto the ground, producing a clear clattering sound. Here, take it. Lin Jin pointed to the bottles on the ground, at least 200 or 300 of them. There are mid-tier and high-tier pills among them. Use them sparingly, don't swallow them all at once, or you'll explode your body, and I won't have time to collect your corpse. Luo Xiaoshan looked at the pile of jade bottles emitting tempting gleams and fragrant aromas on the ground. His eyes instantly widened round, and his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. How many pills could there be? Last time Brother Jin gave Su Wanqing a high-tier dragon tiger pill, it left Goddess Su in shock for quite a while.
Now this must be at least 100 mid-tier pills, plus a dozen high-tier pills? Jean Gu. Luo Xiaoshan trembled in his voice, stammering, this is too precious. I can't. Too much nonsense. Lin Jin impatiently interrupted, take it if I give it to you. Are you a man? Stop hesitating. Don't be like Su Wanqing, acting all delicate. Luo Xiaoshan looked at Lin Jin's expression of, if you say another word, see what happens, ultimately didn't dare to refuse again. After putting away the pills, Luo Xiaoshan deeply bowed to Lin Jin, his eyes slightly red, thank you, Jin Gu. I will not let you down.
Just then, the door of the practice room was gently pushed open.
Su Wanqing walked in.
Today she wore a simple white sports outfit, her long hair tied into a ponytail, losing some of her usual coldness and gaining a touch of elegance. But in her beautiful eyes, there seemed to hide a subtle and complex emotion. She immediately spotted the jade bottles that Luo Xiaoshan was about to put into the space jade beside him. Su Wanqing's step slightly paused, a flash of shock crossed her clear gaze. Lin Jin also noticed her, lazily lifting his chin, oh, Goddess Su is here too? Did you come over because you smelled something? Want to snag some pills? A faint blush swept across Su Wanqing's face, and she quickly shook her head, stepping in front of Lin Jin, her voice softer than usual, I came to say goodbye.
Goodbye? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, where are you going?
I applied to the Southwest Martial Arts University. Su Wanqing lowered her gaze, staring at her toes, in a few days, I will leave Jinchang.
Southwest? Lin Jin was taken aback. Going so far away? Isn't the Northwest better?
Although it is ranked at the bottom, with me Lin Jin around, rising up is only a matter of time.
Southwest? Lin Jin stroked his chin, isn't that place famously filled with miasma and poisonous insects? Why are you going there? To study new mosquito repellent?
Su Wanqing twitched the corners of her mouth at his unserious remark but soon regained her calm, just softly murmuring an with no further explanation. Her gaze fell again towards Luo Xiaoshan in the corner, her tone carried a hint of disbelief, you just gave him so many pills?
What? Are you jealous?
Lin Jin grinned, Xiaoshan is my little brother, if I don't take care of him, who will?
Su Wanqing bit her lip, not saying anything.
Lin Jin watched her hesitating to speak, feeling a stir in his heart.
Alright, considering you've been somewhat obedient before.
He pulled out some more jade bottles from the Jianmu space.
Everyone gets a share, take it.
Lin Jin casually tossed the jade bottles to her.
Think of it as a parting gift. Su Wanqing instinctively caught it, feeling its coolness in her hands. These things aren't very useful to me now anyway.
Lin Jin shrugged, wearing an expression of I'm not short of money, having too many is like chewing wax, the effect gets worse, probably because my body has developed a resistance.
Keeping them just takes up space.
Since Lin Jin's martial vein evolved into the golden martial vein, his power breaking through to Jianghe realm. The effects of the advanced elixir gradually diminished. To become stronger, Lin Jin needed more soul power to upgrade his lottery pool level. Su Wanqing held those heavy jade bottles, her fingertips applying slight pressure, her heart in turmoil. This person, his words are so sharp, yet his heart seems, not bad?
Last time it was a dragon tiger pill, this time it's a pile of.
She raised her head, looking at Lin Jin's face that still held a hint of mischief, her eyes complex. After a moment of silence, she carefully stored the jade bottles and said solemnly, Lin Jin, thank you. This thank you seemed not just for the elixirs but also for his earlier teachings of marksmanship.
This time, and before, thank you.
She took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision, her gaze became clear again, but held a trace of indescribable estrangement.
Then I'll leave.
In the future, she paused, seemingly pondering her words, if fate allows, we will meet again. After saying this, she turned and prepared to leave. That phrase if fate allows, we will meet again was light but pierced Lin Jin's heart like a tiny thorn.
Something felt off. This tone, this gaze, why did it feel like a farewell?
Hey! Su, the great beauty! Lin Jin suddenly called out as she was about to step out the door.
Su Wanqing paused, confused, and turned back.
Lin Jin crossed his arms, lazily leaning against the wall, the familiar, mischievous smile returning to his lips, but his eyes held a hint of inquiry.
I say, Su, the goddess, you're rushing off to the remote southwest, do you mean to elope? Su Wanqing. She just knew this guy couldn't spit out anything nice. Or, Lin Jin changed his tone, the smile becoming meaningful, are you encountering some trouble?
Su Wanqing's eyes flickered for a moment, but quickly returned to calm, shaking her head, no.
Really no? Lin Jin squinted, then why do you look so grief-stricken, as if going to a heroic sacrifice?
Remember this, Lin Jin leaned slightly forward, getting closer, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. In the future, if there's some blind fool who dares bully you, or if you encounter trouble you can't handle,
He deliberately paused, watching Su Wanqing's eyes widen slightly from the closeness, grinning wickedly. You can always call me your dad. Dad will protect you, you understand?
Warm breath brushed past her ear, and Su Wanqing's cheeks instantly flushed red, stepping back in shock, both embarrassed and angry, glaring fiercely at him.
Pervert.
She muttered a curse under her breath, no longer looking at Lin Jin, and hurried out of the training room, her back showing a hint of fluster. Lin Jin watched her disappearing figure, the smile on his lips slowly fading, his expression becoming contemplative.
Southwest. This girl definitely had something to hide.
Forget it, the younger generation has their own blessings, ugh, it's her own choice. Lin Jin shook his head, casting this small episode aside. The priority now is to quickly enhance his strength, so he can make a name for himself at the martial arts university. To blind others' eyes with brilliance. With that thought, Lin Jin sat cross-legged and began to continue his dull but earnest practice. After all, as a top tier, he should have the cultivation of a top tier. Just persevere, and keep pushing on. Two people grinding together. Chapter 84, The Golden Shiny Thigh. In the Jianmu space, time flowed slowly. Lin Jin sat cross-legged, his aura fluctuating like tides.
Innate skill. Qiankuan Great Shift. Taiji Technique. Nine Yang Divine Skill. Love Forgetting Heavenly Book. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 3 parts return to Yuanshi.
Many top-tier skills alternated under his will, validating each other, a mysterious aura permeated.
Not far away, the Golden Shadow clone was a tireless blade training machine.
He tightly grasped the advanced weapon that perfectly matched the ninefold fire sun blade, the flame sun blade. The blade light was blazing, sometimes like a blazing sun in the sky, sometimes like raging flames sweeping through the land. Ninefold fire sun blade, 4th strike, 9 yang will cut. This strike emphasized the unity of man and blade.
With the knife wielded against the fire, a fierce force turned into 9 blazing suns, spinning endlessly, burning everything in its way. Its power far surpassed the previous 3 forms, and the difficulty of cultivation skyrocketed exponentially.
Of course, one must bear the backlash from the fiery power. If Lin Jin hadn't broken through to the river realm, greatly enhancing his physical strength, he wouldn't dare to try so lightly. 3 years of cultivation, Jining began to glimpse the path of 9 suns will slash. When the knife was drawn, a phantom of blazing sun rotated, its power beginning to show. Lin Jin curled his lips, just touched the surface?
Is this knife technique something humans practice?
If it weren't for me having a cheat, anyone else would have their hair worn off from practice. 10 years of cultivation, Jin Ying's 9 suns will slash gradually improved, capable of condensing 3 real sun's blade waves. Amidst the rotation, scorching waves surged, enough to melt gold and iron.
Lin Jin stroked his chin. 3 wheels? Not bad, I can barely look at it. But it's still far from 9 suns unifying, boiling mountains and seas. Come on, Toolman. Strive to let me go out and show off soon.
20 years of cultivation, Jin Ying's 9 suns will slash became fully integrated, with 9 wheels of red gold blazing sun circling the blade, rotating effortlessly, with an unstoppable momentum, truly domineering. 20 years of hard work, to the outside world, was just a short 10 days. Just as Jin Ying completely grasped the 9 suns will slash, the originally surging liquid primordial power within Lin Jin's main body suddenly stagnated, then like a flood breaking a dam, it erupted with an even more surging momentum.
Boom!
The invisible airwave spread outwards from Lin Jin like a burst, expanding in all directions. Within the Dantian Sea of Qi, the liquid primordial power rolled and boiled, becoming even purer and more refined, heavy and powerful like mercury. The golden martial veins shone brightly, the primordial power flowing within was like a true river, vast and unfathomable.
River Realm, 2nd layer.
Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air with a faint golden glow, feeling the surging power within him, his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Not bad, made another step forward. If others knew about this cultivation speed, they would probably drop their jaws and rush to dissect me overnight. Lin Jin focused his thoughts and pulled up the Tree of Origin panel. Tree of Origin growth stage, development stage, evolving. Current soul power, 15,000. Lottery pool level, low martial era. Lottery pool progress, 50.3%, need 49.7% to upgrade to the next level lottery pool. Martial veins awakening progress, golden martial veins have awakened, can continue to evolve, current evolution progress 30%.
Current time flow rate, 730 times. Tree of Origin heavenly roots uses, 0.
The Tree of Origin needs a large amount of celestial springs, and celestial springs exist in the dead zone. The dead zone is deadly. It seems that to develop the Tree of Origin, I still need an opportunity. As for using the heavenly roots, though the power is infinite, a single leaf can only be used once, can't afford it. And the lottery pool level, including martial vein evolution, is related to soul power and killing intent. It looks like I still need to gather killing intent.
Everything is interconnected. It's time to check on old Jean. I wonder how his business is doing over there.
After the martial arts exam ended, Lin Jin packed up the first and second tier beast corpses he killed in the 100 Battles Black Domain and handed them all over to old Jean for processing. After all, the purified beast meat is hard currency, capable of earning a large sum.
Martial arts is a gold mine. Money can never be too little. There's always something that needs it. I wonder how old Jean dealt with those garbage I gave him before. He better not be greedy, otherwise Lin Jin's eyes flickered with a hint of kindness. Black Market, old Jin's meat shop. The meat shop has long been upgraded, no longer the shabby little stall it once was. Now, it was a respectable storefront on the edge of the black market, with a shiny sign, Jin's shop. As soon as Lin Jin approached, the sharp-eyed old Jean bolted out like a cat that smelled fishy, his face filled with fawning smiles, revealing his signature big golden tooth. Oh my! Brother Jean! You finally came! I, Lao Jean, am eagerly waiting, just like gazing through the autumn waters.
Lin Jin felt a chill run down his spine from his exaggerated tone and waved his hand in disgust. All right, stop flattering.
How's the stuff I asked you to handle?
All settled. It has to be settled. Lao Jean patted his chest, pulling out a ledger from his pocket, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Jean, the batch of goods you gave me last time consists of, 41 first-level beast corpses and 32 second-level beast corpses. All sold at the highest market price. After deducting all costs, the total is, Lao Jean swallowed hard and announced a number, 525 million dasha coins.
Oh, over 500 million?
Lin Jin nodded, his face calm without a ripple. In the market, the price of a first-level beast is several million, while a second-level one is over 10 million.
Lao Jin selling over 500 million dasha coins was within Lin Jin's expectations.
Though he was overjoyed inside, Lin Jin maintained his composed exterior. After all, this matched the demeanor of an expert.
Is that all?
Lao Jin, your business skills need improvement, Lin Jin pretended to be unsatisfied, pouting. Hearing this, Lao Jin almost spat out old blood.
My goodness! Over 500 million is still considered less? This is money that ordinary people, even ordinary warriors, couldn't earn in several lifetimes.
You, sir, slay fierce beasts like chopping vegetables. Your speed of making money is faster than a printing press, so of course, you don't think it's much.
Brother Jean is right.
I will definitely try harder. Lao Jin quickly nodded and bowed, while internally he was wildly complaining, this master's appetite is just getting bigger and bigger.
By the way, Brother Jean.
Lao Jin shifted his tone, his eyes sparkled, about the matter you mentioned last time, Sister Qianwei and I teamed up, and brought in a lot of new clients for you. They are all old customers from hunting teams, absolutely trustworthy.
Oh? How many?
Not many, Lao Jin rubbed his hands, grinning widely, just about 20 or so, most of them are first level, and there's one second level. Lin Jin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Without further ado, he followed Lao Jin to the purification room specially set up at the back. A round of devouring operation, strong as a tiger. Soul power, plus 10,000. Soul power, plus 20,000. Soul power, plus 25,000. Soul power, plus 80,000, second level beast. After a moment, the malevolent energy from over 20 beast corpses was completely absorbed by Lin Jin. The soul power value on the wooden panel soared again. Current soul power, 503,500. Over 500,000. Lin Jin felt delighted, taking a small step closer to upgrading the lottery pool. After dealing with the malevolent energy, Lin Jin clapped his hands and prepared to leave.
Brother Jean, are you leaving like this?
Lao Jin quickly followed, what are your plans next? Oh, nothing much, I'm going to university, Lin Jin casually said.
University? Lao Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Jean, are you going to Northwest Martial University?
That's right.
Northwest Martial University? Isn't that in Shijing City?
Lao Jin smacked his thigh, oh dear.
How coincidental. Brother Jean.
Look at this. Saying this, Lao Jin proudly pulled out a business license from his pocket. I recently rented a bigger place near the Martial University town in Shijing City. Thinking that if you, Brother Jean, develop in Shijing, I can still follow you and earn a living.
Lin Jin. What a twist. When did this rascal become so foresight? And plotted ahead? Is this another sticky nuisance I can't shake off?
Lin Jin's mouth twitched as he looked at Lao Jin's face full of please support me and please take me along, suddenly having a thought. Although Lao Jin is a bit petty, he does have some business acumen and wide connections. The low and mid-level techniques, weapons, and elixirs in my wooden space are just taking up space, so it's just right to sell them through Lao Jin and exchange them for real resources. Alright, Lin Jin pondered for a moment, since you're so sincere, I'll show you a way forward.
Selling just meat is too small-minded.
Lin Jin waved his hand like a general pointing the way. Weapons, pills, martial arts manuals, these are the real big earners.
Even star stones.
From now on, your shop should develop in this direction.
Weapons? Pills? Manuals?
Old Jin's eyes widened in shock, but then he frowned. Brother Jin, these are all high-end goods. I have no connections, and I can't get my hands on the supplies. Especially high-grade pills and martial arts methods, those are strictly controlled strategic resources by the major powers, even the black market finds it hard to get them. As old Jin was feeling anxious, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Jin casually pulling out a pile of jade bottles. Clatter. Pills of various colors and levels piled up on the ground like cabbage that costs nothing, casually thrown by Lin Jin. Beginner's strength pills, intermediate's cleansing pills, and even a few bottles exuding a rich aura, clearly worth a lot of money, of high-grade pills. An array of exquisite pills with a fragrant smell nearly blinded old Jin's sharp little eyes. This. Old Jin couldn't even articulate, his mouth, lined with gold teeth, gaped wide enough to swallow a light bulb. Lin.
Brother Jin.
You are.
Supplies. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, sounding as relaxed as if talking about the weather. Is this enough?
Old Jin mechanically turned his neck, staring stiffly at Lin Jin, then looked back at the pile of pills enough to drive any warrior crazy, and his mind completely crashed. He thought he might be dreaming, or, could this brother Jin actually be a true disciple of some hidden sect? Otherwise, how could he casually take out so many precious high-grade pills?
Enough. So much.
Old Jin trembled with excitement, nearly bowing down to Lin Jin.
Brother Jin. You are my dear ancestor. From now on, my life is yours. Wherever you point, I will go.
Seeing old Jin's eagerness to dedicate himself, Lin Jin's mouth twitched slightly. You don't have to go wherever I point, just make good money for me. Lin Jin waved his hand, pulling old Jin back from his wild fantasies. Arrange the shop matters as soon as possible, the bigger the better.
Don't worry about supplies, there will be plenty.
If you have any troubles, look for me anytime.
Lin Jin paused, his tone turning serious. I'll give you 5% of the profits, is that okay?
Absolutely okay. Old Jin nodded repeatedly. He was not foolish, needing only to manage to get 5% of the profits was a huge win for an ordinary person.
500 million means over 20 million in profits.
Old Jin's breathing became rapid, and this was just the beginning. In the future, good days awaited old Jin, and he could hardly believe it.
Brother Jin, don't worry. I guarantee to make the business prosper, absolutely don't let you down.
Old Jin patted his chest in assurance, as if he could already see his shop bustling with customers and making money every day. Lin Jin nodded with satisfaction.
Very good, I have high hopes for you.
Lin Jin patted old Jin's small shoulder, earnestly saying, work hard, and you will have your rewards.
Thank you, Brother Jin. Thank you, Brother Jin.
Old Jin was so excited he bowed again, watching Lin Jin's back with eyes full of fervor and admiration. He knew that this time he had truly latched onto a golden opportunity.
Following Brother Jin, the future was limitless.
Lin Jin left the black market in a good mood. With soul power gained, and a path to earn money, the next step was to focus on his training and prepare for the upcoming university life. The geniuses of the university. Prepare to face your fears.
Chapter 85, Shijing, I'm giving you a surprise.
Another month passed quickly. 60 years in the Jianmu space silently slipped away. Besides consolidating his realm at the second level of Jianhe, Lin Jin was crazily training with the Golden Shadow clone. 9th Heavy Fire Yang Blade, 5th Style, Red Earth for thousands of miles.
He had already taken the first steps into understanding it.
Logically speaking, with his second level Jianhe physical quality, he definitely should not be able to withstand the 5th Style's fire strength. But Lin Jin was no ordinary person. With the support of various elixirs and top-notch secret techniques, after decades of relentless training, his physical abilities rivaled the peak of the River Realm.
After all, he was steady and solid. Not a bit false.
The power of the 5th move is more than a level stronger than the 4th move, 9 Yang Will Slash. When the blade struck, the red sunblade energy surged wildly, covering 1,000 miles of red land, utterly dominating. Of course, the consumption was enormous, with Lin Jin's current strength at the second level of the River Realm, using it with all his might would nearly drain all his liquid essence.
He's hitting the ball.
This sword technique really isn't something a human can practice. The more you go on, the more monstrous it becomes. Lin Jin joked, but inside, he was still quite satisfied.
Another trump card, he now had.
Back then, Zhong Muxian, even at the peak of the River Realm, couldn't master this move. In a desperate situation, he had to burn his life essence forcibly, stepping into the Condensation Sea realm to unleash this ultimate move. And Lin Jin was still merely at the second level of the River Realm.
Old Jin's side was doing booming business.
Thanks to the low-tier and mid-tier elixirs that Lin Jin continuously provided, along with a few high-tier weapons that occasionally flowed out, which were outdated for Lin Jin. The reputation of Jin's enterprise quickly rose in Shijing City, even faintly overshadowing some old shops.
Old Jin also helped Lin Jin acquire some fierce beasts.
Thus, the soul power value of his Jianmu space sword, breaking through the 600,000 threshold.
Current soul power value, 628,500.
After Lin Jin finished the lottery, the progress of the lottery pool increased significantly. Jianmu growth stage, development stage, evolving.
Current soul power value, 8,500.
Lottery pool progress, 56.5%, still needs 43.5% to upgrade to the next level lottery pool. Almost there, almost there. The low martial era is almost stripped bare by me.
What rewards can I draw in the next era?
Lin Jin rubbed his hands, full of anticipation. Everything was ready, it was time to head to Northwestern Martial University. Moreover, Old Xian had called multiple times to urge him. Amidst the rumbling sound, the silver-white passenger plane pierced through the clouds, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Jin leaned against the window, overlooking the rolling mountains and vast Gobi below.
This is the Northwest.
Majestic, vast, filled with primal and wild power. The mountains resemble the spine of a giant dragon, twisting and coiling. The Gobi stretches endlessly, as if reaching the world's end. Amidst it, some areas shrouded in thick black mist could be faintly seen.
Black domain.
Like a wound on this world, exuding an ominous aura. From Jincheng to the center of the 5 provinces in the northwest, Shijing City, requires nearly 3 hours of flight. Lin Jin, feeling bored, simply closed his eyes, sinking his mind into the Jianmu space, continuing to supervise the Golden Shadow clone practicing the sword.
A tool person must have the awareness of a tool person. No slacking off. Shijing International Airport.
The crowd swarmed, and the modern atmosphere hit his face. Lin Jin walked out of the arrivals gate, scanning the crowd waiting to pick him up. Old Xian said he would send someone to pick him up, but he didn't know which divine being it would be. Just then, a fiery red figure dashed before him like a whirlwind.
You are Lin Jin?
Her voice was crisp, with a lively energy and a somewhat loud tone.
Lin Jin lifted his gaze and couldn't help but blink in surprise.
Before him stood an exceptionally tall woman, her fiery red long hair tied into a high ponytail, looking neat and tidy. She wore a similarly fiery red tight sports outfit that showcased her curvy, explosive figure perfectly. Especially those astonishing curves in front, prompting Lin Jin to instinctively look up in awe.
The woman's enchanting phoenix eyes curiously scanned Lin Jin from top to bottom, as if examining an interesting toy. You are the champion of the martial arts exam in the 5 provinces of the Northwest? The new disciple of that old man Qian who rips people off?
Hiss. Lin Jin gasped silently.
He's hitting the ball. Is this the surprise old Qian mentioned? Is the quality of seniors from Northwestern Martial University this high? Who can withstand this?
Beside the red-haired woman stood another girl.
Unlike the flamboyant and fiery red-haired woman,
this woman appeared calm and reserved. She wore a simple light blue dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes gentle, her presence as captivating as the waters of Jiangnan. She curiously gazed at Lin Jin, her eyes clear, holding a hint of a soft smile, like a spring breeze brushing against one's face. One was as fiery as the sun, and the other was as gentle as water.
2 extraordinary beauties.
Ahem, Lin Jin withdrew his gaze, lightly clearing his throat to hide the waves of emotion inside.
I am Lin Jin, may I ask who you are?
Ha ha ha. So it's really you, kid. The red-haired woman clapped Lin Jin on the shoulder, the force behind it strong. I am your senior sister, Xiachui. This is my good friend, also your senior sister from the 3rd year, called Murong Wan.
Xiachui? Murong Wan?
Lin Jin's lips twitched slightly.
Damn it. These names truly live up to their meanings.
One like summer heat, one like gentle autumn waters.
Hello, senior brother Lin Jin.
When Wan slightly bowed, her voice soft, making one feel like they were enveloped in a spring breeze.
Hello, senior sisters.
Lin Jin hurriedly returned the greeting, but inwardly he was ranting wildly. Old man Xian is quite something, arranging 2 beautiful senior sisters for me as soon as I arrive.
This treatment is amazing. Much better than whatever resources or cultivation methods they offer. Alright, no need for pleasantries.
Xiachui waved her hand boldly.
Let's go. Senior sister will take you back to school.
Saying this, she unceremoniously draped her arm around Lin Jin's shoulder, pulling him along with an air of camaraderie, heading out.
When Wan smiled helplessly and followed along.
Lin Jin, half embraced by Xiachui, felt the astonishing elasticity and softness of her arm, as well as the faint pleasant fragrance lingering at his nose, his face slightly flushed.
I see. This senior sister is a bit too familiar, doesn't she understand that boys and girls should keep a distance?
Lin Jin silently shouted in his heart, but his body honestly did not struggle. Mainly because he was afraid of losing the senior sister's face.
Yes, that's it. Northwest Martial Arts University is located in the outskirts of Shijing City, within a university town. The campus is extremely vast, almost equivalent to a small city.
A blend of ancient and modern architectural styles stood side by side, with wide roads, shaded by lush trees, and bustling with young martial artists rushing about. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, far stronger than Jincheng High School. As expected of one of the top 5 martial arts universities, its foundation is indeed deep. Xiaochui drove a flashy red sports car, speeding along the road, attracting countless glances.
Lin Jin, did you see? This is our Northwest Martial University.
While driving, Xiaochui pointed out the sights.
Don't be fooled by our school's current low ranking, but the place is definitely spacious. And the resources are absolutely sufficient, especially for a prodigy like you. See that tallest tower over there?
That's the cultivation tower. The concentration of spiritual energy inside is different from outside, getting denser the higher you go, but of course, it gets more expensive. Over there is the mission hall. If you want to earn credits, gain resources, or find teammates to venture into the dark domain, that's the place to go. And that lake, called Tranquil Heart Lake, they say meditating by the lake can calm the mind, but I've tried it, no use at all, not as effective as a good nap. Lin Jin listened to Xiaochui's rapid-fire introduction, his gaze sweeping over the hurried students around, inwardly nodding. TSK, well deserved of being one of the top 5, this energy concentration, and the quality of the students, far better than that small pond of Jincheng High School. But Lin Jin's gaze roamed around Xiaochui and Morongwan, mumbling inwardly. The hardware conditions are definitely superior, and the software configuration also top-notch.
Old man Qian doesn't deceive me.
The sports car stopped in front of a rather impressive teaching building. As soon as Lin Jin got out of the car, he saw a large crowd of people standing in front of the teaching building, with at least 100 individuals, each wearing expressions of curiosity and excitement. At the forefront was the familiar, honest figure, Luo Xiaoshan. Half a month ago, Luo Xiaoshan received his admission notice and rushed to Shijing without stopping.
In the name of exploration for Lin Jin. Chapter 86, Challenge me? First ask my little brother. Jin Gu.
Luo Xiaoshan shouted loudly, dragging a group of new students behind him, rushing towards Lin Jin, their posture like welcoming a victorious general.
Jin Gu. You finally made it.
Luo Xiaoshan squeezed to the front, his face full of excitement. The brothers have been waiting to see you. As he spoke, he turned around and waved to the crowd of new students, classmates. This is our champion of this year's martial arts examination, who returned alive from the dead zone with a staggering score of 15,000 points, the legendary figure, Lin Jin.
Lin Dishan. What are you all frozen for? Hurry up and greet Jin Gu.
From now on, in Northwest Martial University, Jin Gu will be our big brother.
Hello, Jin Gu. We have met Jin Gu.
Dozens of people shouted in unison, the momentum so overwhelming that many senior students nearby turned to look.
Lin Jin. He really played the ball. Luo Xiaoshan really staged a new student tribute act for him? Does it have to be so high profile?
I just want to develop quietly, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, okay? Lin Jin was frantically complaining in his heart, but on the surface, he merely nodded lightly.
Shy Luo Xiaoshan, changing places, has he changed personality? He's even organizing something? All right, Lin Jin rubbed his forehead, a bit helpless, waving his hand, low profile, understand? Just as the atmosphere was lively, an unharmonious voice rang out.
Big brother? A sturdy, dark-skinned youth pushed his way through the crowd, his face showing obvious defiance. Why should I? The youth looked straight at Lin Jin, carrying a hint of examination and provocation. My name is Dalawan, I come from Southwest Suzhou. I admit, your score in the martial arts exam is very high, but after all, that's just a number, who knows if there's any padding in it? Us Southwest warriors only recognize strength.
If you want us to be convinced, fine. Beat me first.
Dalawan's voice was loud and powerful. As soon as he said this, the crowd suddenly quieted down, and many new students showed expressions like they were watching a show. Indeed, more than 15,000 points is too exaggerated. Many people had doubts in their hearts.
Lin Jin glanced at Dalawan, a 4th-tier martial pulse? Ha! Lin Jin's lips curled into a mocking smile. You? Are you worthy to fight me?
He didn't even bother to look directly at Dalawan, just nodded towards Luo Xiaoshan beside him, his tone casual but filled with contempt. Xiaoshan, this blocking stone is up to you.
Got it. Jin Gu.
Luo Xiaoshan instantly understood the spirit, turning towards Dalawan with high morale.
Coming from the southwest? Want to challenge my Jin Gu? First, get past me.
Dalawan saw Lin Jin actually send out a lackey and was instantly furious. Who do you look down on?
Roar. What answered him was Luo Xiaoshan's ear-splitting roar. Luo Xiaoshan's body suddenly swelled a bit, muscles bulging, his skin shimmering with a faint golden glow while his eyes turned scarlet, an overwhelming wild aura explosively burst forth. Golden martial pulse, frenzied power. Holy cow! Golden martial pulse? This is Lin Jin's lackey? What kind of joke? A golden martial pulse being his underling? The onlooking new students were instantly in an uproar, looking at Luo Xiaoshan with shocked eyes. Shirdaluan also changed his expression, feeling tremendous pressure, but he did not retreat, growling as he stomped his feet heavily. Buzz! A heavy layer of earthy yellow light instantly covered his body, as if he had put on a rocky armor. Earth-type golden martial pulse rock armor. Bring it on! Luo Xiaoshan's battle spirit sword, and a flash of golden light in his hand revealed the domineering Lion King's crazy blade, already grasped. Frenzied dragon 8 furious slashes. Luo Xiaoshan shouted loudly, exerting force with his feet, his whole body like a cannonball, charging violently towards Shirdaluan with unstoppable momentum. The Lion King's crazy blade raised high, the blade seeming to ignite, as if the sound of a dragon's howl and a lion's roar echoed faintly, cleaving down towards Shirdaluan's head. This knife, with great force and overwhelming might. Shirdalu did not dare to take it head-on, crossing his arms to protect himself, the earthy yellow energy wildly surged, forming a thick rock shield in front of him. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. The Lion King's mad blade struck fiercely against the rock shield, sending sparks flying. Creak! The rock shield cracked with a sound, covered in spider-web-like fissures. Shirdalu staggered back several steps, only feeling his arms go numb, blood surging, and his face filled with astonishment. Such powerful strength. Come again. With the upper hand, Luo Xiaoshan showed no mercy, his frenzied power making him tireless, swinging the Lion King's mad blade, faster with each strike and harder with each swing. Crazy Dragon's 8 angry slashes. The blade light flickered, like a fierce storm, completely engulfing Shirdalu. Shirdalu could only rely on his rock armor and constantly condensing earth walls and spikes to barely hold on, being pushed back repeatedly, in utter disarray. Though his earth-based defense was tough, it appeared inadequate against Luo Xiaoshan's violent strength and high-grade weapon. Bang! Another heavy slash, and Shirdalu's rock armor completely shattered, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, blood spouting from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Roar! Luo Xiaoshan defeated his opponent but did not stop, his eyes turning even redder, the violent aura becoming increasingly uncontrollable, letting out an inhuman roar to the sky, as if wanting to tear everything around him apart. Not good. He's lost control, someone exclaimed. Quick, hide. Humph, weak chicken. At that moment, Xiaochui let out a soft huff, her figure flashing like teleportation, appearing in front of Luo Xiaoshan. Faced with the frenzied Luo Xiaoshan, she didn't even blink, casually raising her fair fist, lightly punching Luo Xiaoshan in the stomach. Thud. A muffled sound. In the second prior, Luo Xiaoshan, who seemed like a prehistoric beast, suddenly bent over, the violent aura burst like a popped balloon, the red in his eyes fading, rolling his eyes back, and he fell down limply. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. A single punch? Just such a casual punch knocked out a golden martial vein holder in a frenzied state? This red-haired senior sister, what kind of monster is she? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Mu Rongwan had floated over like a fairy to Shirdalu, who had fainted. She extended her delicate hand, gently pressing on Shirdalu's chest. A soft white glow emanated from her palm, like a warm spring, enveloping Shirdalu. Visibly, the ghastly wounds on Shirdalu's body began to heal rapidly, the broken bones making slight cracking sounds as they reconnected, and his pale face quickly turned rosy. In just a few breaths, Shirdalu, who had been beaten to half his life, had recovered his senses, though still a bit weak, he was no longer in serious trouble. Hiss. Sounds of sharp intake of breath arose one after another. What kind of healing ability is this? It's too outrageous? Reviving the dead, turning flesh to bone, still can't compare to this? I remember. The red-haired one is senior sister Xiaochui. And the gentle one is senior sister Mu Rongwan. Xia the Mad and Mu the Fairy? My heavens! 2 big shots from the top 10 on the peak rankings? They actually came personally to fetch Lin Jin? No wonder. No wonder even the golden martial vein is willing to be Lin Jin's subordinate. Following Lin Jin means being able to hug the legs of these 2 big shots? In an instant, all looks towards Lin Jin changed. Admiration, awe, fanaticism. The onlooking freshmen were completely boiling over. To have senior sisters from the peak rankings come personally and take care of a rampaging subordinate in just 3 moves, this martial exam champion's strength and background were definitely unfathomable. Then, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Senior Xia. Can I have your autograph? Senior Mu Rong. You are so beautiful. Can we take a photo together? Senior, I am your fan.
A group of new students instantly turned into fans, surrounding Xiaoqiui and Morongwan with an enthusiasm that was hard to resist. Morongwan had never seen such a scene, her pretty face flushed slightly, showing a bit of nervousness, and she instinctively tugged at Xiaoqiui's sleeve. Xiaoqiui was not surprised, but she felt a bit overwhelmed by the excitement of these little kids, quickly waving her hands. Okay.
Everyone disperse. Don't crowd around.
She finally squeezed out of the crowd, pulling Morongwan along as she ran, and didn't forget to shout back to Lin Jin, don't just stand there. Old man Qian is still waiting for you in the principal's office.
Chapter 87, What kind of treasure is this?
Lin Jin chatted with a few people briefly. Then, he walked slowly towards the direction Xiaoqiui had pointed out before leaving. It's better to meet old man Qian first, get the benefits he should receive, and then speak. He promised there would be a meeting gift. Lin Jin passed through several tree-shaded paths and rounded a few grand teaching buildings before arriving at a quiet place. There was no sign saying principal's office as imagined. In front was a sizable independent courtyard. With blue bricks and dark tiles, ancient and elegant, there was not even a guard at the entrance, only two towering ancient pines standing silently.
Damn, the principal's office looks like a private garden? Quite impressive.
Lin Jin clicked his tongue in amazement and pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard door to enter. Inside the courtyard, there was a different world, with artificial hills and flowing water, winding paths leading to hidden corners, and a faint scent of grass and trees mixed with a richer vitality of heaven and earth in the air. Under the pavilion, at the stone table, Qian Boyang and Luo Qianxue had been waiting for a long time. Qian Boyang was still in his elegant tang suit, with a warm smile on his face, leisurely sipping tea. Luo Qianxue had changed into a capable teacher's uniform, exuding both intellect and a touch of heroism.
Upon seeing Lin Jin enter, she smiled and nodded. Lin Jin, you're here? Come sit down.
Qian Boyang put down his teacup and warmly greeted him, his smile brighter than the summer sun outside.
You must be tired from your journey, right? Are you getting used to the school environment? How's the dorm arrangement?
You can tell me if you need anything. A series of warm inquiries were a bit too much. Lin Jin's heart sank a little.
Something unusual must be up.
This old fox is smiling so earnestly, he must be hiding something. Lin Jin's alarm bells rang loudly in his mind, but on his face, he remained calm and sat down properly. Thank you for your concern, old man Qian.
Everything is fine.
The two seniors are taking good care of me.
Ah, that's good.
Qian Boyang stroked his beard and laughed. That girl Qiui is a bit lively, but she has a good heart. Xiao Wan is even more gentle and caring. If you need anything at school in the future, you can ask them for help. After a round of small talk, Lin Jin felt it was time to get to the point.
Old man Qian, about the enrollment gift you promised me?
Lin Jin rubbed his hands together, showing just the right amount of anticipation. The student has been looking forward to it for a long time. As soon as he mentioned the treasure, Qian Boyang's smile slightly stiffened, his hand holding the teacup paused, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue cleared her throat softly, picked up her teacup, silently drank tea, her eyes focused on her thoughts.
Sure enough, there was a problem.
Lin Jin sneered in his heart while maintaining a curious expression on his face. Ahem, Qian Boyang put down his teacup, forcing his smile back onto his face, though it seemed a bit unnatural. Lin Jin, the matter of the treasure is significant. He pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his words, and finally took out a palm-sized exquisite box made of unknown mahogany from the space jade pendant with great care. The box was ancient, with intricate engravings on it, subtly sparkling, looking like an extraordinary item. Lin Jin's heart began to race slightly.
Is it finally coming? The legendary treasure.
Qian Boyang pushed the box in front of Lin Jin. You open it and take a look. Lin Jin took a deep breath, filled with excitement, and opened the box. However, the magnificent scene he imagined, with divine light and overwhelming pressure, did not appear. Inside the box, on the silk lining, there lay not a complete object, but a piece, roughly the size of a thumb, blackened, covered with rust and cracks, a metal fragment? The surface of the fragment was dull, showing no signs of energy fluctuations, only a faint, ancient aura proving it had indeed experienced a long passage of time. Lin Jin's smile instantly froze. He blinked and rubbed his eyes, assuring himself he wasn't mistaken.
It's the ball he hit. This is a divine artifact? Old man, are you kidding me?
Lin Jin felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, almost flipping the table on the spot.
Is this really the divine artifact promised by Shibei Wuda, from the Dark Kunlun region? Just this piece of junk? A rusty lump I found by the roadside looks more impressive than this, right? Are you trying to take advantage of my youth and inexperience?
Lin Jin raised his head, his gaze coldly directed at Qian Boyang. Although he didn't speak, the meaning in his eyes was clear. Old man, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Qian Boyang felt embarrassed under his gaze, his old face reddening as he awkwardly coughed twice. Lin Jin, hold on, let me explain.
This, complete divine artifact, especially from a place like the Dark Kunlun, is incredibly precious?
Not to mention our Shibei Wuda, even in the entire Dacia, it's hard to find a few that are intact. Although this fragment seems, well, unremarkable, it is indeed a part of the divine artifact. It possesses mysterious powers. Xian Boyang pointed at the fragment, his tone becoming serious. What's most important is that, although it has significantly lost power, it still retains a trace of the power of ancient divine artifacts. The power of the laws. That's a force that transcends primordial energy and touches the essence of the world. Even if it's just a remnant, if you can comprehend a bit of it, it will be immensely beneficial for your future cultivation, especially when breaking through to higher realms. This is much stronger than those flashy ordinary weapons that only have power without depth. This is the real treasure. Xian Boyang spoke passionately, trying to emphasize the intrinsic value of this scrap metal. Lin Jin listened expressionlessly, but inside he was wildly mocking.
Comprehend the laws? Sounds better than it is. A piece of nearly useless scrap, what could it possibly teach me?
I'd rather have something practical, like a few hundred high-level pills or some extraordinary martial arts.
Old fox, you are indeed skilled at spinning grand visions. Though he was secretly complaining, Lin Jin also understood that Qian Boyang might have a point.
The power of laws does indeed sound impressive.
In reality, it is indeed impressive. And at this point, with things set in motion, he couldn't really fall out with the principal over a frankly disappointing fragment, right? Just leave Shibei Wuda?
He came here, partly for the divine artifact, but mainly for easier access to the Dark Kunlun region.
Fine.
Lin Jin stared at the fragment, seeming lost in thought.
How about this?
Xian Boyang, aware of his shortcomings, added, Lin Jin, I also have a set of incomplete heavenly tier heart method as compensation, how about that?
At least you have a bit of conscience.
Lin Jin's eyes brightened. Although he held various high-level heart methods, he did not possess any heavenly tier methods at all.
This lessened Lin Jin's dissatisfaction slightly. Chapter 88, this door has your name carved on it? Lin Jin held on to his dissatisfaction.
Carrying the purple sandalwood box containing the divine artifact fragment and the incomplete heavenly tier heart method jade slip, he left Xian Boyang's courtyard.
Scamming old Qian. Using a broken iron piece as a divine artifact to fool me. And the power of laws? I don't believe you, old man.
If it weren't for this Wanhua Gui Wanju fragment, I would have made a fuss over this. Lin Jin weighed the jade slip in his hand. According to Old Man Qian, this thing involves the refining of the essence of the doppelganger, and although it is incomplete, its rank is still there.
Moreover, my martial veins are just external avatars, perfectly useful.
Thinking about it, Old Man Qian must have considered this, which is why he gave this method to me.
He is indeed thoughtful.
Lin Jin looked up at the vast campus, feeling a bit lost. Those two senior sisters really are, one more unreliable than the other. Lin Jin pouted, Senior Sister Xia threw me here in a rush and disappeared, while Senior Sister Morong is gentle but also ran away.
Wasn't it said that they would help me get familiar with the environment? Did they just drop me off at the principal's office as if the task was complete? People really need to rely on themselves. Damn, I'm in an unfamiliar place and don't even know where the dorm is.
Forget it, I'll first find a place to cultivate and see what this fragment of a divine artifact and the art of returning to origins are really about. Lin Jin made up his mind and set his sights on a majestic building not far away. It was the cultivation tower.
The tower was completely black, standing 100 meters tall.
The tower was engraved with dense, mysterious runes, faintly radiating vital energy, its peak piercing the clouds and emitting a powerful energy wave.
Let's go check it out.
Lin Jin walked towards the martial cultivation tower. The closer he got, the more he could feel the rich vital energy enveloping him. As soon as he stepped into the hall of the tower, he felt a rush of relief, as if he were soaking in a warm ocean of vital energy, at least 3 or 4 times richer than outside. The hall was spacious and bright, filled with students in various colorful uniforms, each with a steady breath and hurried footsteps, clearly here to cultivate. In the center of the hall, there was a circular service desk, with several female students in uniform busy at work. Lin Jin walked up to an available spot.
Hello, classmate, how can I help you?
A pretty female student looked up, her voice clear and bright.
Hi, I want to ask how to use the cultivation tower.
The female student examined Lin Jin for a moment, noticing his new student attire, her smile becoming even warmer. Are you a new student? The cultivation tower is the main training facility of our school. It has a large vital energy gathering formation, and the higher you go, the denser the vital energy and the better the cultivation effect. The first floor is free for all students. Starting from the second floor, you will need to consume credits to enter. The higher the floor, the more credits are needed. Of course, the density of the vital energy increases exponentially. The female student explained in great detail. Also, the high-level cultivation rooms are limited, so sometimes you may need to queue.
Consume credits? Lin Jin touched his chin, he had just entered school and didn't have a single credit. Then, is there any other way?
Yes, the female student smiled, for example, becoming a personal disciple of a certain mentor, or achieving excellent results in the school's various competitions and tasks to gain free usage times or privileges. Also, seniors who rank high on the talent list also receive special treatment.
Personal disciple?
Lin Jin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the token old man Qian had given him.
He handed over the token engraved with the old-fashioned character for Qian. This, can I use it?
The female student took the token, glanced at it, and instantly her smile turned respectful.
She was incredibly shocked. Personal disciple token? Your Principal Qian's personal disciple? Her voice involuntarily rose a few pitches, attracting the attention of several students and staff members at the service desk.
Although Qian Boyong was the principal, he rarely took on disciples. Throughout the history of Northwest Martial University, his personal disciples were few, each a key cultivated genius of the school.
Sort of yes.
Lin Jin didn't expect this token to be so useful.
I'm so honored.
The female student quickly returned the token with both hands, her attitude soaring in warmth. Classmate, holding a personal disciple token, you will receive. You can use the training rooms below the 6th floor for free every month, and there is no need to line up, you have priority.
May I ask which floor you would like to go to?
I recommend that new students start from the 2nd or 3rd floor to adapt to the vitality.
Just go to the 6th.
Lin Jin said without thinking.
He was not an ordinary new student, this level of vitality concentration couldn't suppress him.
Okay, 6th floor.
The female student immediately registered at the control panel. There is currently one available training room on the 6th floor. Would number DZ work for you? The orientation and position are quite good. That's fine. Lin Jin nodded.
Alright, senior, your identity information has been recorded, you can go straight there. The training room's access control will automatically recognize your token. The female student handed back the token, her smile becoming even sweeter. I wish you a pleasant training session. Lin Jin put away the token, thanked her, and turned to walk towards the passage to the upper floors. Low murmurs came from behind him.
Wow, the disciple of Principal Qian? Where did he come from? Looks like a new student. Is this batch of new students so strong?
Seems like the top scorer from the martial arts exam, named Lin Jin.
Hiss. Is he the one with a score of 15,000? No wonder the principal took him as a disciple.
Lin Jin ignored the comments, took the special vitality elevator, and soon arrived at the 4th floor. Compared to the lively 1st floor lobby, the 6th floor was much quieter.
On both sides of the corridor were tightly closed metal doors, each marked with a room number.
There were only about 10 rooms. The doors were closed tight, clearly occupied by others. The vitality concentration here was significantly higher than on the 1st floor. The air almost felt a bit thick, with pure vitality flowing into his body with every breath. Lin Jin found training room DZ, took out his token, and swiped it across the access control.
Ding!
The metal door silently slid open, revealing a room of about 10 square meters. The interior was simply furnished, with only a mat, and the 4 walls were smooth, engraved with runes for gathering vitality, making the room's vitality concentration even higher than the corridor.
Not bad.
Lin Jin nodded in satisfaction and closed the door.
Finally, he had a quiet place.
He sat cross-legged on the mat, just preparing to take out that annoying artifact fragment and the jade slip of the Wanhua Guiwanju to study carefully.
Bang! The door of the training room was kicked open without warning by someone from outside. The loud noise was particularly jarring in the quiet floor.
Lin Jin frowned and looked up. At the door stood a tall young man dressed in silver-gray tight-fitting clothes. The young man's expression was arrogant, his chin slightly raised, and he scanned Lin Jin with a disdainful gaze, as if looking at a pesky ant. On his chest was a shining silver badge, engraved with a flying dragon in Phoenix, 15.
15th on the talent list.
This young man was actually one of the top 15 students in the powerful ranks of Northwest Martial University. Kid, the young man spoke with his nose in the air, his tone carrying an undeniable command, this room is mine, get out.
Lin Jin. He was speechless. On his first day, hardly settled in, he encountered such a bully snatching his territory? And this guy was in the top 15 of the talent list? Lin Jin couldn't help but laugh in anger.
He looked at the older student at the door with an expression of I am the best in the world, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Oh?
Lin Jin said slowly, his voice not loud but clearly echoed throughout the room, even carrying a hint of lazy sarcasm, did you claim it?
Is your name engraved on this door? Chapter 89, The Unruly Star. Zhao Tianba.
15th on the talent list, now his face was as dark as if he had just lost his parents. His name was Zhao Tianba, and he was as domineering as his name. He had long been used to ruling the school, especially in front of lower-year students, where he always got his way. He had saved up credits for 3 whole months for today.
He was counting on the rich vitality of this sixth floor. He helped him step through the last barrier of the ninth level of martial veins, promoting him to the river realm. Once he became a river realm warrior, his status in school would be completely different, and the resources and privileges he could access would dramatically increase. He might even have a chance to break into the top 10 of the talented list. Just as success was within reach, this favorable place he had reserved was unexpectedly occupied by a newcomer who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. What made him even angrier was that this kid not only refused to leave but also dared to look at him like he was a fool and even mocked him. "You like it? Is your name carved on this door?" "Carved your name? I carve your grandma's leg." Zhao Tianba was so furious he felt he might explode. A mere newcomer dared to be arrogant in front of him? "Kid, I give you 3 seconds to disappear from here immediately." Zhao Tianba suppressed his anger, his voice like something squeezed out through his teeth, cold and menacing. "Otherwise, don't blame your senior for teaching you how to be a person. As a freshman, you should have the awareness of a newcomer." He was full of confidence, thinking his peak 9th level martial veins pressure would scare any freshman to their core. However, Lin Jin couldn't even be bothered to say another word. This was his ball. Just arriving and encountering this classic scenario? Did he really think he was the dragon overlord, or clueless cannon fodder dropped from the sky to slap him in the face? "Teach me how to be a person? Who do you think you are?" Lin Jin was crazily mocking in his heart, yet his face remained calm and somewhat bored. He slowly stood up, brushing off the non-existent dust on his clothes. 3 seconds? Lin Jin tilted his head, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth that made Zhao Tianba feel inexplicably uneasy. "No need for that long." Before his words even finished, Lin Jin's shape flickered, leaving a blurred afterimage behind. Fast. Extremely fast. Zhao Tianba's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt a flash before his eyes, a terrifying crisis, as if being eyed by an ancient beast, instantly engulfed his entire body, making his hair stand on end. Not good. He didn't even have time to channel his energy, let alone make any defensive or evasive moves. Bang! A sound heavy to the extreme, like a giant hammer striking against a broken hide. A fist that seemed ordinary, without much energy fluctuation, yet struck with an irrefutable force directly on Zhao Tianba's proud chest. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was painfully clear. Zhao Tianba felt like he had been hit hard by an armored earth dragon charging at full speed. That seemingly light punch contained an unimaginable explosive force. His protective energy was torn apart in an instant, shattered like paper. Next came his solid ribcage. Splinters everywhere. The immense force surged through his chest, brutally slamming into his organs, as if it wanted to shatter him from within. Puff! Zhao Tianba's eyes bulged, a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs spewed out like a fountain. He felt like a kite with a broken string, helplessly soaring backward. Boom! The heavy special alloy doorframe of the training room contorted and deformed from his impact, bursting outward. Zhao Tianba traced a tragic and fleeting parabola in the air, the ceiling racing backward in his vision, filled with countless terrified or bewildered faces. Finally, Lin